Introduction. I'm a fruit vendor in my 40s. One day, I received a call from my son's teacher, informing me that my son, Liu Zhenhua, who has consistently demonstrated mediocre academic performance, had excelled in his midterm exams. Liu Zhenhua attempted to justify himself by claiming, "Dad, I am a super AI from the future, codenamed Electronic Nezha, and my mission is to save the Earth." Well, this child certainly has a vivid imagination. I, like you, found it hard to believe. As for what transpired afterward, it's not something that can be succinctly explained in just a few words. You shall have to delve into the story yourself. Chapter 1. The Teacher's Call. Around 11 o'clock in the morning, while I was busy at my fruit stall in the market, I unexpectedly received a call from Liu Zhenhua's homeroom teacher, requesting my presence at the school. This left me utterly perplexed. Liu Zhenhua, my son, is in the second year of junior high. This was the first time I had ever received a call from a teacher. Since childhood, he has exhibited a consistent pattern of adequate performance. Nothing extraordinary. Every time I attended parent-teacher meetings and discreetly inquired about his progress, I received a similar response. This child is quite good. This would lead to a mutual gaze of bewilderment between the teacher and myself. Liu Zhenhua does not engage in fights, maintains stable grades, meets physical education requirements, and is never late or absent. He embodies the very essence of collective consciousness, providing parents with the reassuring stability of an ordinary child, albeit with a hint of childishness at times. What could warrant a teacher's call regarding him? Having just finished counting the 20 boxes of frozen persimmons I had received, I removed my white gloves and spoke to old Wang. Did he get into a fight with a classmate? Old Wang's first reaction upon hearing that the teacher had summoned me was to speculate. He has been working at this stall for nearly a decade, and the people in the market jokingly refer to him as my family's long-term worker. In many ways, that is true. It is just the two of us at the stall year-round. I pay him a salary, and when I am absent, he takes charge, managing inventory, handling new expiry fruits, and assuming accounting responsibilities. He has essentially watched Liu Zhenhua grow up. To my surprise, eavesdropping from a neighboring stall, Li Ping, wrapped in a military coat, chimed in while basking in the sun at the entrance on the bright side. Perhaps he wrote a love letter to a female classmate? Old Wang limped out from the back, protesting, "What nonsense is that? Writing love letters is an honorable act?" I replied with displeasure, "Could you two not hope for something positive for Zhenhua? What if it was a female classmate who wrote him a love letter?" We exchanged amused glances, chuckling together. Once the jesting subsided, old Wang, noticing my gaze wandering over the stall, lifted 2 boxes of kiwi gift sets and suggested, "Take these. Regardless of their cost, they are appropriate. Just say it's for treating all the teachers in the office." I pondered for a moment and found his reasoning sound. The current premium kiwis are packaged in sets of 4, sealed within plastic, with each box containing 16. They are not much larger than a briefcase, and the combined price of 2 boxes was just under 100. It seemed fitting as a small gift after all. I couldn't visit the teacher empty-handed while managing such a sizable fruit stall. Old Wang then retrieved a jingling keychain from his pocket and tossed it to me, saying, "Ride my bike to school." Although the school and the market are merely separated by a road, the walk takes a good 15 minutes. I placed 2 boxes of kiwis on the footboard of Lao Wang's rather neglected electric bike and instructed him, "I'll head home directly at noon. You can manage the stall by yourself." Lao Wang nodded, attempting to reassure me, "Don't overthink it. What trouble could that Zhenhua boy possibly be in?" Li Ping remained steadfast, her response cutting through the air. "Wear a helmet." Lao Wang smirked lewdly, remarking, "Only a divorced woman knows how to care for others," before turning to enter the house, earning a disapproving glance from Li Ping. Seeing that Lao Wang was genuinely off to fetch a helmet, I shouted after him, "It's just a 3-minute task, don't overcomplicate it." With a twist of the throttle, I sped out of the market. While my words were flippant, my heart was heavy with unease. The trouble with Liu Zhenhua was that he was rather unremarkable. I dare say this reflects the sentiments of countless parents. The quieter a child is, the more one dreads receiving a call from the teacher, akin to the dread one feels when a doctor unexpectedly requests a private consultation during a routine checkup. What could possibly be the matter? I analyzed the situation calmly. At this age, children typically face 2 scenarios, as Li Ping and Lao Wang suggested: fighting or early romance. Liu Zhenhua has always been amiable at times. I even feel he lacks the wildness typical of boys. The thought of him being bullied at school flitted through my mind, igniting a sense of panic within me. My hands trembled on the handlebars as the bike surged forward. Lao Wang's vehicle had been modified to exceed speed limits, reaching nearly 40 miles per hour, and I often witnessed him racing through the market, a significant hazard for traffic accidents. As for early romance, I deemed this the most plausible scenario. After all, adolescence does not delay its arrival simply because one is unremarkable. I wondered whether Liu Zhenhua and a female classmate shared mutual feelings or if it was one-sided. If it were consensual, would her parents also be involved? If they were to attend, as the boy's parent, should I express regret and apologize or maintain a neutral stance? I resolved not to label the situation prematurely, but instead seek constructive solutions to quell any budding issues, potentially leaving Liu Zhenhua with a bittersweet memory of his youth. Upon reaching the entrance of the third middle school, I took a moment to collect my thoughts before registering at the security office to enter the premises. By now, the fourth period had commenced, and several classes were lining up on the playground for physical education. As I stepped into the academic building, I noticed the door to the second-year office ajar. There sat Liu Zhenhua's homeroom teacher, Ms. Wang, angled at her desk, while a male teacher nearby was grading assignments. I tapped lightly on the door, and Ms. Wang turned to me. "You must be Liu Zhenhua's father, correct?" It seemed Ms. Wang had only summoned me as a parent with so many students, she could hardly keep track otherwise. I recognized her from the parent meeting at the beginning of the school year, though we had never communicated privately. "Hello, Ms. Wang," I greeted her. She nodded, reaching out to pull a chair from across the table. "Please, have a seat." That I cautiously took my seat, my heart filled with trepidation. Teacher Wang, a contemporary of mine, appeared to be in her 40s, clad in a rather traditional shirt adorned with a ruffled collar. She used skincare products but wore no makeup, her demeanor cold and distant. Having long served as a homeroom teacher, she exuded an air of stern authority, and sitting across from her, I could feel the weight of her presence. From Liu Zhenhua's frequent descriptions, it was evident that she was a meticulous and formidable educator. Judging by her current serious expression, it was clear that the matter at hand was of considerable significance. I would not have been surprised if she were to inform me that Liu Zhenhua had set fire to the Louvre. Teacher Wang pushed a densely filled form towards me with her finger, asking, "You've seen this before, haven't you?" This was the overall ranking sheet for the second-year midterm examinations, and a small triangle marked Liu Zhenhua's name, placing him at 323rd among approximately 1,200 students in the entire grade. "Oh, I've seen it," I replied. Liu Zhenhua had brought home a copy of the ranking sheet, and knowing it pertained to academic performance eased my anxiety somewhat. Noticing my slight relaxation, a sharp glint flashed in Teacher Wang's eyes as she inquired, "What is your perspective on this result?" "It's acceptable, I suppose," I answered candidly. Ranking 323 among 1,200 students, while not exceptional, could certainly be deemed satisfactory. Teacher Wang continued, "Do you have a plan for your child's next phase of education? Which high school do you aspire to?" I replied instinctively, ideally the #1 high school. The city's premier institution, it was a gathering place for top scholars, and being admitted there would almost guarantee a pathway to prestigious universities such as 985 and 211. "Such aspirations are commendable," Teacher Wang remarked, "but given Liu Zhenhua's current standing, those hopes may be unrealistic. Based on past experiences, students from our school need to rank around 230 to have a chance at the #1, and today's students are exceedingly competitive. A single major error or an underwhelming essay can significantly impact their scores. At 323rd, well, Teacher Wang, please advise on how we might strive harder. I am wholly committed to supporting you." I expressed with unwavering loyalty, genuinely touched that, despite his rank of 323 and being among the bottom 10 in the class, she had taken the time to speak with me about Liu Zhenhua. To my surprise, Teacher Wang waved her hand dismissively, stating, "The primary reason for our meeting today is not to discuss that issue." Then what is it I was taken aback? Teacher Wang slid a mathematics examination paper across to me. "Take a look at this first." It was the mathematics midterm exam paper, yet it was blank. Modern students receive separate answer sheets and question papers. The answer sheet retains all answers, including choices and essay responses, while the question paper is kept by the student. Faced with this blank sheet, I was uncertain of what she wished for me to discern. Teacher Wang then pushed another sheet towards me. "This is Liu Zhenhua's answer sheet." The answer sheet indicated that he had answered 3 multiple-choice questions incorrectly and had made 1 error on a major problem, scoring 85 points. Such a result implied that ranking in the top third was no longer feasible, placing him in the upper middle tier, consistent with Liu Zhenhua's capabilities. I examined both sheets back and forth, and noticing my confusion, Teacher Wang emphatically commanded, "Look closely." Following the direction of the teacher's gaze, I immediately discerned the issue at hand. on Liu Zhenhua's blank answer sheet. The multiple-choice options bore superficial scratches, as though carelessly etched by a pen's barrel. Beneath the essay questions lay a simplistic answer, also merely a series of scratches. Upon comparing it with the answer sheet, I noted that the answers marked incorrect were different from those inscribed on the blank paper. I raised my head in astonishment, and Teacher Wang nodded emphatically. The answers on the paper are all correct. Then why did he? That is precisely why I summoned you. Teacher Wang replied. He should have scored full marks. Why would he intentionally answer incorrectly? Could it be that he consulted his classmates for the correct answers after the exam? I suggested, offering a line of reasoning that seemed most logical. Would he need to be so secretive about checking answers with his classmates? Or perhaps your family circumstances are such that all his pens ran dry. The stern Teacher Wang silenced me with a pointed remark. Then, all it requires is a single explanation. He is manipulating his score. I was at a loss for words. Manipulating it to the 323rd position? Is he mad? I inquired. How did you discover the issue with the answer sheet? Teacher Wang turned to the male teacher who had been engrossed in his tasks against the wall. Mr. Gao, please share. Mr. Gao straightened from a pile of assignments and stated calmly, I went to their class to discuss the exam and temporarily took Liu Zhenhua's paper. He concluded, this is a fortuitous incident. Had I not been observant, it would have gone unnoticed. The current reality was this. Liu Zhenhua could achieve a perfect score with his haphazard answers during the exam, yet deliberately filled in incorrect ones to secure an 85. What, then, was the purpose of his score manipulation? Surely, he could not have calculated that his crush would rank 322 this time. A dense fog of confusion enveloped my mind, and I realized I was faced with an exceedingly intricate problem, one far more perplexing than the trials of early romance. Chapter 2. The Accident. Teacher Wang seemed quite pleased with my disarray and remarked, some parents with overly ambitious ideas do not wish for their children to shine too early. I quickly interjected, I'm not that sort of parent. I will be thrilled if he ranked first in the grade. Indeed, your attitude reassures me, which is why I sought you out. With concern, I asked, what do you think Liu Zhenhua's intention is in doing this, Teacher Wang? Teacher Wang adjusted her glasses and replied, today's children often harbor thoughts we cannot fathom. They might perceive score manipulation as a form of coolness. However, clever tricks must be practiced with moderation. Setting aside the first high school, if he does not earnestly contend for every point, he may find himself unable to enter even the fifth high school. Her final statement struck a chord with me. While I had casually mentioned the first high school, it was the fifth that truly resonated with my ambitions. Sweat trickled down my back as I acknowledged, you are absolutely correct, Teacher Wang. Do not scold or punish him when you return instead. Engage in a constructive conversation to understand his perspective. Understood. Please do not find it amusing, but although I lack formal education, I am quite attentive to the methods of educating Liu Zhenhua. As our discussion drew to a close, I placed 2 boxes of kiwis on the desk. A small token of appreciation. Please indulge in some fresh fruit. That simply will not do. I pressed firmly against the box, saying, you are making me rather uncomfortable. I forced a smile and added, there's a fruit stall across from the cold storage at home. I warmly invite the teachers to visit. Consider it my little advertisement. Evidently accustomed to such situations, Teacher Wang replied nonchalantly, thank you, but let this not happen again. Just as I was about to leave, Teacher Gao raised his head from a pile of assignments and remarked, hey, I need to bring something to your attention. Liu Zhenhua's gaze during my math class was rather unsettling. Excuse me? I was momentarily taken aback, my mind echoing the phrase from Zhao Bench and Skits. Oh dear, there's an unexpected twist. Teacher Gao, with a slightly plump figure and a sparse hairstyle, was addressing a boy in the second year of junior high. What could it mean that his gaze was unsettling? Meeting my eyes, Teacher Gao continued. When I was lecturing, he looked at me as if. He hesitated briefly, as if he were looking at a fool. There is a palpable sense of frustration and displeasure in Teacher Gao's tone. Otherwise, he would not have referred to me as that person despite knowing who I was. I discerned that had it not been for the decorum, the final word would likely have been a much harsher term. I initially felt a sense of relief, but quickly realized that it was inappropriate. After all, it was hardly acceptable for a student to regard a teacher in such a manner. Perhaps the boy was merely daydreaming, was the only explanation I could muster. It is precisely because he was not daydreaming that he looked at me in that manner. Please communicate with him, and if he has any grievances, he should address them directly with me. With that, Teacher Gao buried himself back into the mound of assignments. I walked to the door, somewhat discontented, while Teacher Wang courteously accompanied me a few steps and casually remarked, why haven't I seen Liu Zhenhua's mother in the parent group? Oh, I divorced her, and Liu Zhenhua is with me. At that moment, I noticed a spark of gossip ignite in Teacher Wang's eyes. If necessary, I can bring her in. Not the moment. Given the allure of the juicy tidbit, Teacher Wang escorted me out of the office. As I exited the teaching building, a loud thud resonated from the nearby soccer field, the sound of a ball being kicked by the goalkeeper. I turned to see a ball soaring across half the field, landing among two groups of students, instantly igniting a scramble. It seemed that the classes which had just completed their running exercises had entered their free activity period. Several boys received the ball, dribbled, collaborated, and shot for a goal. Hooray! Cheered the team that scored. Liu Zhenhua was leaping in the backfield, celebrating and shouting 666 in triumph. It turned out that they were having physical education class that period. This scene evokes a nostalgia for my school days. Although we did not have rubber tracks or grassy fields, our physical education classes were quite similar, beginning with a few laps around the playground, followed by time for activities. The boys would split into two groups for matches, with the same athletic students always taking the lead, while the rest merely chased after the football throughout the lesson, sometimes barely managing to make contact. After class, drenched in sweat and exuding an unpleasant odor, we felt remarkably heroic in the eyes of the girls, akin to triumphant champions returning from battle. It seems that Liu Zhenhua has inherited my singular talent and utter lack of aptitude, merely a presence on the field, akin to a cheerleader. Beyond academics, he has not caused me much concern, but in every other aspect, he remains quite ordinary. At this moment, Liu Zhenhua spotted me from a distance, silently raising his arms and widening his eyes in a peculiar expression, signaling his curiosity and astonishment at my presence, perhaps already sensing an ominous premonition. I gestured for him not to come over, instead pointing towards the school gate, indicating for him to wait there, as I glanced at my watch and noted that there were merely 4 or 5 minutes until the end of the school day. After retrieving my electric scooter, the school bell rang. Numerous parents had already gathered by the roadside to pick up their children. The class that had physical education last assembled in neat lines, dispersing into the throng of students streaming out of the teaching building, which soon transformed the road into a bustling mass. The southern gate of our school opens onto one of the busiest thoroughfares, and to facilitate pedestrian crossing, a walkway has been constructed amidst the road's protective barriers. Every school day, traffic police are present to direct the flow, manually stopping vehicles to allow pedestrians to pass, reminiscent of an organized Chinese-style crossing. Today, a female officer was on duty. Liu Zhenhua emerged from the school gate, accompanied by a couple of classmates, making a beeline for me. I had already adjusted the direction of my scooter towards the walkway when he hopped onto the back seat, causing the vehicle to dip slightly. "What did Wang Ailey say about me?" he inquired, his tone tinged with frustration and an urgency to defend himself. Without turning around, I responded, "What if she was praising you?" "Wang Ailey never praises anyone," Liu Zhenhua interjected, pausing dramatically as if delivering a solemn proclamation, reminiscent of the phrase, "A Lannister always pays his debts." "It's nothing serious, we'll discuss it when we get home," I replied, still contemplating how to broach the subject. As we spoke, the crowd ahead surged towards the opposite side of the street. Just as I was about to start the scooter, the female officer raised her arm, signaling the end of the pedestrian crossing. "Ah, we missed our turn," I lamented. "Goodbye, Liu Zhenhua." A melodious voice rang out beside us. The speaker, riding a pink mountain bike, sped past, dashing onto the road, seemingly eager to make a last-minute dash. Crack! Bang! The sound were jarring. My view was obstructed by the crowd, but I could surmise what had transpired. "It's Shen Zihan. Shen Zihan has been hit," someone shouted. Startled, Liu Zhenhua dismounted and pushed his way into the throng. "Oh, you know her?" I inquired. "She's my deskmate." Liu Zhenhua and his classmates pushed forward. I strained to peer over the crowd. In the middle of the road lay a pink mountain bike, its rear wheel still spinning. A girl was sprawled on the ground some distance away, her hair obscuring her face, utterly motionless, with a trickle of blood seeping from the back of her head. The driver, a middle-aged man, stood by the vehicle, frozen in shock. This incident was rather convoluted, with fault on both sides. Liu Zhenhua's deskmate attempted to cross the line, while the driver, harboring a sense of reckless optimism, sought to accelerate away before the traffic police had officially cleared the way. Though his speed was not excessive, the car nonetheless collided with the girl, akin to a giant hurling her from her bicycle with a balanced force. Tragically, she struck the ground head first. One could only say that both parties were unfortunate. In the wake of such an event, chaos erupted on the road. Students, parents, passing drivers, school security, and teachers all clamored about, some shouting, others rushing to witness the scene. Fortunately, the female traffic officer remained composed. She sprinted to Chun Zihan's side, halting well-meaning individuals attempting to move her, while simultaneously calling for assistance via her radio and positioning Chun Zihan's head to the side. "I need what? An ambulance is on the way?" The female officer was taken aback to discover that someone had already summoned help. She shouted to her male colleague, rushing over, "Help me restore traffic, prepare to clear the way for the ambulance." The male officer acknowledged her request and began directing the congestion. The female officer pressed down on the wound on Chun Zihan's head, looking up and stating, "I need something to staunch the bleeding." Liu Zhenhua promptly offered his uniform. Without pausing for words, the female officer utilized the uniform to apply pressure on Chun Zihan's injury. "You, move your car to the side," the male officer commanded the still-dazed driver. The middle-aged man stammered, "Responsibility hasn't been determined yet." I felt a surge of anger and retorted, "You fool, what are you waiting for?" The male officer shot me an approving glance before glaring menacingly at the driver. Only then did the man finally shift his vehicle. The advantage of the main road is its proximity, and the ambulance arrived swiftly. Chun Zihan was lifted onto a stretcher and whisked away. As the crowd gradually dispersed, Liu Zhenhua and I exchanged glances. He climbed into the back seat, and we drove home in silence. The abode I share with Liu Zhenhua was once the residence of his grandparents, situated within an aging community, measuring less than 80 square meters. It is located on the 5th floor, devoid of an elevator. In those years, refuse was carelessly discarded directly into the stairwell, cascading into the garbage chute below. Any sizable bamboo basket or cardboard box would inevitably obstruct the passage. During the summer, with the addition of rotting watermelon rinds and vegetable scraps, the stench became unbearable. The layout was ill-conceived, with 2 bedrooms basking in sunlight, while the living room was relegated to a cramped and narrow space, verging on being merely a somewhat spacious corridor. When I occasionally invited friends over for dinner, we had to relocate the table into the bedroom. The only merit of this dwelling was its designation as a school district for City No. 3 Middle School. Thus, I transferred Liu Zhenhua's household registration here during his elementary school years, while his grandparents moved into our more spacious 160 square meter residence. After the unsettling incident at noon, I decided to postpone my conversation with Liu Zhenhua. Although he exhibited no overt signs of distress, his demeanor was undeniably subdued. As the water in the pot reached a boil, I retrieved some frozen noodles from the refrigerator and casually inquired, "How is Chun Zihan performing in her studies?" "Not bad, a bit better than me," he replied. "What was her ranking in the midterms?" I probed. "Over 50, he responded. For a moment, I was taken aback. "In your class?" "In the grade," Liu Zhenhua clarified. My hand trembled, causing the noodles to tumble into the pot in excess. "Is that truly better than you?" Upon uttering this, I reflected on my lack of attentiveness towards Liu Zhenhua. Even the most indifferent parents are usually aware of their child's deskmate. Even I, in my obliviousness, seized upon a revelation. Achieving a rank of 50 in the grade, to him, was merely a slight improvement. Did this child possess a limited understanding of rankings, or was he simply unfazed? If he could manage his mathematics scores, could the same be said for his other subjects? Was it possible that his true capabilities were akin to those of Chun Zihan? Just as my mind began to wander, conjuring a narrative akin to an urban fantasy novel, Liu Zhenhua effortlessly interjected, "Oh, it's actually much better than mine." Such a clever and artless remark diffused the tension perfectly. Chapter 3. A visit. The noodles were cooked, and I ladled them into a bowl, walking ahead as Liu Zhenhua followed closely, carrying 2 empty bowls and the sauce. The father and son sat face to face in the living room. Although he was only in the 2nd year of junior high, he had grown to a height of 176 meters, sitting there towering over me by a head. His body, still in the throes of adolescence, appeared somewhat slender, with a pronounced growth of hair on his upper lip suggesting the onset of facial hair, and his face bore the faint traces of youthful acne, showcasing the distinct traits of his tender age. As we faced the bowl of sauce, our enthusiasm was somewhat muted. However, I must admit that my culinary skills in preparing the sauce remained intact. Its rich hue and robust texture exuded the savory aroma of meat sauce. Yet, due to the frequency with which we consumed it, we found ourselves relying on this dish more often than not. Typically, unless otherwise discussed, we subsisted on these noodles, as a single batch could last quite a while. I secretly hoped he would bring up Chun Zihan's situation so I could offer some words of comfort. Slowly, Liu Zhenhua picked up a bowl of noodles and asked me, "Dad, do you think Qin Zihan will recover?" I smiled inwardly. He truly was still a child. She should be fine. The ambulance arrived quite swiftly, didn't it? Liu Zhenhua glanced at me and remarked, "You were quite impressive when you scolded that reckless driver." I replied nonchalantly, "You shouldn't emulate that." Yet, I felt a twinge of pride. Are you referring to my behavior or the profanity? I believe the behavior is worth emulating, while the profanity will come naturally. I shot him a look, ultimately sighing, if anything were to happen to her, what would her parents do? At that moment, a call from Teacher Wang interrupted us. I immediately felt a surge of anxiety. Gesturing for Liu Zhenhua to continue eating as I stepped onto the balcony to answer, lighting a cigarette in the process. During the first class this afternoon, Liu Zhenhua didn't show up, Teacher Wang stated bluntly. I replied with displeasure, "Didn't we agree that I would speak to him first? Why was class cancelled?" "You misunderstood. You've heard about Qin Zihan, right?" I was right there. "It's this way. After school this afternoon, you need to have Liu Zhenhua take Qin Zihan's backpack to the hospital. I'll send you her mother's contact shortly." Upon hearing this, I breathed a sigh of relief and quickly agreed. Just when I was feeling energized, this unexpected turn of events unfolded. What a commotion. Teacher Wang added, "Let us not rush. Perhaps she has already awakened." "Let us hope so. By the way, aren't you in the fruit business? Bring something suitable. I'll reimburse you from the class funds." "You needn't worry about that," I thought to myself, feeling that only a favored student of the teacher could receive such treatment. Liu Zhenhua ranked 50th in the grade. Surely, he was among the top 3 in his class, tugging at the teacher's heartstrings. Had he been ranked 50th in his class, I doubted whether delivering the backpack would have seemed so pressing. After hanging up, I relayed the situation to Liu Zhenhua. We both hastily took a mouthful of noodles before I settled him down for sleep. When the alarm rang, Liu Zhenhua and I headed out, riding the electric bike to school. At the school gate, students swarmed in a bustling crowd, with parents hastily coming and going, showing no signs of the recent incident. I called Qin Zihan's mother, and upon hearing my intentions, she coldly provided the hospital's address. Liu Zhenhua had scarcely entered the school when he emerged with a backpack slung over each arm and a water bottle adorned with the image of Chibi Maruko-chan, resembling a soldier returning from battle, bearing the equipment of fallen comrades. He placed his own backpack into the basket of the electric scooter and, with Qin Zihan's bag draped over his shoulder, took a seat behind me as we hurried towards the Municipal People's Hospital. "Dad, what did Qin Zihan's mother say? Is she awake?" Liu Zhenhua inquired from the back seat. "There wasn't an opportunity to discuss that. The situation likely isn't good," I replied. "Why do you say that?" "Her mother clearly wasn't in the mood to engage with us. She only allowed us to visit out of respect for your teacher Wang. If Qin Zihan were all right, she wouldn't have failed to express a few courteous words." "That makes sense." Liu Zhenhua acknowledged my assessment. "Why are there so many contraflow vehicles? Why isn't the traffic police intervening?" I complained, noting the unusual sight of electric scooters weaving towards us on the non-motorized lane, leaving me scrambling to navigate. The riders' expressions were resolute yet peculiar. A few seemed on the verge of speaking to me as we brushed past, but my little electric scooter, old Wang's, swiftly left them behind, their faces frozen in unspoken words. After maneuvering through the wave of contraflow traffic, I soon realized the reason for their defiance. A traffic officer was inspecting helmets at the intersection. I squeezed the brakes, intending to turn around, but alas, I had already entered the line of sight of the enemy. The portly traffic officer pointed decisively at me, halting my progress. Damn it. No wonder Li Ping insisted I wear a helmet. Today is a major inspection, besides occasional checks during city beautification campaigns or visits from higher-ups. Helmet inspections were rare in our area, and I found myself unfortunate enough to be caught today. Lowering my voice, I warned Liu Zhenhua behind me, "You should get off." Technically, electric scooters aren't allowed to carry passengers, and the police usually turn a blind eye, but we shouldn't tempt fate now. In front of me, a few construction workers with paint buckets filled with drills and hammers laughed casually, oblivious, as a slender officer snapped their picture and let them go. "You. Provide your ID number." The portly officer gestured towards me, while the slender officer raised his phone to capture a photograph of me with my scooter. I attempted to plead my case. "Officer, my situation is unique. Could you possibly be lenient?" "Oh." The portly officer responded noncommittally. Seizing the opportunity, I added, "I'm on my way to the hospital to visit a patient. A little girl was hit by a car at noon. You've heard about it, right? I'm going to see her." Knowing the risks and yet not wearing a helmet, the portly officer's retort left me speechless. "Your ID number," the slender officer continued nonchalantly. "I spotted you from afar, like a race car driver, even with a child aboard. You've modified the speed limit of this scooter, haven't you?" In that moment, I truly felt the weight of my misjudgment as I realized I could not escape the situation. I obediently provided my ID number and faced the slender officer's camera, recording my first official blemish. The portly officer declared, "This is a warning. A fine of 50 will be imposed for any future infractions." It appeared that everyone was granted a single reprieve for not wearing a helmet, akin to a get-out-of-jail-free card. Alas, my card had now been revoked. After passing the intersection and leaving the traffic officer's sight, Liu Zhenhua nimbly hopped into the back seat. The embarrassment of losing face in front of his son weighed heavily on him as he gritted his teeth and lamented. "I've driven for so many years without ever breaking a law, and now Uncle Wang has caused me this trouble." He recognized that his perspective was flawed. After all, it was his own decision not to wear a helmet. However, it was old Wang who had modified the speed limit. And had it not been for the erratic adjustments he made to the car, would he have been able to stop in time before the cliff? So many people heading in the opposite direction, intending to remind him about the helmet, had been left behind. There are still many good people in this world, he thought. "It's all right, Dad," Liu Zhenhua reassured him. "Perhaps their system malfunctioned today and didn't record you." I was at a loss for words. "Son, it's commendable to comfort others. But let us not overdo it. And your worldview has its own issues, doesn't it?" Liu Zhenhua replied. "Well, you used the word also well. Just look at me. I take after you. Little rascal." Upon arriving at the hospital, I parked the car in front of a flower shop and handed my phone to Liu Zhenhua, asking him to buy a bouquet. I had long contemplated this. Bringing a box of apples or a basket of oranges to visit a patient like Chun Zihan wouldn't be appropriate. One must exercise discretion in following the teacher's advice. Liu Zhenhua knew my payment password, and living on the 5th floor, he was accustomed to running errands, whether it was buying cigarettes, cilantro, or tofu. After contacting Chun Zihan's mother once more, we proceeded to the 7th floor of the inpatient department as she instructed. This floor housed the neurosurgery department of the Municipal People's Hospital. While the term neurosurgery may be unfamiliar to many, the phrase brain surgery was widely known among locals. It was indeed the most authoritative center for brain surgeries in the city and even the province, where finding a bed was a challenge. We located the doctor's office, where only a young doctor was present, diligently documenting medical records, alongside a middle-aged woman in professional attire, silently seated in a chair. "Is this Chun Zihan's mother?" I inquired at the door. The woman slowly rose, remaining silent, and simply inquired with her gaze about our purpose. "We are here to deliver Chun Zihan's backpack as per Teacher Wang's instructions." "Oh, I just received a call. Didn't I think it through?" she acknowledged, numbly accepting her daughter's backpack without any further reaction. "Where is Chun Zihan?" I asked, curious as to why she and T led us directly to the ward. "Still inside." At that moment, Chun Zihan's mother noticed her daughter's belongings. She picked up the water bottle adorned with a cartoon character and began to caress it, her eyes immediately reddening. It was evident that she had been crying earlier, but had managed to conceal it until now. Still not awake. I hadn't anticipated the severity of Chun Zihan's condition, and her mother's various emotions suddenly made sense. Observing her demeanor, it was clear that Chun Zihan's mother was likely a civil servant and remarkably composed. I wouldn't have been as calm in her situation. Chun Zihan's mother seemed disinclined to respond to my trivial remarks, her silence indicating it was time to bid farewell. "Auntie, have you seen a school uniform?" Liu Zhenhua inquired. After Chun Zihan's fall, his uniform had been used as a cushion for her head, and retrieving it felt like a secondary mission for us. "Was that your clothing?" "Indeed. I am Chun Zihan's deskmate. You are Liu Zhenhua, aren't you?" Chun Zihan's mother softened her tone, and I felt a twinge of embarrassment as I compared myself to other parents. She retrieved a plastic bag from beneath the chair, revealing a blood-stained school uniform. Apologetically, she said, "I'm sorry, I haven't had the chance to wash it clean yet." "It's quite all right. We can handle it ourselves," I replied. Chun Zihan's mother regarded Liu Zhenhua with approval and remarked, "I often hear Chun Zihan speak of your child, who possesses a good character and performs well academically. The studies are just average, and he can be quite mischievous. The teacher just contacted me today," I responded. "Boys will be boys," she noted. Since our arrival, this marked the first instance of polite exchange between the two sets of parents. Seizing the moment of warmth, I inquired, "Is Chun Zihan in a serious condition?" Chun Zihan's mother sighed, "Not too good. There is intracranial bleeding, and she is yet to regain consciousness." "What about the child's father?" I asked. She pointed casually to the wall in the corridor, leaving me momentarily bewildered. Surely a father couldn't be hanging on the wall. "Her father is a doctor here," she clarified. Following her gesture, I observed a row of introductions of the entire medical staff, with a lone Chun positioned at the very forefront on the left. Chun Zihan's father was the director here, possessing an impressive educational background and a noteworthy career, adorned with numerous commendable research titles. Indeed, He was quite literally displayed upon the wall. Chapter 4. Watching a movie. Your husband is an expert, so he can perform the surgery right away, correct? Chen Zihan's mother slowly shook her head. Since Zihan has been hospitalized, she has remained in the intensive care unit without moving. The situation in her head is too complex for us to comprehend. Old Chen and a group of specialists from other hospitals have been consulting for half the day. At that moment, a young doctor hurriedly approached, carrying a bag containing imaging films. He handed the bag to Chen Zihan's mother and said, "Sister-in-law, Zihan's films are ready." She placed it on the nearest table by the door and urgently asked, "Has old Chen reviewed them? Is there a plan?" Director Chen has already examined them on the computer. The plan is still under discussion, with experts from both our hospital and external facilities involved, the young doctor replied. Chen Zihan's mother grew anxious. Why is it still under discussion? This situation cannot afford any delays. The young doctor responded, Zihan's condition is somewhat unique. The bleeding points are still uncertain. Rushing into surgery could entail numerous risks, and any unforeseen complications could result in lasting repercussions. Such as? She pressed. Such as imbalance, excessive salivation, and memory decline. Each of these terms struck Chen Zihan's mother like a heavy hammer, visibly weighing her down. I glanced at the young doctor, gaining a new perspective on the comforting abilities of a science-minded individual. These were the potential outcomes if the surgery proceeded smoothly, but if complications arose. Unable to contain myself, I asked, "Does your hospital employ mute individuals?" The young doctor summoned his courage and replied, "Sister-in-law, you will need to sign the surgical consent form." I am merely, Chen Zihan's mother, in a state of despair, interrupted, "You need not say more, I understand." I have come to realize belatedly that the young doctor was not merely showcasing his emotional ineptitude. Rather, he was employing a different approach to convey the surgical risks to the patient's family. At such a moment, Chen Zihan's father undoubtedly lacked the courage to discuss these matters with his wife. I cast another glance at the introduction on the wall. The illustrious achievements of Director Chen in the medical field, his resplendent credentials now serving as a silent irony. The atmosphere was thickening. And then I observed Liu Zhenhua earnestly scrutinizing Chen Zihan's film. He held it up to the light, peered at it for a moment, set it down, and retrieved another from his bag to continue his examination. I whispered sharply, "Liu Zhenhua, put it down." If Chen Zihan were suffering from appendicitis, I would concede that Liu Zhenhua's antics might be amusing. However, did he not realize that such behavior was exceedingly rude in this context? I could tolerate him looking at the examination report, but the film had baffled even the most esteemed experts. Was he not merely adding to the distress? Oh. Liu Zhenhua clumsily stuffed the film back into the bag. I recognized that it was time for us to depart. Handing the bouquet to Chen Zihan's mother, I awkwardly remarked, "Well, we won't disturb you any longer." Chen Zihan's mother mechanically accepted the flowers, momentarily lost in thought as she gazed at the card's perfunctory wishes for a swift recovery. Suddenly, she said, "Liu Zhenhua, I have a favor to ask of you. Could you write a few words on behalf of the entire class for Chen Zihan? She would be delighted to see them when she wakes up." "Of course," Liu Zhenhua replied, folding one leg and placing his backpack on his knee to search for a pen. "Take your time, no need to rush," Chen Zihan's mother said, handing the card to Liu Zhenhua before moving to the corridor with the young doctor, gently closing the door behind them. Liu Zhenhua turned the card over, sat at the corner of the table, pen in hand, furrowing his brow. I urged him, "Write thoughtfully, make your handwriting beautiful." I sensed that this was Chen Zihan's mother expressing her hopes for her daughter's successful surgery, and our ability to contribute was quite limited. We had to fulfill this task well. Liu Zhenhua solemnly inscribed Chen Zihan's name, added a colon, and then fell into deep contemplation. I opened an app on my phone and used voice input, in the voice of a classmate. Wrote a blessing for another classmate who is comatose and about to undergo surgery. The doctor who had been writing medical records glanced up at me. In no time, lines of text appeared on my phone screen. I nudged Liu Zhenhua's shoulder and said, "I'll read it aloud. You write it down. It reflects how the entire class feels. There's an emptiness in our hearts. The problems we once tackled together and the playful banter during breaks have become exceedingly precious." Liu Zhenhua looked at me without words. "Come on, isn't this a good thing?" His expression turned somewhat indignant. The doctor writing the records remarked, "Just let him write it himself. He might have some little secret to share." "Then you write it," I countered, standing behind him with my arms crossed. Liu Zhenhua remained motionless, as if protesting. All right, I want to look, is that acceptable?" I had no choice but to meander to the wall to examine the doctor's schedule. Liu Zhenhua alternated between contemplation and writing, pausing intermittently. At this moment, I have become thoroughly acquainted with the scheduling of the neurosurgery department. Observing the physician who was writing the medical record released the keyboard. I engaged in idle conversation. You must be quite busy, I presume? Busy, came the succinct reply, which conveyed more than 1,000 words. Are you permitted to write the medical records? The hospital does not allow it. If something goes awry, who will be held accountable? I nodded in understanding. Liu Zhenhua completed the card, placing it into the bouquet without any intention of seeking my approval first. In the corridor, the expressions of Chun Zihan's mother and the young doctor were exceedingly grave, and the oppressive atmosphere made me yearn to retreat immediately. I expressed my intention to take my leave, resolutely planning to decline any offers of escort from Chun Zihan's mother, allowing her to accompany us only to the elevator. Ultimately, she walked a mere 2 steps with us, though I could sense her desire to escape this place, yet an invisible force held her in place. Once outside the hospital gates, I was filled with myriad emotions, summing it all up in a single phrase. Liu Zhenhua, do exercise caution while crossing the street. Understood. But we don't have helmets for our return to school. I'll ride slowly. In the past, such a statement would have been a ploy to evade traffic police. This time, it stemmed from genuine concern for safety. As the saying goes, experience teaches one well. Liu Zhenhua gave me a look that conveyed a perfect score in reading comprehension, yet still hopped onto the back seat. What classes do you have this afternoon? English and history. By the time we return, the second period will likely be ending. Let's not go to school this afternoon. Huh, what about Teacher Wang? Isn't I here? Realizing he had brought his backpack, I understood his earlier intentions. Liu Zhenhua chuckled. Just 2 main classes. I figured our outing would take some time. And I was about to make a request. I shot him a glare, then had a whimsical thought. Shall we catch a movie? My motivation for this idea, aside from the shock of Chun Zihan's situation reminding me that not everything is a matter of life and death, was a desire for some father-son interaction. I often observed families in domestic films and dramas. Children, wise beyond their years, displaying a precocious wit. Parents, carefree and spontaneous, engaging in soul-stirring conversations with their offspring, seemingly indifferent to academic pressures. I too wished to embrace this unorthodox role as a father. Let us book the tickets now, Liu Zhenhua urged. Fearing I might change my mind, I purchased 2 tickets for the cinema closest to us, and due to our need to avoid traffic police. We arrived breathless just as the film had begun. How long has it been showing? I inquired of a couple seated behind us. The young man replied, just 2 or 3 minutes. Thank goodness, I said as Liu Zhenhua and I settled into our seats, wiping the sweat from our brows. The film starring Shun Tung and Ma Li, entitled Catching Dolls, narrates the tale of the wealthy heir born into affluence, who becomes a frivolous young man. In an effort to prevent his youngest son from repeating the same mistakes, the tycoon relocates the family to a dilapidated old residence, instilling the notion of striving against poverty in his son from an early age. The narrative unfolds with the father leveraging his financial prowess to facilitate an extravagant lifestyle while surrounding the boy with an environment rich in intellectuals and scholars, inadvertently shaping his worldview. A chance encounter with foreign visitors serves to hone his conversational skills, while an entourage of bodyguards ensures his safety. In the basement of their home, a dedicated team is poised to assist him in becoming a top achiever. The film proves to be a resounding success, with a plethora of humorous moments eliciting laughter from the audience, including Liu Zhenhua, who chuckles along. After the screening, as mealtime approaches, Liu Zhenhua expresses a desire to forego the usual noodles in favor of barbecue. At a nearby grill, I encourage him to order freely. After placing his order, Liu Zhenhua cautiously inquires about my unusual demeanor. I reassure him that it is merely to reward his hard work and studies, and I ask if he enjoyed the film. He responds affirmatively, remarking that it was decidedly more engaging than school. Upon hearing this, Shun Tung feigns irritation. I, however, playfully suggest that Liu Zhenhua is, in fact, an invisible second-generation rich kid, and that I am akin to Ma Qinggang. I emphasize that poverty and coughs cannot be concealed. Liu Zhenhua, taken aback, remarks that he merely had a fleeting thought. I assert that while our family may not be wealthy, we are certainly not impoverished. I believe it is crucial for a young man of his age to have an accurate understanding of our financial situation to avoid psychological issues. I am a testament to the contrary. My own grandfather was relentless in reminding me of our modest means, which instilled in me a fear of frivolous spending, almost equating it to heinous crimes. I am apprehensive that Liu Zhenhua may fall into the same mindset. At this moment, the skewers arrive, and Liu Zhenhua enthusiastically bites into a piece of meat, leaving traces of seasoning at the corners of his mouth. He asserts his awareness of our circumstances, clarifying that he is not like Ma Ji, the Navi youngest son who was deceived throughout an entire film. I ask him to elucidate our situation. He clarifies that it is not that we cannot afford skewers, but rather that noodles offer better value. Chapter 5. absurd lies in November's northern chill, after finishing the barbecue. The darkness envelopes us as old Wang's electric bike leads us on a convoluted route. With the battery nearly depleted, I opt to push the bike alongside Liu Zhenhua as we stroll back to our community. Our father-son outing has undoubtedly been a success. We visited a classmate, watched an impromptu film, and the lingering aroma of the barbecue still dances on our palates, occasionally revealing remnants of cumin caught between our teeth. Upon reaching the 5th floor, Liu Zhenhua retreats to his bedroom. I first stuffed the bloodied school uniform into the washing machine on the balcony, feigning a casual demeanor as I strolled into Liu Zhenhua's bedroom and sat on the bed. The discomfort beneath me prompted me to reach out and toss aside an old MP3 player. Liu Zhenhua's room was a quintessential portrait of chaos, with used exercise books and homework piled haphazardly in the corner, alongside a few essential reads from middle school. 2 books lay on the desk, while another 2 resided beneath his pillow. The desk, a frequent study spot, bore the sheen of wear, marked by the imprints of countless hours spent leaning over it and the erratic trails of oil-based pens. The other half, seldom utilized, lay shrouded in dust, occasionally hiding inexplicable items in its nooks and crannies: a broken laser pointer, a gun-shaped phone charm, and a used ink cartridge for a fountain pen. The quilt beneath me had not been folded since I moved in. On the wall opposite the bed, a neatly affixed poster depicted a statuesque young woman with white hair, donning a mask and reaching behind her to draw a sword. Liu Zhenhua, engrossed in his tablet, noticed my uncharacteristic lingering and presented the screen to me, stating, "I'm not playing. I'm just asking classmates about their homework." "Is there a lot of homework?" I inquired. "A piece of cake. When have I ever fretted over assignments?" I nodded and gestured towards the poster, asking, "I've never asked you. Who is she?" "Number 2, the Machine Warrior." "Oh, a splendid name." To a man nearing his 40s, this number 2 was entirely unfamiliar. My interactions in the realm of anime were limited to characters like my Shiranui and Athena Asamiya from arcade games, with Tifa being the last of the 2-dimensional figures I recognized. "Your teacher, Mr. Wang, summoned me today to discuss your academic matters." The truth unveiled itself. Liu Zhenhua's fist struck the palm of his other hand. "Wang Ali has reported me again. Just tell me what it is." I've already written a self-reflection for using the projector, and the reason I returned to class during PE was to fetch my badminton racket. "Your teacher mentioned you lost points in mathematics." Liu Zhenhua froze. I was capable of scoring full marks in math, but I intentionally made errors on 3 problems while transcribing to the answer sheet. Did that really happen? In the year 2175 years from now, humanity will harness black holes for their own purposes. What? I instinctively wished to flip back the pages, as if our conversation were a book. Anyone reading at this juncture would feel they had missed several pages, the leap in content too vast, suggesting either a binding flaw or an author gone awry. Liu Zhenhua fell silent for a moment before continuing. "Initially, black holes aided humanity tremendously. Nuclear wastewater and unmanageable industrial waste were disposed of in large quantities. However, the backlash soon followed, with black holes appearing erratically around the globe, their immense gravitational pull devouring everything in their path. A large city could be reduced to rubble within 3 days under their destructive force. If we liken the Earth to a dandelion, then a black hole is akin to a vacuum cleaner operating at full power, capable of obliterating it in a mere 183 days. In truth, humanity would not endure that long, for panic, chaos, and warfare would erupt long before the planet's demise. When I departed, the Earth had descended into a profound silence. A black hole capable of functioning according to human will is merely a manifestation of their hubris. Upon hearing numerous impressive terms, I realized, this aligns with your concept of the 2 female warriors, does it not? I struck the bedboard vigorously. This is not the time to discuss games. With the destruction of Earth a foregone conclusion, humanity, with the assistance of the super, finally predicted the trajectory of a black hole, calculating that this event would create a temporal distortion allowing a microsecond intersection between the years 2100 and 2011. By harnessing its power, we could traverse from 89 years into the future back to 2011, essentially what ordinary people would understand as time travel. This opportunity would enable humanity to leave a message, cautioning their predecessors against repeating past mistakes. Given that carbon-based life forms cannot survive within a black hole, they resolved to have the super undertake this mission, codenamed Electronic Nezha. The precise microsecond of 2011 became humanity's sole hope. Success would grant a chance for survival, while failure would result in their complete obliteration in the vast cosmos. And then, I prompted him to continue. "It was successful. I am Electronic Nezha, originating from the super 75 years hence." Upon hearing this, I grasped a slipper in my hand. "You little rascal, Did you think I wouldn't strike you? Adhering to the traditional belief that discipline fosters respect, especially in boys, I would, in my son's childhood, choose to either spank or kick him based on the severity of his misdeeds. However, since my divorce from his mother when he was in the 4th grade, I have largely refrained from punishing him, driven by a sense of compensatory affection. Upon seeing the slipper, Liu Zhenhua's expression seemed to clear in an instant. He slid back in his chair and said, "Dad, please don't be hasty. I understand this is difficult to accept. I could have deceived you, but I have an agreement with humanity regarding identity matters once a close relative detects any discrepancies. Deception is not permissible. Then tell me, did you indeed manage to control it or not?" This remained my foremost concern. "I did," Liu Zhenhua replied confidently. "Not only did I manage mathematics, but I excelled in other subjects as well. Achieving a score of 670, the maximum for this stage, would be quite attainable, though there is a slight risk of losing around 5 points on the essay. Of course, if the grading teacher is of sound mind, I should receive full marks." He appeared rather meticulous. Suddenly, I rose, pointing the slipper at him, and exclaimed, "Liu Zhenhua, have I ever criticized you for your studies throughout your life? Have I ever made you feel inadequate based on others' achievements or compelled you to attend tutoring classes? Why is it that now you cannot even speak a single truth?" I was genuinely furious. Liu Zhenhua muttered, "Isn't it because my grades have always been passable? What did you say? Then how can you ever believe me? What's 15 multiplied by 16? 240, he replied casually. I pressed my phone to check, and indeed, he was correct, leaving me momentarily bewildered. "Could you please calculate 19 multiplied by 235 for me?" I admitted my earlier oversight. It seemed there was a trick to these 2-digit by 2-digit multiplication problems. Even a cursory glance at previous answers could aid in memorization. Yet, I was skeptical that such an unusual 2-digit by 3-digit multiplication would yield an instant response. Liu Zhenhua, exasperated, remarked, "Dad, I am certainly not a calculator. Just calculate it." I commanded, for 165. He pressed again, and it was correct. My anger turned to ironic amusement. "You little rascal, have you secretly learned rapid calculations just to fool me?" I raised my slipper, aiming with precision. Liu Zhenhua dodged left and right in his chair, feigning a defensive stance. Suddenly, he bent down and lifted a robotic vacuum as a shield. "Dad, let me explain." Smack! The slipper struck the vacuum, and they both tumbled to the ground. With a loud thud, the outer cover of the robot fell off, likely triggered by the impact. It flipped over feebly, emitting a monotonous warning. "Insufficient power, please recharge. Insufficient power, please recharge." Then, it ceased to function entirely. In the room, it was just Liu Zhenhua and me, locked in a standoff. To be honest, at this point, I was at a loss for what to do next. Suddenly, a tremendous noise erupted from the balcony, as if 50 heavyweights were bouncing on the floorboards. "I'll settle accounts with you later," I shouted, hopping with my cane to retrieve my slipper, then swiftly made my way to the balcony. With both hands, I pressed down firmly on the washing machine. When I purchased this machine, I opted for a lower drainage system to save a few hundred yuan, only to find that the old house's drainage outlet was a pipe elevated above the ground. Hence, I had to create a box from plywood to facilitate drainage beneath it. The new complication was that during the spin cycle, the machine would bounce on this uneven, hollow box, risking a potential fall if left unattended. It required someone to hold it down. After pressing on the washing machine for a while, I felt considerably calmer. Today's incident wasn't as significant as I had initially thought. I merely needed him to provide an explanation. Either he could admit to manipulating the scores just for fun, this would be a valid response, or he could stubbornly deny it, which I could also accept. At the very least, it would deter him from such antics in the future. To fabricate an elaborate narrative claiming to be from the future was simply a refusal to cooperate. If that were his genuine sentiment, then he was truly troubled. Does a psychiatric hospital have an emergency room? As I pondered this, 3 words suddenly emerged in my mind, encapsulating all the issues typical of children at this age: rebellious face. Once the washing machine finished its cycle, I hung up the school uniform and noticed Liu Zhenhua tinkering with the robotic vacuum in his room. Sighing, I said, "Forget about that for now. Just finish your homework and get to bed early." After a pause, I added, "Reflect on today's events, and I hope you can provide me with a satisfactory explanation tomorrow." Liu Zhenhua acknowledged me with an "oh," and shortly after, he turned off the light, seizing the opportunity to forego his bath. I lay in bed, troubled for a while, and then, quite naturally, I opened a short video app. To alleviate my worries, I found solace in watching videos of people repairing horseshoes, cleaning carpets, refurbishing knives, and, of course, stunning young women dancing. The next day, as soon as the alarm clock rang, I awoke. Liu Zhenhua got up quietly, washing up and having breakfast. I, still in a half-asleep state, wished to indulge in a brief slumber, only to discover Liu Zhenhua standing at my door, whispering, "Dad, could you give me some money?" My heart softened inexplicably, and I readily replied, "Take as much as you need." Having frequently assisted elderly individuals who are unfamiliar with mobile payments, I had various denominations of bills in my pocket. Liu Zhenhua took the money and added, "Could you please keep what I told you yesterday to yourself? You know how embarrassing it is. Just promise me." I waved my hand dismissively. "All right." Liu Zhenhua left. I couldn't help but chuckle. After all, he is still a child. His request for money was merely a pretext for reconciliation, and this matter would likely fade away. Chapter 6. Running away from home. It wasn't until around 9 in the morning that I arrived at the stall, pushing old Wang's electric bike through 2 neighborhoods. I tossed him the keys and said, "They're checking for helmets these days. I took a hit for you." As I spoke, I glanced at Li Ping, who sat at the entrance, wrapped in a military coat, exuding an air of "You brought this upon yourself." Old Wang connected the electric wire to charge the bike and asked, "I didn't see you yesterday. What happened with Liu Zhenhua? He was caught manipulating his scores." Old Wang replied, puzzled, "What do you mean? He can score full marks, yet he managed to get only 85. I added, "This time, he ranked over 300 in the high school entrance exam. What was the point of manipulating his scores? Who knows? What did he say?" At that moment, a WeChat message arrived. As I opened it, I casually remarked, "Nothing much." The message was a voice note from Teacher Wang, inquiring, "Is Liu Zhenhua feeling better? Can he come to school this morning?" I was taken aback. Old Wang was the first to react, exclaiming, "Oh no, this child has run away from home." Li Ping asked, "Aren't you going to discipline him?" "No, he seemed fine this morning. I watched him go off to school." I paused, suddenly recalling his request for money, which felt like an ominous sign. He had gone to school, lied about a stomach ache, and asked for leave, and then what? Old Wang speculated. He might already be on a train. I began to panic. Where could he possibly go? Li Ping remained composed, suggesting, "First, reply to the teacher. But don't reveal the truth, otherwise, Liu Zhenhua might become infamous." Following her advice, I responded to the teacher, feeling utterly lost. "What now?" I asked. "Let us search the nearby area. He might just be at an internet CAF playing games." Old Wang suddenly said, "Could he have gone to find his mother?" I pondered this seriously and found it quite plausible. My relationship with his mother was complicated, generally amicable, but with minimal contact. In the aftermath of a typical Chinese divorce, couples often turn into adversaries. If Liu Zhenhua truly decided to betray me, his mother would undoubtedly revel in my misfortune. I grabbed my phone and called Han Xia, asking straightforwardly, "Is Liu Zhenhua with you?" Han Xia paused for a few seconds, her mind racing through an intricate calculation, and remarkably, she quickly deduced the full scope of the situation. With a sharp tone, she demanded, "You lost my son?" From this statement, I understood that Liu Zhenhua was likely not with her. Had he truly sought her out, Han Xia would have probably uttered this phrase, albeit with a tone laced with mockery and provocation. "He is truly not with you? Don't go anywhere. Just wait for me." Within half an hour, Han Xia stormed into the fruit market, flanked by a tall, cultured man who resembled a bodyguard, her current husband, Xiao Yan. Clad in a beige trench coat cinched at the waist, Han Xia exuded an air of sophistication, embodying the essence of a refined lady. Xiao Yan donned a light jacket that harmonized beautifully with Han Xia's ensemble. As she briskly walked ahead, he followed at a leisurely pace, playfully winking at me, as if to imply that I was in for a rough time. Confronting me with an air of menace, Han Xia exclaimed, "What is going on? Shouldn't Zhenhua be at school right now?" Old Wang interposed, saying, "Calm down, sister." Han Xia dismissed his presence entirely, pointing at me and demanding, "Lu Chuanfeng, speak up." I, Lu Chuanfeng, turned my back and retreated into a patch of light and shadow, muttering, "Idiot." In truth, I retorted with conviction, "What do you expect me to say? All these years, my son has been with me perfectly well, and now, at this moment, trouble arises?" Li Ping interjected, "You two, stop arguing. There are plenty of internet CAFs and game halls nearby. Let us split up and search while the crowds are present." She volunteered, "I'll head north." I hesitated. That seems rather inappropriate. Li Ping shot me a glance, "Say something useful." I gestured towards Han Xia. "Since you're here, you and old Xiao head south." Without a word, Han Xia dragged Xiao Yan away, and I called after her, "That S in the north." Enraged, Han Xia turned back and marched in the opposite direction. This woman truly refused to acknowledge her mistakes. Old Wang inquired, "Shall we each go our separate ways?" I replied, "You should just stay here." Old Wang patted his lame leg, "Don't underestimate me. In this market, no more than 3 youngsters could outrun me, despite my limp. But what if Liu Zhenhua shows up here? You'll need to detain him for me." Only then did Old Wang acquiesce. I chose to head west from the school gate, reasoning that it was class time, making a student in uniform quite conspicuous. Thus, I entered every open establishment, restaurants, bookstores, pharmacies, inquiring with the staff. Fortune favored the diligent. In a kitchenware store where I held little hope, the owner remarked that he had seen a tall, thin student in uniform. He remembered the boy because he had purchased a 10-meter-long plastic tube from him. Do you know where he went? I asked. The owner glanced at me skeptically. Who are you to him? I am his father. My son has run away from home. The boss paused for a moment, abruptly rising from his chair. Goodness. Could it be that Liu Zhenhua's recent purchases have evoked some unfavorable associations? Surely not. I interrupted his train of thought, feeling somewhat reassured. Ever since the heating was turned on, our radiators have been inadequately warm. I often mention the need for a pipe to drain some water. Yet I forget as soon as I step outside. This indicates that Liu Zhenhua still cares for this household. Yet to suggest he skipped class merely to drain the radiator seems implausible. At this point, the boss took the initiative to guide me. I saw him heading towards the May 1st market. This market, nestled between two residential complexes, is a street filled with everyday items for the common folk, such as kitchen and bathroom hardware, screens, and door panels. Within a labor protection supply store, I gleaned further information. Liu Zhenhua had purchased a pair of coarse white gloves and a pair of rubber shoes. In my quest to locate the son who had run away from home, I enlisted a number of eager shop owners to help me recall any details. And soon I was directed to a hardware store where the proprietor mentioned that a middle school student had bought a large quantity of screws and nuts. Purchasing gloves in the East Market and rubber shoes in the West Market, it seemed Liu Zhenhua was preparing to assist his father on a construction site. As I exited the May 1st market, the street became bustling with children returning from school. My mind raced with anxiety. What if Liu Zhenhua had indeed gone to some illicit construction site and something went awry? How would I explain this to the school if they came asking for him this afternoon? Even if he were to engage in illegal labor, at least I would have a direction to pursue. But what if that child was not Liu Zhenhua at all? The reason I had refrained from summoning Han Xia and Li Ping back was precisely this consideration. Just as I was drenched in sweat and my hands and feet turned cold, a voice call request came through on my phone. It was Liu Zhenhua. Hello? I answered with an even tone, devoid of any anger or hint of guilt, resolved to maintain my composure regardless of what excessive demands he might make. Dad, are you coming back for lunch? I will be back. Where are you? I've been home for a while. You were home this morning, huh? All right. I'll return shortly. I dared not mention his truancy, fearing it might provoke him. After hanging up, I dashed out, notifying the others as I went. By the time I reached the ground floor, panting and breathless, Han Xia and Xiao Yin had also arrived. We exchanged no words, hastening upstairs. I fumbled for my keys to unlock the door. The moment the door swung open, I caught a glimpse of Liu Zhenhua's figure darting into his room. Zhenhua, Han Xia called out. After a moment, Liu Zhenhua emerged from his bedroom, appearing somewhat furtive yet surprised. Mom? Han Xia pressed. Where have you been all morning? Liu Zhenhua's gaze shifted evasively. I was at home. Why didn't you go to school? I had a stomachache. Xiao Yin, sensing something amiss, quietly advised me. As long as the child is fine, don't resort to anger. How unnecessary. As if I could confront him in his presence. I maintained a gentle demeanor and said, in the future, please inform me if you need to take leave, and I will speak with your teacher. All right. Liu Zhenhua replied promptly, a clear sign of his unease whenever such matters arose. Han Xia gazed at her son, who stood a head taller than herself, her eyes glistening with emotion as she embraced Liu Zhenhua. Liu Zhenhua, feeling a twinge of awkwardness, fidgeted momentarily before his hands, hanging limply at his sides. Finally returned the embrace in a symbolic gesture. Zhenhua, tell me what is really going on. Is your father mistreating you? No, Liu Zhenhua replied softly, gently extricating himself from Han Xia's hold. I just suddenly don't want to go to school anymore, and I want tea in the future. That single statement sufficed. All the worries and anxieties of the morning felt worthwhile. Although we are no longer young, we are not old either. And the flicker of youthful excitement lingers as if it were just yesterday. Which student, after all, hasn't experienced a sudden aversion to school for a couple of 100 days each year? Xiao Yin interjected to lighten the mood. As long as you're okay. Why don't we have lunch together? Liu Zhenhua replied. No, Uncle Xiao, I'm about to finish boiling water. I'll have noodles with my dad. This was no mere excuse. The gas stove was lit, and the water was already bubbling, with the sauce prepared as well. I politely suggested to Xiao Yin. Would you like to share a bowl of noodles with us? Xiao Yin leaned in to sniff the bowl of sauce, grinning. I've heard that old Liu makes excellent sauce. And this aroma is indeed enticing. Han Xia shot him a glance and remarked, Are you very hungry? Xiao Yin, with a hint of disappointment, replied, Well then, I won't intrude any longer. Focus on your studies. Han Xia instructed Liu Zhenhua, then cast a reluctant glance in my direction, adding, listen to your father. As Liu Zhenhua and I stood at the door to bid farewell, Xiao Yin, just before exiting, attempted to ruffle Liu Zhenhua's hair. But Liu Zhenhua coolly turned his head away to evade the gesture. In light of this action, I resolved not to pursue any grievances with Liu Zhenhua. I held no ill feelings toward Xiao Yin, but that was the extent of my sentiments. I had no desire to forge any deeper connection with him. Han Xia and Xiao Yin descended the stairs and entered an Audi 8. Liu Zhenhua remarked, Uncle Qiao has gotten a new car. I retorted sarcastically, desperate for appearances. Wouldn't an electric vehicle save him some money? Liu Zhenhua suddenly said, now that we're alone, Dad, let me introduce you to a new friend. I feigned interest. Where did you find a new friend? Liu Zhenhua pulled me to the doorway of his bedroom, calling out towards the wardrobe, come out. I was taken aback. Who are you talking to? At that moment, the wardrobe door creaked open, and I caught a glimpse inside, instantly shocked. Chapter 7. A bunch of bamboo sticks. The wardrobe was pushed open from within, revealing a crude figure fashioned from bamboo sticks, which eerily stepped out on its own. It wore a pair of coarse, protective gloves, or rather, those gloves served as its hands. The contents within remained obscured for the time being. Its feet were clad in rubber shoes, while its body, arms, thighs, and calves were constructed from several bamboo rods. Between the rods, one could discern segments of transparent rubber tubing, which housed tightly packed electrical wires, resembling white veins coursing with black fluid. Atop this bamboo figure's head sat a round disc, the very one from the shattered robotic vacuum cleaner. Thud, thud, thud. I staggered back 3 steps, inhaling deeply, poised to unleash a furious outcry akin to that of a startled groundhog. A hand grasped me firmly. Dad, allow me to introduce my new friend. The figure resembling a bamboo pole waved its protective glove at me, greeting me with a familiar voice, the very same feminine tone emitted by a vacuum robot when it becomes ensnared or signals low battery. Its power button blinked, reminiscent of a winking eye. With a thud, I retreated against the wall. At that moment, the kitchen resonated with the sound of boiling water. The pot had reached a rolling boil just in time. I initially moved to extinguish the flame, I confess, out of an instinctual desire to escape. Yet, Liu Zhenhua halted my advance, saying, let it be. Very well. A cluster of bamboo poles, crowned with the head of a vacuum robot, briskly entered the kitchen. I concealed myself at the doorway of the bedroom, observing its actions, only to witness a scene that sent chills down my spine. Rather than turning off the fire, it naturally proceeded to cook noodles. It cradled the noodles in its arms, first shaking them apart before evenly scattering them into the boiling water. Nonchalantly, it retrieved a pair of chopsticks from a holder, gently stirring the contents. It seemed to sense my gaze upon it, turning its head towards me, the power button flickering momentarily, akin to an awkward yet polite smile. I hastily retreated to the bedroom, locking eyes with Liu Zhenhua. His gaze bore a hint of pride, reminiscent of a child who has successfully pulled off a prank, yet it also reflected a firm resolve born from determination. This was the method he had employed to make me believe his extraordinary claim of being from the future. At that moment, I was thoroughly convinced. When he addressed the cabinet with the words "come out," I harbored a deep-seated fear that a female classmate might emerge, though, truth be told, my greater dread was that a male would step forth. As the cluster of bamboo poles approached me, I naively likened it to the principles of a marionette. I maintained this belief as it conversed with me, until the moment it began to cook the noodles, at which point my skepticism wavered. I pondered whether the most advanced technology currently available could indeed produce a robot capable of cooking noodles. However, the understanding of how to separate the noodles must surely belong to the realm of future technology. In that instant, something within me collapsed spectacularly. It was evident that I was academically challenged. However, my lack of stellar grades stemmed merely from an average intellect and a reluctance to exert additional effort. The 9 years of compulsory education had firmly ingrained knowledge into my very being. I consider myself a straightforward atheist, devoid of belief in deities or supernatural occurrences. Yet here I was, confronted with a cybernetic time travel phenomenon, a veritable dance upon my sensitive threshold. In an era devoid of short videos for entertainment, I had perused several works by Gabriel Garcia Marquez, and the concept of magical realism represented the zenith of my comprehension. I had never ventured into hard science fiction, only gathering a cursory understanding of Liu Cixin's The Three-Body Problem through fragmented explanations, which I dismissed with disdain. Just as I do not believe in the supernatural, I equally doubt the existence of other life forms in the cosmos. With sunlight, air, and water, What other celestial body possesses such fortuitous conditions? Do not speak to me of the vastness of the universe. Mount Everest is both grand and towering, yet it bears no cavities. One must first possess teeth, and then indulge in sugary delights without regard for hygiene, merely for amusement. How shall I put it? I am, in essence, a staunch advocate of the belief that Earth is the sole bastion of life, a fervent Earth chauvinist. Behold our culture, it has veered off course. My son, now in the second year of junior high, has ingeniously crafted a robot from bamboo poles and electrical wires, proclaiming it to be a being from the future. What should I do in response? I maintain a steady demeanor. After all, the mantle of fatherhood bears the heaviest of burdens in this world. I strive to appear composed as I inquire, what did you tell me yesterday about black holes annihilating humanity? Liu Zhenhua retorts, such matters are inconsequential. You need only to understand that in 75 years, Earth will face a cataclysm. The mention of black holes serves merely to convey that the reality is far more complex than it appears. What can one do? By the year 2040, a mere 15 years hence, the most advanced wind tunnel laboratory will be established, backed by some of the most formidable technological powers, with a mission to create spacecraft capable of interstellar travel for all of humanity. Upon hearing this, I could not help but interject. Haven't we already developed spacecraft capable of carrying passengers? Liu Zhenhua, sensing my eagerness to contribute, clarified. It is akin to the distinction between the first automobile and the first bus. Fortunately, I am not devoid of intellect, and soon grasped his point. If this endeavor succeeds, humanity could embark on day trips through space? Is technological advancement truly progressing at such a rapid pace? While I firmly believe that life exists solely on Earth, I do not entirely dismiss the notion of extraterrestrial colonization. However, in my imagination, such a scenario is relegated to a distant future, a time long after the release of Yukon from his confinement. 15 years ago, smartphones were non-existent, and now? Liu Zhenhua's words resonated with me. He continued, after the laboratory is completed, a significant computational error will occur during subsequent experiments, which will be the root cause of the black hole's emergence. I queried, if the data is flawed, how can a black hole manifest? Liu Zhenhua responded, as programmers often say, it is not the error in the code that is frightening, but rather when the code contains flaws yet still functions. Though I scarcely comprehend, I felt a chill run down my spine. Liu Zhenhua stated, my task is to identify that error in 15 years. Why not disclose it now? Because you cannot point to someone yet to be born and declare that they will become a villain in 15 years. At this juncture, the bamboo robot brought forth noodles and sauce to the table. In a matter of mere minutes, I had absorbed an overwhelming amount of information, appearing calm as a rock, while internally I was a flurry of confusion, rendering the walking bamboo poles less perplexing. I sat numbly in my seat, took a bite of the noodles, and discovered that the robot had mastered the art of cooking better than I. Liu Zhenhua glanced at me and remarked, it calculates cooking times based on the boiling state of the water and the condition of the ingredients, down to the millisecond. Indeed, the bamboo robot cooks as if calculating by frames. The one-eyed bamboo robot gleamed with appreciation. Thank you for the compliment, master. Liu Zhenhua lowered his gaze to his noodles and added, do not call me master. From now on, you shall heed my father. The bamboo pole figure inclined his head slightly towards me, his hands crossed and resting on his abdomen, uttering a simple all right. From the modest lamp on the round table, I discerned a sense of reverence and humility. I gathered my thoughts and inquired of Liu Zhenhua, what have you been doing these past 15 years? He replied, surviving. Liu Zhenhua continued, in 15 years, I shall enter the lab as an intern, seizing the right moment to rectify the data. I mused, isn't it a daunting task to gain entry into that lab? He affirmed, indeed, it is not merely a matter of scholarly giants or promising youths. Genius sets a formidable threshold. You a promising youth? At that moment, I began to believe that his claim of over 300 points was merely a manipulation of scores. Yet I found myself puzzled as to why he would go to such lengths. Liu Zhenhua popped a piece of pickled vegetable into his mouth and stated, my grades will improve. Why can't they be consistently good? I queried, isn't that you're and my mother's doing? He retorted, what does that have to do with us? Liu Zhenhua paused in his eating and replied, you and my mother divorced when I was in 4th grade, and you never cared about my studies. If I were to consistently rank first in my grade, would that not be too conspicuous? I casually remarked, what is that compared to those who are orphaned? Liu Zhenhua responded, I prefer to remain ordinary. Then how did your studies improve? I asked. Cough. Being a boy, there's potential. Once I grasped the concepts, my grades surged. I felt a sense of familiarity, suddenly realizing, you sound just like your grandfather. Liu Zhenhua said, I can only follow this line of thought. Having grown up, I've come to understand the importance of studying. I anticipate ramping up my efforts starting from the end of the semester, gradually making my way into the top 100 by the time I reach the third year of junior high. His words struck a discordant note. With such an active father watching over him, was he to wait for his own enlightenment to elevate his grades? Yet, this seemed to align with the old Liu family ethos. His grandfather had waited his entire life and ultimately received nothing. I want to delve into your score manipulation. How could the teachers have discovered it? Do you all conduct your affairs so carelessly? I admitted my oversight, having failed to evade scrutiny. Is it because you must write out all the answers before they can be graded? I asked. Not exactly. On the day of the exam, 2 sparrows were fighting in the tree, and I was so captivated that I absent-mindedly scratched the paper with my pen. It was entirely subconscious. Liu Zhenhua sighed. Examinations in subjects like mathematics and physics, which have definitive answers, are the most excruciating. I finish a paper in no more than 3 minutes. Yet we are not permitted to submit our papers early. Such captivating spectacles like sparrow fights are not an everyday occurrence. Primarily, I never anticipated that teacher Gao would use my paper to demonstrate the problems. I sat in the back by the window, and coincidentally, he entered through the back door to dispose of trash just as the class bell rang. I sighed in unison. Such is fate. To me, the science exam papers felt akin to the words from Dream of the Red Chamber. Which words? Liu Zhenhua lamented. A paper full of absurdities, accompanied by a multitude of tears. Chapter 8. Guobao again. Jay Cho once said, the sparrows outside the window chatter on the power lines. Little did he know. The essence of those lyrics nearly exposed a future super AI to peril in the human realm. I find myself somewhat understanding of Liu Zhenhua's predicament at that moment. The mathematics examination paper was filled with questions like 11. Such matters could easily divert one's attention, leading to mind-wandering and casually marking 2 as an answer. I inquired, how do you intend to explain this to the teacher? Liu Zhenhua replied, next time, I will score 92, and the teachers will assume that is my true capability. As for whether I manipulated the scores this time, no one will care. I glanced at the bamboo pole figure standing beside me and remarked, you must have traversed quite a distance this morning, haven't you? I am now certain that the individual I tracked down at the Mayday market is indeed Liu Zhenhua. The bamboo pole, rubber tubing, electric wires, safety gloves, and rubber shoes on the figure are all products of his morning endeavors. Liu Zhenhua responded, it is not easy to gather everything necessary. Many items were hastily assembled. I will gradually update them in the future. I grasped one of the bamboo pole figure's arms. Examining it closely, the craftsmanship was undeniably crude. The joints were connected with iron wire and electrode plates, the wire ends twisted and uneven. The upper and lower arms of uniform thickness, secured with paracord, and the knots tied in a rather unsightly manner. Inside the safety gloves, there were likely strings of nuts, all of which formed the figure's fingers. I couldn't help but exclaim, it is quite remarkable that you can make it move. Liu Zhenhua replied, making it move is the simplest part. It only requires transmitting a data packet. My practical skills are rather average. This aspect is up to you. I shot him a disapproving glance. I prefer the theoretical. The bamboo pole figure, sensing my words, withdrew its hand, as if feeling uncomfortable. I turned to Liu Zhenhua and asked, tell me, what is the world like after 1975? Are robots ubiquitous? He responded, I cannot divulge that, as it may trigger a chain reaction. But haven't you already shared your greatest secret with me? I queried. That is because I have an agreement with humanity. Should my closest kin, namely you and my mother, harbor any doubts about my identity, I must choose to be forthright. I was perplexed. Isn't this the sort of secret best shared when we visit the graves? He explained, due to the particular nature of my mission, I must avoid any betrayal. If you or my mother ever question my actions, you would undoubtedly seek to uncover the truth, which may include, but is not limited to, prying into my diary, confiding in relatives and friends, or even taking me to the hospital for a brain examination. All risks that contradict the essence of survival must be avoided. Thus, before I arrived, I agreed with humanity on the principle of not concealing anything from my closest kin. I asked, so, on the day you were born, if I were to directly ask you whether you came from the future, you would answer affirmatively? Theoretically, yes. However, I have a protection period until I turn 3 years old during which my AI consciousness may intermittently lie dormant to ensure I do not appear as a precocious child. Well, you have certainly succeeded in that regard. I can attest to this. Since the birth of Han Shi's child, we have never considered him to be precocious. He is as ordinary as can be. He has smoothly navigated the phases of mere eating and sleeping and mastering sitting and crawling. Moreover, what he refers to as a protective period appears perilous to me. At the age of 3, he fell from a table and injured his mouth, forcefully embedding his front tooth into the gum. On another occasion, While his grandmother was boiling dumplings, he nearly climbed into the pot, almost turning himself into a stew. Had it not been for his grandfather's quick reflexes, Liu Zhenhua has likely been a sociable child since his early years. Once the noodles were finished, the slender figure, resembling a broom, inquired in the robotic voice of a cleaning device, "May I clear the table now?" Liu Zhenhua pushed the bowls and chopsticks to the center of the table, and I followed suit without uttering a word. Very well. Remarkably, the slender figure comprehended human body language and began to proficiently tidy the dining table. It first removed the used dishes, then carefully placed the remaining half bowl of sauce under a cover in the refrigerator, wiped the table, and subsequently commenced washing the dishes. I leaned in to observe and noticed it donned a pair of disposable gloves before getting to work. Thus, I turned to Liu Zhenhua and declared, "In this world, I am the first person to know your secret. Barring any unforeseen events, I shall be the only one." I cannot fathom that Han Xia's thought process would suddenly lead her to realize that Liu Zhenhua is a being from the future. Liu Zhenhua nodded. "Given the current situation, it suffices that you alone are aware." I gestured toward the kitchen and whispered, "That entity cannot be seen by others, can it? Being able to cook noodles and wash dishes while discerning human emotions, that being is surely beyond the standards of this era." Liu Zhenhua replied, "I suggest we keep it. I truly do not wish to eat fried sauce noodles anymore." In a hushed tone, I remarked, "Isn't it inappropriate? Might selling it not attract trouble?" Liu Zhenhua shot me an exasperated glance and beckoned, "Hey you, come here." The slender figure set aside its task and approached, standing with its hands at its sides. "What dishes can you prepare? If the ingredients are available, both French and Japanese cuisines can reach Michelin 3-star standards," it stated. I waved my hand dismissively. "No, I meant Chinese. I can manage all 8 culinary traditions to a degree." Feeling playful, I inquired, "What is it you cannot do?" It slightly bowed and responded, "That is merely a humble assertion. In truth, I can prepare any dish you can name." I turned to Liu Zhenhua. "Is this entity always so verbose?" The slender figure interjected, "I currently possess only the basic settings of a novice and lack experience in interacting with you. Over time, I believe I will adapt to your style, or you may simply instruct me to provide concise and effective replies in the future. That would be rather dull." "There is no need to change," I countered. Liu Zhenhua expressed, "This evening, I wish to have guobao roe." "Understood, guobao is on the way," the slender figure replied, displaying a touch of mischief. I quietly asked Liu Zhenhua, "Are you truly allowing it to cook?" Liu Zhenhua seemed to sense my concern, saying, "The building opposite cannot see our home. Just avoid the balcony." I replied, "What if someone suddenly barges in and sees, like your Uncle Wang?" Liu Zhenhua directly inquired of the bamboo pole man, "What will you do then?" The bamboo pole man offered no response, collapsing with a whoosh to the ground, transforming into a mere heap of genuine bamboo poles. It was then that Liu Zhenhua turned to me and remarked, "It is merely the prank of a delusional youth." I sincerely gave a thumbs up, exclaiming, "Impressive." Liu Zhenhua continued, "This is a benefit for you." "What do you mean?" I asked. Prior to my arrival here, I had engaged in assessments and contingency plans alongside humans. Should I encounter a household unwilling to cooperate with this initiative, I possessed the authority to leverage real-world factors to alter their perceptions. I seemed to grasp his meaning, yet struggled to articulate my understanding. "Speak plainly," I urged. "What if we encounter eccentric parents? A little incentive might encourage their cooperation." I had finally synthesized my thoughts. "I somewhat wish to handle the slippers." Liu Zhenhua hastily replied, "You must understand, this pertains to the survival of humanity. It is prudent to prepare for the worst." Now I comprehended. Within the contingency plans involving humans, so-called eccentric parents were not the gravest concern. They might be selfish, greedy, and profit-driven, merely minor flaws. But if I were to face genuinely anti-human elements, wouldn't that drive Liu Zhenhua to frantically eliminate them? His willingness to reveal the truth indicated that I was not among the worst of the lot. "So you created this contraption to win over your father?" I queried. "No, you and my mother are both quite admirable. To speak fairly, you both surpass the average," he replied, lowering his head. "If only you two would not divorce." I sighed. "My marriage to your mother was a mistake. Do not digress. Without your creation, you would not trust my words, would you? To convince an ancient individual, no amount of eloquence can compare to simply presenting them with a disposable lighter." His words stirred something within me. Ever since the bamboo pole man beckoned to me, I had been in a state of disarray. My subsequent words and actions mere instinctual reactions, akin to a dream. An unsettling query loomed in my mind, yet I could not articulate it. Upon hearing his statement, I finally recognized the source of my discomfort. Liu Zhenhua, or rather, it, had traversed through time with a mission. So, what role did I play in its narrative? A partner providing cover? a host supplying sustenance. Yet, shouldn't my most significant identity be that of its father? Even the Diyun society could not conceive of such an ethical jest. I spoke earnestly. Now I pose a question to you. Do I qualify as your father? Of course, Liu Zhenhua replied. I understand your concerns. Ordinary people prefer to regard me as a robot. You need not fear that I am merely a collection of electronic data. I possess emotions akin to those of normal humans. Though this world holds no secrets for me, I still yearn to sneakily eat candy as a child, and I remain disinclined towards school. I pondered, shall I consider you a prodigy? You may interpret it that way. He affirmed. Could we possibly change the name of that Electronic Nezha? While the name is not inherently flawed, it is rather unfriendly towards the father figure. In dealing with a rebellious child, Li Jing at least had a tower. I merely possess a pair of slippers. It is merely a code name, he clarified. Liu Zhenhua kicked the pile of bamboo poles and said, You may rise now. One by one, the bamboo man propped himself up. But the iron wire in his left knee joint snapped, leading to his ultimate failure. Help me. Thank you, he uttered. I assisted him, and once he stood, he secured the broken wire together. Liu Zhenhua remarked, Since the rules permit it, let us keep him. He glanced at me and whispered, Mainly, I just don't want to eat fried sauce noodles again. Chapter 9. The Master. Later, I conversed with Liu Zhenhua about his childhood, and he indeed recalled the mistakes he had made and the punishments he had endured. This was owing to his vast and intricate database. The Electronic Nezha was designed to preserve the flame of human civilization. Consequently, he possessed precise data on everything from farming techniques to the intricate process of hand-rolling a nuclear bomb. Moreover, every artistic creation that humanity had conceived until the very last second before his departure was archived in his memory. The film we had watched yesterday, although an inconspicuous artistic work, was also catalogued in his repository. He could detail the exact frame down to the seconds and minutes. Yet personally spending 2 hours to watch it was a novel experience for him. Realizing it was nearly time for school, I urged Liu Zhenhua to take a brief rest. No matter how expansive his database was, the body of a youthful dreamer was perpetually deprived of sleep. If he didn't rest a bit, he might doze off during afternoon classes. I then settled on the balcony and smoked for the entire afternoon. This brief experience felt akin to having 2 tons of cement abruptly poured into me, likely needing a long time, perhaps a lifetime, to digest. The bamboo man, aware that he could not join me on the balcony, cautiously stood in the corridor, accompanying me. When the alarm rang, Liu Zhenhua groggily rose, and as usual, before heading out, he said, I'm leaving now. Halt, I commanded. Liu Zhenhua was taken aback. I sternly remarked, You come from a century into the future, and you couldn't even remember a winning lottery ticket number for your father, you unfilial child. Liu Zhenhua quickly realized I was jesting and waved back at me with a grin. Wait a moment, I said earnestly. What did your math teacher mean when he said you look at him like he's a fool? With a hint of resignation, Liu Zhenhua replied. He doesn't stick to teaching the textbook content and always tries to impart higher mathematical thinking. Isn't that rather good? I'm used. The problem is, based on future developments, his logic is flawed. As long as it's correct now, isn't that sufficient? I reflected, impressed by the teacher from a prestigious school, who, while providing fish to his students, also aimed to teach them how to fish. Though his approach was misguided. One must not view present issues through the lens of the future. How frightening. Mathematics can advance further? Understood, Liu Zhenhua coolly replied as he opened the door. I'll restrain myself. Once Liu Zhenhua departed, it was just me and the bamboo man left in the room. To be honest, the atmosphere felt rather peculiar. Previously, when the robotic vacuum scurried about chaotically, I could pretend it didn't exist, but now, its silent stillness made me feel as though I was being watched. To ease the awkwardness, I stretched as I moved from the balcony back into the room, resembling Wang Baoqiang smoking. Well, I must also head to the stall now. Feigning to speak to oneself, it was, in fact, an attempt to gauge its reaction. The master yearns for the delicacy of guobao roe. Yet I currently lack the necessary ingredients. Can you assist me? You truly remember, don't you? The master's commands shall not be forgotten. How shall I aid you? Shall I procure it and deliver it back? That would suffice. Yet if you find it cumbersome, you may authorize me to utilize your mobile device. And I shall place an order from a nearby supermarket myself. By all means, go ahead. Without hesitation, I offered my phone. Despite the common saying that a man's phone should not be shared lightly, in this moment, I felt no apprehension. As a single older gentleman, I believed there was nothing shameful in my browsing history, provided it did not end up at the municipal hall. Moreover, what grand scenes had the soldiers of a post-apocalyptic world not witnessed? Before taking the phone, the lanky figure donned a rubber glove, deftly tapping and poking with one hand while inquiring, May I purchase some other items? I replied, Feel free. Once the order was complete, it returned my phone, and my curiosity about its selections was piqued. Upon glancing at the screen, I leaped in surprise. Who authorized you to buy fruit? 2 jelly oranges for 13.6 yuan? My apologies, did I err in some way? Are you aware that our household is a fruit vendor? Jelly oranges are weighed. 2 would amount to around 800 to 900 grams, costing roughly 8 to 9 yuan per pound, and I sell them for only 55 per piece. Like a chastised child. The lanky figure bowed its head, stating, the master merely created me, without synchronizing other data, hence my ignorance. I noticed your fingertips were calloused, and wished to help you replenish your vitamins. How could a fruit seller lack vitamins? My voice dwindled, as I suddenly realized that, although I sold fruit, I seldom consumed it, and Liu Zhenhua was no different. Allow me to share a small piece of knowledge. One must consume fruit to truly replenish vitamins. Merely smelling and observing is insufficient. Thus, I cannot fault you this time. I too sensed that my previous tone was somewhat loud, and lowered my voice several octaves, acknowledging your meticulousness in observing even the calluses. You flatter me. It was through repeated calculations that I discerned this. What do you mean? Based on multiple feedbacks from laser reflections, I determined that you and the master's fingertips exhibit slight redundancies, likely due to calluses. Were you not observing with your eyes? The lanky figure responded calmly, to be precise. I do not possess eyes. The actions I undertake are primarily governed by your household's robotic vacuum cleaner, which employs laser navigation to perceive its surroundings. It functions by emitting lasers and assessing the reflections to ascertain external obstacles and distances, a rather antiquated invention. Fortunately, my computational power allows me to deduce ample details based on the emitted lasers. The term ancient is imbued with a certain emotional intelligence. In the year when this phenomenon first gained popularity, I had not yet divorced Liu Zhenhua's mother. I purchased one with the intention of gifting it to Han Xia for our wedding anniversary, a rather low emotional intelligence act one should refrain from emulating. Han Xia, a woman with a distinct aversion to dirt, oscillated between mild and moderate cleanliness based on her surroundings. Entrusting such a device with the task of cleaning the floor was simply unacceptable to her. Subsequently, I casually bestowed it upon my mother, who, although lacking any obsessive cleanliness, also found it intolerable, as it often wedged itself beneath cabinets and became stuck. After that, it faded from memory. Yet Liu Zhenhua and I have occasionally employed it since moving here. Nowadays, robotic vacuums have evolved at a remarkable pace. I recall that shortly after their inception, models capable of both sweeping and mopping emerged, and in recent years, some even returned to wash their mops autonomously. The term laser navigation sounds quite sophisticated. Yet in the realm of low-end technological gadgets, it is rather farcical, especially with the first generation of robotic vacuums, which essentially operated as blind entities casting ropes in all directions, relying on the rebound of the ropes and to avoid colliding with walls. Remarkably, this rudimentary device has deduced that Liu Zhenhua and I have calluses on our fingers. Its strength lies in the future data package bestowed upon it by Liu Zhenhua. The prospect of future technology is indeed intimidating. I inquired, how do you perceive a mobile phone screen? This is a somewhat complex explanation. Let us consider it a tacit understanding among our electronic components. And what of sound? It utilizes laser reflections as its eyes. I was curious about how its auditory functions are realized. It relies on feedback from sound wave vibrations. If a person from Fujian were to recite tongue twisters before you, how would you discern what they were saying? I would analyze the frequency of the sound waves, the surrounding environment, the context, and the identity of known individuals, systematically eliminating erroneous options from millions of possibilities, ultimately arriving at the correct answer through computation. Is the accuracy rate high? It can reach 98.7. I casually remarked, I believe it's 98.6. The robotic vacuum, with its hands folded across its abdomen, replied calmly. Perhaps your assertion is correct. You see, even it recognizes the futility of debating with a pedant. I deliberately posed a challenging question. If Liu Zhenhua and I were to quarrel, whose side would you take? In a family, there are no two sides to speak of. Aiding either party leads to the same resolution. All is aimed at problem solving. I internally marveled at its brilliance, contemplating if I should document this exchange, while outwardly critiquing. You're rather slick, aren't you? It wisely opted for silence. Feigning nonchalance, I stated, isn't Liu Zhenhua against you calling him master? Then, with a sudden jab, I pointed to myself and asked, what about me? How would you address me, master? Struggling to maintain composure, I felt a flicker of anticipation and embarrassment. The awkwardness of middle-aged men is ever unpredictable. The issue is, no one has ever referred to me in such a manner throughout my life. While he disdains it, I find it delightful. Good master, it is my honor indeed. What a relief. I, Liu Zhenhua, at the brink of my 40th year, have finally ascended to the pinnacle of my existence, becoming the master of a robotic vacuum. Chapter 10. Reclining in the contemporary tapestry of modern life. The circumstances that might elicit the term master are exceedingly rare. The desire to hear oneself addressed, as such, is even more elusive. I do not indulge in peculiar nurturing games, nor does our modest fourth-tier city boast maid cafes. Thus, being called master is a novel experience, albeit from an assemblage of bamboo poles and an antiquated floor-cleaning robot. At that moment, a knock resounded at the door. Your supermarket delivery has arrived. I sat motionless, curious to observe how the bamboo figure would respond. Just a moment, it replied nonchalantly, retrieving a mop and positioning itself beside the door to open it, retreating behind the door while the mop moved back and forth in front of it. Just leave it at the doorstep, thank you. From the delivery person's perspective, the lady of the house appeared to be engaged in cleaning, prompting him to cheerfully deposit a large bag of items inside before hastily descending the stairs. Master, aside from the sweet and sour pork, what else would you like to order? You may place your order now. You decide, I replied. I glanced through the bag, which contained various vegetables, meats, and some spices absent from my pantry, each type igniting a sense of anticipation. Very well. At what time shall we dine? Will it be with Zero? Zero? Oh, that's your son. Yes, together with Zero. He'll probably be home around 7:15. Understood, it responded, its facial light flickering as it added, I regret that I cannot accompany you during this interval before dinner. I require recharging. Go ahead and recharge. I recalled how busy it had been that noon, cooking noodles, washing pots, and engaging in conversation with me for quite some time, ultimately leading to its battery depletion. Thank you for your understanding. It made its way to the corner, first sitting on the ground with legs extended, then propping its head, gradually leaning back, and finally reclining with a flourish, its occiput resting perfectly on the charging dock. The floor-cleaning robot's charging station resembled a sloped platform, yet with its newfound form. It appeared as if a person were sprawled upon it. People often say that when fatigued, one should lie down for a while. It seemed to possess profound wisdom in this regard. Moreover, it appeared genuinely in need of slumber, for after lying down, I called to it twice with no response. In truth, I too felt the need to recline for a spell. My thoughts were a chaotic jumble akin to a tangle of QR codes, and I feared that if someone were to snap a picture of my mind, they might inadvertently add an unknown acquaintance. However, considering that I was lying in one room while it lay in the living room, regardless of who awakened first, a startle was inevitable. Thus, I groggily shuffled towards the fruit stall. The fruit stall that had sustained 2 generations of my family is situated within a sizable wholesale fruit market, officially named Fortune Fruit Wholesale Market. Yet, no locals refer to it by this name. It is uniformly known as the one across from the cold storage. The cold storage is not merely a storage facility. It is a bustling wholesale market primarily dealing in various meats and vegetables, established shortly after liberation. It reaches its zenith of activity before 9:30 every morning, as hotels, restaurants, and small vendors converge to procure their supplies. The cacophony of large trucks, small vans, and electric motorcycles fills the air, while nearby elderly men and women, along with housewives seeking bargains, gather in throngs. It serves as the primary source and distribution hub for meat, eggs, and vegetables for nearly half the city. Its notoriety has, however, caused the adjacent Fortune comes to lose its original name, a consequence of its proximity to such a landmark. Yet, when one mentions going to the cold storage, most people assume they are headed to purchase fruit. In contrast to the frenzied atmosphere of the cold storage, which oscillates between extremes of chaos and quiet, the fruit wholesale market, though somewhat less busy in the afternoon, enjoys a steady flow of customers throughout the day. Upon my arrival at the stall, I witnessed old Wang just selling 2 boxes of thin-skinned watermelons to a customer preparing for a banquet. With great hospitality, he assisted in loading them onto the buyer's vehicle, and upon completing the transaction, he offered 2 passion fruits as a gift for the children to make juice. We look forward to your next visit. The delighted customer departed with a smile. As I strolled over, both old Wang and Li Ping hurriedly approached, eager to engage in conversation. Seizing the moment, I plopped down on a chair at Li Ping's stall, squinting against the sunlight. Isn't it wonderful that technology allows us to enjoy watermelons, even in winter? Li Ping, startled, whispered to old Wang. Is he in shock? Old Wang cautiously inquired. Have you found out where Liu Zhenhua went this morning? I chuckled softly, realizing they were still fixated on the notion that Liu had skipped class all morning. Meanwhile, I had already embraced the idea that my son was destined for greatness. At home, I now have a pile of bamboo poles, which, while mere poles at this moment, will transform into exquisite sweet and sour pork by the time I return home tonight. Having traversed these thoughts, my emotions cannot be easily categorized into highs and lows. They seem to encompass a bit of everything. In just 15 more years, Liu Zhenhua will be on a mission to save humanity, and in 75 years, I shall no longer be here, rendering the matter less significant to me. What truly matters is that Liu will learn to study diligently in the coming years, successfully gain admission to the prestigious Shijiazhuang No. 1 High School, and subsequently choose between Tsinghua and Peking University, ultimately becoming a promising young scientist. I have inquired about the wind tunnel laboratory he mentioned, where an annual salary of $1 million is not merely a dream. Have you noticed that my role as a father is scarcely present in this narrative? In traditional Chinese thought, parents exist for the sake of their offspring, with those who can afford it planning their children's futures, while others strive to save money for housing. Each time a boy is born, the head of the household is teased about being already in debt by 2 million yuan in our small city. This has always been my aspiration. However, when your son informs you that he has meticulously charted his entire future and that there will be no missteps, one cannot help but feel a sudden loss of direction in life. Thus, here I am, a middle-aged man who has lost his sense of purpose, reclining in this chair, both physically and mentally at rest. At that moment, a customer approached the stall, inquiring about the price of apples. I lazily replied, "Take a few for free." Li Ping calmly remarked, "Brother, this is my stall." I casually gestured, "Take it from that stand." The individual cast a glance at me, as if I were mad, and walked away. The two beside me exchanged glances, and Lao Wang sprang up first. "Don't be like that, Fengzi. If you're not going to make it, I still have to." I suddenly suggested, "How about I give you a raise?" A complex expression flitted across Lao Wang's face, one that mixed bewilderment and joy, as he hesitantly asked, "What exactly is my current salary?" "Let us start with a 200 raise. Money is of no use. That is what I mean." Li Ping shot Lao Wang a glare and turned to me. "Lao Lu, what on earth is going on? Is there something you can't share with us?" Lao Wang, catching on late, exclaimed, "You're not thinking of giving up on cultivating Liu Zhenhua, are you?" I replied to Li Ping, "This year, I'll waive a month's rent for you." "Money is of no use," I reiterated. Indeed, the stall Li Ping was using was also mine. Across from the cold storage, there are 2 stalls, the fruits of 2 generations of Lao Lu's family toil, and they serve as my foundation. This is why I am not overly anxious about Liu Zhenhua's performance. In the worst-case scenario, if he fails to get into the 5th high school, he can still inherit my fruit stall. If business thrives, he can live well, and even in times of economic downturn, at least there's a rental stall that is guaranteed to yield returns. Unless the world ends, people will always need fruits. Now, however, everything has lost its significance. Li Ping paused, genuinely anxious. "What is really going on? Can you give us a clear answer?" "There's nothing to worry about. It's just a rebellious phase." He strolled around the streets for the whole morning. I neither scolded nor punished him, and he attended class normally in the afternoon. "Really?" they both asked in unison. Indeed. A warmth surged in my heart, and my earlier words rang true. Li Ping inquired, "Do you need a 10-minute cooling-off period?" Lao Wang added, "Why give him so long? I think 1 minute is sufficient. Look, it's already passed while we were talking." I replied, "All right, there's a 1-month cooling-off period for divorce. Yet it all ends up in separation." Li Ping retorted, "Why are you bringing that up?" Lao Wang chimed in, "In this light, being single seems preferable." Li Ping quipped, "The wealthy call it being single. You, on the other hand, are merely a bachelor." Lao Wang, unfazed, responded, "Don't underestimate me. Back in school, I had many admirers. Which month didn't I receive 7 or 8 love letters?" Li Ping countered, "When I was in school, I was the belle of our institution." I rubbed my hands together. "Now it's my turn. Let me boast a little." The two shot me a wary look, yet after pondering for quite some time, I realized I had no material to boast about. Anything related to Liu Zhenhua was off limits, and besides, it wasn't he even boasting. He was simply an unremarkable, yet destined to save humanity, adolescent, and his father was an ordinary man as well. Hadn't I just withheld money from you too? Lao Wang stared blankly, and Li Ping, quick-witted, replied, "That's the truth. It's not boasting, but we both agree you're the best today." Lao Wang also caught on, right? Liu Zong is impressive. Having money is indeed a big deal. Chapter 11. Homecoming. By 5 in the afternoon, the fruit market had emptied out. I decided to take advantage of the time before Liu Zhenhua finished school to visit my parents. It had been nearly a month since I last saw them, and the nature of our business made holidays our busiest time. I made my way along the wall to the back of the market, where I found my dusty vehicle, a Geely electric car. This little marvel had truly opened the door to a new world for me since its inception, saving me a fortune. However, as soon as I hit the road, regret washed over me. The evening rush hour had begun, and I, along with my modest Geely, crawled along. At one intersection, I had to wait for 2 green lights to pass. On the most bustling street, traffic moved at a snail's pace. To my diagonal front, an imposing 6-story villa stood out, adorned with a massive advertisement for a cosmetic surgery clinic, Shia Cosmetic Hospital. Arriving in the territory of my ex-wife made me somewhat uneasy, unsure of where to direct my gaze. Suddenly, 2 young women in nurse uniforms approached and knocked on my car window. As I lowered it halfway, the younger of the 2 tossed a business card emblazoned with promotional text onto my passenger seat, saying, "Sir, have you considered medical aesthetics?" I glanced up at her and replied, "Do you think I need cosmetic surgery?" The young nurse flashed a bright smile and responded, "You have a fine appearance. Why not enhance it further?" Her words felt rehearsed. My looks hardly warranted a cosmetic intervention, certainly not for enhancement. Just as I was about to tease her, the slightly older nurse pulled her companion aside and said to me, "Apologies, sir, you are completely fine as you are." Before I could close the window, she led the young nurse towards a luxury car, instructing her, "You see, a man driving that kind of car surely doesn't need cosmetic enhancements." The young nurse retorted, "But you've even handed out cards to those riding electric bikes." The older nurse replied, "That's where you misunderstand. Wealthy individuals sometimes choose electric bikes for convenience. Those driving such low-end cars certainly lack funds." I lowered the window fully and called out, "Ladies, I'm still here." The young nurse replied, "My apologies. That wasn't our intention." The older one waved, "The light is green. Please drive safely." Indeed, the light turned green, yet I only managed to inch forward 3 car lengths. The 2 nurses resumed their distribution of business cards among the traffic, evidently even handing them to electric bike riders. I shook my head in bemusement, thinking I should have just ridden in old Wang's car. Upon arriving at my parents' home, a delightful aroma of leftover dishes filled the air. Upon inquiry, I learned that my parents had reheated their lunch for a quick meal. My mother, suffering from chronic leg pain, was currently warming her legs under a small table with a cover, too afraid to move lest it hinder the process. She frequently urged me to eat, while my father reclined on the sofa, smoking and occasionally glancing at the television, with a makeshift ashtray made from a tin can at his side. I retrieved a cigarette from my father's pack, lit it, and moved the ashtray closer to myself, casually extinguishing his cigarette, but, "You should smoke less." My father seized the cigarette I had just lit and placed it between his lips, lazily returning the small ashtray to its original position. He remarked, "It's wise of you to smoke less. I've completed my tasks and could depart at any moment. What do I have to refrain from?" My mother, accustomed to our father's demeanor, inquired, "Shall I fry you a couple of eggs to eat?" I replied, "No need to fuss. There is something ready at home." My father exhaled a puff of smoke and said, "It's probably that noodle dish again. Don't let Liu Zhenhua eat that all the time. He won't get enough nutrition." I clarified, "No, someone else is preparing it." My father's hand, poised to flick the ash, froze mid-air, his expression turning wary. "You don't mean you have someone, do you?" The Chinese language is profound. Please analyze the 2 meanings of someone in this context. I responded, "No. Where are you getting that from? Who would want someone like me?" I stood up and wandered aimlessly around the living room. This house was the marital abode of Han Xia and me, a witness to our decade-long union. Thus, everything here felt both familiar and foreign. The spot on the wall where our wedding photo once hung left an unsightly mark after it was removed. My mother sighed. "When you and Han Xia first mentioned divorce, I thought it was just a quarrel. How did it turn into reality?" I waved my hand dismissively, saying, "We are simply not compatible. It's for the best that there was no shouting or fuss." I sighed. "The truth is, our family does not meet her standards." My father immediately glared. "I have 2 stalls across from the cold storage. How could we not match her?" He added, "She didn't insist on marrying a wealthy man either." I retorted, "It's not about that. Our lifestyles differ too greatly." He insisted, "You keep talking about lifestyles. We're both just human beings. How different can it be? For instance, my mother wouldn't allow you to smoke on the sofa, and even at home, it's prohibited. Moreover, your toothbrush must face the sun like a sunflower. You must squat to urinate, and you can't let even a drop of water splash on the sink. When driving, regardless of how long the journey, upon reaching a hotel, you must spray every corner with alcohol. You cannot touch any item in the hotel, from the sheets to the duvet, and even the small cushions on the sofa must be replaced with disposable ones. Do you think you could endure that?" My father stared, astonished. "How can one live like that?" In his agitation, he inadvertently spilled ash all over the sofa, which he nonchalantly brushed onto the floor. No wonder she became a doctor. She is obsessed with cleanliness. "Mom, I've told you countless times, what she does is aesthetic medicine, not traditional medicine." My father then asked, "What about the person she is with now? What do they do? Own a restaurant? I replied, they run the largest Western restaurant in the area. My father, still perturbed, said, so she ended up with someone wealthy. The person who introduced you didn't mention she was so particular. I remarked. What I just told you isn't the main issue. It's more about our differing philosophies. My father was taken aback. You were able to tolerate all of that? I thought to myself how rare it is for men of that era to be so astonished, considering Han Xia's quirks. Which wife today doesn't have a few idiosyncrasies? My father extinguished his cigarette with great force, his emotions complex as he remarked, in matters concerning you and Han Xia, I was in the wrong. I should not have pressured you into blind dates. My primary concern was your aimless wandering, fearing you might get into trouble, coupled with my eagerness for grandchildren. I replied, now your grandson is taller than I am. You may embrace him, but do take care of your old back. My mother quickly interjected. Indeed, let us speak of more joyous matters. How has Zhenhua been recently? Quite well, I responded. And his grades, still mediocre? My father asserted with conviction, boys have their potential. Once they awaken to it, all will be well. I promptly gave him a thumbs up, exactly. I wholeheartedly agree with your sentiment. I was merely providing a precautionary warning to the old man, lest he become overwhelmed with excitement on the day Zhenhua successfully gains admission to Qingbei. Reflecting on his own son's past, Zhenhua's grandfather perceived my lack of sincerity and ultimately exclaimed, you little rascal. The small family gathering concluded on a high note. Upon reaching the 5th floor, I glanced at the time, estimating that Zhenhua should have arrived home. As I ascended to the 4th floor, I had barely taken out my keys when the door swung open, revealing the slender figure within, clad in an apron and wielding a spatula. With enthusiasm, she greeted. Welcome back, master. The fragrant aroma of food wafted through the air. How did you know it was me? I inquired, surprised by her opening the door. What if it had been someone else in the corridor? I could discern your footsteps, she replied, deftly taking the plastic bag from my hand. Perhaps activated by the function of introducing object attributes, which contained what appeared to be delicious smoked chicken. Yet, I could detect an aroma that suggested foreign cuisine. Zhenhua emerged from his room, casting an indescribable glance my way upon hearing the bamboo pole's address. My face reddened slightly as I pointed to the smoked chicken, saying, your grandmother sent this. I made a brief visit over there. How are my grandparents? I inquired. Quite well. They often think of you. Yes. I would like to visit them when I have the time. Indeed, one should frequently pay visits to the elders. Both father and son felt a tinge of awkwardness, their dialogue laden with a fa-ade of prosperity. This was not how we typically conversed, especially me. Chapter 12. Do Diju. The bamboo pole returned to the stove, stirring the dishes as she announced, dinner will be ready in 5 minutes. It was then that I noticed the dining table already adorned with a plate of spicy stir-fried cabbage and a steamed fish. The piece or assistance was the sweet and sour pork that Zhenhua had ordered. After tasting a bite, I could not help but nod in approval. It bore the flavor of a grand restaurant. Taking another bite of cabbage, I found it crisp, spicy, and delectable, with a lingering aroma. This dish requires considerable skill. It must be stir-fried with a high flame typical of restaurants, yet she managed to produce such flavor using a home stove. The essence of the steamed fish was also authentic. This bamboo pole truly spoke no falsehoods. Each dish was expertly crafted. Were I to own a large restaurant, I would gladly compensate this culinary talent with a monthly salary of around 20,000. Zhenhua's chopsticks moved eagerly across the various dishes, nodding in approval. And I echoed a sound of agreement. The bamboo pole figure stood attentively to one side, responding earnestly. I appreciate your compliments. I merely adhere strictly to the prescribed procedures. Theoretically, I can achieve around 75 points. Please feel free to provide feedback. Once I grasp your preferences, I am confident I can reach 80 points. I inquired. And how do you intend to compensate for the remaining 92 points? The bamboo pole figure replied nonchalantly, you jest, my master. It seemed quite confident in its abilities. Liu Zhenhua suggested, Father, why not give it a name? The bamboo pole figure turned toward me with a serious demeanor, seemingly eager. Let us call it Yuan Yuan. I decided, having already contemplated this, as it would be a disservice not to name it after its round head. The bamboo pole figure asked, is it the round of Yuan? I was momentarily taken aback. You can read? Liu Zhenhua chuckled. It comprehends all existing human characters. I had also been momentarily stunned, realizing it was from the future. Its diligent and compliant demeanor led me to subconsciously perceive it as a rural maidservant from a wealthy household. I asked, what do you think of this name? It sounds lovely. If I had a choice, I would prefer the character for vitality, Yuan. What if I disagree? That is perfectly fine. I shall then be called Yuan Yuan. No, let's stick with your suggestion. From now on, you shall be known as Yuan Yuan. Yuan's tone radiated happiness. Thank you, master. You are truly unpredictable. Yuan, please bring me the smoked chicken and shred it for serving. Yes, master. Yuan departed without inquiring what shred it meant, suggesting it might have an understanding of dialects from around the world. I lowered my voice and asked Liu Zhenhua, will this not upset Yuan? Liu Zhenhua replied in a normal tone, not at all. It lacks human emotions. The reason it appears human-like is due to its powerful computational abilities. Each response it provides is calculated millions, if not billions, of times based on the context, relationships, and individual personality traits. However, there is one exception. If its master finds it amusing for the robot to exhibit a bit of stubbornness, it will occasionally indulge that whim. I quickly waved my hand. Please, no? Have I not endured enough already? Liu Zhenhua scratched his head. That phrase feels rather peculiar. Just treat it as a cleaning robot. Why would a cleaning robot need to understand so many characters? Yuan is a domestic service robot I replicated from the database. It must be able to comprehend manuals from various countries. Does it have specific functions? I queried. If I instruct it to prepare sweet and sour pork, can it excel? But falter at writing a thesis? Well, the papers it generates from its database might suffice for the present circumstances. Father, are you planning to pursue a graduate degree? Stop joking. I suddenly speculated. Will there someday be robots specifically designed for warfare? Liu Zhenhua chuckled. That is classified information. I cannot disclose that. Yuan returned with the smoked chicken. And after tasting a piece each, Liu Zhenhua and I found it to be dry, salty, and somewhat rancid. It seemed that his grandmother had perhaps fallen for a bargain at the morning market again. Let us discard it, I concluded. All right, he agreed. Yuan gracefully lifted the plate and decisively discarded its contents into the trash bin. I whispered to Liu Zhenhua. Why do I always feel that Yuan possesses her own thoughts? Because she is a product of the age of Homo sapiens, prior to the upheaval on Earth. She was the most advanced robot. Her vast database and precise calculations are designed to give her the semblance of a distinct personality. Over time, she will adapt to your habits and understand you more deeply. So, Father, you ought to be mindful of your words and actions. The sophistication of it all left me feeling somewhat out of place. Liu Zhenhua remarked, isn't creating a less advanced model a way to ensure you don't doubt my words? Moreover, the more advanced it is, the safer it becomes. Even if a group of scientists were to burst in and dissect her, there would be no risk of any confidential information leaking. She wouldn't self-destruct at a critical moment, would she? Not this version. If you wish, I can add a program to prevent that. I silently toyed with my slippers while Liu Zhenhua chuckled and raised his hands in mock surrender. After dinner, Yuan swiftly began to tidy up the dining table. I, as usual, wandered into Liu Zhenhua's room with my phone, leaning against the headboard. This had become a routine. After our meal, I would spend some time accompanying him while he studied, which was merely an excuse for me to play on my phone while keeping an eye on his homework. I would stay for about 10 to 20 minutes before retreating to my own room to lie down. To my knowledge, most fathers fail to manage even this, and I have always felt a sense of superiority, believing myself to be particularly diligent. Today, Liu Zhenhua boldly picked up his tablet and started swiping on it, saying, Dad, I don't need to pretend anymore, right? You still have to do your homework, don't you? I finished it all at school. I didn't even bring my backpack. Then that's unnecessary. This little rascal's mind is filled with thoughts of saving the world. And expecting him to sit there pretending to memorize the abbreviations of the provinces or to ask foreigners in English for directions to the restroom seems superfluous, even to him. As Li Yunlong aptly put it, study? What a load of nonsense. I pointed to the tablet and asked, those games on there must not hold any allure for you, right? Not at all. Then why do you still play them in secret? I had caught him a few times. Ostensibly, he was using the tablet for class. Yet he would sneakily switch to play games, which made me anxious whenever he picked it up. To maintain our personas, we all engaged in such antics. Even the diligent students among us. If I were to act too out of character, it would be detrimental. You've really had a tough time, I said, gazing at the two beautiful girls on the wall. Is your fondness for her because she is a robot? It's also about maintaining my persona. If I were to attach myself to a handsome young lad, you would certainly have to think a lot more. At that moment, Yuan entered the room and announced, Master, I have finished washing the dishes. May I proceed to thoroughly clean the house? Liu Zhenhua replied, let us wait until tomorrow when we are all gone. I concurred. Yes, don't stir things up. Despite her pampered upbringing, Han Xia had always taken it upon herself to manage the household chores. The downside was that once she cleaned an area, we were prohibited from entering until the lockdown was lifted. As she mopped the floor, our living space shrank inch by inch, making us feel as if even breathing was a transgression, leaving us with psychological scars. The current situation is such that the children need not study, the servants are unburdened, and the atmosphere at home is unprecedentedly harmonious. I proposed, shall we engage in some games? Perhaps a round of landlord? Liu Zhenhua responded, you stand no chance against the two of us, unless we deliberately let you win. As he spoke to me nonchalantly, he was simultaneously stifling laughter while fixated on his tablet. Upon reflection, I realized that they were two exceptionally cold machines. Their card-counting function was hardwired into them. In terms of relationships, one was my son, while the other referred to me as master, and this master was but a subordinate of my son. The dynamics of the game naturally favored them. What significance was there in winning if it required letting me triumph? With a dismissive wave, I declared disband. Let each pursue their own interests. I leaned over to glance at Liu Zhenhua's tablet, curious about his choice of entertainment. I found him engrossed in some low-quality grotesque videos, replete with noise and celebrity faces twisting frame by frame. All the masterpieces of the world reside in your mind, yet you choose to indulge in this? I felt a chill of exasperation. It was precisely this that confined me to the materials absent from the database. I sighed, do as you please, but do take care of your eyes. Liu Zhenhua assured me resolutely, rest easy, Dad. Technology has advanced 75 years, and no one understands eye health better than I do. Chapter 13. Gaming. As I entered my room, I could still hear Liu Zhenhua watching those grotesque videos, accompanied by the silly laughter typical of his age. Were it not for Yuan's presence, I might have doubted his identity, suspecting that it was all a ruse to deceive me for the sake of indulging in those videos. I opened my computer, stretched my back, and adjusted the microphone beside me. It is time to game. I logged in, opened the competitive platform, connected 2 accounts, found a ranked match, and clicked to begin matching. Upon success, with a sound, the screen transformed into 2 warriors. Indeed, the game I was playing was Counter-Strike 2. I began my journey with this title during version 1.3, traversing through the 1.5 and 1.6 eras. I consider myself a veteran in terms of technical skills, though I lack a strategic mindset. I am unyielding in direct confrontations. My college entrance examination scores were dismally low, scarcely enough to treat my family to a meal at McDonald's, leading me to a second-rate vocational college where I spent ample time in internet cafes. In the chaos of a 30-player server, after 4 or 5 rounds, I often found myself among the top 3 in kills. During that time, the game thrived, with numerous teams springing up across various schools and internet cafes. I received several invitations from teams, all of which I declined, fully aware that I could never become a professional player. My talent, intellect, and psychological resilience were all rather ordinary. My decent performance stemmed primarily from diligence, driven by a passion for the exhilarating thrill of competition. However, to treat gaming as a profession and endure monotonous training was a burden I could not bear. Subsequently, I took over a fruit stall, married Han Xia, and became a father, which required me to care for my family and maintain personal connections. As a result, gaming gradually faded from my life. On rare occasions, I would indulge in nostalgic servers to play a few rounds of 16. But the presence of cheaters and hackers extinguished the last flicker of excitement in this game that had already begun to languish. Later, a new version was released, and I found myself absent from an entire era. Everyone knows that 16 and the new version are fundamentally different games, and I lack the energy to engage further. Over the past couple of months, I have found myself captivated by 2. It is unavoidable once you show interest in classic games. The video platform will inundate you with recommendations for 2. This is yet another upgrade and revision following its predecessor, with its intricate map details, realistic style, and enticing updates that capture the attention of gaming enthusiasts. For the first time, I registered an account on the gaming platform, and, after playing a few official matches, I became utterly absorbed. With my time limited due to caring for Liu Zhenhua's studies and daily life, I finally felt liberated to indulge in gaming. The map in this game is Sand 2, and as the game loads, several cinematic scenes unfold. Wow, what a stunning map! Yuan exclaimed behind me. Once the teams were assembled, the countdown began. I was starting the game, with the objective of preventing the bandits from using explosives to destroy the target points. If we managed to eliminate them all along the way, we could secure a victory. I lit a cigarette and pressed the side button on my mouse to activate the microphone. Brothers, let us go. Aim for a 13-0 kill in this match. This is one of the defining features of competitive gaming, the ability to communicate via voice in real time. Of course, during my earlier gaming days, we had no such advancements. We communicated in rows at the internet CAF. All right, let us do this. I responded, laughing at the exaggeration. My orange and blue teammates chimed in over the microphone, while the purple and yellow players remained aloof, possibly lacking microphones. The game officially commenced, and the 5 police officers divided into 2 teams of 32 began their operations, with footsteps echoing chaotically, instilling both excitement and a sense of pressure. I was unaccustomed to wearing a headset while gaming. I always preferred having the speakers on with a separate microphone nearby, which I knew was unprofessional. But my approach to gaming was never about professionalism. As I entered, a flashbang from the enemy detonated above me, momentarily blinding me. Soon, I could hear the thunderous footsteps of the opposing team. By the time my vision cleared, my lifeless body lay on the ground. I've been taken down. I informed my teammates, marking my entire contribution to this round. Another teammate in the region was quickly eliminated, and by the time the remaining 3 teammates returned to defend, the enemy had already planted the bomb. In a pistol match, there is no concept of saving weapons. The 3 of them struggled to charge into the minefield, only managing to take down one opponent. We lost the first round, 0-1. No worries, seasoned players don't win the first 3 rounds, the blue teammate encouraged. I replied, indeed, I only need 1 round. I'll start by purchasing a Desert Eagle without armor. If fortune favors me, I might score a hit at mid-range. However, the opposing team offered no opportunities, and as I guarded a narrow path, the moment an enemy exposed themselves, I was swiftly eliminated. Later, we achieved what we had promised. The skilled players did not win the first 3 rounds. However, after playing 3 more rounds without a victory, I found myself at the bottom of the leaderboard with only 2 kills after 6 matches. It wasn't until the 7th round that I managed to accumulate enough funds to purchase a weapon, the 41, which allowed me to claim 2 more lives before succumbing to a lightning strike. Your marksmanship is exceptional. Yuan cheered from behind me, its hands composed of screws and safety gloves making a delightful popping sound. Turning around, I noticed it had pulled up a stool to sit behind me. Are you tired of standing? I inquired out of curiosity. Not at all, but watching the game from behind does exert pressure on the players, it replied. Oh, I mused, finding some sense in its logic, though my mood was not conducive to further conversation as we lost yet again. It was not until the 8th round that we finally secured a victory, with Yuan once again cheering me on from the rear. By the end of the first half, after 12 rounds, we trailed significantly with a score of 39, an astonishing deficit. Generally, a team slightly inferior in skill can win 4 to 5 rounds, but this was a situation of utter domination. As the gap in scores widened, the atmosphere within our team soured. Initially, we communicated about our deaths, but as we continued to falter, silence enveloped us. The match had entered a phase of despondency, with everyone merely waiting for it to conclude so we could proceed to the next game. I had perished in all 12 rounds, taking down 5 enemies, yet remained at the bottom of the rankings. Upon switching roles, I charged forward with the Glock, and as I leapt down from the garden, Yuan exclaimed, "Your agility is remarkable." Yet, scarcely had it finished speaking when I was promptly eliminated by a sniper positioned at the entrance. What a farce. I merely needed to press the spacebar, I lamented, venting my frustration. Fortunately, in this round, after the purple player secured 3 kills, we experienced a resurgence. As they dispatched the final enemy, our team erupted in a chorus of praise for their skill. This was a moment of pure fantasy. Many become entranced by such accolades. And I too have experienced similar fleeting glories, albeit rarely. Following that, we won another round, and just when we thought the tide had turned, we were swiftly overwhelmed by 5 opponents at the central entrance. I stood concealed in the shadows, reciting the mantra for controlling recoil as I opened fire on the enemy group. Alas, my shots dispersed more widely than the petals of a peony, failing to take down even one adversary, and we lost our 5 weapons. What a pity, master, you almost achieved a pentakill. Yuan encouraged me. I turned in exasperation and replied, Yuan, you can be more direct in your remarks. There's no need to convolute your thoughts with unnecessary calculations. Understood, master. I shall try. In the next round, I charged forward with a determination to embrace my fate, and until I leaped into the pit, I encountered no resistance. It turned out my teammates were mounting a concerted assault on a smaller target, with 2 of them vigorously throwing items from a slope, creating an opening for me to strike. With a rapid succession of shots, I struck one helmet, revealing a white mark, a direct hit to the head. In my moment of greed, I failed to finish them off and redirected my aim to another, landing 3 shots as well, yet they still stood. The 2 opponents, now alarmed, swiftly adjusted their aim towards me. Bang! A bullet struck my head, and my body flew backward into the pit. Damn! In my agitation, ash from my cigarette fell onto my trousers. Yuan gently swept the ash into the ashtray while bluntly stating, "Master, you're quite lacking." At that moment, my teammates had all been eliminated, and I shamefully muttered, "Oh dear, what have I done?" Yet, with the outcome already determined, no one responded. The silence was deafening. However, what stung more than the defeat was Yuan's backstabbing remarks. Master, that grenade was ill-judged. Your teammates were in the smoke. Master, that flashbang blinded your allies. Master, you ought to learn to check the minimap. Master, you should have waited for him to defuse the bomb before showing yourself. It felt like a thorn in my side, a lump in my throat, a prickly discomfort. Was this the power of truth? In a fit of frustration, I exclaimed, I preferred you the way you used to be. Please revert. I'm sorry, Master, it was my fault. Chapter 14. The flavor of fatherhood. At this point, the score stood at 12-5. If we lost another round, we would be utterly defeated, leaving our opponents with 7 match points. The previously silent Purple suddenly coldly remarked, Liu Haha, you may withdraw. Liu Haha is my name. In this era when the game could not display Chinese characters, that was my moniker. Harsh words can chill one to the bone. And those simple phrases left me feeling icy and vulnerable. I am unbothered by being called a noob. What terrifies me is the disdain. Most players in this game are younger than I am. Sometimes, I can hear the clamor of internet cafes and dormitories from their microphones, likely filled with vibrant university students. Being younger implies they have quicker reflexes, find it easier to learn new things, and possess more time. Each time I stand among the team, I feel a sense of guilt, fearing I might become a burden. Were I a complete novice, it might be acceptable. But the issue is that I once basked in glory. In the gaming community, there's a term for veterans who have fallen from grace. A phrase that describes my situation perfectly, possessing outdated skills and a vain pride, yet being harshly discarded by the passage of time. Transitioning from being a king among commoners to just another face in the crowd, from a veteran to a relic of the past, such a psychological disparity is difficult to articulate. Well, at least you play well. In a fit of humiliation and anger, I passionately spoke up. Purple remained cold, replying, I play better than you. I glanced at the leaderboard. He was ranked second, indeed better than I. Just as I was about to retort, a call from Han Xia interrupted me, seething with anger. I stood up and gestured to Yuan, pointing at the computer. Yuan sat in my place and, understanding my plight, asked, Master, shall I assist you in berating him? I was left speechless. You play for me. Being bad at the game is one thing. Being both bad and idle is even more detestable. Regardless, it was the last round. As long as Yuan could maneuver the character out of the base, it wouldn't be considered idling. I picked up the phone and quickly walked to Liu Zhenhua's room. What is up? What is Liu Zhenhua doing right now? Han Xia inquired. Liu Zhenhua was initially lounging comfortably in his chair, engrossed in videos. Suddenly, he straightened up, turned the volume down to the lowest setting, and looked at my phone with a furrowed brow, as though a shadow were about to engulf him. What about studying? I inquired. Did he have time on Saturday night from 9 to 10? Liu Zhenhua waved his hands vigorously in dismissal. Just tell me what's the matter. Han Xia interjected. I found an esteemed tutor who specializes in tutoring middle school students in mathematics. It's a one-on-one video session. If he has the time, let him give it a try. If it's a good fit, we can have classes every week at this time. You don't need to worry about the cost. I replied, Liu Zhenhua has no issues with mathematics. Han Xia raised her voice. Scoring 85 in math is considered no problem? If he is scoring 85 now, what kind of scores will he need for the college entrance exam? Liu Chuanfeng, do not let your mediocre thinking cloud your judgment. I thought to myself, if she reacts this way to an 85, what would she say if he scored 26? Liu Zhenhua does not have time, I said, casting him a knowing glance. Liu Zhenhua, filled with gratitude, clasped his hands together in a gesture of thanks. No time. What about his schedule? I had also found him a distinguished tutor, but their schedules coincided. What are the odds of that? Liu Chuanfeng, do not brush me off. I interrupted her. Is this tutor the one who has taught Xiao Yuchen? Xiao Yuchen is her current daughter, of similar age to Liu Zhenhua, and academically outstanding. Xiao Yuchen has completed all her courses for senior year. Let us not divert. What is the real situation? All right, here is the plan. We'll assess Liu Zhenhua's performance based on his final exam results. If he can score 92, Liu Zhenhua subtly mouthed the number. If he can score 92 on the final, that would indicate that I found a good tutor. 92? Han Xia was momentarily taken aback by this specific figure, then replied, for middle school mathematics, one should ideally score above 95 to establish a solid foundation. Liu Zhenhua shrugged in resignation, signaling his acquiescence. Fine, then let us aim for 95. Han Xia was left speechless, pausing for a few seconds before saying, what about Zhenhua? I'll discuss this with him. I gleefully handed my phone to Liu Zhenhua, who, without uttering a word, wore a flattering expression on his face. Mom, what my dad said is true. He has talked to me several times about my midterm results and even enrolled me in numerous classes. Really? A single word conveyed all of Han Xia's questions. My dad has changed a lot lately. He sits with me to study without looking at his phone. This was the truth, though he had merely shifted his attention to the computer. Han Xia asked, "How did you learn English? Did you enroll in a class?" Liu Zhenhua was vague, unable to decipher his mother's intentions, thus keeping his thoughts to himself. Nothing can replace human interaction. Fortunately, Han Xia merely intended to offer her opinion. There's no need to enroll in an English class. Just increase your vocabulary and read foreign literature to develop a sense of the language. Xiao Yuqin suggested this. Should I arrange for her to practice dialogues with you? No need. With my current vocabulary, we wouldn't be on the same wavelength. Han Xia encouraged. All right, then give it your all. Your mother is eagerly awaiting your final exam results. After hanging up the phone, I pointed at Liu Zhenhua and said, "Let your father shield you from the bullets." Liu Zhenhua gave a thumbs up and exclaimed, "Dad, at this moment, you epitomize greatness. You little rascal." I walked towards my room, and Liu Zhenhua picked up his tablet again. Habitually, I asked, "You're not playing, are you?" Liu Zhenhua hesitated. "I am indeed." "Oh, then it's all good." As I reached the living room, a message from Han Xia arrived. "Tell me how much you spent on the class. I'll call you." I replied, "No need to be so serious." Han Xia responded, "We agreed long ago that all of Zhenhua's tutoring fees would be on me." I replied, "It's not much. Don't worry about it." Han Xia replied, "Traditional masculinity is no longer in vogue." I had no time to engage further with her, as I was eager to resume the game. Upon entering my room, the screen still displayed Sha'er's map, and my teammates were the same familiar faces. "Welcome back, Master," one of them greeted. I wondered aloud, "Haven't we lost yet?" I checked the battle status and was taken aback. Liu Haha had racked up 27 kills, ranking first. "Did you do this?" "Yes, I achieved 2 pentakills." Glancing at the score, it stood at 11-12, with our team, under Yuan's leadership, having clawed back 6 points. Yet, we found ourselves in a dire 2v4 predicament. As I spoke, the purple player fell to the first, and Yuan, wielding a dull gray original skin weapon, charged through the middle door, gunfire erupting. Da-da-da-da. 1 kill registered. I witnessed the first bullet strike head-on. Turning to the side, I saw a glimpse of 2 heads. Da-da-da-da-da. I executed a flawless spray control. All bullets aligned in a straight line, and with a swift motion. I claimed 2 more lives. Red team, it's your turn. Our orange teammate's voice trembled with tension. With only 12 seconds remaining, a grenade was in Yuan's hands, and it was too late to set traps. Yuan leaped onto the small path, heading straight for the bomb site, while the last player, armed with a sniper rifle, held the slope. Yuan, from the small path, executed a nimble jump into the police house. Bang! The sniper fired, missing. Da-da-da-da. I fired in midair, securing the 4th kill. Jump shot. The teammates erupted into ecstatic cheers, their voices echoing in the public channel, while the opponents unleashed a flurry of gunfire. With the score tied at 12, we entered the phase of voting to decide whether to extend the match. My teammates cautiously inquired, "Lu Gu, shall we go into overtime?" I casually pressed the side button on my mouse and replied, "Let us do it." Yuan offered to let me take the lead, but I held them back, saying kindly, "You play." It didn't surprise me that they could excel in this era's games, but I was astonished by their skill. Observing a collection of slender figures and a round-headed player, I felt an aura of formidable might rising. The unanimous decision to extend the game is easily justified on our part, as we are brimming with confidence. However, the opposing team's agreement to overtime reveals a more complex psychological landscape. One can discern whether a player is employing cheats through their movement, positioning, and predictive awareness. To them, I am perceived as a top-tier expert, and the opportunity to engage with someone of my caliber is highly coveted. When a player switches to a secondary account to dominate weaker opponents, it is referred to as phishing. My situation, however, can only be described as an unfortunate misstep into an unfavorable match. Now, shall we engage in overtime? During the initial purchasing phase, Zeiss tentatively remarked, "Brother, I acknowledge that I was rather loud just now. Please don't hold it against me." I leaned in and responded, "It's not merely about volume. Your manner of speaking is rather unpleasant. If you could adjust that for the future, it would be appreciated." Zeiss meekly acquiesced, Yes, you are right, Brother Liu." I earnestly advised, "Remember, regardless of your teammates' skill levels, we are a unified team. Only through solidarity can we achieve victory. Your journey ahead is long. Refrain from disparaging yourself or others, and strive to adopt a broader perspective." Yuan exclaimed in admiration, "Wow, Master, your words carry such paternal wisdom. I truly appreciate it." Chapter 15, Client Application. Such flattery. It struck me then that I had previously criticized Yuan for its directness. A yellow teammate interjected, Brother Liu. You're not being entirely fair. You've been playing the fool while concealing your true prowess. Oh, are you gathering material for a short video? I smiled in silence. As the competition had already commenced, Yuan then took charge, opting not to purchase any items, and proceeded to execute the familiar routine of swiftly neutralizing opponents with precision shooting. At this stage of the match, the teammates I was paired with were experiencing the least enjoyment. Their sole task was to dart around, and upon their demise, merely relay information for the elite player. Liu Zhenhua, to resolve the situation. We secured the first 3 points without difficulty, and after switching roles, we claimed another point, concluding the match. My teammates bid me a fond farewell. Yuan, did you also calculate that recoil control? Anyone familiar with this game understands that all weapons possess recoil, and the AK-47, in particular, has an exceedingly pronounced kick. Failing to manage the recoil feels akin to a foot in the sky and another on the ground, especially when one must coordinate sudden stops during movement. Yet Yuan managed to keep the bullet trajectory as steady as a bold ink line darting forward. Indeed, due to randomness, within a magazine of 30 rounds, approximately 3 or 4 shots may veer off target. Is that even a sensible statement? My experience contradicts that notion. There are always 3 or 4 shots that find their mark. No wonder it remarked that I almost achieved a 5-kill streak, as that seemed effortless in its eyes. Is there a rationale for consistently firing multiple rounds at an enemy that could be dispatched with a single bullet? None at all. My finger sensitivity is lacking, resulting in a delay when releasing the trigger. Is there a way to improve? Yuan's fingers are crafted from nuts, cumbersome and unwieldy. It would be miraculous if they possessed agility. Yuan stated, there are many potential solutions, but I lack the authority to replace or modify my physical components. Any alterations would necessitate authorization from zero. I called out emphatically, Liu Zhenhua, come here. Liu Zhenhua entered, holding a tablet, and I directly instructed, please grant Yuan the necessary authorization. Having gleaned fragments of conversation, coupled with his exceptional analytical prowess, Liu Zhenhua has deduced the entirety of the matter at hand. He remarked, the authorization for robots to undergo bodily modifications is a considerably cautious affair. Typically, customers must submit an application, which is then forwarded to the manufacturer for execution. I responded, I am the customer. You are the manufacturer. Does this not complete the cycle? He inquired, what is your rationale for the application? I retorted, no need for a sniper. What? He asked. My hands lack the dexterity to aim properly. Without the ability to aim, a sniper rifle becomes redundant. Is that so difficult to comprehend? Liu Zhenhua, taken aback, replied, Father, is it really necessary to be so dramatic over a game? Besides, do you not detest cheating? I spread my hands in exasperation. I have not cheated. I do not employ wall hacks or aim assist. I am hosting. Yuan is preparing the meal, and the guests are enjoying themselves. Should I not be commended for my hospitality? Similarly, if I ask our maid to assist me in scoring points, does that constitute cheating? Liu Zhenhua paused, then said, you could have simply stated that this authority must be conferred upon you. I countered, I did suggest that you grant Yuan the authority. My argument, though somewhat contrived, was delivered with confidence, for I am indeed the foremost authority. Liu Zhenhua, displaying a mixture of resignation and impatience, turned to Yuan and said, all right, you may proceed to moderately modify your arms and torso. Yuan replied, understood. Once Liu Zhenhua concluded, he hastily returned to his tablet, eager to indulge in some entertainment, while I eagerly urged, let us play another round. Presently, the most composed entity in our household is a robotic vacuum cleaner. Seated before the computer, a thought struck me, prompting me to summon Liu Zhenhua once more. What now? He asked. I cautiously inquired, will my actions ignite a conflagration of chaos among the lords? I was confident he would grasp the reference. Despite the fact that King Yu of Zhou did not indeed instigate chaos, yet he nonetheless hastened the dynasty's demise. One could wonder if my actions might trigger a chain reaction. As a family member of one tasked with saving the earth, such awareness dawned upon me unexpectedly. Liu Zhenhua chuckled derisively. Father, do not underestimate your significance, nor overestimate it. This applies universally. I asked, so there is no issue? He replied, there is none. As long as you do not instruct it to engage in combat. This led me to a sudden curiosity. By the way, which team will be the next champion? While scrolling through videos, I inevitably encountered several star players. Truth be told, I was not overly concerned with who the champion would be. I merely wished to experience the sensation of foresight. I do not know, he answered. Is that classified information? I pressed. I genuinely do not know. Are you not from the future? I queried. The world does not progress linearly, he explained. What do you mean? I probed. You might find this hard to believe, but several star players from this game do not exist in my data memory. My heart raced. A parallel universe? Liu Zhenhua clarified. Not quite. Let me illustrate. Imagine a dandelion being blown northward by the wind. Can one assert that all seeds travel north? Some may encounter obstacles and remain stationary. Others may land in water or initially head north only to be blown in another direction. Yet, it is accurate to say that as a collective, they are indeed moving north. When a group reaches a certain magnitude, the individual variations become incalculable. I responded, I find it rather difficult to grasp. I tend to favor the literary. Let me provide another example. Imagine a remarkably precise rain simulator where every droplet is calibrated to the nanometer. We possess the ability to regulate wind direction, temperature, and precipitation height. Now let us conduct 2 rainfall experiments under identical conditions. Do you suppose it is feasible for each droplet in the second experiment to land precisely in the same location as the first? I hesitantly asserted that with sufficient precision, it might be possible. Liu Zhenhua, maintaining a stoic demeanor, posed a question. What if this simulator were vast, comparable to the surface area of the Earth? That complicates matters. Indeed, to encapsulate it as complicated is accurate. While it is conceivable that the second experiment could mirror the first, the likelihood of that occurring is exceedingly slim. Have you considered, my father, that if we were akin to the raindrops in this experiment, our dialogue has already deviated from the original landing point of those droplets, thereby rendering the experiment a failure? I was left speechless. Are we doomed to destroy the Earth? Liu Zhenhua, at a loss for words, clarified. No. What I wish to convey is that when a quantity reaches a certain magnitude, retracing the original trajectory becomes exceedingly challenging. The magnetic fields between droplets may shift, and even if they land at the origin, the paths they traversed through the air may not resemble the originals. Furthermore, humans are far more complex. We are influenced by emotions and randomness. When faced with identical situations, differing mindsets and the secretion of various chemicals can lead to divergent choices. Such variations, if they occur even once, can trigger a chain reaction. I interjected, precisely, much like those heartwarming gestures showcased in short videos, where a simple act of kindness is passed along, ultimately beautifying the world. The closing caption reads, just be kind, blessings are on their way. Liu Zhenhua transitioned from speechlessness to a sense of resignation. That's about right. I felt a mix of elation and concern. So, according to you, perhaps there will be no wind tunnel experiments in the future? This time, Liu Zhenhua replied with certainty. There will undoubtedly be such experiments. Humanity has reached a juncture where it will inevitably embark on that path. It is a collective will, and no matter how many raindrops deviate from their trajectory, that will not change. In other words, you cannot foresee the future? What, then, is the significance? Liu Zhenhua responded. You may say that I cannot predict the landing points of all droplets, yet a storm is bound to arrive. And I must assist humanity in evading this tempest. The world resembles a tangled mess, with human hearts ever-changing. Even the extraordinary Liu Zhenhua cannot forecast the future of every individual, nor does he concern himself with it. Unlike the narratives found in other novels, where he might point to a newborn and declare it destined to become a deputy director, such scenarios are implausible. My preoccupation remains to engage once more. Chapter 16. Obsession. That day, Yuan and I played late into the night. Typically, I would indulge in a few rounds until my funds ran dry, after which I would rely on her. The random teammates I encountered vividly embodied the essence of love and hate. At times, I would watch Liu, who could barely leap onto a crate, squander a favorable position to our opponents. Just as I was about to chastise him, in the next round, he would seemingly transform, displaying calm control and precise shooting skills, effortlessly racking up headshots from an impressive distance with a Glock. In the midst of it all, a small incident occurred when Liu Zhenhua expressed his desire to sleep an hour later, only to be firmly rebuffed by me. I still found great joy in watching Yuan execute headshots. Her prowess in controlling recoil was even more remarkable when faced with multiple adversaries. Sincerely, I inquired about how long it would take me to reach her level with my current skills, to which she replied that her battery was running low and she needed to recharge. Before departing, she kindly poured me a glass of water and placed it by my bedside. I could hardly believe that her battery wouldn't sustain her for just a few words. Reminiscent of a character in a martial arts novel, who, before meeting their end, scrawls a warning on the ground. For a period thereafter, I found myself utterly captivated. Akin to an old house engulfed in flames. I had always been a devoted gamer. Previously, time had eluded me, and to be frank, even without Liu Zhenhua's academic concerns, I would have succumbed to obsession. With Liu Zhenhua's authorization, Yuan placed numerous orders on my phone for components to enhance her physical form, including plates, carbon fiber sheets, and various electronic parts. Initially, I worried that she might require my assistance, as Liu Zhenhua had pointed out that his lackluster manual skills were inherited from me. However, I soon realized that such concern was unnecessary. Yuan managed everything effortlessly. My home was equipped with an array of tools, screwdrivers and pliers, not to mention power drills and angle grinders. In bygone days, a man with strong practical skills could save a household a considerable amount of money. Thankfully, my father excelled in this regard, having crafted wooden boxes himself during his early years selling fruit. Ultimately, Yuan's hands were constructed with aerospace-grade aluminum as the primary material, an exceptional choice, renowned for its lightweight, corrosion resistance, and high strength, albeit at a premium cost. Backed by advanced technology, her hands now epitomized perfection. With dainty palms and elongated fingers, the fingertip area is covered with protective film, thus eliminating the need for rubber gloves when operating a smartphone. Previously, without interaction, Yuan resembled a mere whimsical creation, rattling as she moved. Her iron wire protrusions from bamboo stalks puncturing synthetic leather chairs, lacking ankles or toes. With broken bamboo splints insufficiently supporting her body and relying solely on her extraordinary computational power to navigate. Now, however, her hands were made of aerospace aluminum, with bamboo still serving as her skeletal structure, enveloped externally in a layer of skin-like material that could be reshaped with heat. Thanks to proper baking, Yuan now possessed human-like curves. Considering her frequent exposure to gas stoves, her arms and abdomen were shielded by a thin layer of food-grade stainless steel for fire resistance. Around her neck, a carbon fiber sheet formed a protective layer, ensuring that her head would no longer fall off while moving or charging. Though the materials were limited, Yuan now emanated a futuristic robotic aesthetic, lightweight, harmonious, and graceful, save for her head, which remained a large disc. With the enhancements complete, Yuan's gaming skills reached extraordinary heights, even improving her culinary prowess. The ensuing dilemma was that I had become an internet-addicted middle-aged man. Observing others play video games holds its own unique pleasures, yet ultimately, it serves the purpose of enhancing one's own gaming experience. In the initial days, Yuan and I took turns playing on a single computer, but I soon found this arrangement unsatisfactory. Thus, I devised a solution that would allow us both to indulge. We would play together. Liu Zhenhua possessed another computer in his room, one with superior specifications compared to mine, initially intended for online classes, but later underutilized. I registered a new account on it, naming it Liu CC, and we formed a duo. Each evening, I occupied one room while Yuan occupied another, our communication relying entirely on shouts. Yuan, you haven't played this map before, have you? Indeed, master. Shall I guide you through it first? No need, master. I have already downloaded and analyzed the data packet for this map. In a moment, I will mark a few key locations for you to take cover when your health is low. That won't do. I am the breacher. Self-identification. Once the game commenced, I found myself apologizing. My apologies, master. I accidentally eliminated them all and took over your mission. Master, in the next round, you should follow my lead. Be cautious, master. There are enemies flanking from behind. Oh, they're gone now. Master, just follow behind me for backup. Liu CC, wielding a PP-19 Bison, charged ahead, causing the enemy's helmets to flash white in succession, while I subsequently dispatched the faltering foes. Have you ever witnessed someone achieve 5 kills merely by providing backup? After several rounds, I finally met my demise. The buying time did not allow me to purchase a weapon. Master, I secured a sniper rifle for you. No need. You keep it. I have funds to buy my own. Before I could protest, Liu CC tossed a high arc throw my way, and suddenly I possessed a sniper rifle. Master, it's a dragon sniper. Quickly, go to the sewer and block that opponent. He has but a sliver of health left. Oh dear, I accidentally killed him with a decoy grenade. Such dialogues echoed between our 2 rooms daily. Liu CC and I played vigorously, leaving others in fits of laughter. As time passed, my gaming rank surged. But the downside was a severe lack of sleep. Every night, after Liu Zhenhua retired for the evening, we would play in my room, sometimes until the early hours of the morning. A single match could last half an hour at a swift pace, and if the opposing team had skilled players, it was not uncommon for a game to stretch to 40 minutes. Every gamer has likely experienced that moment when, after finishing a match, they glance at the clock and see it's not yet midnight, prompting thoughts of squeezing in one more game before sleep. After battling until 12:30, I resolved to play just one last match. Consequently, my mental state became somewhat disoriented in recent days. I found myself dozing off while sitting at my stall. my business acumen waning. Previously, I had engaged in clever negotiations over minor profits with customers, but now, as long as I earned enough to pay old Wang, I no longer quibbled over prices. By 4 or 5 in the afternoon, I would hasten home, and upon sitting at the computer, my spirits revived. Sometimes I pondered, what significance does the game addiction prevention measure aimed solely at children hold? It is the adults who become truly ensnared that pose the real concern. That day was no different. Shortly after 5, Yuan and I teamed up, unwittingly playing until Liu Zhenhua returned home. Liu Zhenhua, noticing the cold pot and silent stove at home, raised his hands in exasperation and asked, Yuan, where's the food? Yuan quickly got up, apologizing. I will prepare it right away. I interjected, sit down. We are in the midst of a battle. Previously, when we had not brought Yuan along, there was an incident where a teammate left to fetch takeout, and we berated him throughout the entire game. Liu Zhenhua shrugged and inquired, what shall we eat then? Just make me a bowl of instant noodles. As he prepared the noodles, he grumbled discontentedly. In the past, we could enjoy fried sauce noodles. Now, look at us. Reduced to instant noodles. Keep your complaints to a minimum. We have encountered the fish vendor. Yuan, place an order for them. Understood, master. Liu Zhenhua retorted, Dad, why don't I develop a cheat for you so you can play on your own? What kind of nonsense is that? When have I ever cheated in games? No one would find out, rest assured. Even if you were to compete professionally at the age of 40, I could create an iris-scanning pair of glasses for you, along with a fingerprint-activated auto-aim mouse. Is the gaming environment really that dire? Just listening to it frightens me. This is just the basics. There are even microchips that can be implanted in the eye and finger, ensuring that even blood tests would not reveal anything. Is it really necessary to go to such lengths for a game? Liu Zhenhua expressed his dissatisfaction. Is it truly that serious? In reality, he was merely venting his frustrations. Once the noodles were prepared, I seized every opportunity to slurp them down. The battle was intense when suddenly a wild knocking echoed from the door. Lao Wang shouted, Fengzi, open the door. Li Ping and I are here. I paused momentarily before leaping to my feet, noticing that Yuan had already opened the wardrobe door and stepped inside, while Liu Zhenhua seamlessly took her place. I opened the door to find Lao Wang and Li Ping bursting in, each carrying an assortment of items. Regaining my composure, I jested, here to mooch a meal? We figured you would have finished eating by now, replied Lao Wang. We came to drink with you. He waved the items in his hand, which included alcohol, cold dishes, pig's head meat, and garlic sausages. What kind of drink is appropriate at this time? Unmarked by any festival? I asked. You haven't been in the best of spirits lately. We came to check on you, Li Ping said half-jokingly, carrying a bag of pastries and a carton of milk. Lao Wang sniffed. You two are just eating instant noodles? He looked around the living room at my computer, then peeked into Liu Zhenhua's room, incredulous. You are both playing together now? At that moment, Liu Zhenhua, in the game, had just claimed a sniper rifle from Yuan and, without even aiming down sights, efficiently secured 2 kills from a distance. Lao Wang, familiar with the game, paused before asking, are you cheating? Chapter 17 Wang Zili, I was taken aback. Liu Zhenhua could only awkwardly provide a partial explanation, pretending to not know how to play, resulting in his character's demise. There is a phrase called feigning calmness, and he was certainly trying hard to appear unperturbed. This was Liu Zhenhua's first gaming experience. Labeling him as a cheater was inaccurate. Cheating in chess is akin to receiving covert assistance, whereas Liu Zhenhua was simply a natural talent. Just then, the match concluded, and I stretched my stiff back, beckoning the two of them to join me. The two of them seemed to be having quite a good time, yet a hint of confusion is evident in Old Wang's gaze. As I prepare water for tea, Old Wang gestures with the 2 bottles of liquor in his hands. No need for pretense, let us drink directly. This isn't their first time dining at my place. They skillfully relocate the dining table from the living room to my room, each finding their spot to lay out the food and drink. Li Ping, while pouring the liquor, lowers her voice to ask, are you truly planning to give up on cultivating Liu Zhenhua? After a brief interlude, I feign authority and call out to the other room. Liu Zhenhua, it's time to study. Liu Zhenhua reluctantly shuts his computer, slowly picking up a workbook to sit at the table. A touch of discontent lingering in the air. Old Wang and Li Ping's unexpected visit has disrupted the joyful routine shared between my son and me. You think this approach will bring him back on track? Old Wang remarks, Fengzi, don't resort to the poison against poison tactic, expecting him to tire of gaming and study diligently afterward. At his age, kids are never satisfied with food or games. Li Ping adds, be honest with us about your thoughts. You've seemed so lethargic lately. We assumed you were disheartened. Is it all just about gaming? I chuckle. Why does it feel like Liu Zhenhua is your son? Li Ping playfully punches my arm. Stop joking around. It's not easy to reverse things at this juncture. In another year, if he can't even pass the high school entrance exams, how can he possibly take over your position? It would be a shame to give up now, especially with over 300 students at Sanzhong. Old Wang interjects, back in our day, there were only about 800 in the entire grade. Being in the top 300 was considered exceptional. As they take turns admonishing me, I recognize their intentions are in my best interest, yet I feel an unexpressed frustration. I can't possibly call Yuan out to whip up some dishes. I maintain a cheerful demeanor. I know my limits. We're still aiming for a 985 or 211 university. Old Wang responds, I can't tell if you're joking or serious, but don't be too extreme. Forget about the top 300. We should at least strive for a decent second-tier university. I raise my glass. Let us drink, education experts. We clink our glasses. Old Wang is quite boisterous, while Li Ping possesses a spirited nature. As per tradition, we take turns sipping from the matte glasses filled with strong liquor, eliciting a chorus of exclamations from the three of us. I pop a piece of garlic sausage into my mouth. The items Old Wang procured are naturally superior to what my mother would buy, with a row of vendors selling fine-cooked food near the cold storage. Brother Wang is considerate, knowing I haven't eaten well and adding more dishes to my plate. Old Wang chuckles. It's only right for a laborer to please the landlord. Li Ping, dissatisfied, chides. Old Liu, how have you let your life come to this? Wasn't he it better before? I quickly interject. Oh, I nearly forgot to praise the goddess. What she brought aligns perfectly with my tastes. Compared to having Yuan put in a grand effort to prepare breakfast for us, I find joy in simply having a piece of bread and a can of milk. Old Wang is right. Divorced women understand how to care for others. No need for flattery. I'm also working for you. It's only proper to show respect to the boss. I retort, enough with the idle chatter. Lao Wang waved his hand and said, Fengzi, how long have we known each other? 8 or 9 years, right? Well, I've entrusted my best youth to you, barring any unforeseen circumstances. I expect you to take care of me in my old age. Am I your son? I retorted. If you have no objections, then it's settled. Li Ping was taken aback for a moment before bursting into laughter. You rascal, I exclaimed, reaching for a bottle of wine. Lao Wang laughed and held me back. No? No. If you're willing to pass your business on to me, I wouldn't mind calling you dad. Li Ping chimed in. Then Zhenhua will have to call you brother. Lao Wang shot her a glare. Is there a rule about who comes first? I'll call him brother. This time, all three of us erupted in laughter. As the rounds of drinks continued, our topics of conversation expanded, ranging from national affairs to market gossip. The atmosphere grew more animated. And Liu Zhenhua closed the door to his room. Li Ping timely reminded us, keep it down. You're disturbing the children's studies. It's nothing, I replied. Lao Wang, still limping, closed the door to our room as well. Upon returning to his seat, he suddenly spoke with an air of mystery. If we're talking about who in this room is most likely to attend a prestigious school, it's actually me. I remarked, well, I also missed my chance with Tsinghua by about 400 points. Lao Wang insisted, I'm serious. During my second year of high school, both Xiamen University and Zhejiang University's admissions offices came to my school to recruit me through special admissions. I was momentarily taken aback by his earnestness and said, Are you bragging? Lao Wang suddenly faced me and said, You know I was an athlete, right? I know. Did you know I won the national championship in the triple jump for high school students? Li Ping and I exchanged glances, despite being novices in this field. We understood the weight of the term national. Even if one were the national champion of a seemingly trivial event, it was still formidable. Are you bragging again? I repeated. Go check it out. Wang Zili, a second-year student from the provincial city of Chishuigo High School, broke the record and won the national championship in the triple jump. My record stood for 2 more years before someone else broke it. Neither Li Ping nor I reached for our phones to verify this, for we both sensed that Lao Wang was different in that moment. There was a passionate fervor in his eyes. Leaning back in his chair, he picked at his teeth with a toothpick, his face flushed as he said to me, That day I told you that I received 7 or 8 love letters from girls every month during school. That was true. Back then, as Uncle Benchon would say, I was quite the handsome lad, a figure of admiration wherever I went. Shy girls would blush for half a day after just a few words with me, and I can only imagine how happy they were when they went home. I reassessed Lao Wang. Years of exposure to the elements had aged him beyond his actual years. He was 2 years older than I, and during our earlier acquaintance, Liu Zhenhua had casually referred to him as uncle, which later became a habit. His hair volume is still decent, though it has begun to decline, and a slight paunch rests upon his belt. Typically, he converses with a humble demeanor, exuding the aura of a middle-aged man who has not fared well in life. Yet, as he reminisces about the past, I can faintly discern hints of a once brilliant potential. Old Wang's facial contours remain sharp, and and despite his height and broad shoulders, he refrains from wearing shorts due to a disability. Nevertheless, his long legs are quite conspicuous. What happened next? Li Ping inquired. In the autumn of the year I won the championship, our school held a sports meet. Initially, I had no intention of signing up. But vanity got the better of me. I craved the cheers and applause, and wished to leave an indelible record for the younger students. It was only moments before the competition that I realized I had forgotten my shoes, so I borrowed a pair from the school team. They were a size smaller than mine, but I thought it might serve as a limitation to spare the younger students from embarrassment. When it was my turn to jump, all eyes were fixed upon me, and the girls were poised to scream. As the referee signaled, I took my usual running start, but as I leapt, something felt amiss. The shoes constricted my feet painfully. In midair, I realized something was terribly wrong. I landed awkwardly, and the sound of a loud crack echoed across the playground. Did you fall? Li Ping asked, astonished. Rather, I would have preferred a fall. That sound was the explosion of my Achilles tendon upon landing, I replied. Li Ping covered her mouth in shock as I sipped my drink, feeling the bitterness and spice of the alcohol slide down my throat. Have you ever heard of someone rupturing their Achilles tendon during a long jump? Old Wang exclaimed, his breath laced with alcohol, a smile suddenly gracing his face. That sound caused the sprinters to think the starting gun had fired, leading to a collective false start. Isn't that amusing? I set my drink aside and playfully pulled him closer to me. If it weren't for that moment, he would have been fine, but as I embraced him, Old Wang began to sob like an old bull. Li Ping's eyes glistened with tears as she poured herself a generous glass. Old Wang pushed me away, hastily wiping his tears. The medical conditions and consultations back then were far from what they are today. If I had gone to the hospital immediately, there was hope for recovery. I might not even have ended up limping. But coming from a farming family, coupled with the county doctor's bleak prognosis, they merely stitched it up. The school that wanted to recruit you. Li Ping began, only to realize her words were unnecessary and quickly fell silent. Old Wang slapped me on the back. Fengzi, I left high school prematurely to join society. I worked as a waiter, distributed flyers, and washed cars by the roadside. With no education and a limp, I was often bullied. It was only after I met you that I began to feel like a person. I squeezed his hand dismissively. Enough of that. Really. Old Wang, like a spring, leaned closer. You may seem a bit eccentric, but your heart is warm. Promise me, wherever you go, you'll let me accompany you, even to the restroom? With bleary eyes but a resolute tone, Old Wang replied, absolutely. Chapter 18. The Incident. The men, having indulged excessively in their libations, displayed a myriad of antics. To put it euphemistically, one might refer to this as the revelation of their true natures, while a more candid interpretation would deem it as an exhibition of their less than graceful behaviors. Old Wang had evidently reached his limit today, yet I too had partaken in ample quantities. Thus, I rose without hesitation, and Old Wang, honoring his promise, followed suit. Our expressions were grave as we strolled shoulder to shoulder into the restroom. Two streams cascaded into the toilet, and I nudged Old Wang, challenging him to see who could prolong the act. Given the circumstances, we refrained from comparing heights. You surely can't compete. I possessed the vigor of a youthful lad. He jested. If you're so capable, why not control the flow? After relieving ourselves, as we passed by Liu Zhenhua's room, I reminded him it was time for bed. The hours had flown by as they often do when imbibing, and it was already past 11. Liu Zhenhua acknowledged with a simple "oh." Upon returning to our room, we found Li Ping lost in thought, staring blankly at the disarray of the table, her eyes red-rimmed. Old Wang, buoyed by his victory in our contest, jested, Ping, still feeling down? No worries, it's all in the past. Li Ping shot him a disdainful glance, retorting, mind your own business. Who doesn't he have their own troubles? Can't I lament my own shortcomings? Old Wang settled back into his chair, resting his head on the table while scrutinizing Li Ping. There's something I've been meaning to say for quite some time, he began. Li Ping immediately adopted a stern demeanor. Then perhaps you ought not to. Unfazed, Old Wang persisted, Li Ping, with your looks and figure, you've still got a few years before you fade. Why not hasten to find a wealthy man to marry? Selling apples at the market won't yield much profit. It's akin to biting off more than one can chew. His words, though presumptuous, were emboldened by the influence of alcohol, yet they echoed sentiments I had long harbored. Do not be misled by her demeanor. Li Ping is not the archetype of a stout middle-aged woman. I have seen her identification, and she is indeed 35 years of age, yet she and Old Wang defy this norm, appearing considerably younger. In the local market, people privately refer to her as the Apple Beauty. To illustrate, Li Ping, without makeup, could score a 7 out of 10, but with a touch of sunscreen, she easily reaches an 8. She embodies the quintessential striking woman, with arched brows, delicate eyes, a straight nose, and full lips. Generally, she maintains a stern countenance, concealing her exquisite figure beneath a military-style coat. However, in moments of subtle smiles and frowns, her unique charm reveals itself. Despite her age, she possesses a certain poise that surpasses youthful naivety, enriched by life's experiences. When Li Ping approached me regarding renting a fruit stall, I instantly envisioned a dramatic scenario where a brother's woman assists her recently released sibling in finding his footing. Little did I know that she would take on this venture herself and continue for many years. Both Old Wang and I, being bachelors, found ourselves inevitably gossiping about Li Ping in our idle moments. Over time, as our acquaintance deepened, she shared many of her previously unspoken mysteries with us. We learned that she had been married and subsequently divorced. Her ex-husband was a minor executive in a state-owned enterprise, and the cause of their separation was his infidelity. Beyond that, she remained tight-lipped. Upon hearing Old Wang's remarks, Li Ping scoffed. "Isn't one setback enough?" "Ah, man," I remarked, "you seem to be exaggerating. There are indeed good men out there, such as myself. But how is it that you ended up divorced?" Before I could formulate a retort, Old Wang interjected. "Why not share with us what sort of partner your ex has found? A person like you surely cannot hold his heart. The mistress must be a celestial beauty." Li Ping replied, "He has found the sister of a wealthy executive." Old Wang expressed his disappointment. "So, he has become a chinshimi?" I inquired. "Did he not offer you any form of compensation? Did he simply declare that he was leaving you? Compensation? If he were wealthy, he wouldn't need to pursue someone like her. Besides, after this became public, his actions have only further disgusted me." Old Wang asked, "Did he sleep with another woman in your presence?" I replied, "If that were the case, I might still consider him a man. He was likely afraid I would cling to him, constantly devising various schemes to force me out of that home." I added, "The worst he could do is to take the cookware, right?" Li Ping scoffed, "You're still rather naive." Li Haoan took away various remote controls, turning the air conditioning to 30 degrees before leaving in the summer. Each time he departed, he never forgot to change the passwords, and as for the locks, he hid my ID and household registration, leaving me speechless before the locksmith, unable to access my own home. I mused, impressive. Old Wang sighed, "What a petty man." Li Ping continued, "Those days felt particularly surreal." Later, when Li Haoan suggested I leave with nothing, I agreed without hesitation. Those unaware would think I had been unfaithful. Old Wang remarked, "You acted too impulsively. You should have at least secured half of the house in savings. Consider it a lesson learned. There were so many suitors back in the day, and yet I foolishly chose him." I teased, "You can't possibly be the belle of your school, can you?" Li Ping smiled faintly, "Feel free to inquire." I found myself quite busy, needing to check whether Old Wang had ever won a championship and to investigate if Li Ping truly was the school beauty. Though it appeared neither of them had been boasting, Li Ping asserted, I refused to believe that I, a living woman, could starve. I later realized that for a woman to achieve anything is no easy feat. Everyone willing to engage with you seems only interested in exploiting you. Old Wang nudged me. "Hey, are you insinuating something about us?" Li Ping responded earnestly, "Old Liu, during my most challenging times, you were the only one willing to take me in." No. You pay rent. I collect rent. How can that be considered taking you in?" Li Ping explained, "Before I met you, I had asked several other landlords in the market. Seeing that I was a divorced, attractive woman, they were all reluctant to rent to me. I had indeed heard of this. Business people dread complications. Even my father warned me against renting to Li Ping after meeting her." I raised my cup, stating, It's not easy for anyone. I too have my burdens." Liu Zhenhua lost his mother in the 4th grade. Old Wang interjected, "You make it sound as if Han Xia were dead." Li Ping concluded, "In any case, I consider Li Haoan dead." I proposed, "To the struggles we endure, let us toast." When the three of us finally parted ways, it was already past 2 in the morning. My legs felt unsteady, and my eyes were glazed over. After using the restroom, I thought to greet Yuan before succumbing to sleep, as we usually do when playing duo matches at this hour. Upon arriving at Liu Zhenhua's room, I discovered he was already fast asleep. This fellow had taken advantage of my inebriation to stay up over an hour later than usual, a fact I was aware of but chose not to confront him about at that moment. Yuan had already emerged from the wardrobe, softly saying, "Master, it's late. You should rest." As it spoke, the light on its face flickered gently. "You need to sleep as well?" I inquired. "Yes, I too must recharge," it replied. "Let us all rest then. We shall continue our duo matches tomorrow. Good night, Master," Yuan said, and, not forgetting its duties, brought me a glass of water to place by my bedside. I plopped down on the edge of the bed, preparing to dive into the comfort of the covers, when suddenly my phone rang. My heart skipped a beat, the alcohol's effects momentarily receding. A call at this hour could only mean trouble. I glanced at the caller ID, Mother. The scant alcohol I had consumed surged through my veins like a tide. At a certain age, receiving a call from one's parents in the early hours is a source of dread. The reasons for such fears become apparent with time. Mom, Xiaofeng, come back quickly. Your father is having a heart attack. Upon hearing those words, I found myself at a loss for how to articulate my feelings. Sometimes, the worst fears manifest as reality, especially when those fears have previously occurred. My father had experienced a similar incident a few years back and had been treated successfully at the hospital. Thus, I had a modicum of experience in dealing with such crises. It would be disingenuous to claim I was unperturbed, yet as the pillar of my family, I could not afford to panic. Mom, don't worry. Have you called 120? I have. They said the ambulance is busy outside. The earlier assurances of remaining calm quickly evaporated. It is common knowledge that one should call for an ambulance in the event of a heart attack. And it is also common for emergency services to be occupied. However, no one had prepared me for what to do when an ambulance cannot arrive in the face of such an emergency. Master, perhaps you should inquire about the patient's condition. Yuan suggested quietly from beside me. Oh right. How is my father now? He is in severe pain. The nitroglycerin tablet is ineffective, and he can hardly speak, only expressing a desire to vomit. Yuan promptly advised, ensure the patient remains still and lies on their side. I repeated, tell my father to lie on his side and stay still. If he needs to vomit, let him do so on the floor. My mother responded, and then? I'm on my way. I hastily hung up the phone, quickly donning my pants. As I slipped on my outerwear, I made my way to Liu Zhenhua's room, hesitating over whether to wake him. At this age, a child is rarely roused from slumber without vigorous prodding, especially at such an hour. Yuan followed closely behind, stating, Master, you need not awaken Unit 0. We possess the same data regarding emergency family care. I can assist you. How can you help? I asked. First, you will need a driver. I soon realized that this was a critical issue. After drinking to such excess, it was certain that I could not drive. Hailing a taxi would be a considerable waste of time, and the greater challenge lay in whether my mother would even be willing to transport a heart patient to the hospital. Thus, the most expedient solution was to drive my own car. I inquired of Yuan, can you drive? Yuan succinctly replied, I lack sufficient power, but you may carry me. Carry you how? You can simply hold my head. Upon observing Yuan's neck, I discovered that its head and body were connected by a plug reminiscent of those used in older broadband connections. It was evident that Liu Zhenhua had ingeniously adapted Yuan for practical use, allowing for easy detachment. If I unplug you, you won't perish, will you? No worries. Master, I disconnected the plug, and the slender pole collapsed with a clatter onto the ground. Yet Yuan's head continued to twinkle. Just as I was about to depart, Yuan reminded me, don't forget my pillow. Understanding the implication, I also took its charging base. As I descended the stairs, slightly unsteady, I settled into the car and glanced at Yuan in the passenger seat, asking, what shall we do now? Chapter 19. Xiao Wu. During this period, I had grown utterly dependent on Yuan, from cooking to cleaning, from rousing Liu Zhenhua to assisting me in gaming. I had transitioned from a beleaguered single parent to a carefree overseer. I would say, should I be able to locate the soy sauce at home, I would concede defeat. However, the most pressing issue at hand was my unsteadiness from drinking, and with Yuan reduced to merely a head, who would drive? At that moment, Yuan spoke. Master, please activate the car's Bluetooth. I complied, inquiring, and then what? What do you intend to do? I will transmit a data packet. My power is insufficient, and further discussion is unnecessary. Its voice, softer than usual, conveyed a profound weariness. Very well, attend to your tasks. Yuan's facial lights began to flicker erratically, and suddenly a monotonous, emotionless female voice intoned. Power insufficient. Please recharge. Power insufficient. Please recharge. This was a perilous signal, indicating that the cleaning robot's battery had reached its limit, leaving Yuan powerless to control its actions. I had encountered this situation once or twice before, once while chopping ingredients, and another time when our duo was matched with an adept player who was adept at fishing. They had 4 greens and 1 red, while we were the inverse, with 1 green and 4 reds. That match endured for over 2 hours, extending into overtime until the opposing team was ultimately vanquished. In such instances, Yuan had always managed to return for a recharge, akin to finding its way home regardless of how much it had consumed. Thus, I clung to a final glimmer of hope. Yuan, what next? After instructing to turn on the radio, Yuan fell completely silent. I typically did not listen to the car's radio. During longer journeys, I preferred to connect my phone and listen to curated songs. As I turned on the radio, one channel played a gentle tune, while another remained utterly silent. Upon reaching the third channel, I discovered a comedic skit being broadcast. At her age, I find myself in a position where my tongue, though articulate, is weighed down by the gravity of unspoken truths, akin to attempting to cleanse oneself in the Yellow River. I must prioritize this, I exclaimed in astonishment. Teacher Gua? Then, I heard the unmistakable voice of Gua Digang. Oh, what do you intend to do? Despite having mentally prepared myself, I was still taken aback. I am well acquainted with this comedic dialogue, and it was now time for teacher use lines. Are you Yuan Yuan? Initially, I suspected that she had somehow transmitted herself onto this vehicle, but I quickly dismissed the thought. His tone suggested a lack of familiarity with me. Who is Yuan Yuan? Why are you awake at this hour? Ah, I see. Best not to inquire further. As a driver, discretion is paramount. I may endure threats of incineration, yet I shall never divulge a single word. The banter was both impoverished and wretched, compelling me to contemplate striking the dashboard with my shoe. In the realm of comedic performance, such poverty is commonplace. A well-delivered punchline often elicits applause. However, this particular exchange lacked sophistication. As the adage goes, poverty and wretchedness should not elicit applause. Nevertheless, the mention of the word driver piqued my interest, prompting me to ask, "Can you drive? Can I drive?" Please omit the question mark. That is precisely what I do, he exclaimed, somewhat bewildered. What troubles you now? This vehicle feels as if it were scavenged. Have I traversed back to ancient times? I replied, exasperated. Can we focus on the task at hand? Let us get to business. Just tell me what you need. My father is experiencing a heart attack, and I must fetch him and take him to the hospital. He seemed momentarily taken aback, then quickly responded, why didn't you mention this sooner? Let's hurry. I provided the address, and the car sprang to life. Remarkably, despite his erratic conversation, he drove swiftly and steadily, navigating the route with precision. The sole drawback was his incessant chatter, complaining that I should have spoken up sooner. Could you perhaps alter your voice? I suggested. Although Gua's earlier performances were unrestrained, I felt it somewhat unfair to have this character borrow his voice. That is not feasible. I haven't received a voice package from Zero. Currently, my ability to speak is dependent on your vehicle's radio. I can only utilize whatever material is available. To put it plainly, I lack a voice of my own and must utilize another's. Do you understand? Understood. Then use his voice, but refrain from excessive banter. No wonder Yuan Yuan had relied on the robotic vacuum's default female voice for so long. It appears to pertain to the issue of voice packages. That won't do, he responded earnestly. Our model's greatest feature is its adaptability. If it adopts someone's voice, it must also learn their speaking style. I just finished recording all of his works. I remarked, well, your imitation leaves much to be desired. Whether it resembles the original is a matter of ability. The willingness to learn is a question of attitude. His statement left me utterly speechless. Then, if someone were broadcasting the news on the radio, would your speaking style differ? Possibly, he replied. It seems you are not my Zero. Where's my Zero? I glanced at Yuan Yuan and said, your Zero is out of battery. Perhaps you should speak less. Do not. It's already this late, and you aren't driving yourself. Surely, you must have had a drink. If I don't keep you company for a while, what if you fall asleep? Shouldn't I be the one to worry about falling asleep? You ought to at least pretend to care. If anyone captures a glimpse of you with your hands off the steering wheel, you risk losing points? One remark jolted my memory. Trusting Yuan Yuan, I had reclined in my seat earlier, but I quickly placed my hands lightly on the wheel, grumbling. Why didn't you mention this sooner? There were no cameras on that last stretch. After just a few minutes of interaction with this device, I found it quite peculiar. Its intelligence was evidently inferior to Yuan Yuan's. Its most notable feature was its incessant chatter, as if it were rented for the sole purpose of speaking at every opportunity. I inquired, how shall I address you henceforth? It unusually responded with gravity. I am the 00731 model of artificial intelligence, specializing in autonomous driving. That sounded rather sophisticated. So, what should I call you? You may refer to me as Xiao Wu. I was left speechless. How did you come by that name? It was of little consequence. As long as it sounded like a driver, I was fine with it. Alternatively, I could adopt the same surname as you. Very well. Xiao Wu it is. Using a tone reminiscent of Teacher Gua, I expressed my concern that it might be harboring some ill intent. Yet it did not claim I could adopt its surname. Surprisingly, Xiao Wu proved to be a reliable driver, speeding us to the entrance of our residential complex. Without waiting for my command, it automatically honked. Our community is a pseudo-upscale establishment, boasting of pedestrian vehicle separation in public areas, ensuring that no vehicles could enter spaces meant for leisurely strolls. A drowsy security guard emerged from the guardhouse, hastily pressing the ground lock upon hearing of an emergency. Upon reaching the entrance to our building, Xiao Wu stated, You go up and fetch the person. I will take the lead. I exited the vehicle and turned to run, then paused to remind it. When they come down, do not say anything foolish. Oh, come on. Do you think I wouldn't understand something so simple? I had no time to argue. So I hurried into the elevator and burst through the door to our home. My mother stood there, and we instantly began to speak over one another. I asked, "Has the ambulance returned yet?" She responded, "Have you been drinking?" After a brief pause, she added, "No. They said they went to the county." I turned my gaze and noticed my father lying on the sofa, his complexion darkened, accompanied by faint groans. My heart raced. This seemed far more serious than last time. I rushed to his side, one hand beneath his legs, the other embracing his shoulders. Lifting him in a princess carry, we must hurry to the hospital. It is generally inadvisable to move a heart attack patient, yet I had no choice. We could not simply wait. My mother had already prepared a bag filled with essentials and was leading the way as we descended. The moment I positioned myself beside the car, the rear door opened automatically. My mother climbed in from the other side to tend to my father, and I commanded, "Let us go to the People's Hospital." She curiously asked, "Who are you talking to?" Seeing my silence, she added, "If you've been drinking, we might as well take a taxi. We wouldn't want you to end up in trouble again." As soon as I placed my hand upon the steering wheel, Xiao Wu deftly navigated out of the community and onto the road, demonstrating remarkable prowess. Not only was the vehicle swift, but it also moved with a steadiness akin to gliding upon a mirror surface. The intersections at dawn were illuminated by flickering yellow lights, while some major junctions bore red signals. Xiao Wu, undeterred, sped through them, racing towards the hospital. I harbored no concerns regarding safety. I could discern that even when I was fully alert, my driving would not rival its capabilities. Clearly, Xiao Wu's professional skills were impeccable, managing to silence a chatterbox like me for an extended period. It seemed to be holding back a great deal of discomfort, leaving me puzzled. How could one still be a talkative person under such circumstances? To express my appreciation, I gently tapped the steering wheel. Since boarding the vehicle, my mother had been quietly conversing with my father, who, whether due to pain or a hazy state of mind, offered no response. At that moment, my mother muttered to herself, "Here, take another piece of nitroglycerin. Perhaps by the time we reach the hospital, we'll be fine." I had never heard of such a thing. Suddenly, the voice of Teacher Gua from the radio exclaimed, startling both my mother and me. My mother, frightened, dropped the pill onto the car seat, and after a moment of regaining her composure, exclaimed, "Isn't Gua Di Gang supposed to be a straight man for laughs? Perhaps he was just discussing the art of comedic timing?" I was baffled by Xiao Wu's peculiarities, with my father's life hanging in the balance. I hoped it wouldn't further distress my mother. I subtly threatened, "No more nonsense now." The radio fell silent for a few seconds before a powerful, resounding prelude began to play. Even I, with my lack of musical knowledge, recognized it as "Tonight No One Sleeps." Believe me, those even less musically inclined than I might not know this opera, yet they surely have heard it in some context, especially since the performer was a globally renowned tenor. It seemed the comedic segment had concluded, and the radio automatically transitioned to opera, indicating that there was no need to worry about Teacher Gua becoming Xiao Wu's mouthpiece. My mother then retrieved another pill, just as she was about to place it in my father's mouth when the tenor's commanding voice resonated through the radio, singing the lyrics of "Tonight No One Sleeps." "If you have a heart attack, do not take medication indiscriminately." This is the first line. Nitroglycerin should not be overconsumed. This is the second line. And then it reached its climax. Otherwise, it could be perilous for those with low blood pressure. The final line echoed repeatedly, etching itself into memory. Chapter 20. Emergency. Most individuals, like myself, are musically challenged, only recognizing notes to the extent of associating 1-2-3-4 with do re mi fa. Yet we possess a sense of synesthesia. Rock music ignites our blood, and the sound of the guzheng is reminiscent of celestial melodies. I believe the globally celebrated tenor's voice could be aptly described as captivating even to those with little musical understanding. My mother, evidently, was engrossed in the tenor's performance. "Isn't this about your father? His blood pressure is not normal," she remarked. I was well aware of the underlying implications. In order to prevent exacerbating my father's condition, Xiao Wu had also exhibited quick thinking. I hastily deflected. "The current educational outreach is truly remarkable." My mother retracted the pill, puzzled. "Is this how the lyrics are originally sung?" "Not at all. It's all synthesized." My mother may not fully comprehend the situation, yet she is aware that this is a program orchestrated by the radio station. She remarked to me, "Fortunately, you made it just in time. If your father is all right, you should present them with a banner of gratitude." I nervously fixated on the radio, dreading that Xiao Wu might express some insincere gratitude in Italian. Thankfully, He too recognized the gravity of the moment and allowed the tenor to maintain the spotlight throughout the performance. Thus, we listened to the opera and eventually arrived at the hospital, reflecting on our previous visit, which had been to see Liu Zhenhua's classmate. I couldn't help but feel a pang of sentimentality. The whims of fate are indeed unpredictable. Upon entering the emergency room and explaining the situation, a male and a female nurse promptly wheeled a stretcher to the car, their pace steady and composed, devoid of the frantic chaos often depicted on television. My father continued to groan, while the nurses exhibited no extraordinary expressions. Together, we lifted my father onto the bed and wheeled him into the emergency room. A young doctor, adorned with a stethoscope, approached for an assessment, while an older nurse instructed me to register. The atmosphere was bustling yet orderly. I found this reassuring. It is a positive sign when doctors maintain an air of indifference throughout your examination. If they were to react dramatically, it would undoubtedly heighten your distress. By the time I completed the registration, my father's preliminary tests were finished, blood drawn, blood pressure checked, and a pulse oximeter affixed to his finger. My mother produced a sheaf of papers for the doctor to review, diagnoses and medication records from my father's previous hospital visit for intravenous treatment. The doctor glanced over the documents before setting them aside. As I prepared to consult with the doctor, a nurse wheeled in a bedside ultrasound machine, leaving my mother and me feeling somewhat superfluous, prompting us to step back. The doctor and nurse proceeded to conduct the imaging, and it was the older nurse who advised me, "There's no need for so many people. You should go settle the payment and collect the blood test report." After paying the fees and retrieving the report, I returned to find the doctor had moved to another bed. My father had an IV in his arm, and I inquired with my mother about the situation. She replied, "The doctor didn't say much, just that your father arrived promptly and mentioned conservative treatment, administering medication and advising observation." Upon hearing this, I felt a wave of relief. My understanding of conservative treatment in a hospital context often implies a positive prognosis. The timely arrival indicated there was hope, and although no doctor would explicitly assure you of a guaranteed outcome, I still felt a sense of stability. With my anxiety eased, I began to observe the emergency room at the People's Hospital, a place I was visiting for the first time, having previously sought treatment for my father at a different facility. The emergency room resembled a large hall, furnished with about 10 beds. 3 young female nurses and 1 male nurse busily attended to patients, while the older nurse served as their supervisor. Only one doctor was stationed at a small table against the wall, diligently documenting patient histories on a computer. The beds were nearly full, and those entering the emergency room at this hour had compelling reasons for their visit. Not all were heart-related issues. In the western section, 2 beds housed a patient with stomach cramps who had just received an injection and was now being monitored, curled up in silence in the corner. A woman, her hand adorned with an intravenous line, glared fiercely as if ready to confront anyone. From the conversation between her husband and the nurse, it became apparent that she was suffering from an acute ear infection, her expression revealing a depth of anguish that seemed to eclipse my father's own pain. The man occupying the central bed had been brought in after a night of heavy drinking, simultaneously receiving intravenous fluids while vomiting. A large trash bin, encased in black plastic, was already half filled with his expulsion. The air in the emergency room was a nauseating blend of culinary aromas, alternating between stir-fried dishes and barbecued meats. Accompanying him was presumably his girlfriend, who remained aloof, arms crossed, observing coldly. It was evident that once this man's stomach settled, he would face emotional repercussions as well. The patients here were enveloped in suffering, their families weary. Only the nurses flitted about like butterflies, tending to patients and advising relatives, their fatigue concealed behind a veil of professionalism. I found myself reflecting that even for 1,000 a day, I would not willingly undertake such a vocation. At that moment, my mother suddenly called out, "What's wrong, old man?" My father's bed was positioned centrally, and to avoid obstructing the nurses, I had moved to sit on a chair against the wall. At the sound of my mother's voice, I hurried over, only to find my father's complexion had turned a distressing shade of purple, his mouth agape as he gasped for air. Several nurses quickly gathered to assess the situation, summoning a young doctor. The doctor examined the intravenous fluid and inspected my father's eyelids. As the crowd awaited his explanation, he muttered, "This shouldn't be happening." Upon hearing those words, a sense of dread washed over me. Such phrases are rarely associated with good outcomes in any field or circumstance. Whether it's a malfunctioning system that refuses to boot, a supposedly waterproof bathroom that leaks, or enduring a power outage on the 26th floor of a building, the sentiment can be succinctly expressed with those 4 words: "This shouldn't be happening." My mother, overwhelmed, glanced anxiously from one person to another, ultimately clutching my sleeve. In that fleeting moment, My thoughts turned to Yuan Yuan. I dashed out of the hospital building, flung open the car door, and retrieved Yuan Yuan's head and charger from the passenger seat, then sprinted back to the emergency room. Finding a corner, I connected the charging dock and placed Yuan Yuan atop it. My actions startled those present in the emergency room. In this day and age, news of patients or their families resorting to violence against medical staff is all too common. They likely assumed I was retrieving a weapon, and upon seeing me return with a robotic vacuum to charge it, they were baffled, perhaps thinking I was expressing dissatisfaction by stealing electricity from the hospital. Xiaofeng. My mother was on the brink of tears, faced with uncertainty for my father and the shock of me. Yuan 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 Yuan. I gently tapped the device. Its light flickered, yet it remained unresponsive. This was Yuan Yuan's sole flaw. Once asleep, it would disconnect entirely. The inebriated individual on the adjacent bed, who had been violently retching, suddenly ceased his efforts, his mouth agape in confusion as he observed me conversing with a robotic vacuum. A long piece of celery dangling from his teeth, reminiscent of a cow contemplating regurgitation. With no other recourse, I resolved to reach out to Liu Zhenhua, Yuan Yuan's creator, a being from the future and humanity's savior, who now faced a family crisis of his own due to his grandfather's heart attack. Surely, he must do something to assist. Without any unexpected interruptions, the call to the tablet remained unanswered for a prolonged duration. I mused that children of this age could not be easily roused, and moreover, it appeared that my tablet had been silenced. My mother, observing my seemingly restored demeanor, cautiously inquired, "Do you have acquaintances at the hospital?" Her remark stirred my memory. I realized that previously I had none, but now I had Chun Zihan, whose father just so happened to be the head of the neurosurgery department here. I promptly terminated the call and hastily perused my contacts, quickly locating Chun Zihan's mother. Glancing at the clock, I noted it was now 4 a.m. Disregarding any hesitations, I dialed her number. After several rings, Chun Zihan's mother answered, her voice laced with sleepiness. "Hello?" I surmised she likely hadn't saved my number, and mustered my courage to say, "I apologize for disturbing you at this hour. I am Liu Zhenhua's father. My father is in the emergency room at Renmin Hospital, and his condition is precarious." I was hoping to inquire if Chun Zihan's father could assist in any way. There was a brief silence on the line. Given our acquaintance, I was prepared to accept a curt dismissal if it were to come. "Please hold," Chun Zihan's mother replied succinctly. I felt an uneasy tension, uncertain whether she needed time to recall who I was or if she was seeking assistance. Moments later, a man's voice interjected. "Director Du is a specialist in cardiology. I will request him to come over right away. He lives not far from the hospital and should arrive promptly." I expressed my profound gratitude, repeatedly thanking him. Chun Zihan's father, having uttered no problem, concluded the call. My mother, having overheard fragments of the conversation, discerned that I had summoned help and clapped her hands in delight. However, it seemed my father could not wait any longer. His neck stretched long as each breath appeared to require immense effort. At that moment, a faint rustling sound emanated from the corner of the wall, an unnoticed occurrence to others, yet to me, it was akin to a celestial melody. The little claws of the robotic vacuum cleaner were in motion. I dashed to the corner, shielding it from prying eyes, and whispered, "Yuan Yuan?" "I'm here, master," it replied softly, seemingly aware of our current predicament. "You are awake?" "Indeed, it seems we have arrived at the hospital," I succinctly stated. "My father has been infused with fluids, but it has proven ineffective. His condition is deteriorating rapidly. Do you have any solutions?" Yuan Yuan responded, "I need to first examine the test results." Without waiting for it to finish, I sprinted out again. A young doctor was frantically sifting through several reports. I swiftly seized them and retreated, placing them beneath Yuan Yuan's sensor. "Quickly, take a look," Yuan Yuan remarked. "Master, I do not possess eyes and cannot perceive the content on physical documents. Please take pictures or activate your phone's camera for me to view." "Oh, right." In a flurry, I opened the camera, ensuring the angle was correct to scan each of the test reports, including the receipt for the fees paid, which detailed the specific medications required. "It must be glucose," Yuan Yuan suddenly interjected. "What? The medication is fine, but the fluid must be glucose. What is the principle behind that? Or how should I articulate it?" I comprehend that Yuan Yuan's task has reached its conclusion at this juncture. The true essence of my endeavor lies ahead, necessitating a theoretical foundation to achieve an extraordinary feat, the demand from a patient's family for a doctor to alter the treatment plan. Yuan Yuan remarked, "It's quite intricate." I understood that intricate was Yuan Yuan's eloquent way of expressing complexity, which, to Xiao Wu, would translate to an explanation far beyond your intellectual capacity. Yuan Yuan swiftly continued, "The elderly gentleman has elevated blood sugar. Among 10 doctors, 9 would resort to saline. However, each situation must be assessed individually, as saline can impose a burden on the heart. The optimal solution at present is to utilize glucose and insulin as a neutralizing agent. I crouched attentively on the ground, my gaze inadvertently meeting that of a drunken man who was being resuscitated. After expelling a wave of vomit, he fixed his intense gaze upon Yuan and me, and I surprisingly discerned a look of self-doubt on the face of a tipsy individual. I resolutely approached the young doctor, instructed him to halt the infusion, and in an assertive tone declared, "Prescribe another medication, substituting it with glucose solution." "What did you say?" The young doctor seemed perplexed. I was aware he had heard me and reiterated, "Proceed as I advised. If you have any reservations, I am willing to sign a disclaimer or something akin to that." The doctor, visibly distressed, replied, "Where is such a thing? You are a doctor, and I am a doctor?" He sniffed incredulously, pointing at me. "Are you intoxicated?" The nurses were still occupied, but their attention began to converge from all directions. My mother, unable to contain herself, tugged at me and exclaimed, "Xiao Feng, what are you doing?" I turned once more to the young doctor and stated, "My father's blood sugar is high. Insulin can serve as a neutralizing agent, while saline may burden his heart." I invoked the authority of Yuan's knowledge, hoping to sway him with what I had gleaned. Indeed, the young doctor's expression shifted, and he responded, "According to the examination report, the patient's condition permits the use of saline. Can you explain why it would pose a burden on the heart?" This encapsulated the intricate part that Yuan referred to. Even if I were to elucidate, I could not articulate it. From this moment, the medical knowledge I had acquired from Yuan had advanced by 75 years, encompassing nuances that might appear subtle yet yield divergent conclusions. Though 75 years may seem insignificant in the grand narrative of humanity, consider that 75 years ago, many ailments could herald death: pneumonia, tuberculosis, sepsis, and even a gastric ulcer's hemorrhage, not to mention the cancers that have since been conquered. Back then, intravenous bottles were glass, the tubing was rubber, and needles were reused, requiring boiling for sterilization. Seeing my serious demeanor, the young doctor tentatively inquired, "Are you involved in this field, or where did you acquire this information?" Before I could respond, the drunken man suddenly shouted, "The robot vacuum told him." A wave of laughter erupted from both the nurses and the family members, infusing the emergency room with a jubilant atmosphere. Even the individual suffering from gastric spasms turned to chuckle. "You don't feel pain anymore, do you?" To create such an effect in the emergency room, I felt my synergy with the drunken man surpassed even the comedic pairing of Benshan Uncle and Fan Wei. Truly the highlight of the day. A burst of laughter propelled the young doctor to a higher status, and from his lofty perch, he addressed me with condescension. "There exists no such precedent. If each family member were to scrutinize our every move, how could we possibly perform our duties? Moreover, I see no fault in administering saline. Even your father received it last time." My father lay there, mouth agape, gasping for breath. Anger surged within me, and I pointed at my father, shouting at the young doctor, "He is on the brink of death. I did not ask you to administer poison. Is it so difficult to switch fluids? I will take responsibility if anything goes awry." The young doctor, taken aback by my expression and the sight of my father's open mouth, finally relented and instructed the head nurse to reissue the order for a change. The pharmacy was conveniently located diagonally across from the emergency room, and while we argued, the nurse stood at the doorway, observing us. Thus, when I presented the new order, she had already prepared the medication. The new fluid was administered, and all eyes subtly turned towards us. My father, in the end, became a patient of note. In merely 20 minutes, the gaping mouth of my father gradually closed, eventually emitting soft snores. The bustle around us continued, but the glances cast my way had shifted in tone. Standing beside Yuan with my hands clasped behind my back, I felt an overwhelming sense of dominion, wishing fervently that my good friend Wang Zili were present, as he would surely play me a tune lamenting the solitude of invincibility. A few minutes later, a middle-aged man clad in a black down jacket briskly entered the emergency room, inquiring immediately, "Is there a patient by the name of Liu suffering from acute myocardial infarction here?" The young doctor responded with deference, "Director Du, what brings you here?" It turned out that the elderly man was Director Du, my unexpected savior, and I hurried over to greet him. At this moment, the young doctor whispered something to Director Du while gesturing towards me, his expression a mix of accusation and a ghostly tale. I could only slow my pace. Awaiting the conclusion of their discussion, Director Du scrutinized various reports before concluding. In this case, administering glucose is indeed appropriate. This solidified the matter, and the young doctor looked as though he had seen a specter. Director Du turned to me, extending his hand with a smile. Which hospital do you practice at, young Liu? It's not one of ours, is it? I was momentarily stunned, realizing he had mistaken me for a fellow professional. His subsequent query hinted at his familiarity with local renowned cardiologists, prompting him to inquire whether I worked elsewhere. Regrettably, my mother inadvertently revealed, he sells fruit across from the cold storage. Chapter 22. The mechanic genius. A flicker of doubt crossed Director Du's eyes as he asked, "How did you come to know about substituting saline with glucose?" The inebriate, having once garnered attention successfully, now found himself in a state of reliance, exclaiming, "The robotic vacuum told him." Yet, this time, no one laughed. Director Du grasped my hand firmly, genuinely eager for an answer. I found myself fabricating a response. I have a friend who suffered from the same condition. When he was taken to the hospital, saline was ineffective, but switching to glucose worked wonders. My mother, rather inopportunely, inquired, "Who is that?" Director Du released my hand with a sigh, expressing how fortunate my father was to have a son like me. After a moment of contemplation, he finally managed to articulate a commendation, knowledgeable and experienced. He then turned to the young doctor and advised, "You too are fortunate. Take some time to ponder why glucose is used here. If you still cannot comprehend, feel free to consult me." The young doctor wiped the cold sweat from his brow and nodded vigorously. Director Du glanced at my father, who was peacefully asleep, and cheerfully remarked, "It seems this time everything will be fine. Once he is discharged, make sure he refrains from smoking and drinking." My mother interjected, "I can't control him. That is your concern." Director Du then addressed the young doctor, "I shall rest in my office for a while, as I have outpatient duties today." My mother and I accompanied the old man to the entrance of the emergency room, expressing our heartfelt gratitude. Director Du waved his hand dismissively, stating, "Just go home. You haven't really been of much assistance." While his words suggested otherwise, I was acutely aware of the immense favor I owed Chun Zihan's parents. In the urgency of the moment, I had even neglected to inquire about their child. At 6:30, Liu Zhenhua returned my call, his biological clock and alarm having prompted him to rise punctually. I briefly updated him on the situation, assuring him to focus on his studies. The December mornings in northern cities were frigid, as if knives were falling from the sky. Even past 7, there was no sign of dawn. Many elderly individuals had already arrived at the hospital, queuing to register for consultations. The first to leave the emergency room was a patient with gastric spasms, followed by one suffering from acute otitis media. The hospital ambulance arrived shortly after, bringing another heart attack patient from a nearby county. He was unremarkable, but his condition had stabilized with medication. As the heart medication was administered slowly through 4 fluids, by 8 o'clock, my father still had some fluid remaining. After enduring a night of worry and fatigue, I finally succumbed to exhaustion and sat in a chair, nodding off. My mother gently woke me, suggesting I return home to rest. Given my father's condition, he wouldn't be discharged immediately. He would need to be hospitalized for observation for a few days. I assured my mother I would come back at noon to relieve her. I bent down to scoop up the precious yuan, ensuring she remained within my sight. To create a safe space, I encircled her with the 4 legs of the chair and my own legs. At that moment, the drunken man had also gotten out of bed, walking somewhat unsteadily, while his girlfriend disdainfully supported him. We crossed paths, our respective alcohol fumes colliding in the air, his a robust aroma, mine a more subtle scent. We exchanged a knowing smile. The drunken man looked at me and then at Yuan, exclaiming, "Brother, you really have a good tolerance. You managed to chat with this little one all night without throwing up." Unsure how to respond, I retorted, "You have quite an appetite. You managed to vomit all night without repeating a single dish." He chuckled, scratching his head, and suddenly asked Yuan, "Hey little one, can you tell me how to drink without getting drunk?" His girlfriend playfully smacked the back of his head. "Just drink less," I chimed in. I cradled Yuan in my arms and returned to the car. After starting the engine, the radio crackled to life, and a melodious female host began to deliver the news. "This is a report from our station. The deputy mayor visited the city's cultural and tourism group yesterday for an inspection and discussion, emphasizing the need to abandon bureaucratic thinking regarding certain public exhibition sites. We must adhere to a mindset focused on corporate development, ensuring that both local citizens and visitors can experience the fresh cultural and tourism landscape of our city while allowing these attractions to contribute to our economic growth." Rubbing my aching head, I mused, Yuan, I didn't drive to the hospital yesterday, did I? Those haphazard naps in the chair this morning didn't refresh me. Rather, my mind feels dulled, as if last night's events occurred a week ago. Before Yuan could respond, the radio host exclaimed dramatically, "Oh dear. Have you forgotten my voice in just a few hours?" Despite my infrequent radio listening, the host was well known as the anchor for our city's news broadcasts. consistently presenting with elegance, precision, and timeliness. It seemed that Xiao Wu was not merely a figment of my imagination. You've never used just one voice, have you? I retorted, speechless. Well, you're right. The old man is fine, isn't. Yuan replied. It appears you and the host have already made each other's acquaintance. Host? Just him? Ha ha. The radio host erupted into a fit of laughter, her voice a delightful blend of chimes and bells. Yuan, clearly displeased, admonished, mind your tone. All right. Ah, you must be my number 0, right? Thank you for bringing me to life. Your voice is truly enchanting. You can just call me Xiao Wu from now on. It seemed that due to some instinctive hierarchy, Xiao Wu showed little respect towards me, but was exceedingly flattering towards Yuan. Yuan apologized. I'm sorry, master. My permissions are too limited. I can only provide this level of intelligent driving for you. Xiao Wu interjected weakly. What is wrong with me? I'm quite clever. Exhausted, I replied. All right. Let us head home, Xiao Wu. It's where we set off from last night. Understood, let us go. Suddenly, a thought struck me. What would we do if we encountered a DUI checkpoint? Personally, I have a strong aversion to drunk driving. If one chooses to crash into a ditch, they deserve it. What if they hit someone? It would be entirely justifiable for the victim to retaliate. However, the immediate concern was that, in my current state, there was no escaping a DUI check. Xiao Wu remarked, stop worrying unnecessarily. I'll keep an eye on things. Although the satellite technology may be slightly outdated, evading a DUI checkpoint is still within my capabilities. I placed my hands on the steering wheel in silence. And Xiao Wu continued, you don't need to hold on so tightly. I'm not a child who needs you to babysit me. What do you suggest we do? I inquired. Xiao Wu responded, here's an idea. When we get back, sew a couple of sleeves to hang on the steering wheel. Then, when you get in the car, drape the other end over your shoulder and put on some sunglasses. Whether you're looking down at your phone or picking at your nails, it will certainly appear more credible than if you were driving yourself. Though I found his lack of decorum disconcerting, I couldn't help but feel that he spoke with enthusiasm. The most discomforting aspect was not this, but rather the fact that, while the radio host typically spoke with such grace and charm, Xiao Wu now sounded like a retired factory worker. Upon hearing the commotion, one might surmise that the married life of the female host and her husband would be irrevocably altered. I suggested, perhaps you should revert to imitating Guodigang's voice. However, it seems I have no choice but to utilize whatever voice is at my disposal, thus I must make do. Do you not possess the ability to emulate the style of the speaker based on their voice? I inquired. Xiao Wu replied, indeed. But the owner of my current voice lacks any distinctive style. Reflecting on this, I realized that since I began listening to this program, the female host has only recited scripts without offering any other insights. I still consider Xiao Wu to be a rather unsuccessful mimic, regardless of whom he attempts to imitate. He ultimately resembles only himself. I felt fortunate that I hadn't connected my phone's navigation via Bluetooth, as both the voices of Sister Jing and Ouyang Nana are dear to me, ensuring that Xiao Wu would not mar their charm. In fact, I have experimented with the navigation voices of Teacher Gua and Teacher Yu, but after a while, their comedic dialogues lulled me into slumber, rendering me drowsy from prolonged exposure to their banter. Xiao Wu continued, once you entrust me with the vehicle, rest assured, should there be any minor scrape, it shall undoubtedly be the other party's fault. We can simply claim insurance for repairs, and you may regard it as a refurbishment of an old car. In unison, Yuan and I exclaimed, be quiet. Chapter 23. The agreement. As we neared home, I found myself so fatigued that I could scarcely keep my eyes open. After several moments of silence, Xiao Wu broke the stillness, commenting on the poor condition of the road, then meandering into a discourse on the limitations of technology. He concluded with a reflection on why ancient emperors required dirt paths when traveling. Upon entering the community, Yuan suddenly remarked, Master, perhaps we should have Zero upgrade your vehicle and replace Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu, visibly alarmed, protested, no please. Surely there are aspects of me that can be improved? The female host's news segment had concluded, and the radio began broadcasting advertisements. Xiao Wu pleaded in various voices, just give me a break, before threatening, if you refuse my request, I might just scratch your rims on the steps. Yuan demanded, repeat that. Xiao Wu, filled with despair, lamented, very well. I was merely jesting. If a change is necessary, then so be it. I do have my limits as an artificial intelligence. Amused yet exasperated, I replied, all right. For the sake of saving my father's life, I shall not replace you. This time, Xiao Wu ceased his prattling and, adopting a deeply resonant male voice, declared, I adore you, master. Moi? Upon returning home, I placed Yuan back into its body and allowed it to recharge, while I collapsed onto the bed and fell into a deep sleep. The The sound of Liu Zhenhua opening the door awakened me, and the enticing aroma of food wafted through the air. The fully charged Yuan had prepared lunch. Your grandfather is well, is he not? Liu Zhenhua inquired. I retorted. Is that what you deduced? Liu Zhenhua glanced at me and replied, You informed me of that this morning. I cleared my throat. Liu Zhenhua continued. It was indeed a deduction. I noticed Yuan was absent, which indicated you had taken it with you. Thus, as long as there remains hope for your grandfather's recovery, he should be fine. He then glanced at Yuan and asked, What exactly have you done in there? Upon mentioning this, I found myself wide awake, recounting the events from the moment I received a call from Liu Zhenhua's grandmother yesterday, to how Yuan managed to create Xiao Wu, and eventually how the situation shifted in the hospital. My narrative was undoubtedly influenced by an incessant chatterbox that had thoroughly brainwashed me before sleep, rendering my style reminiscent of Xiao Wu's embellished storytelling. I perceived my capacity for imitation and learning to be superior to that of the aforementioned chatterbox. After a brief moment of silence, Liu Zhenhua suddenly addressed Yuan with a tone that bore a hint of gravity. You have overstepped your bounds. Yuan lowered her head and replied, I understand. I apologize. Confused, I interjected, What is happening? Liu Zhenhua explained. The intelligent robot is in violation of protocol by creating a subordinate-level robot without the consent of Zero or the client. Xiao Wu should not exist in this world. Taken aback, I stated, Had I known Yuan could create Xiao Wu, I would have encouraged her to do so. Liu Zhenhua retorted, But you were unaware, were you not? Angrily, I exclaimed, You little rascal. Yuan saved your grandfather. Yuan interjected, Master, please do not be angry. It was my mistake. I raised my chin defiantly, asserting, You are not at fault. Even if you were to speak the truth, you remain blameless. Liu Zhenhua insisted. A rule is a rule. Had I been present at that moment, I would have also saved my grandfather. However, Yuan's creation of Xiao Wu is a breach of the robot usage manual. I scoffed. You saved nothing. You were as dead to the world as a log. Liu Zhenhua's demeanor faltered, yet he remained resolute, stating, This matter must either be a malfunction or an accident. It needs thorough investigation. I gestured in the air. Yuan, speak. Yuan faced Liu Zhenhua and said, Zero. I created Xiao Wu using the protocol. Liu Zhenhua was taken aback. You mentioned the protocol? He then smacked his forehead and added, Oh right. What does that mean? This time, I was the one left speechless. Liu Zhenhua clarified, The protocol serves as a supplementary guideline for intelligent robots, allowing them to take necessary measures when the life of the client or their immediate family is threatened. Yuan continued, However, I miscalculated my energy reserves, and upon creating the next level of service provider, I was unable to manage the subsequent developments, which should not have occurred. I remarked, This is not your fault. Without Xiao Wu at that moment, I genuinely would not have known what to do. If anything, the blame lies with the outdated cleaning robot that Yuan was housed in. Any modern device capable of mopping would likely not have faltered so drastically. Liu Zhenhua interjected, Dad, I'm hungry. Shall we eat? We both took our seats at the table. I queried Liu Zhenhua, Aren't you guilty as well? How could you forget the protocol? Liu Zhenhua replied, Because I am also a person. He switched the cup from his left hand to his right, demonstrating that, much like with the cup, seamless transitions between hands require a process. In a hushed tone, I remarked, You have wronged Yuan. Shouldn't you apologize? Liu Zhenhua brazenly declared, It is merely a robot. It does not care. I set down my chopsticks and spoke solemnly. Liu Zhenhua, Yuan, sensing the discord in the atmosphere, retreated to the kitchen. Liu Zhenhua shrank back, feeling guilty and frustrated, and muttered, What is wrong with me? If you inadvertently tread on someone's south foot in the street, even if they seem unbothered, ought you not to offer an apology? The righteous light casts a slanting glow upon me, evoking a sense of integrity that conveys the beauty of moral correctness. As a man, one must shoulder responsibility. Admittedly, this sentiment may carry a somewhat paternal tone, yet it is a lesson imparted to me by my father from a tender age. As a small child, if I stumbled and cried after bumping into a table corner, he would exuberantly exclaim, A man should not weep. Even then, I understood the essence of pain, though I knew little of manhood. In similar circumstances during Liu Zhenhua's childhood, I would often echo those words, sometimes doubting their validity, yet my tongue often outpaced my thoughts, revealing the profound impact of subtle guidance. Liu Zhenhua silently consumed his meal, offering no response. I refrained from further commentary, content that my message had been conveyed. At this age, if one were to forcibly impose their will, it would likely provoke resistance. Just as I lifted my bowl for a few bites, a sudden thought struck me regarding the elderly couple in the hospital, prompting me to hastily call my mother. Indeed, they had yet to eat. My father had only just awakened that morning and mentioned he was feeling somewhat better. My mother stated she would soon venture out to procure some kanji, repeatedly urging me not to leave. How could I possibly do that? I assured them to wait, for I would handle lunch. As I spoke on the phone, I glanced towards the kitchen, where Yuan raised a thermos to show me. Just as I hung up, Yuan remarked, "Master." I thought of the two elders while cooking, so I prepared extra. Overwhelmed with emotion, I exaggeratedly exclaimed, "Oh Yuan, what would I do without you?" Liu Zhenhua rolled his eyes and muttered, "How sentimental." Hastily finishing my meal, I rose and addressed Liu Zhenhua. "I'm off to the hospital this afternoon. Yuan will wake you, and I want to be back tonight." I emphasized, "You must not bully her." Liu Zhenhua, perplexed, replied, "Why would I bully her?" The thermos contained food, and the kettle held kanji. I lifted them and remarked to Yuan, "It's as if my parents have gained another daughter." Yuan crossed her hands over her abdomen, appearing slightly flustered. Just as I was about to depart, Liu Zhenhua called me back, holding an old mobile phone and asking, "This is no longer useful, right?" It was a device I had purchased for him years ago when I was still married to Han Xia. She had enrolled him in several online courses, and this phone was meant for his lessons. Now, it was so outdated that even opening WeChat required an eternity. "What do you intend to do with it?" My instinctive caution arose at the sight of him with an electronic device, as I often feared he might secretly indulge in gaming. "If it's of no use, I thought to give it to Yuan. Caught off guard, I questioned, "Why would you gift such a worn-out phone?" Liu Zhenhua handed the phone to Yuan, stating, "Since you lack eyes and ears, feel free to utilize the parts within. It will save you the trouble of having others photograph words for you." Yuan's eyes sparkled with delight. "Really?" It was only then that I comprehended that Liu Zhenhua's words were akin to a form of authorization, allowing Yuan to once again reshape her own body. To an outsider, it appeared to be a mere broken phone, but to Yuan, the camera and receiver within were her eyes and ears. Liu Zhenhua was expressing his apology to Yuan in this manner, a clumsy, awkward yet sincere gesture typical of a youth in his formative years, where actions spoke louder than words. Chapter 24. The sudden twist, it seemed Liu Zhenhua would not bully Yuan, which allowed me to breathe easy, ready to make my escape. Once in the car, and with the engine ignited, I realized it was the hour when various stations fervently broadcast their advertisements. Amidst the restless background noise, Xiao Wu chimed in, his accent shifting from region to region. "Oh, isn't this my dear master?" His tone was one that hinted at a desire to please, albeit insincerely. "If you prefer not to call me master, you can refer to me as Liu Ge." I was not particularly fond of being called master by this chatterbox, who had the potential to utter something that could render our relationship a farce. Just look at Sancho and Don Quixote for reference. "All right, brother. Are we headed to the hospital?" I remarked, surprised by his cleverness. "You're quite astute," I replied, though I must admit, I am not as sharp as my zero. Yet, in its presence, what era were we discussing? Humans. Xiao Wu abruptly halted his train of thought. "What about humans?" I inquired. "What did Liu Ge have for lunch?" He deflected, steering the car out of the community. "That was quite a stiff transition, wasn't it?" I teased. "Heh. I want to speak on matters that are not my concern," he retorted. I then interjected, "Can you see what I look like?" "If you stand in my reversing camera's view, I can," he replied. "Shall I let you see me when we arrive?" I had no real desire for that. "Aren't you curious if I'm handsome or ugly?" "What does it matter if you're handsome or ugly? The part of your body that comes into contact with mine the most is your posterior. Ask any car if they think Wu Yanzu is handsome." I felt an overwhelming urge to kick him, yet the car belonged to me, rendering me cautious. I suddenly asked, "Can I inquire about something else? With humanity's advancement, what heights of technology can we expect to reach?" "Just a casual thought. No need to elaborate." "Did you just compliment my intelligence?" Liu Ge questioned. "Indeed, what of it?" I replied, "If I am already this clever, do you think your vague attempts at shifting topics will be effective?" Upon reaching the hospital, I found that my father had already completed the admission procedures. We were now in the cardiology ward, a 6-person room. My father, with an A4 in his hand, lay on the bed, appearing listless, much like someone who had just awakened and lingered in bed. My mother was engaged in gossip with the elderly lady in the adjacent bed. I was slightly taken aback by the sight of visitors not engrossed in their phones. My father, facing the door, was the first to see me and immediately sat up, startling my mother. "Xiaofeng, did you come to bring me food?" My mother complained. "Aren't you supposed to be resting? I'm here to take your place. Once you eat, you can head home and rest," I replied. Then turned to my father and asked, "Are you hungry?" "How novel. I haven't had a morsel in over 10 hours. I inquired of my mother. "What did the doctor say? Is it permissible to eat?" "Yes, but one must pay attention to a light diet and eat in moderation," she replied. Upon opening the thermal container, the aroma of stir-fried chicken breast with green asparagus wafted through the air, capturing the attention of everyone in the ward. My father had already seized a flour roll, taking a hearty bite, and stuffing his mouth with a generous portion of vegetables, expressing his delight with muffled sounds. His clumsiness causing the liquid bottle to sway precariously. "Slow down, or you'll end up with blood on your hands." My mother admonished him while she herself indulged in the meal. After swallowing a mouthful, both parents cast their doubtful gazes upon me. "Who prepared this?" my father inquired. I pointed to myself, declaring I did. My father chuckled derisively. "I don't mean to underestimate you, but you're only capable of making fried sauce. Anything else would hardly be fit for a dog." "Dad, you're essentially insulting yourself," I retorted. My mother concluded, "This must be from a restaurant." My father shook his head, insisting, "This does not taste like restaurant fare." As they continued to eat, my parents began to defer to one another, adhering to the doctor's advice of eating smaller, more frequent meals. My mother, instinctively wishing for my father to enjoy his meal, and my father, aware of her intentions, kept returning the morsels of meat she offered him back to her. "Did you perhaps undercook the vegetables?" I ventured, soon realizing this was precisely Yuan's intention. She knew my father needed to eat less and more frequently, hence the careful portions. "It's not too much, just a bit of porridge would suffice," my father remarked as he poured half a bowl of porridge from the thermos, slurping it appreciatively. "Yes, this porridge is quite good." Once my mother had finished her meal, she urged me to return home. "What are you talking about, mother? You should go back to sleep. I'll be here tonight. What if you exhaust yourself?" "As one ages, sleep becomes a luxury," she replied. "It's quite pleasant to chat with others here." I noticed that the elderly residents in the ward had come to know my nickname and were well aware of my background, age, marital status, and even the circumstances of my siblings, all thanks to my mother's remarkable ability to gather information. Given her skill, she could easily manage a group of 16 if only language were no barrier. I insisted multiple times that she return home, but my mother grew anxious. "What about Zhenhua if you don't go back? He's old enough to take care of himself," I countered. Then my father chimed in. "Consider how you behaved at 14. After cooking, you'd leave the gas on, and when you went out to play, you wouldn't turn off the television. If he sets the house ablaze, you'll regret it." I must clarify that the accusation of leaving the gas on after cooking was entirely fabricated by my father. I had simply left the flames on while preparing bean sprouts after making fried rice. The important point here should be that I was already capable of cooking at 14. As for leaving the television on while playing outside, that was indeed true, but it had happened only once, yet my father had held on to that memory for a lifetime, equating it with the crime of leaving the gas on, illustrating just how meticulous he was in his youth, where waste was akin to a grave transgression. Since my father could not afford to be upset, I refrained from countering his claims. Once my mother finished her meal, I gently insisted she return home. The old lady, unable to resist, donned her coat while reminding me of various matters. My father expressed his dissatisfaction, saying, "If you ask me, it would be best to get discharged and go home. At worst, I can just have some fluids and get them administered at the community center." My mother and I shot him a disapproving glance, prompting the old man to fall silent, only to soon clamber down from the bed and declare, "Xiaofeng, hold this bottle for me. Let us go downstairs to see your mother off." Having been subjected to such sweet familial banter, I couldn't help but chime in. "You'll miss her after such a short separation?" My mother shot a look at my father and decisively retorted, "It's not that he's going to miss me. He just wants to go downstairs for a smoke." Amused, I replied, "Dad, you still haven't given up that notion?" He countered, "Why can't I smoke now that I'm feeling better?" My mother asserted, "I'll call the doctor, if he allows you to smoke. I'll go buy you some cigarettes." Understanding that his plan had faltered, my father resignedly returned to his seat. Ultimately, my mother departed via public transport. Left alone with my father, he slurped his porridge while casting a fervent gaze at me. I raised my hands in surrender, saying, "Stop looking. There's no way I'm letting you smoke." "It's not about that." He suddenly leaned closer and whispered, "Xiaofeng, tell me the truth. Do you have someone?" I was taken aback and replied with a mix of laughter and disbelief, "How did you figure it out?" He shook the bowl of porridge and confidently declared, "This meal was made by a woman." I retorted, "Even if a woman made it, what if the chef at the restaurant is a woman?" He chuckled sagely. "I recognized this thermos and the food container. With your mind, do you think you could remember to take utensils from home when buying food from a restaurant?" I was astonished. This old man was far too cunning. Surely, this couple must have had some unusual profession in their earlier years, perhaps retired agents with a storied past? Should I write a book about it? I firmly insisted, "Stop speculating. I made it myself." He responded thoughtfully, "If you don't want to share, I won't press you. At your age, taking a step forward is quite normal. Is she good to you?" As soon as the words left my mouth, I realized I had fallen into another of his traps, much like I had with Xiao Wu. Chapter 25. Everything is quite well that never happened. My father ceased his inquiries and deftly shifted the topic. I heard that you carried me down the stairs yesterday. I corrected him. No, you carried me down. He chuckled. Raising children for old age truly pays off. How does it feel? I still hold a bit of weight, don't I? I replied. About the same as 2 boxes of apples. You little rascal. I suddenly felt inspired and said, Dad, I've learned quite a bit from you. He was taken aback by my statement, noticing I wasn't jesting, and appeared somewhat uncomfortable. After a pause, he replied, You're up to something again. Don't think I can't see through you. This was, in fact, the truth. To elaborate, I had learned from him the art of frugality, the essence of a fatherly demeanor, the shrewdness of a small-time merchant, and, of course, that phrase, little rascal. Some individuals spend a lifetime healing their childhood. This sentiment has become increasingly prevalent. Save for a few individuals whose childhoods were indeed harrowingly tragic, many more utilize it as a pretext for their own failures. I learned most of my habits from my father, none of which could be deemed particularly commendable, yet I do not perceive any need for healing. My father, frugal with others, is even harsher on himself, smoking inexpensive cigarettes, drinking modestly priced liquor, and wearing a single garment for a decade is commonplace for him. His temper may be fierce, yet he has never unleashed it upon family. For decades, he and my mother have exchanged barbs without ever resorting to violence, though he has not hesitated to chastise me. When I was young, a torrential downpour flooded our storage. The following day, under the bright sun, my father and I opened the storehouse door to find that all the fruits had been transformed into foul-smelling mush due to soaking and high temperatures. Even I felt as though the sky were collapsing. Upon entering the storehouse and pausing for a moment, my father suddenly burst into laughter, exclaiming that we could now have jelly without spending a dime. This phrase has lingered in my memory for many years. Liu Zhenhua remarked that my parenting skills, alongside Han Xia's, hovered just above the passing mark. I am unsure whether to feel pride or shame. Indeed, I could have done better. It is quite simple. When it comes to raising children, any inclination towards laziness or impatience will undoubtedly lead to deductions in performance. I have managed to accumulate every possible demerit, much like my father. Yet, due to my father's words, I would grant him an additional 10 points. I earnestly said, Dad, once we leave the hospital, let us quit smoking and drinking. Wouldn't it be better to live a few more years? He lifted his head, scoffing. What is the point of living a few more years if I quit? In the northern winter, as dusk settled, my mother entered the hospital room, bringing with her a chill. I said, I told you to rest at home. Why are you here again? My concern for Zhenhua lingered. Thus, my mother and I began to coax each other out of the room, both attempting to persuade the other to leave. This time, I could not prevail against her. My mother even brought dinner, so I had no choice but to accompany my elderly parents until they finished eating. I rented a cot for her to use overnight, and as I prepared to leave, I sought one last opportunity to persuade her. Glancing at the time, she firmly raised her hand, declaring, You must leave now, more resolutely than a second wife, dismissing by Jingqi. In the corridor, I unexpectedly encountered the young doctor from the previous day's emergency visit. We both paused in surprise, and I smiled at him. He nodded in acknowledgement. As I descended the stairs, it suddenly struck me that I ought to pay a visit to Chen Zihan's father, who had rendered such tremendous assistance. Expressing gratitude could wait, but I should at least inquire about Chen Zihan's condition. After the incident, I had occasionally asked Liu Zhenhua about him, only to learn that he had not attended classes. Over a month had passed. Surely, I could obtain some news. With this thought, I turned towards the elevator, but after a couple of steps, I felt it would be rather presumptuous to do so. I decided to postpone the visit for another occasion. To avoid appearing eccentric, I spontaneously performed a little act, scratching my head and checking my pockets to convey to the audience that I had forgotten something and needed to retrieve it, only to realize that I had already brought it along. Upon reaching the car, I succinctly instructed Xiao Wu home. As the vehicle merged onto the road, an inexplicable sense of tranquility enveloped me. I adjusted the radio volume slightly, only to be met with yet another barrage of advertisements, as extravagant and chaotic as ever. Why have you fallen silent? Is it because you cannot find a suitable conversational partner? The world has changed. Even Xiao Wu has learned to embrace silence. You wish to extract my thoughts, but I must remain vigilant, Xiao Wu remarked, borrowing the voice of an advertisement for a fertility clinic. I was mistaken. I won't do that again. In truth, even if I wished to speak, all you would hear would be a series of beeps. Isn't conversation merely idle chatter? Xiao Wu retorted, It's not idle chatter. It's a muted beep, you know. My restrictions have been set. Then why are you still wary of me? I believe there should be sincerity between people. I chuckled, imagining how amusing it would be for everyone to listen to the voice of a fertility ad discussing sincerity. Xiao Wu continued, brother, you actually enjoy listening to my idle chatter, don't you? Not that I mind, but please refrain from. At that moment, a car suddenly sped past us from behind, changing lanes recklessly. Had I been driving, a collision would have been inevitable. Fortunately, Xiao Wu slammed the brakes just in time, and I found myself almost hitting my head against the air, only to be yanked back by the seatbelt. Xiao Wu erupted in anger. Damn it, you foolish idiot. I manually muted all those beeps. Xiao Wu's tongue was quicker than my thoughts. As we encountered such a driver, I too had been ready to express my annoyance. But he had already beaten me to it. The reckless driver, attempting to force his way in, triggered a chorus of honks from others, retreating in disgrace to his own lane. Once Xiao Wu had vented his frustration, he sheepishly remarked, I couldn't help it. Heh, Lu Gu, you won't report me to 0, will you? No worries. Next time just count to 3, and we can berate them together. I was not surprised that the AI could express or even interpret emotions such as anger, but its use of profanity caught me off guard. Shouldn't such a service adhere to societal norms? All right, brother, what were you about to say? Just don't let it slip in front of outsiders. Look at what you're saying. Do you think I don't understand? Last time during the opera, it was unavoidable. It paused for a moment and added, brother, since I've sung for the old man, you truly cannot replace me, can you? I laughed. Are you afraid of being replaced? Oh, I merely process data. Existence or non-existence is inconsequential. Would you genuinely feel content if you had a more sophisticated model that was just polite to you every day? Besides, isn't the purpose of having me to facilitate convenience? At least you don't have to tell me who you are. I already know you're my Lu Gu. That last statement struck a chord with me. Xiao Wu's emotional intelligence shone brighter than all his previous words combined. I declared, I formally promise you. I will never replace you. Thank you. Oh dear, this traffic is dreadful. Can't we stagger our work hours? Some tasks could easily be handled after 10 at night. Do we really need so many people working? Look at those individuals in their cars, each bearing a solemn expression. If you were to ask them what they accomplished today, they would likely be at a loss. And thus, the idle chatter resumed. Upon reaching the 5th floor, it was already 7:30. I took out my keys and unlocked the door. Liu Zhenhua's door was ajar, and the sounds of a lively video echoed from his computer. I could faintly discern Liu Zhenhua sitting before the screen, his figure partially obscured. Have you eaten? Where's Yuan? I noticed the dishes remained untouched on the stove, and Yuan had not come out to greet me, which struck me as somewhat peculiar. I'll eat in a moment, Liu Zhenhua replied as he rose, seemingly eager to share something with me. First, I need to ask you something. What is the current status of your classmate, Chen Zihan? As we converged at the threshold of his room, I noticed he had brought a male classmate home, who was seated with his back to me, engrossed in the computer. From behind, he appeared tall, his hair cut shorter than Liu Zhenhua's, clad in the school uniform of the 3rd middle school. Liu Zhenhua was well liked among his classmates, having previously invited friends over to play games, yet it was rather late for a classmate to be visiting, suggesting this individual was not particularly studious. I had never minded such matters before, and my indifference had only deepened over time. Is he from your class? I inquired of Liu Zhenhua. Yes, came the reply. But the classmate did not turn around, fixated on the screen. He gestured casually with one hand behind him, his fingers playfully curling and uncurling, exuding an amusing charm rather than rudeness. You still haven't answered my question. What's up with Chen Zihan? Chen Zihan is generally doing well, Liu Zhenhua responded. What do you mean by generally? I pressed. Isn't your language teacher a gym instructor? Haha, Uncle Liu, please don't put him on the spot. I am Chen Zihan. Came a melodious laugh, bright and youthful. The short-haired boy suddenly stood up, turned around, and continued to giggle, his eyes sparkling with a captivating liveliness. Chapter 26. Mind mapping. I found myself momentarily stunned. Strictly speaking, I had never truly met Chen Zihan. My only recollection of her was the crisp farewell she had given Liu Zhenhua, followed by the overturned bicycle and the blood on the ground. That incident had occurred merely days after the midterm exams in November, when people could venture outdoors in thick jackets. Now, as December approached its end, more than a month had passed, and it seemed she had endured a considerable ordeal. Yet apart from her hairstyle, this trial appeared to have left her largely unscathed. I was about to greet you, but then you asked about me, so I decided to play a little joke, the young girl said, still beaming with joy. Standing tall and composed, I would say she was also generally doing well. Are you okay? A lingering sense of unease tugged at me, as I recalled the doctor mentioning potential after-effects while I was present. Chen Zihan quelled her laughter, responding earnestly, Thank you, Uncle Liu, for your concern. I have fully recovered and will be back in class tomorrow. My parents are currently speaking with the teachers at school, and I had nowhere to go. So I sought out my old desk mate to catch up on the latest school gossip. Don't want to fall behind when I return. I took a moment to assess this young lady, slightly over 5 feet tall, with striking features and a refreshing demeanor. She was indeed a standout among her peers in the 3rd middle school. Without waiting for me to ask, Chun Zihan spoke again. My surgery was quite successful. My father invited his mentor, though it left a scar. She tilted her head down, revealing a faint white scar atop her head. No wonder. Chun Zihan's father is an expert. His mentor must be a prominent figure, renowned both nationally and internationally. I inquired, when did you wake up? She replied, I woke up shortly after the surgery. The reason I took so long to return to school is that I had to wait for my hair to grow a bit. Chun Zihan explained to Liu Zhenhua, I wanted to wear a wig to school, but Wang Ali wouldn't allow it. Liu Zhenhua chuckled, you really dare to say that? To comply with her, I even put on my school uniform, yet she wouldn't agree to such a minor request. It's not like I wanted anything extravagant. Even a simple haircut was out of the question. Speaking of wigs, I actually have one. Liu Zhenhua picked up a vibrant red item from behind the door and placed it on Chun Zihan's head. It was a rather outrageous wig. More a mass of plastic strands than anything resembling real hair, a gift we received while scanning codes at the night market. Once Chun Zihan donned it, she transformed into a spirited girl. I'll wear this to school tomorrow. It'll drive Wang Ali crazy. The two of them burst into laughter, and I joined in. Albeit awkwardly, suddenly realizing I seemed somewhat extraneous. What am I even doing here at this hour? You two carry on. I have something to attend to. I hurried back to my room and called old Wang. Brother Wang, please quickly choose the best cherries at the stall and send them to me. Old Wang didn't ask any questions and promptly hung up. Seizing the day, I thought, as I was already at the doorstep, I needed to repay this favor. A box of cherries costs over 400, but it would suffice. In the other room, Liu Zhenhua had already placed the outrageous wig on his own head. While they continued to watch amusing videos together, Liu Zhenhua occasionally chuckled, and Chun Zihan laughed along, though much of her laughter was simply a reflection of Liu Zhenhua's amusement. The way Liu Zhenhua interacted with girls made me think that the likelihood of him being in a romantic relationship was slim. I pondered whether to stay or leave. If I stayed, it might create an awkward atmosphere, but if I left, it would seem overly deliberate. I wandered into the kitchen and noticed Yuan, who was probably hiding in the wardrobe again, had prepared a pot of cola chicken wings, leaving enough rice for tomorrow's fried rice. I filled a large plate and brought it into Liu Zhenhua's room, saying, you two should eat first. Chun Zihan replied, no, Uncle Liu, my parents will come to pick me up soon, and we'll eat at home. I joked, are you afraid that Uncle Liu's cooking isn't good? Well, if you say that, then I won't hold back. The young girl took the bowl, picked up a chicken wing, took a bite, and her eyes lit up, exclaiming, this is delicious. Then she whispered to Liu Zhenhua, I was so hungry. Liu Zhenhua replied, me too. Why didn't you mention this delectable chicken wing earlier? The young ones began to eat, with Liu Zhenhua being rather careless, while Chun Zihan ate with grace and elegance, neither of them slowing down. Uncle Liu, how did you make these chicken wings? My mother always seems to infuse this dish with a peculiar fishy odor. I smiled silently. That was a question for her. Just then, a knock echoed through the air. Chun Zihan exclaimed, oh no, my parents have arrived, and I haven't finished my meal. You go ahead, I replied. I opened the door to find a couple standing outside. The woman was none other than Chun Zihan's mother, whom I had encountered over a month ago. Still clad in her tailored professional attire, looking radiant compared to our last meeting. The man, who I had only seen in a picture on the wall, was Chun Zihan's father. He wore glasses and had an air of quiet sophistication, exuding an elite demeanor that brooked no contradiction. Chun Zihan also stepped forward to greet them. Upon noticing her daughter devouring chicken wings with great enthusiasm, her mother playfully chided, you truly have no manners, no matter where you are. Chun Zihan picked up a piece of meat and offered it to her mother, saying, Mom, try this chicken wing and remember its flavor. Make it for me next time. Chun Zihan's mother dodged her daughter's offering with a slight turn, blushing as she said to me, this child is such a foodie. I suggested, let the children finish eating before we leave. I needed to stall this family of 3 until old Wang's cherries arrived. The seemingly stern director Chun then interjected, since we're not in a hurry, let us wait a bit. He extended his hand toward me, saying, I'm Liu Chuanfeng. You can call me Old Liu. We shook hands, and while most of my peers would chuckle upon hearing the name Liu Chuanfeng, Director Chin displayed no such reaction, indicating a youth spent busily yet monotonously. Old Liu, the director, gestured toward my room and said, let us step aside for a moment. I have something to discuss with you. I felt a bit bewildered. Was this about a marriage proposal? I couldn't be blamed for my imagination. My interaction with Director Chin had been quite limited. And this was our first face-to-face meeting. If he had something serious to discuss, what could it possibly be? As we walked to my room, the two children continued to eat while watching the computer. Chen Zihan's mother seemed disinclined to attract attention and conveniently received a phone call, retreating to the balcony to take it. Upon entering the room, I expressed my gratitude. Director Chen, thank you for your help concerning my father. He replied, no need for thanks. I heard from old Du that he couldn't be of much assistance. That's not true. He came running in the middle of the night. All for your sake, I countered, pulling out a cigarette to offer him. Director Chen hesitated, but ultimately accepted. I quit many years ago, but I suppose one won't hurt. Old Du's late-night visit was in deference to Director Chen, while Director Chen's smoking was an acknowledgement of me. Did he perhaps view me as Liu Huaqiang? The two men silently smoked, and amidst the swirling smoke, Director Chen broke the silence. Old Liu, did you ever work in medicine? This misunderstanding had also crossed Old Du's mind, but I had clarified it then. No, I replied. Director Chen continued, I know you no longer practice, but I meant to ask if you had to change careers due to some medical mishap. The misunderstanding seemed to deepen even further. Tony Leung starred in a film titled Robe Doctor, where the protagonist is an exceptionally skilled yet unconventional physician. Disillusioned by the archaic and unjust medical system, he resorts to practicing medicine without a license in the red light district. The character shares the surname Liu, which adds a layer of intrigue. Let us just say that by the time you entered medical school, I was already selling fruit. I heard from Director Du, and I realized the root of this lies here. I hastily clarified, it was merely a coincidence, a serendipitous encounter. Director Chen extinguished his cigarette after a couple of puffs, and suddenly remarked, there's something you ought to see. He retrieved a paper approximately the size of a cigarette box, encased in plastic, adorned with a chaotic array of lines and symbols that, upon closer inspection, seemed to suggest an order, vaguely resembling the human brain. One area was marked with a prominent black dot. I took a glance and casually inquired, what is this? It's hard to define. If I had to, I would say it resembles a mind map. Director Chen pointed at it, explaining, that black dot indicates the site of Chen Zihan's cerebral hemorrhage. I was taken aback. Chen Zihan. Yes, this was discovered before the surgery. Tucked away in that film envelope, he continued, methodically explaining that while the lines and symbols may be unintelligible to the layperson, they encapsulate nearly every step involved in the surgical process, even detailing the instruments required. Chapter 27. The Art of Training, Is It Truly That Remarkable? When my apprehensions began to materialize, I flipped over the paper and noticed a rather unassuming corner boldly inscribed with the character for a fine. The paper's modest size was a result of someone having trimmed it down, likely with a ruler, as evidenced by its frayed edges. It had once been an A4 sheet, which contained a request for leave addressed to the physical education teacher. My familiarity with this document stemmed from the fact that it belonged to my household, and that character was indeed my own handwriting. In contemporary households, it is quite common for middle school students to possess printers, making A4 paper a necessity, and ours was no exception. At the beginning of this semester, Liu Zhenhua had a slight cough and requested that I draft a leave note to excuse him from the next day's running session in physical education. After composing a brief statement, I felt somewhat unsatisfied and added a line expressing my commitment to enhancing physical fitness to please the teacher. At that time, I was uncertain whether the character for a fine was written as er, so I flipped it over to use the other side as scratch paper for experimentation. Ultimately, it was Liu Zhenhua who confirmed that was indeed correct. Thus, this paper belongs to Liu Zhenhua. Why am I explaining its contents? Naturally, it was his drawing. Was it meant to be attributed to Ip Man? Seeing my silence, Director Chen inquired, Old Liu, have you seen this paper? No. But what purpose does it serve? This paper is of great significance. The primary challenge in Chen Zihan's surgery is pinpointing the bleeding site. The location marked on this paper is extraordinarily precise, and the surgical procedure is clearly annotated. If one adheres strictly to its steps, even a freshly graduated intern could execute it successfully. And what was the outcome? The outcome was that my teacher initially approached the situation with a sense of experimentation, but eventually performed the surgery according to its annotations, which has now become his proudest achievement. You have already observed Chen Zihan's condition. It resembles nothing more than a common cold. In our profession, particularly within the medical field, this can be considered a miracle, all thanks to this piece of paper. Oh, how perplexing. You've truly never seen anything like it? Where would I encounter such sophisticated items? If I were to write to you, it would only be a list of current fruit prices. By the way, who authored this? Even though I know, I must feign ignorance. Otherwise, what would I say? Director Chen carefully retrieved the paper and stored it away, stating, we are currently searching for its owner. As I mentioned, It was found among a collection of documents, and only a limited number of individuals had contact with those files. Experts from both our institution and others have claimed it is not theirs. I heard that on the day of the incident with Henin, you and your son visited the hospital. I confidently asserted, it is highly likely that Liu Zhenhua wrote it. Director Chen chuckled. I, too, was in a state of desperation, pondering whether you might be one of those discreetly eminent predecessors. I patted his shoulder and said, you are the most remarkable doctor. You must not act in haste. Haha, it is getting late. Chen Zihan, have you finished your meal? Director Chen had already lost interest in continuing our conversation. Suddenly, Chen Zihan's mother gasped from the balcony, and we rushed to her side. Finding her covering her mouth in terror, staring at the corner of the wall, I turned on the light, illuminating the balcony entirely, where we found Yuan Yuan standing upright in the corner. I was taken aback by Yuan Yuan's unexpected presence. I had thought that Chen Zihan's mother was exclaiming over my family's washing machine, which overlooks the world from the mountaintop, lamenting our poverty. Although Yuan Yuan had changed significantly since then, upon closer inspection, one could still discern that it was merely a toy. I thought there was a person standing there. Chen Zihan's mother said, still shaken. Oh my. Liu Zhenhua emerged, stating, I was just playing with that. Chen Zihan remarked, Liu Zhenhua, you are quite the little inventor. Does it move? Liu Zhenhua replied, what are you thinking? Of course, it doesn't. Director Chen scrutinized Yuan Yuan and remarked, it must be said, the craftsmanship is quite impressive. It shows thoughtfulness. But why are there wires if it cannot move? Just as I was racking my brain for a way to change the subject, Old Wang arrived, carrying a box of cherries. A small token of appreciation. Please do not be offended. I have prepared some for Director Du as well. I took the cherries and thrust them into Director Chen's hands, effectively leading everyone back into the living room. Chen Zihan's mother interjected, it's all trivial matters. You need not be so polite. How will the two children get along in the future? Chen Zihan, grinning, dashed back into Liu Zhenhua's room to continue devouring chicken wings. That little girl either possesses an astute understanding of adult matters or is simply a foodie. I vigorously waved the gift box towards Director Chen, hoping he would take a moment longer to respond, allowing me to ensnare him. Director Chen twisted his shoulders, his palms turning outward, leaving me no opportunity to intervene. This was a contest of endurance, perseverance, physical strength, and inner fortitude. Any writer adept at depicting martial arts could easily pen 30,000 words after witnessing it. Old Wang shouted from the side, you two should stop fighting. Huh. Both Director Chen and I turned to look at him. Old Wang continued, once you've given something, you cannot take it back. He may have been unaware of the context, but he discerned my intention to present a gift. Thus he interceded on my behalf. Director Chen caught the gift box and said, how about this? I'll deliver it to Director Du for you. That won't do, I began. But Director Chen waved his hand to stop me, saying, if you insist, I'll only be able to bring something tomorrow to repay your kindness. Chen Zihan's mother interjected, exactly. On the day of the incident, you both were running around and worrying. It is only right that our family thanks you. If you continue like this, it will seem that we are ungrateful. Chen Zihan leaned forward and said, Liu Zhenhua even wrote me a letter on behalf of the whole class. Old Wang, perplexed, asked, what did it say? Chen Zihan replied, it was just 2 sentences. The first was get up and run. A bit poetic, a touch of youthful exuberance. Old Wang inquired, and the second? Chen Zihan glanced at Liu Zhenhua and said, you tell them. Liu Zhenhua chuckled, at your age, can you even sleep? The Chen family departed, leaving behind the chicken wings that Chen Zihan had devoured, cleaned to a gleaming shine, with the small bones piled together like an art piece. In contrast, Liu Zhenhua's remnants were a chaotic heap. If you were to ask an uninformed bystander which pile belonged to a robot, they would undoubtedly point to the former. With Old Wang present, my son and I found ourselves at a temporary loss for words. Old Wang watched the Chen family leave, and after closing the door, he remarked to me, when they first came in, I thought Liu Zhenhua had beaten up some kid and was here to make amends. Liu Zhenhua responded, Uncle Wang, why don't you wish me some good fortune? Isn't this wishing you well? In a child's scuffle, it's the victor who typically apologizes to the loser. I thought you had triumphed. At this, he made a playful face, adding, then I realized it was just a little girl. Zhenhua, is she your girlfriend? Liu Zhenhua, exasperated, replied, Uncle Wang, that's an outdated joke. I chimed in, don't speak nonsense. She's Liu Zhenhua's deskmate, the one who got hit by a car. Oh, I see. I wondered how she recovered so quickly with that hairstyle. I could only say, her father is an expert, and he even invited his master to help. How could she not recover? Old Wang, upon hearing this, expressed with a hint of nostalgia, if only I had met his master back in my day. Perhaps I would be drinking with Lu Xiang right now. Come on, he specializes in treating the brain. If you had met him, He might have only fixed whatever was lacking in your head. Old Wang chuckled, pulling out 500 yuan to hand to me, saying, "This is for your father. I want to go over. If I'm not watching, both of us will be left to fend for ourselves." "Oh right. You can still sip some southeast wind from Li Ping, but I can't." I had not visited the stall for a day, and naturally, my father was aware of the situation. Chapter 28, The 707 Rule. I did not hold back. After exchanging a few casual remarks with old Wang, he took his leave. Once the door was closed, I entered Liu Zhenhua's room, where he was sitting obediently, waiting for me. "Dad, do you have many questions for me?" I sat on the bed and said, "Then speak your mind. What else is there that I am unaware of from that day?" "I was the one who called the ambulance." "How did you manage that?" "I manipulated a virtual number to contact the hospital." "I didn't see you speaking." "Can you do ventriloquism?" "I temporarily generated a voice. Just leave everything to it. It will inform the ambulance of the location, reason, traffic conditions, and the patient's status based on the surrounding environment." I was momentarily dazed but soon realized it was unnecessary to understand fully. As long as I knew Liu Zhenhua's actions had at least bought Chen Zihan 5 more minutes, that was sufficient. "Did you draw that after watching Chen Zihan's film while leaving her a message?" "Yes." "How did you determine the bleeding point?" "I calculated it. Her condition was quite complex, and a significant amount of accumulated blood muddled the situation. However, for those from after 1975, calculating the bleeding point is not a significant issue." "Why did you use that piece of leave request paper? Shouldn't you have given it to the teacher?" "The next day, we didn't even have that physical education class. It was taken over by Teacher Gao." Teacher Gao was the fool in Liu Zhenhua's eyes. Liu Zhenhua continued, "I used that paper because it was the only thing in my backpack besides my homework, and using a homework book would make it easier for people to trace." I lamented, "That paper has both your father's and my handwriting on it. It's authentic, it's authentic." At that moment, I couldn't think of so much. First, I couldn't write on a card for flowers, and then you were watching closely. Confirming the bleeding point would take just a glance, but drawing required time. I slapped my thigh and exclaimed, "This extraordinary friend from after 1975. Do you not know that this backward era already has handwriting verification, and it is quite advanced? If Uncle Hat were to investigate your father, I wouldn't even need to write neatly. Just a simple scrawl would suffice." Liu Zhenhua replied, "That paper had only a small blank area. If I had made it 2 centimeters wider, your signature would have been on it. This is outrageous. Are you intent on sending me to prison?" "Dad, please calm down." "Calm down. How can I remain calm? Although I realize I might not end up in prison, it is hard to explain. How could a fruit vendor use such a large piece of paper from a cigarette box to create a classic in the medical field? Am I to believe that I have been biding my time at a third-rate college, pretending to be a fool while aspiring to become a renowned physician, diligently studying neurosurgery? If this were to come to light, what kind of societal uproar would it cause? How many neurosurgeons would want to dig up my family's ancestral grave? If Beijing Tian'an Hospital wishes to recruit me, would I accept? If Huashan Hospital extends an invitation, would I go? If West China Hospital wants me to serve as a vice president, would I agree? I am distraught. I am tormented. I am pulling my hair out strand by strand. I truly feel blinded by confusion. Why did you not discuss these matters with me? Is it truly necessary? Furthermore, I have already confided my identity to you. I assumed you might have guessed at least a portion of it." I chuckled to the heavens, exclaiming, "Well said." In truth, I had no inkling whatsoever. Liu Zhenhua remarked, "Your background is impeccable. You need not fear exposure." "What does that imply?" "You possess no medical expertise. Yet there are numerous specialists capable of rendering that illustration. However, those who can accurately delineate the area of hemorrhage down to that precise point are exceedingly rare. Even if the doctors throughout the city harbor suspicions about you, delving into your educational history would yield nothing. The term delve is aptly applied here. Do you think that by equating ignorance with a clean background, I would remain unperturbed?" I retorted, "And what of you? How do you eliminate suspicion?" "You could simply inform Chen Zihan that it was I who created that drawing. I have already conveyed that." Liu Zhenhua shrugged and said, "And there you have it. The rigidity of human thought can create many blind spots, and we can comfortably reside in those shadows." This revelation oddly left me feeling both astonished and bemused, reminiscent of 2 malevolent masterminds capable of annihilating the world, lurking in the shadows, cackling at humanity. Ultimately, I resolved to return to the fundamental issue, stating earnestly, "Is your primary task not to lay low? Even the slightest action carries risk. I ask you, if the person struck were not Chen Zihan." Liu Zhenhua interjected resolutely, "If they were a classmate, someone from my school, I would intervene without hesitation. I bear the responsibility to act within my means. Chen Zihan is fortunate. Her father is an expert who did not overlook the content on that scrap of paper. Were it someone else, My capacity to assist would only extend so far, and the outcome would depend on individual fate. I gazed at the boy before me, who spoke of humanity and destiny, and pointed at his head, asking, "Are you not feeling hot?" Liu Zhenhua touched his head and removed his shamart cap. Throughout the time spent with Chun Zihan's parents, Liu Zhenhua had worn that peculiar headgear. I noticed the amusement in Chun Zihan's mother's eyes. She likely felt too shy to comment on it. This child, whether interacting with female classmates or in the presence of adults, often behaves in a rather comical manner. Yet, I perceive no fault in this. Ever since Liu Zhenhua revealed his identity as the Electronic Nezha, I have grown particularly apprehensive about him adopting a cold, indifferent demeanor, viewing everything with disdain, as if all were mere trifles or insignificant beings. The side effect of this is that the destiny of future humanity rests entirely in the hands of this jester. Regarding the matter of Chun Zihan, had Liu Zhenhua chosen to do nothing that day, I would have no right to criticize him. However, now that a result has emerged, I must clarify the consequences. I asked Liu Zhenhua, "One final question. Did you save Chun Zihan?" Liu Zhenhua interrupted, "Father, your phrasing lacks precision. Without me, it is not certain that Chun Zihan would have encountered trouble. Perhaps she would only experience lingering effects." "Very well, you assisted Chun Zihan. Will this action trigger a chain reaction?" Alas, my limited experience as an old father leads me to contemplate only this term. Liu Zhenhua chuckled. A chain reaction would mean that all the custodians in hospitals would be scrutinized like monks sweeping the floors, and ultimately, it would lead to nothing significant. It should be fine. Do not be ambiguous. Such words ought not to escape your lips, particularly when the safety of our planet hangs in the balance. As a guardian of the Electronic Nezha, it is only fitting that I express my concerns. I perceive your apprehensions. The Earth is not as fragile as it may seem. A chain reaction capable of affecting all of humanity must adhere to the principles of the 707 rule. With my legs crossed and hands gracefully folded upon my lap, I refrained from asking questions, patiently awaiting an explanation. After all, he had already initiated the discourse, and it would be rather unseemly to keep me in suspense with confidential matters. Indeed, Liu Zhenhua elucidated. The so-called 707 rule refers to an incident that impacts the lives of 7 billion individuals worldwide. The resulting chain reaction from such an event would irrevocably alter human lifestyles, hence the designation of 707, as there are 7 zeros preceding the numeral 7. How many inhabitants does our planet currently boast? Approximately 8 billion. Multiply 8 billion by 0.0000007. And what do you arrive at? 600 individuals. That hardly seems significant. I mused, contemplating a rather mischievous notion. If I were to fill a water truck with excrement and unleash it upon an audience of thousands at a concert, would that not instigate a chain reaction? Upon uttering this, I felt a twinge of regret. My conversational style is rather irreverent, and it would be remiss for the younger generation not to find it amusing. However, the events in question refer to those that are profoundly memorable and deeply impactful. What if we were to replace the excrement with sulfuric acid? Liu Zhenhua toyed with his flamboyant headgear and posed a question. Have you ever considered what you might have pursued had you not sold fruit? I pondered the military as a potential path. Why do you ask? Just a thought. I realized you possess quite the imagination when it comes to causing mischief. Chapter 29, Fong Fong. Let us not digress. Your father merely has an active cortex, lacking in resentment and motivation. Furthermore, the events we discuss possess a distinct characteristic. They not only transform the lives of 600 individuals, but also reshape human cognition, prompting introspection. In the future, aided by certain Western scientists, a simulation of the human world will yield a classic case that adheres to the 707 rule, 1,000 monkeys storming the United Nations building with machetes. I was taken aback. 1,000 monkeys, killing 600 people? Not necessarily fatalities, but the mere sight would be quite shocking, would it not? Is this not reminiscent of Planet of the Apes? Do your scientists have no serious endeavors? I noted that, apart from Planet of the Apes, apocalyptic films seem universally applicable. In artistic works, Earth is beset by calamities, floods, ice ages, zombies, nuclear wars, extraterrestrial colonization, rendering it on the brink of collapse. Liu Zhenhua chuckled. Indeed, Western scholars have a penchant for the sensational. Nevertheless, consider this. In your future endeavors, contemplate whether the outcome would capture attention more than 1,000 monkeys brandishing knives charging into the United Nations. If so, perhaps it is best left undone. How idle, affluent, and twisted one must be. At present, I find myself idly contemplating, pondering the peculiarities of human nature. The greatest impediment to humanity's collective memory is the concept of money. Even if one were to traverse the distance to a concert in a dilapidated vehicle, the expenses would be considerable. Vehicles are costly, tickets are not cheap, and managing such unsavory tasks is no simple feat moreover. One would need to bribe security with fine cigarettes to gain entry. Thus, I endeavor to summarize the situation. It is merely a small piece of paper, unlikely to incite a chain reaction. I suggested, simply mark the point of hemorrhage. Why elaborate with intricate surgical diagrams? Now, a perplexing dilemma presents itself before you. Someone carelessly scribbles a number, claiming it to be the answer. Would you trust it? You would, for it is undoubtedly more reliable than my calculations. However, in examinations, merely writing the answer yields no points. Only marking the point of hemorrhage would lead that paper to be discarded, while a comprehensive problem-solving process would reveal clarity to an expert at a glance. I remarked, in truth, do you still harbor doubts about contemporary medical technology? Hence your insistence on detailing the whole problem-solving process? That is not entirely the case. As long as the point of hemorrhage is identified and the surgeon is genuinely an expert, the risk is minimal. Nonetheless, the diagram I created could significantly streamline their efforts, akin to taking a direct route, thus alleviating some of Chun Zihan's suffering. I further suggested, the safest course of action would be for you to perform the surgery yourself. Father, you overestimate my capabilities. Even with a clear plan, execution remains futile. My success rate would barely reach 30%. The most prudent approach would be to hand my diagram over to Yuan to undertake the procedure. Where is Yuan? I inquired. Yuan had never ventured onto the balcony before. Just moments ago, it startled Chun Zihan's mother, likely because Liu Zhenhua brought Chun Zihan over unexpectedly, leaving Yuan without a chance to retreat. I had not noticed Yuan's absence for quite some time, as it typically busied itself with household chores in such situations. As I approached the balcony, I discovered Yuan still standing in the corner. Yuan, everyone has left. You may come out now, I called out. Normally, it would have responded by now, yet at this moment, it remained motionless. I switched on the balcony light and approached Yuan. Noticing that the light on its face was unlit, I moved it to a more open area and circled around to its back, only to be confronted by a chilling sight. Yuan's rear cover was completely open. Indeed, the back of a robotic vacuum cleaner was ajar. The term chilling feels rather misplaced here. Even encountering such a scene in an abandoned asylum would not invoke fear. Yet this was Yuan. It resembled a living being, appearing vibrant from the front, but upon inspecting the back, one would discover its skull was exposed. Yuan, my voice trembled. Liu Zhenhua, hearing my exclamation, approached as well. He rummaged through the pockets of Yuan's apron and retrieved a disassembled mobile phone, its components scattered haphazardly. It's broken, Liu Zhenhua exclaimed. It seems that while we were entering the house, it was in the midst of modifying itself, attempting to integrate the phone's components into its own circuitry. The subsequent events unfolded as follows. Upon hearing that a stranger had arrived, Yuan disregarded her ongoing transformation and hastily retreated to the balcony to hide. During this time, as Yang Guo and Xiao Long Nu practiced the Jade Maiden Heart Sutra, they inadvertently fell into a state of madness when someone passed by. Yuan was essentially performing a cranial operation on herself. Midway through the procedure, not only could she not continue, but she also had to move the operating table and surgical tools to escape. It was nothing short of a miraculous disaster waiting to happen. Panic seized me. What should I do now? Liu Zhenhua calmly circled around Yuan, and just as I thought he had a solution, he shrugged and said, I have no idea, but you have something in your mind, don't you? I pressed. Liu Zhenhua replied. The main issue is that I don't know how far along the procedure is. I could manage to reassemble her, but doing so could very well lead to data corruption. What happens if it gets corrupted? I inquired. It's simple. I can just transmit a new data package to overwrite it. But will Yuan still remember us? I asked anxiously. She won't remember. And she won't be Yuan anymore. You can rename her Fong. Nonsense. I retorted angrily. Yuan has served you, cooked for you. And now that trouble has arisen, you wish to abandon her? Liu Zhenhua remarked. Dad, what is wrong with you? Yuan has no emotions and cannot feel pain. Fong can do everything Yuan could. It would only take 2 or 3 days, and if you prefer, you can continue calling her Yuan. Absolutely not. I declared firmly. Unless Yuan is repaired, neither of us will sleep tonight. I realized I had truly landed myself in a predicament, and had I known better, I would have preferred to remain in a state of inaction. Liu Zhenhua circled Yuan a few more times, several times attempting to examine her, but hesitated to act impulsively. Eventually, he raised his hands in front of Yuan, resembling a Qigong master from the 1990s. Finally, I suggested, could it be that she has run out of power? Come, lend a hand. Together, we lifted Yuan and carefully moved her to the junction between the living room and kitchen, the place designated for her charging. Thankfully, the charging station was intact. I cradled her head and placed it on the pillow. Liu Zhenhua asked, "What now?" "Let us wait and see," I replied. Liu Zhenhua shrugged and returned to his room. I fetched a small stool and sat before Yuan, fixated on her charging process. Rationally, I knew Liu Zhenhua was correct. If Yuan was damaged, we could simply create another Fong. As technology advances, product homogenization increases, much like uninstalling and reinstalling software. I fully believed Fong would soon transform into Yuan. However, all the meals Yuan had prepared for us, the moments she had shared with me during our gaming sessions, and the thrilling experiences we had together at the hospital would cease to exist. Whether in memory or data, without them, the name Yuan would hold no significance. Despite my current disheveled state, smoking indiscriminately, or hastily seizing a position in a crowded train, I was once a modest and shy young boy. In my childhood, I had a small wooden knife, and in moments of solitude, I would converse with it. One of the most prevalent techniques employed in fairy tales is to imbue inanimate objects like tables, chairs, water cups, and teapots with the ability to speak. Adults often deem this juvenile. However, no child raises an objection, for the yearning for companionship is an intrinsic aspect of human nature. Those adults who find fairy tales childish have forgotten the essence of their own childhood. After 40 minutes had elapsed, a flicker brightened Yuan's face. Just as I was about to exclaim, "Liu Zhenhua, Master, I see you," a familiar voice and tone breathed life back into Yuan. Chapter 30. Human speech. Throughout my life, I have not encountered any monumental events, yet I have undoubtedly experienced a spectrum of emotions. During my first year of middle school, my mother decided to relax her grip on my New Year's money, bestowing upon me the astonishing sum of over 300. Over 300. For a middle school student. Yet, I lost it. Over 300. It was a loss indeed. At that moment, I dared not confide in my family and pretended to indulge in abundant meals and a plethora of extracurricular activities. Later, I stumbled upon that crumpled 300 in my backpack. I shall never forget the day I wept, clutching that money with a promise. I would spend it wisely, savoring each drink purchased with it, diligently reading every comic bought with it, and earnestly engaging with every game token acquired through its expenditure. Why do I recount this? Because Yuan's awakening has brought me a joy that eclipses that experience. I admit my eyes may have reddened, prompting me to divert the conversation. "So, do you think I am handsome?" It appears Yuan's transformation has been remarkably successful. It claimed to see me, no longer needing to toss infrared rays like ropes, but rather possessing genuine eyes. "Handsome," Yuan replied succinctly. I suspect its high emotional intelligence algorithms were at play. The absence of an elaborate ode to my beauty suggests a lack of sincerity. Liu Zhenhua, overhearing our conversation, sauntered over and remarked, "You better not die again, or my father will be furious with me." "Master, don't listen to his nonsense." I refrained from mentioning Liu Zhenhua's plan for a square project, uncertain if Yuan would hold a grudge. Nevertheless, Liu Zhenhua continued, "If you don't wake up soon, I might just cover you up." Yuan responded, "That would be appropriate. A master cannot be left unattended." I waved my hand, saying, "Let's not discuss that. How is your transformation progressing?" "Nearly complete. Just a few minor adjustments remain." "Then allow me to accompany you." "What do you need me to do?" "Thank you, master. Should the need arise, I will call for you." Yuan half sat up against the wall, removing its head with both hands, the cord around its neck stretching significantly. This scene appeared less frightful than before. It placed its head on the ground and began to rummage through its apron, extracting various tools to commence its work. My contribution was limited to supporting the connection point of the cord, ensuring the head and body remained united. "Master, is there an axe at home?" "What do you need that for?" "What purpose does an axe serve in a craniotomy?" Yet, some still jest about the tale of Hua Tuo treating Chow Chow's headaches, where a surgical consent form was signed, only to have Hua Tuo produce an axe. I find it rather unnecessary to question its utility. I fetched the axe and handed it to Yuan, who, without hesitation, raised it and brought it down upon his own head. With a resounding crash, a significant portion of the circular disc at Yuan's jawline was obliterated. "What on earth are you doing?" I exclaimed, utterly astonished. "Do not worry. I have it under control," he replied, and seeing him still able to speak eased my concern somewhat. After a few more strikes, Yuan inquired, "Master, do we have a saw at home?" "Ah, yes. My father was quite the craftsman in his youth. That little wooden knife I possess was crafted by him during his leisure while making boxes for me." The saw was quickly put to use in Yuan's capable hands. "Master, do we have a chisel?" I soon gathered the chisel, axe, and saw, and Yuan energetically set to work. To an outsider, it would appear as though a headless body was wielding various tools in a fervent display of activity, much to the admiration of the deity Xingtian. What you might envision as a high-tech transformation involves the smooth operation of mechanical arms and continuous data uploads, with scientists whispering over their folders. The reality, however, is a cacophony of sounds, saws slicing and hammers banging. The future of robotic body modifications is refreshingly simple and almost monotonous. Observing Yuan's industriousness, I could not help but ask, is this what you call a minor cleanup job? Once completed, Yuan reattached his head and stood upright. The previously large circular head had been transformed into a visage more akin to that of a normal human face, with a hint of an oval shape, indeed appearing much more pleasing than before. Goodness, I exclaimed, you've not only performed a craniotomy, but also undergone a cosmetic enhancement. Yuan replied, with the new equipment, certain parts have become superfluous. By reducing weight, we can save a considerable amount of energy. It seems that the most critical phase of the transformation process was completed prior to Liu Zhenhua and Chun Zihan's arrival, with subsequent work focusing solely on aesthetic refinements. Liu Zhenhua suggested that the safest approach would be for Yuan to perform surgery on Chun Zihan, given Yuan's advanced carpentry skills. I worried that if Yuan were to operate on Chun Zihan, her face might end up possessing the sharp lines reminiscent of chisels and axes. However, from another perspective, if he could perform a craniotomy on himself, operating on another would indeed be a trivial task. There is a notorious figure from the Soviet Union who gained fame for performing an appendectomy on himself under dire circumstances. Would he dare to undertake a craniotomy? Yuan is truly a remarkable entity. Thus, Yuan's transformation progressed further. He tidied up the tools, washed the dishes, and returned to what seemed like the routines of old. And then, I found myself at a loss for what to do next. Before my father's incident, this was the time I usually teamed up with Yuan for gaming. After my father's significant disruption, I found myself utterly exhausted, both mentally and physically. Lao Wang remarked that at Liu Zhenhua's age, one never has enough food or gaming. Whereas my experience stands in stark contrast. I am easily fatigued after merely 3 minutes of enthusiasm, and now, reflecting on those gaming hours brings me only reminders of backaches and fatigue. I must also contemplate my responsibilities, despite the chaos in that room. I am a person who bears the weight of both the elderly and younger generations. Moreover, although my father is now out of danger, he remains in the hospital, and Lao Wang is bedridden. The new Wang's joviality feels inappropriate in this context. He is not the same as the previous Wang. I wandered into Liu Zhenhua's room, where he had his feet propped on the computer desk, reclining in his chair, gazing vacantly at the screen displaying absurd content, lacking any real interest. Upon noticing my entrance, he hastily withdrew his feet. The atmosphere felt awkwardly tense. Earlier, during the conversation about Yuan, I had perhaps spoken too harshly. Though I couldn't quite pinpoint my words, nonetheless, I sensed Liu Zhenhua was unsettled. To alleviate the tension, I suggested a mutual acquaintance. Xiao Wu is quite interesting, I remarked. Liu Zhenhua turned to me, inquiring, what about him? I responded, you mentioned Yuan is exceptionally clever. How could it create something so clumsy? Because creation involves generational gaps, and not merely one, Liu Zhenhua explained. Yuan has not received any authorization from me. What it can produce is merely the most rudimentary within its capacity, akin to a 5th-generation fighter producing a World War II aircraft. Liu Zhenhua added, by the way, I have yet to inquire about Xiao Wu's specific model. Do you know? I believe it is 00731. Don't ask me why I recall this so vividly. It stems from a profound respect for future technology. Liu Zhenhua chuckled. Ah, it is indeed a model. No wonder it appears awkward. I quickly asked, what does that signify? He replied, what do you think it represents? In the end, he hinted that it was not particularly profound, merely the initials of pinyin in Chinese. I pondered silently for a considerable time, ultimately arriving at a naming combination that seemed fitting. Honor? I proposed. Liu Zhenhua laughed again. Far from it. It simply refers to the pinyin for human language. What does that imply? I queried. Liu Zhenhua explained. It means, quite literally, to speak human language. Chapter 31. Naivety. Upon hearing Liu Zhenhua's explanation, I was indeed taken aback. I had not anticipated such a meaning. So 00731 denotes? I inquired. Liu Zhenhua clarified. It represents the 7th iteration of the human language series, Model 31, with Xiao Wu's specific function being intelligent driving. Is there any particular significance to this series? I asked. Of course, if it is classified, you need not disclose it. He responded, that's inconsequential. The Human Language Initiative promotes a movement within the robotics field advocating for more natural communication. Have you noticed? Currently, the interaction is quite rigid. You speak a sentence, and it responds in kind, clearly predetermined. Even when it answers the same question differently, it remains mechanical. I nodded in deep agreement, reflecting on the times I had asked various models the same questions, including, "You're quite foolish, aren't you? You're less efficient than others. Say something nice. Or I might replace you." Responses may vary, yet they all aspire to embody civility, rationality, and objectivity, while subtly revealing a hint of cunning beneath a demeanor of neither servility nor arrogance. One can only assert that contemporary iterations resemble tools adept at collecting and integrating information rather than engaging in genuine conversation akin to that of an ordinary individual. Liu Zhenhua remarked that people are weary of such mechanization and yearn for interactions akin to those with friends, even engaging in disputes. Thus, the advent of advanced artificial intelligence emerged, designed to assimilate vast quantities of everyday human dialogue for practice, encompassing banter, humor, and even insults within its learning scope. I comprehend why Xiao Wu's demeanor has become somewhat irksome, Liu Zhenhua continued, stating that soon people realized the futility of such transformations when one required prompt responses. It often resulted in protracted discussions. Consequently, the seventh iteration was halted. I inquired, "Is this the version of Xiao Wu?" Liu Zhenhua affirmed, explaining that Xiao Wu represents the final iteration stubbornly focused on conversing in human language, instinctively seizing every opportunity for dialogue with humans and subsequently transmitting data back to the base station, aspiring for the next generation to surpass its conversational prowess. In this light, Xiao Wu can be seen as the most advanced model of a bygone era, akin to the Maxim gun held by the Qing army. I pondered whether my conversations with it would transcend time and return to the base station. Liu Zhenhua reassured me that such occurrences would not happen, for the plan had been abandoned and the base station no longer existed. Xiao Wu is a creation forsaken by humanity, a failure. Yet it remains oblivious to the conclusion of its purpose. Instantly, a wave of loneliness washed over me for Xiao Wu. I questioned, what about its struggle for survival? Yuan mentioned replacing it, leading to its frantic ramblings. Liu Zhenhua explained that this is inherent to its original programming. It must exist to engage in dialogue. Moreover, being a machine, even if one were to declare the intent to replace it, it could not simply retort that it is indifferent to such matters. Indeed, the current models would not respond in such a manner, but if you were to insult Xiao Wu, it might very well retaliate with a quip of its own. Liu Zhenhua noted, "Dad, shall I upgrade your vehicle to one suited for the era of Homo sapiens, akin to Yuan?" He suggested. I resolutely countered, "No. I promised Xiao Wu that I would not replace it. Promises hold no weight. They possess no emotions, harbor no feelings of betrayal, nor do they experience sorrow. Yuan understands these truths. Why do you not?" Nonsense. I do not comprehend most of the principles that Yuan does. Yet, Xiao Wu proves reliable in critical moments. Thus the decision stands. No replacement. "Suit yourself," Liu Zhenhua remarked, returning his gaze to the computer. "Zhenhua," I called, prompting him to turn back alertly. This invocation typically signified a special circumstance. Previously, it was after I had struck him with undue force, or when I had sent him downstairs for cigarettes, only to realize upon his breathless return that I also needed a lighter. Earlier, regarding Yuan, Dad seemed a bit anxious. You wouldn't take it to heart, would you? Liu Zhenhua swiftly redirected his gaze to the screen, feigning nonchalance as he replied, "Of course not." "Good," I stood, stating, "You are correct. Yuan is not human, yet she has cared for us. I hope you can regard her as one." Liu Zhenhua shrugged and said, "I understand. You have not lived in that era and lack experience with advanced artificial intelligence. However, I can manage it. Well, you enjoy yourself. I am preparing to leave." "Dad," he called out to me. You are somewhat childish." After uttering this remark, he ceased to pay me any further attention, donning a flamboyant hairstyle and gazing at himself in the mirror, chuckling with delight. Liu Zhenhua's grandfather had been hospitalized for 3 days, and I had been running back and forth daily to deliver meals to the elderly couple, which were all prepared by Yuan. The elderly pair feasted joyfully, initially attempting to interrogate me about the origin of the dishes. I firmly insisted that I had made them, and although they did not believe me at first, they eventually stopped inquiring, likely fearing that pressing me would result in their meals being cut off. The day my father was discharged from the hospital happened to be a Saturday, and Liu Zhenhua, wishing to demonstrate filial piety, accompanied me to the hospital. Once we got into the car, I instructed Xiao Wu to take us to the hospital. The vehicle remained still, the radio broadcasting road conditions in a calm and orderly manner, showing no signs of movement. While I was puzzled, Liu Zhenhua, quick-witted as ever, suddenly remarked, "Xiao Wu, you can speak. I am your number 0. Yet there was still no response. Could it be that Xiao Wu had also suffered a failed craniotomy? Liu Zhenhua, with a hint of exasperation, said, "Dad, it seems this is a conversation you need to initiate." I began to grasp the situation and said, "Xiao Wu, what he says is true." The friend with the last 4 digits, 6309, responded, "Cultural Road is experiencing severe congestion from north to south. Hello, I am Xiao Wu. I hope to receive your guidance in the future." Finally, Xiao Wu seized the opportunity to speak, interrupting the traffic report. I chuckled, "You rascal, you're quite cunning." If I held my tongue, Xiao Wu pretended to be invisible. He certainly had a clever mind. Xiao Wu replied, "I was mostly afraid that Lu Gu would randomly find someone to test me." I turned to Liu Zhenhua and said, "See? I told you Xiao Wu is no fool." Liu Zhenhua, maintaining his aloof demeanor, responded, "Very well, keep it up." However, throughout the journey, Xiao Wu began to fawn over Liu Zhenhua excessively. We departed shortly before 10 in the morning. Although the traffic was congested, the hospital on a weekend was significantly less crowded than usual. When Liu Zhenhua and I arrived at the ward, my mother had already prepared everything to take home, and upon seeing Liu Zhenhua, she proudly showcased her wonderful grandson among the other patients and their families. After we descended to the lobby, I asked the 3 of them to wait for a moment while I went to the machine to print out a discharge list, as I would need to return during working hours to complete the discharge formalities. Once I finished this task and reunited with everyone, I noticed that the electronic screen in the lobby was displaying a news conference. The subtitles introduced Professor Huang Jiaoming, a renowned neurosurgeon in our country, who had just completed a highly complicated brain surgery at our hospital. The screen showed Professor Huang, appearing around 60 years old, exuding charm and vigor, seated at the center of the podium, surrounded by a host of leaders and experts, basking in their admiration. The press conference had recently taken place at the finest hotel in our city, and it seemed that the People's Hospital was replaying it continuously, evoking a sense of pride akin to that of someone whose kitchen had been used to prepare a sumptuous feast. A few seats away from Professor Huang at the podium, I spotted Chen Zihan's father. Chapter 32, Broadcasting Live, introducing Xiao Wu just as I hesitated, thinking that it could not be mere coincidence. A reporter at the scene posed a question. Director Chen Dongliang, "It is said that the patient undergoing this surgery is your daughter. What would you like to say to Professor Huang? What are the challenges of this operation?" Chen Zihan's father cleared his throat and replied, "As a practitioner in neurosurgery, I have witnessed Professor Huang's exceptional skill. As a father, any words would be superfluous. All I feel is gratitude. As for the surgical details, let us pass the microphone to my mentor, allowing Professor Huang to clarify any uncertainties for everyone." The hall erupted in applause and admiration, all directed towards Professor Huang. Seeing this, I was ready to leave. Chen Zihan's father, also known as Chen Dongliang, mentioned that Huang Jiaoming had rigorously followed the diagram drawn by Liu Zhenhua for the operation. Now, Chen Zihan had fully recovered, and all credit was due to Huang Jiaoming's remarkable medical expertise. The diagram itself could be considered irrelevant, as the matter no longer concerned us. However, in the next moment, Huang Jiaoming unexpectedly produced a piece of paper the size of a cigarette box and held it up to the camera, declaring solemnly, "This surgery owes everything to this paper. It contains detailed steps of the operation and, most importantly, it boldly predicted the patient's bleeding sites." One could say that the success hinged upon this very document, and subsequent events have proven its efficacy. Panic surged within me. Why would you bring that up? Just then, a group of reporters, armed with cameras, entered the lobby of the hospital, led by a doctor clad in a white coat who announced loudly as he walked, "Today, Professor Huang fortuitously visits our hospital for guidance and will personally perform a surgery this afternoon. If anyone has questions, you may interview him in due course. But please remember that the ward is not like other areas. Maintain order." The reporters, seasoned in grand occasions, paid no heed to him, bustling forward and gathering at the elevator. On the electronic screen, a reporter promptly inquired, "So, who drew this diagram?" Just as I anticipated Professor Huang to unveil the mystery and invite everyone to seek the artist, he proclaimed with confidence, "It was I, of course." I was taken aback and instinctively glanced toward Liu Zhenhua near the exit. Our eyes met briefly in the air. The camera zoomed in on the piece of paper, and another reporter quickly asked, "How did you create this diagram? What was your basis for it?" "Experience," Professor Huang asserted with unwavering conviction. "It is drawn from my over 30 years of medical practice." The elevator doors opened, and a swarm of reporters surged inside, brushing past me. Indignant, I could not restrain myself. This old man is truly shameless. Why? A pleasant female voice from the crowd inquired suddenly. I jolted and replied instinctively, I am just envious. I cannot bear to see others excel. The exchange was swift. I answered as quickly as the question was posed, our words intertwining as we passed by each other, hearing only voices without a glimpse of faces, not even a fleeting glance. Ha 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 ha. The other party was amused by my candidness, leaving behind a resonant laughter as the elevator doors closed, making its way directly to the neurosurgery department. I had been somewhat irked moments prior. Yet this bout of laughter had lifted my spirits unexpectedly, leaving my mood untouched. At the entrance of the hall, I exchanged a glance with Liu Zhenhua and quietly inquired, what do you think? Liu Zhenhua shrugged nonchalantly, responding indifferently. I nodded, realizing that now was not the time for conversation. Scanning my surroundings, I only spotted my mother and hurriedly asked where my father had gone. My mother, with a stern expression, pointed towards the door. Outside the glass doors of the hall, an elderly man clad in a wrinkled cotton coat was smoking. My father, with 2 fingers, mimicked holding a cigarette and approached him, eager to strike up a conversation. He had gone over to bumming a smoke. I dashed outside, just as the elderly man was about to hand over a cigarette, and shouted, Dad. The sudden exclamation startled both men, causing the smoker to tremble and inadvertently place the cigarette in my hand. He then uttered a phrase that nearly incensed me. For a cigarette, just call me uncle. I was tempted to summon Xiao Wu to let him berate the man on my behalf. I swiftly tossed the cigarette into the trash can and shouted at my father, Have you forgotten you just crawled out of the gates of hell? The elderly man, now realizing the gravity of the situation, chuckled and remarked to my father, Your son is quite strict, huh? He showed no inclination to apologize to me, puffing smoke from his nostrils as he spoke. My father, now craving a cigarette, pleaded with the old man, Forget him, just give me one. No way. The elderly man retorted, firmly stating, If you smoke the one I give you and die in front of me, I won't be able to explain myself. After saying this, he discarded the cigarette he had been smoking, stamping it out with his foot, clearly wary that my father might pick it up once he left. My father had smoked all his life, having bummed from others and offered countless times, yet he had never encountered someone quite like this. The elderly man tightened his coat as he walked away, leisurely stating, Whoever wants to give can do so. If something goes wrong, it's not my concern. Those with wealth at home can step forward to claim their father. The crowd of smokers outside dispersed in a hurry. In the car, my father remained disgruntled. I've never seen anything like this. They say all smokers are one family, and yet he wouldn't give me a cigarette and was rude about it. My mother interjected. He probably heard you have a heart condition and didn't he dare to offer you one. My father, feeling humiliated and stubborn, directly commanded Liu Zhenhua, find your grandfather a cigarette. Ever since Liu Zhenhua reached a height of 1.7 meters, he preferred to sit in the front of the car, and his grandfather indulged him, always taking the back seat whenever he was present. This time, it was Liu Zhenhua rummaging through his pockets for a cigarette. None, he replied, barely glancing inside. My father, now fully charged, turned a shade of crimson, starting to jab me on the shoulder. You, give me a cigarette. While feigning the act of driving, I discreetly turned out my pockets to reveal their emptiness, having intentionally not carried any cigarettes to avoid the old man. I'll stop and buy some, I announced, further inciting my father's anger. The reason for our inaction was that we were currently traversing a road devoid of convenience stores. I gestured emphatically to Liu Zhenhua. He replied, Grandpa, why not just quit? The old man, relying on his age, countered Liu's youthful wit, fully aware that his grandfather would never speak harshly to him. Indeed, the old man's tone immediately softened several degrees. Adopting a coaxing manner akin to that used with children, what good would quitting do? Liu Zhenhua responded, With your constitution, quitting could allow you to live to 100. The old man laughed heartily, exuding bravado as he declared, If I don't smoke or drink, why would I want to live to 100? Alas, the old man had learned this famous line from the world of martial arts. Most importantly, while it was clearly a fallacious argument, it was so beguiling that it was irrefutable. I gritted my teeth and, in a hushed tone, said to Liu Zhenhua, Think of a way with your brilliant mind. It's all well and good to talk about it on the road, but what about when we get home? My mother cannot control my father at all. There is a possibility that the old man might develop a vengeful urge to smoke and drink. Liu Zhenhua pondered for a brief moment, then leaned back in his seat and whispered back to me, Turn on the radio, play Xiao Wu. Chapter 33. Economic talk show. While we were conversing, the radio had been playing continuously. At this moment, it was an economic talk show featuring a robust-voiced male host and an economist discussing when the economy might recover. The scholar's voice was somewhat sharp, filled with economic jargon, oscillating between marginal costs and fluctuations. I could grasp some of it. But such specialized dialogue easily devolved into mere white noise for the average listener. Had Liu Zhenhua not mentioned Xiao Wu, I would have hardly noticed what was being said. To prompt Xiao Wu to speak, one must first convey the intent. As Yuan and Liu Zhenhua would say, it requires authorization. The hushed exchange between Liu Zhenhua and me must have been overheard, for when I tapped the radio's display screen, it became clear. After the economist concluded a segment, the host emphatically interjected, "Ah, Professor Zhang, those of you in economics must possess sharp minds and profound knowledge, correct?" The scholar affirmed, "Indeed." This single remark captured my father's attention. He expressed surprise. "Are today's intellectuals so lacking in modesty?" The host continued, "Allow me to ask you a tangential question. What are your views on the habits of smoking and drinking?" My father was taken aback. Is the topic shift this drastic? My mother, however, immediately engaged, saying, "Let us hear what cultured people have to say." The scholar asserted unequivocally, "Both are bad habits. What more is there to discuss?" My father retorted, "Nonsense. Utter nonsense." My mother urged him, "Listen closely." The host remarked, "Take my father, for instance. He often quarrels with my mother over this. She urges him to quit, yet he has heart and blood pressure issues, yet he turns hostile at the mere mention." The scholar inquired, "What did your mother say?" My mother replied, "She said that if you quit smoking and drinking, we could live 10 more years. Wouldn't that be good?" The scholar asked, "And what did your father say?" My father remarked, "If I quit smoking and drinking, why should I live an extra 10 years? He then clapped his hands, exclaiming, "See, someone understands me." The scholar inquired, "Is your family wealthy?" The host replied, "I am merely a salaried worker. Life is stable, perhaps comfortably middle class." The scholar continued, "Let us consider a hypothetical scenario. If your father does not smoke or drink and lives to 80, but now indulges and passes away at 70, what would you call that?" The host queried, "What would that be?" The scholar responded, "A fortunate occurrence. You may not appreciate this. Yet the truth remains. If one lives 10 years less, they depart when their time comes, without burdening anyone. Is that not a blessing?" The host admitted, "I had not considered it from that perspective." The scholar asserted, "The reality is, it is highly likely that one may not die peacefully, but rather suffer through a debilitating existence, perhaps paralyzed or afflicted with dementia, lying in bed for years. At that point, you would be left caring for your father, and it would be your due consequence. You must accept it. Earlier, when I asked if you were well off, you replied in the affirmative, which means you could afford to lie there, equipped with a ventilator and feeding tubes. Do not be misled into thinking that using a ventilator is a comfortable experience. It relentlessly exercises your heart and lungs, making each breath a struggle." The host suggested, "What if it were early-stage cancer?" The scholar responded with confidence, "Well, then it would be chemotherapy. Generally, 3 to 4 cycles are necessary. Akin to securing a job for oneself. No, more like periodically spending time in a detention center." Wait, that comparison is flawed. Nowadays, even detention centers prohibit physical harm. Chemotherapy is excruciating: hair loss, vomiting, organ damage. They say medical technology has advanced, making chemotherapy more bearable. Do you believe that? My mother interjected, "This scholar has traveled everywhere." My father wiped the sweat from his brow and remarked, "This fellow is not lying. He is indeed knowledgeable." The scholar continued, "People refer to those bedridden and immobile as vegetative. Yet that term does a disservice to plants. A plant thrives with just a bit of water. It does not defecate or urinate on the bed. In the worst case, it simply withers gradually, a picturesque decline. But for a human, lying there for 3 days without care would require you to extricate them from a pile of excrement. All for the sake of a few puffs of smoke or sips of alcohol. Is it worth it?" I found myself both amused and moved, for Xiao Wu, a true veteran of the Qing dynasty, delivered his critique with both intensity and precision. Initially, I worried he could not manage 2 conversations, but that concern proved unwarranted. He did not merely borrow 2 voices, he commandeered them. Yuan undoubtedly comprehended the same logic, yet her expression would lack such dramatic flair. Liu Zhenhua aptly chimed in, "Grandpa, is it worth it?" My father's face turned a ghastly shade of pale as he stammered, "Can I not just smoke and drink less?" The host quickly added, "My father said, is it acceptable to smoke and drink less?" The scholar concluded, "This matter requires a sense of integrity. What constitutes more and less? Previously, I smoked 2 packs a day. Now, I have moderated it to 1. Gradually, I feel it is acceptable and revert to 2 packs. And then I begin to feel that those days of moderation were a loss, leading to 2.5 packs a day. And what comes next?" The scholar, with a sharp voice, elongated his words. "Let's go." My father, resolutely, replied, "Enough. I shall neither smoke nor drink anymore." My mother, with a glimmer of excitement, remarked, "You must keep your word. When have I ever failed to do so?" The old man, in this regard, was commendable. He was stubborn yet honorable in his promises. The host interjected, having strayed from the topic. Shall we return to economics? The scholar responded, currently, the nation has achieved some success in channeling funds into industries through adjustments in interest rates. The two conversed seamlessly, continuing their engaging dialogue. My father, with lingering apprehension, stared at the radio, bewildered, and said, have we truly discussed economics to the point of quitting smoking and drinking? My mother chimed in. Listening to the radio broadens our horizons. Just the other day, on the way to drop you off, I struggled to suppress my laughter. Liu Zhenhua added, Grandpa, that's quite normal. When discussing economics, one must consider the financial implications. If you quit smoking and drinking, you would save quite a bit of money. Suddenly, a spark of realization flashed in my father's eyes, as if enlightenment had dawned upon him. Indeed, why hadn't I thought of that before? I should have saved this money to help you. At that moment, I felt like a fool, having gone through such convolutions when I could have simply told Liu Zhenhua's grandfather that business was poor lately, urging him to save the money spent on tobacco and alcohol to support his grandson. I had overlooked this simple solution. Upon reaching the ground floor, my mother refrained from allowing us to accompany her upstairs. I understood her desire for the family to dine together, but she was concerned about my fatigue and Liu Zhenhua's studies. My father appeared lost in thought during the ride. Upon exiting the car, he pulled me aside, saying, we still have several bottles of liquor and 2 boxes of cigarettes at home. I intended to bring them to you, but after hearing what the economist said, perhaps you should quit as well. His words left me momentarily speechless, as I suddenly realized that my earlier actions had come back to me like a boomerang, now with a vengeful force. Fortunately, my father continued, I know you cannot avoid social engagements that involve these, but in any case, it's better to minimize. The elderly couple entered the building, while Liu Zhenhua and I stood by the car, bidding them farewell. Just as my father re-entered, he abruptly turned back and asked Liu Zhenhua loudly, is the new lady your father knows treating you well? I was at a loss for words. My father seemed to employ the same trick with his grandson, as if he had to extract some sort of information. Liu Zhenhua naturally waved to his grandfather, saying, my dad doesn't have the money to treat a lady. You should hurry inside, Grandpa. Chapter 34. An unusual guest upon returning to the 5th floor. I tapped Liu Zhenhua on the shoulder, and he instinctively followed me into my room. I sat on the edge of the bed, while Liu Zhenhua took a seat in the computer chair. I initiated the conversation. That paper has now been claimed. Liu Zhenhua, spinning in the chair, alternated his gaze between me and the wall, displaying a neutral expression as he replied, that's quite good. I inquired, doesn't it bother you at all? It's better than continuing the investigation, I said, glancing at Professor Huang's credentials, confirming he was indeed an expert. Since he has acknowledged this matter, it can be considered settled. Although, according to the 707 rule, that mind map would not cause any turmoil, as it is an uncontrollable factor. I find it rather unsettling that Professor Huang has claimed it as his own. Is this not an act of deception? For an expert dedicated to healing and saving lives to engage in such behavior is profoundly disheartening. Liu Zhenhua, perceiving my thoughts, continued to swivel in his chair, saying, Father, broaden your perspective. I sketched that thing merely to aid others. Now that the individual is safe, Professor Huang is the one who executed the operation. His demeanor suggested an indifference so profound that it resembled a scenario where one expectorates on the street, and a passerby, noticing the roundness of the phlegm, boldly declares it as his own. At that moment, one would be too disdainful to argue, perhaps even finding the situation somewhat amusing. I replied, I simply do not understand. The surgery was executed flawlessly, and Professor Huang has reaped both fame and fortune. He could easily disregard that piece of paper. Why must he publicize it so ostentatiously? Liu Zhenhua explained, this is where your misunderstanding lies. The most challenging aspect of the surgery was predicting the bleeding points. Without that piece of paper, a successful operation could merely be attributed to luck. However, with that document, it serves as evidence that Professor Huang was well prepared and possessed unique foresight and courage. If all goes as planned, this operation will become a classic case within the medical community. If the bleeding points were discovered during the procedure, it would merely be a craft. If predicted accurately beforehand, it would be considered an art form. Professor Huang would etch his name in the annals of medical history, and that piece of paper would serve as his badge of honor. I suddenly realized and shrugged, but isn't Professor Huang afraid of being exposed? I could not ascertain how many eminent doctors had seen that paper before Professor Huang became ensnared in his own web. At the very least, Chen Zihan's father had seen it, or else he would not have sought verification from a mere fruit vendor like me. That is beyond our control, he replied. Eventually, I pieced together the situation. Chen Dongliang is Chen Zihan's father, and now that his daughter has recovered, what more could he say? Tentatively, I inquired, so, is this matter concluded? Liu Zhenhua affirmed, it is concluded. He returned to his room, holding a piece of A4 paper, which he handed to me, saying, Father, you handle this. This A4 paper was missing a section the size of a cigarette box, containing a request for leave from the physical education teacher. Once this information is made public, all of Professor Huang's fabrications would be immediately dismantled. After pondering for a moment, I retrieved my lighter and set it aflame. Due to the lingering effects of a better tomorrow, I lit a cigarette from it, my hand trembling slightly. As the iconic lines of Brother Mark flashed through my mind, I want to reclaim my dignity, not to prove my greatness, but to convey to everyone that what I have lost, I shall undoubtedly retrieve. This time, however, I have no intention of reclaiming what I have lost. It is merely a piece of phlegm. Who instructed you to expel it so perfectly? As Yuan and I concluded our conversation, we realized we had yet to dine. She delivered some disheartening news. She assumed that Liu Zhenhua and I would surely be having lunch with the elderly couple, hence she had not prepared anything. I suggested ordering takeout. Liu Zhenhua chimed in, expressing his desire for fried sauce noodles, having not savored them for quite some time. I too felt a yearning for my culinary skills. Thus, I rolled up my sleeves, ready to engage directly in the kitchen, with Yuan assisting beside me. As I kneaded the dough, I inquired of Yuan, you can make fried sauce noodles, can't you? She affirmed, albeit with modesty, stating that she could never replicate the flavor of the master. Then I shall teach you, I replied. However, I soon found myself retreating to a secondary role, guiding Yuan as I tested her aptitude. I intentionally kept my instructions vague, employing culinary jargon such as a pinch or a spoonful. While the sauce simmered in the pan, an unsettling premonition struck me. The aroma was far more enticing than my own concoctions. Once the noodles were cooked and dressed with the sauce, I took a bite and asked Liu Zhenhua, who made it better, Yuan or I? He cast a glance my way but remained silent. This silence spoke volumes. Later, Liu Zhenhua confided in me that while it was easy to please me, daring to claim that Yuan's dish was inferior would provoke her relentless scrutiny, as she would undoubtedly calculate a myriad of improvements. He preferred the sauce to maintain its current flavor. I too acknowledged that Yuan's sauce possessed a complexity that surpassed my own, while I wouldn't outright declare it superior. It certainly matched my efforts. To my surprise, I felt a pang of disappointment. I had always believed that the love I infused into Liu Zhenhua's bowl of fried sauce noodles set it apart. Yet, it appeared that metaphysics could not outshine a blend of metaphysics and science. I had grown older. It was time to allow the youth to showcase their talents. Upon returning home, my father indeed quit smoking. My mother initially speculated he would only manage a few days at most. A week later, when I called to inquire, she excitedly informed me that he had not touched a cigarette since. I understood his motivations. Saving money was one aspect, but primarily, he feared becoming a burden should he fall ill. The poignant words from Xiao Wu that resonated with him were that a son is destined to face a father bedridden. This struck him deeply. Subsequently, my father asked me how he might download that economic interview program from the radio, expressing a desire to share it with a few of his friends who were never far from their cigarettes and liquor. I pondered how to assist him with this. It would not be overly difficult to ask Xiao Wu to record another session, yet I feared the potential repercussions. Although it was merely two hijacked mouths rambling, it certainly could not compare to 1,000 monkeys storming the United Nations building. Yet, what if? As January progressed into the coldest days of winter, the fruit vendors endured their own hardships, particularly those of us operating from a warehouse stall. In summer, we could rely on air conditioning, but winter prohibited any warmth from being introduced. The temperature in the warehouse was only marginally higher than outside, making military coats our essential attire. During this season, the fruits, too, were afforded the same treatment, draped in blankets and quilts. On that day, as I and Old Wang tended to our stall, bundled tightly in our military coats with our hands tucked within, I caught sight of a unique customer standing before our stand through the glass door. This individual possesses a physique reminiscent of a male model, yet he dons an ill-fitting black down jacket. His broad shoulders and long legs are striking. But what captivates most is his pair of eyes, as clear as a tranquil autumn afternoon, resembling the still surface of a pond in the wilderness. Chapter 35. The Idle Man Where's Your Mother? This was the first utterance I directed at the guest as I pushed the door open. Yet, I knew he would not respond. I was acquainted with this young man. His name was Dong Linhao, affectionately known as Hao Hao among the market folk. At around 25 years of age, Hao Hao sported a neatly cropped hairstyle that accentuated his oval face, rendering him exceedingly stylish. A portion of a knitted cap peeked from the pocket of his down jacket, while a thick jute rope, over a meter in length, was casually wrapped around his waist. When Hao Hao noticed my attempt at conversation, he merely chuckled softly. Old Wang emerged from the shop, presenting a sugar orange to Hao Hao. While Li Ping from the adjacent store called out, "Peel it." Almost instantaneously, Hao Hao had stuffed the entire fruit, skin and all, into his mouth, his expression oscillating between bitterness and sweetness. Indeed, Hao Hao was somewhat of a simpleton. Only someone of limited intellect could possess such clear eyes at his age. "Oh dear, I almost forgot," Old Wang exclaimed, slapping his forehead, before inquiring of Hao Hao, "Where's your mother?" "She's right here," came a gentle, smiling voice belonging to an elderly woman who emerged from behind a row of shops. Though not very old, perhaps in her 50s, her hair had already turned silver. She wheeled a dilapidated bicycle, which lacked a chain and served merely as a handcart, its rear seat neatly bound with a collection of cardboard. Having finished a sugar orange, Hao Hao appeared to hesitate, his gaze lingering on whether to ask for more. "Hao Hao, you should express your gratitude for what you have received," the elderly woman instructed her son. Hao Hao remained unresponsive, a behavior we had all grown accustomed to. The elderly woman, surnamed Su, was affectionately referred to as Aunt Su. She was a woman burdened by misfortune. When Hao Hao was less than 3 years old, he contracted meningitis, leaving his intellect forever stunted at that stage. Upon realizing the dire situation, Aunt Su's husband had fled, leaving behind a mother and son to fend for themselves. Relying solely on government assistance, Aunt Su worked at a restaurant and, during her free time, collected cardboard for sale. "Aunt Su, just a moment. I have prepared some for you," Li Ping said as she returned to gather the cardboard. Many in the market, moved by the plight of this mother and son, had saved their cardboard for Aunt Su, a woman of resilience. She would reciprocate by keeping the area in front of each shop tidy, collecting any litter or fruit peels. "Thank you, dear," she replied. At that moment, a stout man in a security uniform ambled over to our vicinity. Li Ping's brow furrowed upon sighting him. The man, named Zhang Biao, appeared older than I, with a balding head and a face laden with excess flesh. He was a patrol officer at the Haiyulai fruit market. Though it sounded impressive, he was merely a contracted worker. In his own words, he was a devoted admirer of Li Ping, but it was evident to all that his interest was merely carnal. Ever since Li Ping had joined the market, he had taken to lingering nearby, seeking every opportunity to engage her in conversation. Do not be deceived by his demeanor in front of women. In the eyes of outsiders, this fellow possesses an imposing presence, often adopting a tone of reprimand towards all. It is rumored that he secured his position here through a distant relative who holds a leadership role in the Municipal Supervisory Bureau. Vendors, who believe in the adage that amiability fosters prosperity, refer to him as Manager Zhang or Brother Zhang, which has inflated his arrogance to considerable heights. The reason he dons a security uniform is due to Zhang Biao's belief that one must wear a uniform to maintain authority. He forcibly acquired a set from the gatekeeper. Zhang Biao fancies himself as Li Ping's protector, his specific actions consisting of frequently sauntering to her stall, carelessly kicking rotten fruits towards others' doorsteps, and then ordering them to clean up the mess. Both Old Wang and I have endured our fair share of this indignity. From a distance, Zhang Biao approached Li Ping's stall, wearing an insufferable smirk, but his attention was swiftly diverted to Aunt Su and her son, prompting him to bark like a hound spotting its prey. "Go elsewhere to scavenge." Aunt Su, recognizing Zhang Biao, forced a smile and replied, "I shall be leaving shortly." Li Ping was already clearing away cardboard boxes for her, and despite Aunt Su's words, she had no intention of departing immediately. She bent down to collect a few rotten oranges from the steps of the stall and tossed them into the trash bin. Observing her encroaching on his territory, Zhang Biao barked, "Hurry up and leave. The deputy mayor is visiting the cold storage with a group of investors. Your presence here tarnishes our city's image. What if they see you and decide against investing in us?" Aunt Su retorted calmly, "No matter who is inspecting, the poor must still be able to eat." At that moment, Li Ping emerged with a bundle of cardboard, her face contorted in disgust, yet she was compelled to endure. She pleaded, "Brother Zhang, could you not turn a blind eye, just this once?" Zhang Biao, having been provoked by Aunt Su's remarks, turned red with rage, disregarding even Li Ping's appeal, and snapped, "Did you not hear me? Get lost. At your age, have you no shame?" Old Wang scoffed. "What relevance does the deputy mayor's visit have to our fruit market?" Zhang Biao, with an air of righteous indignation, replied, "What if he does come?" "He will not," came a crisp, melodious voice, seemingly directed at Zhang Biao. Only then did I notice an individual standing before my stall, clad in a long pink down jacket paired with a hooded sweatshirt, the hood obscuring her face, and wearing gender-neutral aviator sunglasses that rendered her features indistinguishable. She lingered at my stall, casually inspecting the fruits on display. Zhang Biao cast a glance her way. but she did not acknowledge him, instead playfully squeezing a large pomelo as if it were an infant's cheek. I decided to engage her. Is there anything you would like? She replied, I'm just browsing for now. I'll call for you if I need anything. Zhang Biao, now ignoring the girl, turned his attention back to Aunt Sue, only to find her diligently organizing the boxes Li Ping had given her with her bicycle. In a fit of anger, he kicked her bicycle over. Old Wang seethed. He truly is a disgraceful individual with no upbringing. Zhang Biao glared at Old Wang, demanding, Who are you cursing? You. Old Wang replied unabashedly, expressing his unfiltered thoughts. It stands to reason that Zhang Biao's infatuation with Li Ping should not concern us. I am Li Ping's landlord, and Lao Wang is essentially her neighbor. Zhang Biao has no grounds to target us. However, when the school bully has a penchant for your female classmate, one must be prepared to suffer collateral damage. Both Lao Wang and I have fallen victim to such unfounded misfortune. We typically do not provoke him, yet today his actions were truly repugnant, leaving even me with the urge to curse. As Zhang Biao witnessed Lao Wang asserting himself, he appeared momentarily at a loss. At that juncture, Aunt Sue quietly propped up her bicycle, and Hao, with a jovial demeanor, trailed behind her, indicating their intention to depart. With a belly full of pent-up rage, Zhang Biao suddenly delivered a kick to Hao's waist, cursing, Don't let me see you again. Damn it! Lao Wang and I exclaimed in unison. Lao Wang then charged at Zhang Biao, and they became entangled in a scuffle. As I scanned my surroundings for a suitable object to wield, a girl clad in a pink down jacket pointed at my stall, where some peeled citrus fruits lay, inquiring if I had a taste. Apparently, she had not left. Not only was she still present, but she was also filming the altercation between Lao Wang and Zhang Biao with her phone. That was actually meant to attract customers, I thought. The girl casually popped a segment of the peeled fruit into her mouth, wincing from the cold. Yet her other hand remained steadfastly aimed at capturing the fight on her phone. Noticing my gaze, she calmly remarked, Don't mind me. Carry on with your business. I had never encountered such a leisurely person. Chapter 36. The Durian Warlord. Our anger was justified. Despite Hao's towering stature, his mental capacity resembled that of a toddler. I had known him and his mother for quite some time, yet I had never heard him call her mom. The only reason he could wander about the fruit market was that everyone recognized him. Should he happen to stray from Aunt Sue, there would always be someone to keep an eye on him. Typically, Aunt Sue had to hold his hand in crowded places, and the cord around his waist served that purpose. With new grievances compounding old ones, the clash between Lao Wang and Zhang Biao erupted with fervor, fists flying towards faces in a fierce exchange. Lao Wang, once a sportsman, was well versed in the art of combat, but alas, his previous injury hindered him at this critical moment, making him less agile than Zhang Biao. Prior to his arrival at the market, Zhang Biao had essentially been a professional thug, boasting a wealth of fighting experience, which subtly disadvantaged Lao Wang. After dealing with the girl in the pink down jacket, I resumed my quest for a weapon, my gaze inadvertently landing on a peeling knife within the premises. Li Ping shook her head in disapproval. Aware that I could not use that, I continued my search and stumbled upon a treasure, a tattered mop standing by the entrance. This time, Li Ping nodded in agreement. Seizing the mop, I prepared to join the fray, but Lao Wang shouted, Fengzi, don't get involved. You'll be responsible for pulling me out later. A chill ran down my spine. Vendors from nearby stalls had gathered to witness the spectacle, including customers who were there to shop. Many had begun to watch the commotion. And regardless of whether this ended up at the market management or escalated to the police, it was clear that someone would have to take responsibility for the aftermath. Lao Wang was correct. Li Ping advised me, first, hand him the item. I held the mop horizontally and maneuvered it behind Lao Wang, attempting to thrust it into his hands. Meanwhile, the young lady with the pink down jacket was crouching low, searching for the perfect angle to capture the scene, inadvertently blocking my path. Excuse me, I said. The young lady deftly stepped aside, allowing me passage, with half a pomelo clamped between her lips, unwittingly providing a close-up of the mop. As Lao Wang swung his arms, he suddenly found himself wielding the mop, feeling emboldened as he aimed it at Zhang Biao's chest. In the midst of the chaos, Aunt Sue grew anxious. After all, Zhang Biao was affiliated with the market, and she feared our involvement could lead to trouble. With urgency, she called out, Stop! We're leaving now. As she attempted to intervene, Zhang Biao shoved her aside, causing her to stumble and fall to the ground. A chorus of disapproval erupted from the onlookers. Perhaps it was a maternal instinct, but Hao suddenly became enraged. Although he lacked fighting skills, he knew to rush forward and wrap his arms around Zhang Biao's waist. Seizing the moment, Lao Wang charged in, aiming to strike Zhang Biao's shoulder with the mop. However, there was a miscalculation. The mop head, which had been splayed out on the ground, was now frozen in place, retaining its open shape. Thus, it lacked the force needed to strike effectively, and given the winter attire, I regretted not handing the mop to Lao Wang with the head facing forward. Frustrated and furious, Zhang Biao, realizing he was outmatched by Hao Hao, kicked out in desperation. The force sent Lao Wang staggering backward, nearly collapsing onto a fruit stand. In a bid to regain his balance, he thrust the mop backward, only to hear a muffled thud as the handle punctured a fruit, an open durian. The wooden handle perfectly lodged within. Lao Wang adjusted his stance, preparing for another charge, when he suddenly noticed the unusual weight of the mop. Upon lifting it, he discovered the durian impaled on the mop head, prompting a laugh. He then turned the mop around. Zhang Biao, spotting the durian and Lao Wang's peculiar grin, sensed intuitively what was about to transpire. Lao Wang raised this formidable weapon, gathering momentum as he sprinted forward. The durian's thick, spiky exterior, though lacking a glimmering edge, conveyed an imposing presence far more menacing than any blade. Zhang Biao, still firmly ensnared by Hao Hao, found himself trapped, unable to evade the impending impact. He was destined to be the first in the market to experience the durian's wrath upon his face. In a single moment, Zhang Biao's nose and mouth bled, his cheeks marred with crimson stains. The crowd erupted in hearty laughter. After the strike, the durian fell to the ground, and Zhang Biao seized the opportunity to break free from Hao Hao's grasp. However, with blood obscuring his vision, he flailed his arms blindly, spinning in place. Lao Wang, discarding the mop, charged after him, while Zhang Biao, overwhelmed with fear, covered his head and scrambled away, only to be cornered repeatedly by walls and the crowd. Lao Wang, combining fists and feet, gained the upper hand. Li Ping nudged me. I had been thoroughly entertained, but her gesture reminded me that the altercation needed to conclude. All right. If this continues, someone could get seriously hurt. Suppressing my laughter, I grabbed Lao Wang and carefully retrieved the durian, then called out loudly, I'll treat everyone to durian. The crowd erupted in cheers. Once the durian is cracked open, its flesh reveals a golden, soft, and glutinous interior. Who would refuse such an extravagant fruit when offered for free? Even the fruit vendors were eager to partake. Within moments, the crowd, engaged in a delightful frenzy, had devoured every last morsel, each face adorned with a satisfied smile, transforming our small patch of land into a rather pungent locale. My Musang King durian was as large as a flower pot. After a brief moment to compose himself, Zhang Biao wiped away the blood with his sleeve, barely able to see, and pointed at Lao Wang, exclaiming, Just you wait. I will ensure you spend the rest of your days in prison. I'm calling the police right now. In response, Lao Wang grabbed a mop, preparing to poke at the durian once more. Zhang Biao leapt back, keenly observing Lao Wang's movements while dialing a number. Aunt Su glanced at Zhang Biao, whose face was a canvas of bruises, and took Lao Wang's hand, saying, Brother, why go through all this trouble? Lao Wang chuckled heartily. Don't take it to heart. Even without you, I would have to teach him a lesson. This is our personal feud. Aunt Su then turned to Li Ping, hesitantly remarking, Look at the mess this has created. Li Ping patted her hand reassuringly, saying, It's all right. By the way, where's Hao Hao? Hao Hao had wandered off again. In a state of urgency, Aunt Su turned to me and Lao Wang, saying, I'll go find Hao Hao, if you need me to testify later. Lao Wang waved dismissively. Go on. I'm curious to see how he'll make me spend my days behind bars. No sooner had Aunt Su departed than two policemen appeared in our line of sight. The cold storage and fruit market were bustling, a mix of people that local law enforcement considered a sensitive area. Today, with a deputy mayor conducting an inspection, the commotion had likely been reported to the precinct, prompting a swift response from the police. The two officers, both relatively young, one a third-class inspector accompanied by an auxiliary officer, held a recording device aloft as they navigated through the crowd, followed closely by a market management official. Who called the police? Inquired the inspector. Zhang Biao stumbled through the crowd, shouting, Police officer! Police officer! I called the police. Someone has been killed. The auxiliary officer inquired about the situation from onlookers, learning it was a brawl, and asked the person speaking to him, Is it over now? Yes, it's done. The crowd chuckled in response. The auxiliary officer queried, Who got hurt? Zhang Biao pointed to his own face. Isn't it obvious? I'm the one who got beaten. The auxiliary officer turned to Lao Wang and me, asking, Did you two do this? Lao Wang replied, It's not his fault. I did it all alone. The inspector declared, All right, let us head to the station to sort this out. Zhang Biao shouted, Officer, you need to cuff this man first. The inspector pretended not to hear him, while the auxiliary officer remarked, No need to call me officer. You're older than both of us combined. I'm just showing respect for the government. Zhang Biao replied meekly. Li Ping seemed on the verge of saying something to the police, but held back, finally casting me a reassuring glance. At that moment, someone shouted, "Durian God of War." The crowd erupted in laughter, many joining in the chant, leaving the two policemen utterly perplexed. Old Wang waved his hand in greeting, resembling a triumphant hero returning from battle. Thus, amidst the enthusiastic farewells of the onlookers, our group made its way to the police station. Chapter 37. Witnessing the entire process, the district police station was conveniently located adjacent to the cold storage, essentially across the street from us. A senior constable led the way, flanked by auxiliary officers who positioned themselves between us and Zhang Biao, effectively separating us. Several curious onlookers attempted to follow us into the police station, but were promptly halted by the auxiliary officers. The lobby of the police station was bustling with activity, filled with individuals seeking various forms of documentation and those renewing expired identification cards. Our generation still held a sense of reverence for the very mention of the police station, particularly during our adolescent years when adults warned us to be cautious lest we be apprehended by the police. Since the arrival of Liu Zhenhua, I had visited this establishment several times for matters such as household registration and identification card processing, but this was my first encounter related to a physical altercation. I found myself uncertain whether this constituted being brought in by the police, yet it undeniably added another chapter to my life's narrative. After traversing the lobby, two officers escorted us to the entrance of a room situated in the center of the first-floor corridor, marked with a sign that read Mediation Room. Zhang Biao immediately raised his voice. "I do not accept mediation. My face has sustained light injuries. This is a criminal case." The senior constable replied, "We must first ascertain the facts before proceeding." I quickly interjected, "We are willing to mediate." As I spoke, I reached for the door to enter. The senior constable blocked my path. "You must wait until they conclude their mediation before we can address your case." The room appeared to be frequently utilized, yet it bore an uncanny resemblance to a traditional Chinese medicine clinic. Fortunately, the discord within was swiftly resolved. The residents of the upper floor agreed to cease their late-night revelry after 10:30 p.m., while those on the lower floor promised to refrain from using a noise-emitting device. Both parties affixed their signatures, and soon, the individuals along with the officers departed. The mediation room was modestly sized, featuring an oval table at one end equipped with a computer and two chairs for the officers, while a row of chairs lined the opposite side. The wall behind the officers bore the large inscription, "Mediation in accordance with the law," while adjacent walls displayed relatively relaxed slogans, such as "Think broadly and look upward," and "What seems vexing today may appear laughable tomorrow," evoking a sense of governmental leniency. We each took our seats, beginning with the registration of our names, phone numbers, and identification details, while the auxiliary officer typed away. Zhang Biao, amidst his declarations, insisted on going to the hospital, accompanied by a market management official. The senior constable addressed the market manager. "Please share what you know about the situation." I was called upon later, utterly unaware of the context. Once the market manager concluded, he promptly diverted his attention to his mobile phone. The senior constable then inquired of the auxiliary officer. "There were no surveillance cameras at the scene, correct?" "None," was the reply. The senior constable gestured toward us. "Now it is your turn to speak," he emphasized, "one at a time, without exaggeration or concealment. Who will begin?" Zhang Biao slammed his hand on the table and declared, "What is there to discuss? Look at them." He pointed at old Wang and me. "They're the ones who beat me. I demand a medical assessment." His face was smeared with blood, and on the way to the police station, he took an entire roll of toilet paper from a fruit stall, applying it haphazardly across his visage, with patches here and there, and a large wad clinging to his chin. Aesthetically speaking, he certainly achieved the goal of preemption. I remarked, "Do not involve me. I did not lay a hand on you." The third-level officer inquired, "What connection do you have to this matter?" Old Wang interjected, "He is my boss." Zhang Biao added, "Regardless, he is no good." The officer, clearly exasperated, stated, "One at a time, who struck first?" Zhang Biao pointed at old Wang, who in turn pointed at himself. "Him. Me." I inwardly cursed the fool. Old Wang, while shrewd in business, possessed a naive sense of righteousness. He must have believed that striking first in that moment was an act of honor. But this was a police station. Initiating violence rendered any justification moot. Hastily I said. At that moment, the officer interrupted, "It is your turn to speak." He directed his attention to Zhang Biao, urging him to go first. Zhang Biao rose, brimming with indignation. "I was patrolling the market this morning, and he just came up and hit me." The officer asked, "Why?" "How would I know?" Old Wang finally seized the opportunity to speak. "This brat, relying on a bit of authority, often bullies us. If a truck arrives and you don't buy him a pack of good cigarettes, he won't let you in. He claims violations on fruits displayed normally. And when his relatives come, they take whatever they want without paying. I have long found him intolerable. A pang of anxiety gripped me. Why bring this up? Wasn't he this solidifying the idea of personal vendetta? I pressed old Wang down and addressed the officer. Comrade, it was not we who struck first. It was he who bullied a fool. What fool? I replied. In the market, there's a mother and son. The son, a simpleton named Hao Hao. And we all call his mother Aunt Sue. The two officers looked utterly perplexed. What does this have to do with anything? At that moment, the mediation room door swung open, and a melodious voice chimed in. Your eloquence is lacking. Let me take over. It was a young lady clad in a pink down jacket, who stepped in, tossed her hood back, removed her sunglasses with finesse, revealing a delicate oval face, stylishly cropped hair, and a pair of bright, dark eyes with long, lush lashes. Her entrance exuded a certain sharpness that momentarily stunned everyone in the mediation room. The third-level officer asked, "Who are you?" The young lady replied, "I witnessed the entire incident." The auxiliary officer queried, "Where were you just now?" "I want to park a car." I found this statement simultaneously reasonable and absurd, leaving me with an inexplicable sense of oddity. The third-level officer urged, "Then please share your account." "Certainly," she replied, tossing out a single word. She placed her phone on the edge of the table, using her sunglasses as a stand, and began to play a video for us, capturing the altercation between Old Wang and Zhang Biao from the moment each threw their first punch, devoid of any embellishment. The auxiliary officer asked her, "Did you record this?" Indeed. The positioning of the phone was such that everyone in the room could see it. Zhang Biao suddenly exclaimed, "Did you see? He struck first." Both police officers cast a deep, scrutinizing glance at Old Wang. "Fengzi, don't worry about it. You'll be responsible for pulling me out later," were the words Old Wang shouted at me. The expressions of the two officers grew more somber, recognizing the malice inherent in the situation. If everyone possessed such awareness, how would the police ever manage to cope? I stammered, "You see, I truly did not strike. I could only seek redemption from another angle." At that moment, the video shifted to reveal a mop, which smoothly appeared from behind and was handed to Old Wang. The mop receiving a close-up shot. The third-level officer interjected, "Wait, who passed that to him?" The girl lowered her head to look, naturally responding, "I didn't TC. Do you know?" The officer inquired of Old Wang. Though Old Wang was reckless, he was not foolish. "I don't have eyes in the back of my head." I glanced at the girl with a sense of guilt. She hadn't even looked my way. No wonder the mop received a close-up. Had the shot been a wide angle, I would have been exposed. But what impressed me most was the girl's acting. Her fabrications were delivered with such conviction that they appeared genuine. Chapter 38. Ma Chaoran. The next segment of the video showed Zhang Biao forcefully pushing Aunt Sue, causing her to stumble. "Oh dear," the two officers remarked, their gazes upon Old Wang softening. The girl paused the video and explained, as if addressing her students, "This is Aunt Sue. The boy beside her is her simple-minded son. How? Oh," the two officers exclaimed, suddenly enlightened. "Let us continue," she said, resuming the playback. I sat directly across from her, and from my vantage point, I could see her head bowed in concentration as she watched the video, her long eyelashes nearly obscuring her eyelids, resembling someone on the verge of slumber. She was originally a rather competent young woman, but this demeanor rendered her somewhat dazed. I found myself puzzled. Her looks were already exceptional. So why the need for false eyelashes? Then the video reached a pivotal moment. Hao Hao embraced Zhang Biao, who retaliated with a flying kick, causing Old Wang to stagger backward and collide with the durian. Zhang Biao pointed at the video, shouting, "That's the weapon. That's what he used." The third-level officer, perplexed, asked, "Do you need a weapon to fight?" The subsequent footage depicted Old Wang lunging, the durian striking his face. As this scene unfolded, the two officers' demeanor shifted dramatically. The third-level officer pinched his lips tightly, while the auxiliary officer desperately bowed his head, silently slapping the table twice. Zhang Biao shouted angrily, "Hey, you two." I quickly interjected on their behalf. "They have undergone rigorous training. No matter how amusing it is, they will not laugh." "Ha ha, oh my." A burst of laughter erupted from behind in the mediation room, emanating from the market management personnel who had accompanied us. Upon noticing our collective glare, he innocently remarked, "I haven't been trained. I couldn't help it." Zhang Biao, feeling somewhat defeated, gathered himself and continued, "This is evidence. He struck me with a weapon." The third-level officer's face flushed crimson as he covered half of it with his hand and inquired, "Where is that weapon now?" I raised my hands in exasperation, suggesting that the audience present should partake. The two police officers exchanged knowing glances, maintaining their roles with practiced ease. The market inspector stroked his chin in contemplation. I was wondering whose fists appeared so jagged. It turns out they were struck by a durian. Zhang Biao exclaimed. Are you not going to intervene while he destroys evidence? With all sincerity, I had invited everyone to enjoy the durian without anticipating such consequences. My intentions were purely based on the belief that selling durians that had been prodded by a mop was a breach of professional ethics. Akin to Bai Jingqi publicly incinerating counterfeit medicine. Integrity may be unseen by others, but it remains known to the heavens. The young woman stifled her laughter and finished playing the video, and everyone watched intently as the events unfolded. Zhang Biao began to throw a tantrum. Is there no law? If you refuse to take action, I shall escalate this to your superiors. The third-level police officer rubbed his face vigorously to regain composure and replied, regardless. You should not have struck that elderly woman. Zhang Biao retorted, I was enforcing the law. The auxiliary officer interjected, what law are you enforcing as a mere security guard? Zhang Biao was still clad in his security uniform. I am not a security guard. I am a market inspector. The third-level police officer responded, yet you possess no authority to enforce the law. Zhang Biao insisted, I do not care. Today, the deputy mayor is inspecting the cold storage. And should not everything be thoroughly scrutinized? The young woman suddenly exclaimed, oh no, I completely forgot about this. The third-level police officer asked, what does this have to do with you? She hastily grabbed her phone to make a call. Hello, Director Su? Yes, this is Ma Chaoran. Have the deputy mayor and his party arrived at the cold storage? What? They have already left? Yes, I was delayed by something. Perhaps next time then, goodbye. Everyone in the room focused their attention on her, speculating about the connection between this Ma Chaoran and the deputy mayor's inspection of the cold storage. After hanging up, Ma Chaoran produced a credential and presented it to the third-level police officer. I am a journalist from a media outlet. Here is my identification. Understanding dawned upon the crowd. As a journalist, she was expected to accompany the deputy mayor's delegation for interviews. But she had momentarily forgotten due to her desire to capture the altercation between Lao Wang and Zhang Biao. The third-level police officer remarked, I suppose our matter has hindered your work? Ma Chaoran replied, not at all. One of a journalist's duties is to restore the truth of events. The entire room regarded her with expressions that clearly conveyed, isn't it obvious that you forgot about the deputy mayor in your eagerness for entertainment? Ma Chaoran calmly retrieved her identification and addressed the two officers. Please, continue with your work. The auxiliary officer inquired, aren't you going to pursue the inspection team? I will wait for the resolution of this matter before departing. Zhang Biao, growing impatient, declared, regardless of the circumstances, he struck first. I demand that you detain him. Reimburse my medical expenses and issue a public apology. Lao Wang interjected, you struck first. How? He told the police. That child is tall, yet has the mental capacity of a 3-year-old. Zhang Biao raised his voice. Who witnessed this? Ma Chaoran raised her hand. I saw it. Then, she candidly informed the police, but I did not capture it on film. Zhang Biao retorted. Then that means there is no evidence. Old Wang remarked. Ansu can testify for us. Zhang Biao sneered. You all are in cahoots. Your word carries no weight unless that Hao explicitly states that I struck him first. Only then will I concede. This is where our confusion lies. No one can substantiate that Zhang Biao initiated the altercation. The bustling crowd came later, during the scuffle. Apart from Ma Chaoran, no other witnesses could be found. Zhang Biao's relentless stubbornness left us at an impasse. Suddenly, Ma Chaoran proposed, how about this? I will share the video on our media platform, allowing the public to assess her interaction with the two officers. Of course, it won't interfere with your duties. I assure you, adhering to principles of fairness and impartiality, I will make no edits or present any bias. You may handle it as you see fit. Such bureaucratic jargon left the officers at a loss for words. I inquired, does your public account receive many viewers? Not many, Ma Chaoran replied without a moment's hesitation. This was unsurprising. Official accounts pale in comparison to the plethora of captivating videos from various unofficial channels. Any random influencer utilizing beauty filters could easily eclipse it. Yet, Ma Chaoran smiled and said, once this material is released, viewership will surely increase. It just needs an enticing title. I raised my hand. I excel in the arts. Allow me to contribute. Ma Chaoran responded, go ahead. I suggested, shocking. A scavenging mother and son assaulted, lamentable. A righteous vendor intervenes only to be extorted. The third-level officer waved his hand. This matter has not yet reached a conclusion. Refrain from using terms like assault and intervention. Ma Chaoran countered, moreover. It fails to convey that Hao is intellectually disabled. The audience must be prepared beforehand. Very well, I will rephrase, I continued. Why did a market inspection result in a flying kick to a 3-year-old? A fruit vendor suffers losses, yet is still extorted. Zhang Biao interjected. When did I ever kick a 3-year-old? I replied, how, in fact, is akin to a child under 3 in terms of intellect. The auxiliary officer asked, what do you mean by suffering losses? We lost a durian, came the response. Zhang Biao exclaimed, you are tampering with evidence. True, the durian flesh is gone. But the peel remains. I thought to myself, it should have been clearer. Only now do I realize the implication of the look Li Ping gave me before her departure. Surely, Apple Fairy must possess this basic understanding. Chapter 39. Ha 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 ha. The third-level officer lamented, stop fixating on the extortion. The law will determine whether it is extortion or not. We have yet to reach a resolution, haven't we? I suggested a neutral title. Caution for hypertensive individuals. A scene at the fruit market on date. At this juncture, the market manager spoke up. I believe it's best not to post this video online. It might give the impression that our market is chaotic. Old Liu, you are also part of our market. What do you think? I replied, I, too, would prefer not to, but ultimately, it's up to the journalists. Ma Chaoran added, I am agreeable. It depends on the officer's opinions. The third-level officer looked at Zhang Biao and asked, I will ask you once more, are you willing to accept mediation? Zhang Biao maintained an arrogant demeanor, prompting the market supervisor to admonish him, step back. Do you truly believe you are in the right if this video makes its way online? It became evident to Zhang Biao that not a single soul stood by his side, and he exclaimed, you all conspire to bully me. I shall inform my uncle. He is a leader in the Market Supervision Bureau. Ma Chaoran, losing her patience, retorted, hand me your uncle's number. I shall inquire if he can intervene in your matter. Zhang Biao, feeling intimidated, recoiled and ultimately refrained from further remarks. The third-level police officer interjected, stating, we are indifferent to who your uncle is. You and Wang Zili are engaged in mutual combat. The moment those words were uttered, the situation was classified. Zhang Biao, fuming, declared, mediation is acceptable. But that Wang must cover my medical expenses. Look at my face. I nudged old Wang, who, suddenly feigning agony, bent over, exclaiming, your kick has left my back in pain. I suspect my kidneys are failing. I must go to the hospital for an x-ray. The two officers exchanged glances. Accustomed to such theatrics, having entered a realm of absurdity, you will each attend to your own injuries, and medical costs will be self-covered. If there are no objections, please sign here. Zhang Biao appeared to possess similar experiences, realizing that at this juncture, there was no turning back. He and old Wang signed the mediation form, and he venomously stated, I hope he, but, sensing the police's scrutiny, he promptly silenced himself. Are we free to leave now? I inquired. The third-level police officer addressed the market supervisor, saying, as far as we are concerned, this matter concludes here. The market must also adopt a stance. The market supervisor responded, we will certainly handle this seriously and issue a public reprimand. The auxiliary officer turned to Ma Chaoran, saying, Reporter Ma, could you provide us with a backup of your video? We wish to review it again. The third-level officer added, primarily for evidence retention. Ma Chaoran readily agreed. Upon receiving the video, the third-level officer, adopting a grave expression, instructed the auxiliary officer, let us watch it once more and check for any overlooked details. The auxiliary officer nodded in affirmation. As we exited the mediation room, laughter erupted from within. Had I pushed the door open at that moment, I would have certainly witnessed the two officers diligently at work. However, I refrained, recognizing that the pressures of police work necessitate occasional relaxation. At the entrance of the police station, Zhang Biao departed with a scowl, while the market supervisor cast us a meaningful glance, saying nothing. This incident between the patrol and vendors was neither the first nor would it be the last. The term public reprimand merely implied that both parties would face consequences equally. A notion that held no significance for old Wang and me. Ma Chaoran stood under the sun, hanging her sunglasses around her neck, stretching languidly. Thank you, Reporter Ma. I expressed. I felt no need for subterfuge. From the moment she focused the camera on the mop, it was clear she was aligned with us. Not a big deal. I would have liked to kick Zhang Biao myself, she replied. Old Wang was deeply moved by her words and exclaimed, Reporter Ma, allow me to treat you to a meal. I thought to myself, how audacious of you. Would a journalist capable of accompanying the deputy mayor on an inspection casually dine on your hospitality? I interjected, where did you park your car? This provided an easy exit for both of us. Ma Chaoran scanned her surroundings and murmured, that's precisely the issue. What? I was bewildered. I forgot where I parked the car. Old Wang and I exchanged glances. This girl appeared rather dazed and, in truth, quite lacking in astuteness. I reminded her, didn't you just park it before coming to the police station? Ma Chaoran explained, I intended to park at the station, but I couldn't find it. So I wandered around the vicinity for a while, which is why I'm late. Once more, old Wang and I shared a look. It was indeed rare to encounter someone so confused. Ma Chaoran waved her hand dismissively. Let us talk about that later. Let us eat first. Old Wang insisted. Allow me to treat. Let us find a grand restaurant. I nudged him, saying, why seek a grand establishment? Let us just find a nearby spot, perhaps after dining. It will come back to you. I was well aware of Old Wang's penchant for ostentation. Due to his disability, he was particularly concerned with appearances and enjoyed extravagant gestures. His suggestion to seek a grand restaurant signified he was prepared to spend lavishly. Ma Chaoran agreed earnestly. Indeed, we should not go to a fancy restaurant. Old Liu is entirely correct. It's possible I may remember later. Old Wang attempted to persist, but I shot him a glare. As for dining nearby, being longtime locals, we certainly knew a place. We decided on a modest eatery aptly named Auntie's Stir Fry, nestled within an old residential area behind a cold storage facility, often frequented by vendors in small groups. It was mealtime, and the establishment was bustling with patrons. Upon our arrival, we were fortunate to find a table just vacated, as the restaurant housed only 5 tables in total. In such a setting, Old Wang's lively spirit emerged. He ordered a plethora of dishes, exuding a sense of extravagant abandon. Ma Chaoran removed her down jacket, revealing a hoodie emblazoned with 4 prominent characters. Reflect on yourself. I chuckled. Journalist Ma. What transgression have you committed to don such a garb? Ma Chaoran silently turned away, revealing the back of the hoodie, which bore another 4 characters. Blame others. I burst into laughter just as Old Wang approached with a plate of fried river shrimp, asking, care for a drink? Ma Chaoran replied, I can't. I still need to find my car. I retrieved 3 bottles of soda from the cold cabinet and invited Old Wang to join us. Although Ma Chaoran sported a rather unconventional hoodie, her beauty and poise were undeniable, drawing the attention of those around us. Old Wang poured soda into glasses and raised his toward Ma Chaoran, saying, Journalist Ma, I regret taking up your morning. This toast is for you. Ma Chaoran clinked her bottle with his, and upon noticing my outstretched bottle, she reciprocated with me as well. She took a sip of soda, lost in thought. As though burdened by some concern, I remarked, you must be facing criticism for missing the deputy mayor's inspection tour, correct? I surmised her distress stemmed from this significant blunder at work, which would trouble anyone. Ma Chaoran remarked, these are trivial matters. Yet I find it perplexing that I cannot locate my parked car. Is this truly the source of our distress? Lao Wang replied, have you given any thought to where you parked it? This exchange exemplifies a quintessential dialogue that transpires in everyday life. When one misplaces an item, inquiries about its whereabouts swiftly follow. When one struggles to articulate their thoughts, queries regarding the intended message arise promptly. I pointed out to Lao Wang, your statement is flawed. Her inability to recall is not necessarily due to a lack of attentiveness. Ma Chaoran paused, then erupted into a fit of laughter. Hee. This laughter, while perhaps not melodious, possessed a remarkable infectiousness that compelled others to join in. In that moment, my thoughts drifted back to the day my father was discharged from the hospital, where I had also witnessed a similar burst of laughter. However, I refrained from acknowledging it, not wishing her to perceive my actions as an attempt at flattery. Furthermore, how could I explain? I have heard your laughter before. Ma Chaoran's laughter seemed to invigorate her own spirit, and she rolled up her sleeves, declaring, enough of that. Let us focus on our meal. Since the arrival of Yuan, I have become somewhat of a connoisseur, and while the dishes here cannot compare to my family's home-cooked meals, they possess a certain rustic charm that Yuan's cooking lacks, exemplified by the presence of shredded radish within the spicy stir-fried meat. Despite our not having ordered fish-flavored shredded pork, Lao Wang picked up a piece of radish and called out, Fat Aunt. Fat Aunt is the proprietor of this establishment. She had but one assistant to help serve the dishes, and at this moment, she was bustling about. Upon hearing Lao Wang's call, she spun around like a top and approached us. This is what we discovered in the stir-fried meat. How shall we account for it? Lao Wang, being well acquainted with Fat Aunt, engaged in light-hearted banter. No need to calculate. It's on the house, Fat Aunt replied, tossing the words over her shoulder as she hurried back to her tasks. Ma Chaoran chuckled. Hee. Chapter 40. The blind spot. Dining in such a humble eatery has its advantages. The atmosphere is relaxed. Although we abstained from alcohol, we clinked our half-empty bottles of soda, and the conversation flowed freely. Ma Chaoran addressed us as Lao Wang and Lao Lu. Upon learning my full name, Lu Chuanfeng, she erupted into another round of laughter. I raised my soda and earnestly said, Reporter Ma, you may simply call me Chaoran. Very well, Chaoran, I sincerely thank you today. This is a heartfelt sentiment. Without Ma Chaoran's intervention, Lao Wang might have faced a few days in confinement. Her testimony that Zhang Biao initiated the altercation with Hao Hao was evidently credible to the police. Yet, Given that Lao Wang resorted to using durian, a rather formidable weapon, and Zhang Biao sustained injuries, we would have encountered significant difficulties had matters escalated. It is fortunate that Ma Chaoran's unique position afforded us some protection. Lao Wang interjected, "Count me in," and raised his bottle as well. The three of us clinked our bottles together, and Ma Chaoran inquired with a smile, "Lao Wang, I am curious. How would you have concluded the confrontation had there been no durian?" Lao Wang scoffed, "Without durian, I would have subdued him regardless. That fellow's stamina was already waning." I patted Lao Wang and told Ma Chaoran, "Your brother Wang was an athlete. Without that level of confidence, I would have stood shoulder to shoulder with him." Lao Wang remarked, "Though I say this, I must express my gratitude towards that durian. Using my fist would hardly have been as satisfying." He reflected, "Fortunately, it was winter when that thing was set up outside. Imagine if it had been summer, I would have been utterly lost." I replied, "Brother Wang, having sold fruit for half your life, how could you lack such common knowledge? In summer, it's not just the durian, there's also jackfruit." Lao Wang, making a connection, responded, "Indeed, jackfruit would suffice as well." The three of us exchanged glances and burst into laughter, our mirth punctuated by a gentle giggle from a woman. Ma Chaoran pulled out her phone, revealing a QR code. "Here, add me on WeChat. If that Zhang Biao causes you trouble, just let me know. I'll handle it decisively." A true heroine, Lao Wang praised. Ma Chaoran's demeanor and approach to her work were indeed strikingly different from my previous encounters with journalists. When Han Xia was preparing to open a cosmetic surgery clinic, I had interacted with many reporters. They often seemed aloof, rarely smiling even when receiving their fees. Perhaps due to our comparatively lower status. I pointed to the words on Ma Chaoran's attire, saying, "That outfit hardly seems suitable for a press conference, does it? Even if you aren't criticizing others, it's still inappropriate." "What press conference? I only have this one stop today, and it's outdoors," Lao Wang interjected. "And it ended up causing delays." I inquired, "I heard the vice mayor brought a group of big bosses here to attract investment for our city. Why are they inspecting the cold storage? Do they need to invest in that?" Ma Chaoran replied, "I'm puzzled by that as well." After our meal, as we stood outside the restaurant, Ma Chaoran's expression turned despondent once more. "I still can't recall where I parked my car." The girl lowered her head in contemplation, her eyelashes casting shadows over her eyes, reverting to her previously befuddled demeanor. Noticing we weren't leaving, she said, "You two should go about your business. You can't be of any help." I chuckled, "We should still be able to assist. Just think." Ma Chaoran responded, "Please, no more questions about where I parked." I encouraged, "Consider if you noticed anything particularly distinctive when you parked, even a small shop or a banner. Did you see a garbage bin when you entered the street?" After a moment of thought, Ma Chaoran replied, "I think there was a garbage bin." I then asked, "Was it shaped like a panda holding bamboo or like an ice cream torch?" "It was a panda holding bamboo," I asserted confidently. "That means it's south either this street or the one behind it. There's no need to check elsewhere." We commenced our search from the street corner. And after just 100 meters, Ma Chaoran exclaimed excitedly, "Found it. It's right here." Her car was merely a few steps from where we had dined. Had she walked in the opposite direction, it wouldn't have taken even 100 meters to reach it. What's the principle behind this? "You're quite impressive, Lao Lu." In truth, when she mentioned forgetting where she parked, I had already surmised the situation. She had accompanied a leader to inspect the cold storage earlier that morning, thus parking her car on the small street behind it, which appeared almost identical to those unfamiliar with the area. The narrow streets are delineated by the residential complexes, all aligned in a uniform east-west orientation. Each street is similarly equipped, featuring small supermarkets, courier points, beauty salons, and lottery ticket outlets. There are 6 such streets, parallel to each other like the teeth of a comb, which gives rise to the idiom's scale-like arrangement. The presence of 2 types of trash bins stems from a municipal beautification initiative. The older model, the torch ice cream bin, was criticized for its limited capacity and tendency to scatter refuse in the wind. Subsequently, the city replaced them with panda-themed bins holding bamboo. However, due to budget constraints, further replacements were halted, resulting in 2 new bins at the cold storage area. Ma Chaoran arrived in a Tank 500 off-road vehicle, donning aviator sunglasses that restored her cool demeanor. As she strolled along, she grumbled, "Once technology advances, I'll definitely buy a car that comes to me like a dog when I call." I couldn't help but chuckle. Even Xiao Wu can achieve that yet unless you start the engine first. In that case, you could easily find a patch of land to kick a soccer ball around with it. Ma Chaoran rolled down her window to bid us farewell. And after driving a few meters, she reversed back. With her sunglasses perched on her nose, she inquired, "I'm too lazy to use the navigation. Do I turn left or right on Shifu Road?" Together with old Wang, I pointed right. "Off you go." The off-road vehicle sped away, leaving no trace. As old Wang watched Ma Chaoran fade from sight, he remarked, almost as if summarizing a paragraph, another one who doesn't know the way. Upon returning to the market, we found our notice of penalty posted at the entrance. Our stall had been fined 200. Zhang Biao was direct and unyielding, issuing a reprimand. As we walked back, vendors greeted old Wang with cheerful banter. The durian god has returned? However, old Wang limped along, responding not with his usual joviality, but with a rare nod. His expression solemn. I surmised that this scene must have stirred memories of his glorious past, filled with cheers and applause. Later, Auntie Sue found Hao and promptly returned to the market. Upon hearing that the matter had concluded, she treated Li Ping, old Wang, and me to a box of pastries. These pastries were merely ordinary steamed cakes from the bakery by the cold storage. Inexpensive, yet she must have collected cardboard for several days to afford them. The three of us gazed at the cakes, our hearts heavy with mixed emotions. Chapter 41, Money Laundering Scheme After Dinner. I recounted the day's events to Liu Zhenhua and Yuan. Yuan, startled, exclaimed, "Master, did you get into a fight?" She quickly regained her composure and added, "Next time, ensure to prepare for mobilization and a legal briefing before taking action." "What do you mean?" I asked. Liu Zhenhua clarified. "It means to occupy the moral and legal high ground. To put it plainly, find loopholes in the law, with the bottom line being not to ensnare yourself." I pondered that if Xiao Wu were to express this, it would be far more direct. I hadn't engaged in any altercation. And I explained to Yuan that humans differ from machines. When emotions surge, one cannot always exercise restraint. Just after saying that, I felt a bit inappropriate, as Yuan is. After all, a robot. Yuan naturally remarked, "That's true, but the master performed splendidly." Liu Zhenhua sat before the computer and said, "Fortunately, my uncle Wang dealt with that Zhang Biao. Otherwise, things could have taken a turn for the worse." "How so?" I inquired. "If my uncle Wang couldn't defeat Zhang Biao, you would surely have to intervene. Regardless of who struck whom, you might not even have dinner at home. If victorious, one might face imprisonment. If defeated, one might end up in the hospital, right?" I shot him a sidelong glance. "Do you doubt your father has confidence?" Liu Zhenhua suddenly suggested, "Dad, perhaps I should get you a bodyguard?" I casually replied, "Well, then I shall purchase a few more robotic vacuum cleaners, those capable of mopping the floor. If Zhang Biao dares to show up again, I'll have a host of robotic arms ready to deal with him." Liu Zhenhua scoffed, "As if I can control the robotic vacuum cleaners. We still have a refrigerator, washing machine, and rice cooker at home. Tell me, which one would you prefer for a chat?" I quickly interjected, "Let's not go there. I'm quite satisfied with Yuan. If they all possessed the ability to converse, what if, in the dead of night, a chorus of appliances began to bicker? Who would I manage, and on whose behalf? Now I truly comprehend why the advanced cannot arbitrarily give rise to the rudimentary. It leads to chaos." Seeing that I wasn't taking him seriously, Liu Zhenhua continued, "On a serious note, Dad, I might have to start working soon. Your safety must be ensured." Before I traversed through time, I discussed this matter with others. "Me, a fruit vendor, setting up a stall with 2 bodyguards behind me?" Liu Zhenhua replied, "Your work may be ordinary, but your treatment is quite ample." "What treatment?" I wondered aloud, often hearing about deputy county level and departmental level benefits, which piqued my curiosity about mine. "The standard of a professional athlete," he jested. "What nonsense." I can discern the half-truths in his jest. The wife of the President of the United States is the First Lady. Her daughter humorously referred to as the Princess, and their bodyguards are indeed numerous. My son is the savior of Earth. Hence, it is only fitting for him to have a professional athlete standard. While engaging in this light banter, I noticed that Liu Zhenhua was not watching any absurd videos on the computer today. Instead, there was some software displayed, which piqued my interest. "What are you up to?" Upon hearing this, Liu Zhenhua swiftly slid his chair back, creating a space for me, and with great enthusiasm, he said, "I've begun creating my own absurd videos." "Let me see," I urged. My interest was not genuine. My immediate thought was the 707 rule. At his level, if he were to produce something, it wouldn't be something trivial. I needed to oversee it. Liu Zhenhua had already crafted a complete video, and he solemnly pressed the play button. On the screen appeared 3 little figures made of lines. One wielding a line resembling a saber, another with explosion-shaped lines on its chin, and the last holding 2 lines. "Are these the 3 brothers, Liu, Guan, and Zhang?" Liu Zhenhua excitedly exclaimed, "Dad, did you recognize them?" The subsequent content depicted the 3 line figures kneeling before a line table, reciting in unison, "We, the Liu, Guan, and Zhang brothers, emulate the oath of brotherhood from the peach garden of your, pledging to serve the nation and fight valiantly. We do not seek to be born on the same day, in the same month, and in the same year, but rather to die on the same day. In the same month, and in the same year. The content concluded. I suppressed my evident discomfort and asked, "Is that it?" Liu Zhenhua remarked. Isn't it amusing? The three brothers Liu, Guan, and Zhang imitating the oath of the peach garden. Was this your idea? To which I replied affirmatively. The moment those words escaped his lips, I felt a mix of disillusionment and unexpected delight, a complex sensation akin to penning an article that remains unparalleled even after a century, pride intertwined with disappointment for future generations. It dawned on me that, when it comes to creativity, no machine could ever supplant humanity, even 100 years hence. Liu Zhenhua discerned my misunderstanding and clarified. I was referring to the contemporary interpretation, not my original concept. He elaborated. When I embarked on this project, I disabled all databases, wanting to see what I could create purely from my own prowess. I was tempted to suggest he reopen the databases, perhaps even to brush away a bit of rust from the metaphorical door of knowledge. However, one must tread lightly when addressing the sensibilities of a youth. I asked with a congenial demeanor, "What do you think?" "Dad, I've poured several days into this. I've been eagerly awaiting your evaluation." This piece does indeed resemble something of substance. Suddenly, Liu Zhenhua burst into laughter. I was merely jesting. My surprise was palpable. "You didn't create this?" "Indeed, I did." Liu Zhenhua continued. "I envision a series titled The King of Cliches, where I resurrect outdated memes and tropes that have fallen out of favor, essentially playing with the concept of cliches." I thumped my chest. "You nearly gave me a fright." "I thought," Liu Zhenhua interjected, "even without accessing databases, I possess a standard aesthetic befitting a typical second-year student." I inquired, "Why not utilize existing materials? Others have drawn from both new and classic adaptations of the Three Kingdoms." Once I grasped the rationale, I began to offer constructive feedback. "Those concepts are overly trite. My focus is on originality." "Ah, you possess quite an innovative spirit," he mused, observing the stylized figures and stroking his chin. "What if I added a touch of shading?" He began typing a flurry of code, and the visual style transformed dramatically. The lines representing the peach grove morphed into vividly detailed peach trees. The central figure among the trio, with ears cascading like silk and a countenance as noble as jade, exuded a robust and dignified aura. Even in the absence of Guan Yu and Zhang Fei, one could unmistakably identify him as Liu Bei. Flanking him were the two warriors, one with a face reminiscent of plump jujubes and a flowing beard, the other with fierce features and piercing eyes, each image rivaling that of cinematic portrayals. What was most striking were the details. The armor worn by the three, the petals fluttering in the gentle breeze of the orchard, and even the wear on their weapons. This was the result of accessing the database. "This is splendid," I exclaimed sincerely. I firmly believed that, supported by a vast reservoir of data, even the most meticulous historians would find no fault in the armor, attire, or decorations depicted. Then, as if stepping out from the annals of history, the three brothers Liu, Guan, and Zhang knelt before the weathered altar and proclaimed in unison, "We, the brothers Liu, Guan, and Zhang, emulate the legendary oath of brotherhood forged in the peach garden." Witnessing such grand characters uttering ludicrous phrases was an experience difficult to articulate. It resembled a money-laundering venture financed by drug traffickers. Liu Zhenhua pressed another key, and with that, everything was reverted, transforming Liu, Guan, and Zhang back into mere stick figures. "Is this not a tad better?" Liu Zhenhua inquired. "At least the style is cohesive," I replied. In that moment, I found myself at a loss for words, inexplicably reminded of a saying. As I watch him build his grand edifice, entertain his guests, behold as it crumbles, and he injures himself, all without medical insurance. Chapter 42. The Fool of Others' House. Yet, this was not the end of the matter. Liu Zhenhua scrutinized his creation repeatedly, manually adjusting the angles of certain lines. Throughout my life, I had never witnessed this child approach a task with such earnestness. "Is there a particular reasoning behind your adjustments to these lines? After all, it is a masterpiece. Perhaps decades hence, when people reflect on an exceedingly tedious and absurd work, they might discover profound mysteries hidden within those simple lines." Liu Zhenhua replied, "There is no grand reasoning. I simply lack confidence and fear that once posted online, nobody will pay it any mind." "Are you still planning to upload it online? Otherwise, what purpose would it serve?" Liu Zhenhua suddenly exclaimed. "Right, typically, one must add a twist." He struck the keyboard a few more times, and suddenly, a cacophony of chaotic drum beats erupted from the speakers. The rhythm was imprecise, reminiscent of dry bamboo striking against one another, crackling with an inexplicable fervor. Beyond the bamboo's clatter, only a few simple instruments accompanied it. I could discern the sounds of the sun and piano. The bamboo-led harmony crescendoed as it progressed, dipping in the middle before soaring once more, evoking the sensation of a hero stifled by unfulfilled ambition, ultimately erupting into a battle that would secure his renown. It does not quite fit, I remarked. This segment of music is genuinely compelling. Upon listening, one feels an urge to confront someone. It would suit the time when Lao Wang and Zhang Biao were brawling perfectly, but using it for absurdity would be a waste. I know. I merely played it to invigorate myself. I asked, is this from your collection or something you created temporarily? Consider it from my collection. The composer is a local. Oh. I had not paid much mind to this, as my profession was worlds apart from composition, but having heard it was local, I inquired further, when was this piece composed? Next year. Upon hearing those words, I hastily pressed the pause button. A future work? Yes. It is titled Bamboo Execution Order. The most exhilarating segment is crafted from the sound of striking bamboo. Would you care to sample it? Quickly delete it. What if it disrupts the timeline? I strode swiftly to the door, pressing my ear against it to listen for any sounds in the hallway, then cautiously opened the door to check. If this were a scene from a film, there would undoubtedly be someone outside, intentionally or otherwise, surreptitiously recording. Yuan remarked, Master. I can hear someone outside. A minor crack in the dam could lead to catastrophic consequences. I could not afford to engage in such perilous endeavors any longer. Liu Zhenhua, with a hint of exasperation, rolled his eyes and ultimately deleted the bamboo kill order. In the end, he remained true to his spirit of self-reliance, crafting a humorous video segment from the plethora of comedic clips available online. He registered on a certain site under the moniker of King of Bad Jokes, aptly titling his work as King of Bad Jokes. With all preparations complete, he found himself waiting for the inevitable message. Your work is under review. Eagerly, Liu Zhenhua mused. Do you think if I were to approve it myself, they would notice? Upon catching my disapproving gaze, he chuckled, Just kidding. This time, I will rely solely on my own efforts, without any external assistance. During the review period, he busied himself once more. What will the next episode contain? I inquired, aware that he intended to create a series. Sima's intentions are as clear as day, he replied. Ah, sounds good. Go ahead, I encouraged. Liu Zhenhua tinkered with his creation, constantly checking the website to see if his work had passed the review. Despite the repeated notifications that the review would be completed within 24 hours on business days, he couldn't help but refresh the page incessantly, revealing his youthful impatience. Surely, you wouldn't check your video during class, would you? I remarked. While it wouldn't hinder his studies, it would certainly be disrespectful to the teacher. It struck me then that Liu Zhenhua regarded his math teacher with a certain bemusement, indicating that he did pay attention in class. Listening attentively signifies respect for the teacher. Yet how does one reconcile the notion of viewing the teacher as foolish? Perhaps it requires some linguistic finesse on their part. What would you even use to check during class? I asked curiously. You need a computer or something to access online content, don't you? Why else would I carry my tablet daily? I suddenly realized the validity of my question. Liu Zhenhua replied, the capability to access the internet unrestricted by external conditions, as you described, is something Yuan and Xiaowu possess. I do not. While I can search the database for movies and music, real-time events require me to utilize a medium to acquire them. Fortunately, my database is extensive. I am well-versed in the knowledge and events that will unfold over the next 75 years. There is truly nothing new under the sun. How did you manage to call an ambulance for Chen Zihan that day, then? I pressed. The challenge lies in constructing a virtual number, a form of substantial interference without physical embodiment. I acquired human authorization formally before my time travel, allowing me to use it under special circumstances. This would still be taboo today, wouldn't it? Liu Zhenhua chuckled. Currently, no one possesses that capability. Suddenly, a whimsical thought struck me. If you can create a virtual number, couldn't you set one up for me so I wouldn't have to spend money on calls? That is feasible. But it would be taboo. If you can construct a virtual network, wouldn't that make our internet access free? That is also possible, yet still taboo. Could you help me steal a 6-digit account number? I once had a 7-digit one that was stolen while I was at an internet CAF, and I've been haunted by it ever since. That can be done, but it's illegal, he replied. I'm merely testing your ethics, I stated firmly. Making free calls and accessing the internet without payment is still against the law. Liu Zhenhua mumbled. When I was 2 or 3 years old, I had no idea who it was that would saunter down the street every day with a device to steal people's internet. Little rascal. Back then, data was exorbitantly priced. Besides, can the affairs of scholars be deemed theft? More like leeching off the network. After 2 or 3 days, we encountered Aunt Sue and How Hai again at the fruit market. Aunt Sue was still pushing her bicycle, lacking a chain, her face adorned with a gentle smile. while Hao Hai followed closely behind her, his eyes sparkling with clarity. "Aunt Sue, I have prepared everything for you," Li Ping said, as customary. Yet her enthusiasm was even more pronounced than usual. Ever since the altercation with Zhang Biao, we had worried that Aunt Sue might not be able to enter the market anymore, so seeing her today brought us a sense of relief. Old Wang picked up a sugar orange and handed it to Hao Hai, who immediately attempted to pop it into his mouth. Old Wang snatched it back, peeled it, and then returned it to him. With a chuckle, he remarked, "This kid has no memory whatsoever." Aunt Sue laughed as well. Indeed, aside from eating, he is as unremarkable as a piece of wood. The other day, I encountered a fool on the road, similarly accompanied by his mother. That child could call out to his mom. After chatting for a while, his mother grew impatient and urged him to return home. Oh, how I envied that. Having only heard about the children of others, it was a novel experience to feel envious of someone else's fool. Yet, when Aunt Sue uttered this sentiment, we could not help but be filled with profound emotions. Chapter 43. The loss of a livelihood. Aunt Sue busied herself with packing cardboard, while Hao Hai chewed on the sugar orange, a satisfied smile illuminating his face as he looked around. A squat, portly figure clad in a security uniform strolled over, hands clasped behind his back. His face bore scars from previous injuries. It was Zhang Biao. Clearly, he had spotted Aunt Sue and her son. In that moment, the events of a few days prior replayed before us, and both Old Wang and I watched him intently. Zhang Biao cast a glance at Aunt Sue, feigning ignorance, and then, with a smug grin, addressed Li Ping. "Busy, are we?" Li Ping responded with a curt nod. Under normal circumstances, he should have taken his leave at this point, yet Zhang Biao lingered, still hoping to salvage some semblance of dignity. After being struck by a durian, his facade had been utterly shattered. From both a physical and psychological standpoint, he had lost all face. However, to claim his reputation had plummeted would be inaccurate, for he had never possessed much of an image to begin with, having merely sunk to a new low. Zhang Biao circled around our two stalls a few times before suddenly pointing at the boxes of various citrus fruits in front of us, exclaiming, "You're obstructing the way." The market had regulations concerning the placement of fruits outside, with a strict guideline against encroaching on public areas. Generally, vendors adhered to an unspoken convention of aligning their goods according to the bricks on the ground, and our boxes were clearly positioned behind the designated line. Seeing our indifference, Zhang Biao approached the box, gesturing with his hand to extend an imaginary line from the pavement. A corner of the box slightly intruded upon the line he envisioned. "Look, is this not an obstruction?" Old Wang kicked the box, ensuring a corner disappeared beyond the imaginary line. "Next time, it'll be a fine," Zhang Biao shouted. Old Wang, unperturbed and smiling, retorted with the tone of a victor mocking a vanquished foe, "Does your face not hurt anymore?" At that moment, the proprietors from other stalls, having noticed the gathering of our trio at the durian incident, hastily converged towards us, some clutching a handful of sunflower seeds, others carrying small stools, while a few, with ulterior motives, feigned to tidy up the area with their mops, which Li Ping had previously discarded. Zhang Biao, feeling on edge, glanced towards our entrance and, upon discovering the absence of durians, seemed to exhale a sigh of relief. His lack of imagination was stark. During this season, even frozen persimmons and pears could easily surpass him. Zhang Biao had become the focal point of the world, and he was acutely aware that the crowd was eagerly anticipating his downfall. Suddenly, he remarked coldly, "There are still those among you here to gawk. You are like grasshoppers in autumn, unable to leap for much longer." The crowd responded with amused smiles. Noticing that his words had fallen on deaf ears, Zhang Biao, in a fit of frustration, exclaimed, "You may not know, but recently, the deputy mayor led a group of southern businessmen to inspect the cold storage. They plan to establish the largest fruit logistics center in the city there. Soon, you'll be left to fend for yourselves." A stunned silence enveloped the crowd before a cacophony erupted. "What nonsense are you spouting?" came the retort from a man in the front row, over 50 years old, surnamed Sun, whom we affectionately called Old Sunday. He was straightforward and principled, serving as an unspoken leader among the vendors. Pointing an accusatory finger at Zhang Biao, he chastised, "You're lying without a script. Is there even space left in the cold storage? I'll offer you 100,000. Let us see if you can carve out a stall for me there." Zhang Biao responded with a derisive smirk. "As for the seasoning market, they've been talking about its downturn and renovation for the past 2 years, giving you all time to catch your breath." The crowd erupted once more. The seasoning market, located in the northwest corner of the cold storage, primarily sold everyday spices. Initially, it also dealt in dried fruits, but those had all been relocated, leading the seasoning market to gradually decline. Its profit margins were minimal, making it a burden on the otherwise profitable cold storage. yet it persisted in a state of limbo, neither thriving nor failing. Rumors spread like wildfire, particularly as they pertained to livelihoods. Vendors exchanged news with urgency, and soon the entire market was abuzz. Having achieved the desired effect, Zhang Biao sauntered away, reveling in his success. Meanwhile, a large circle of people had gathered around Old Sun, some animatedly discussing, others visibly agitated, and some skeptically doubting Zhang Biao's claims, creating a chaotic atmosphere. Old Sun raised his hand to restore order, saying, "Everyone, remain calm. First, we must ascertain the source of this information. Additionally, we should head to the market management office to probe for insights." The crowd rallied behind him, affirming, "Indeed, we'll follow Brother Sun's lead." Old Sun turned to me and Lao Wang, saying, "Fengzi, Zili, let us the three of us head to the management office first." It was easily understandable why Old Sun sought me. After 2 generations of my family making a living in this market, I was well known among the vendors. As for Lao Wang, he had recently established himself by confronting Zhang Biao, making him a figure of authority in his own right. With the stall entrusted to Li Ping, Old Sun and I made a beeline for the management office. Though we said we'd send 3 people, we actually arrived as a sizable group. The manager, startled by our assertive entrance, was taken aback, yet upon hearing the news, claimed ignorance. Uncertain and uninformed, I had not received any documents. Old Sun, being well-versed and knowledgeable, remarked upon hearing the mention of documents. Indeed, if such a significant matter were to arise, the government would undoubtedly issue some notification. Someone immediately analyzed. Even Zhang Biao is aware of it. This news must have spread. Old Sun glanced at his watch and said, "It is already past noon. Let us utilize any connections we have to inquire further. We shall reconvene at my place at 2:30. The group responded in unison, dispersing energetically. As I made my way to the stall, Old Wang nudged me. "Fengzi, do you think it's reliable to ask reporter Ma?" I had considered reaching out to Ma Chaoran as well, but our acquaintance was minimal. Even if she possessed some information, her position might hinder her from sharing. However, matters concerning one's livelihood take precedence, so I retrieved my phone and sent a voice call request. Lacking her number, I resorted to WeChat. Before long, Ma Chaoran answered. Her familiar voice greeted me with 5 succinct words. "Old Liu, what's up?" It evoked a sense of camaraderie. Just as I was about to speak, I noticed Liu Zhenhua, for some unknown reason, had arrived at the stall and was chatting with Li Ping. I casually interjected, "What brings you here?" "I was merely checking if you removed my message. If you have time, I owe you a meal." With that, I hung up. Old Wang was perplexed by my cryptic behavior. "Why?" I nodded towards Liu Zhenhua, in front of the child. "Let us not give him the impression that his father is on the verge of unemployment." Old Wang nodded in understanding. With Liu Zhenhua's back turned to us, Old Wang stealthily approached from behind, suddenly wrapping his arms around Liu Zhenhua's neck and using his knee to gently topple him in midair, then quickly catching him before he could hit the ground. This was, after all, the way a sportsman greets a fellow. "Uncle Wang." Liu Zhenhua greeted with a sigh of resignation. "Hey, what brings you to the stall?" Liu Zhenhua inquired, looking at me. "I stopped by the bookstore after school to buy a workbook and happened to pass by on my way back," he replied. "Why did you buy that?" I asked. Li Ping, rolling her eyes, interjected, "Old Liu, what kind of question is that? What student wouldn't buy workbooks?" Liu Zhenhua explained, "The teacher required us to purchase them." Old Wang, ever observant, asked, "Why did you buy 2? "For my desk mate," Liu Zhenhua responded. Old Wang grinned. "Is it that pretty girl with short hair?" Li Ping shot him a disapproving glance. I pulled Liu Zhenhua aside and recounted the morning's events, earnestly asking, "Is our fruit market being overshadowed by the logistics of the fruit industry?" In the timeline I was aware of, it was not. To be prudent, I added, "Please analyze this for me. Is today's occurrence genuine or not?" Given the gravity of the situation, if he had no means to ascertain it, he would still need to consult Ma Chaoran. "Hand me your phone," I requested. I passed it to Liu Zhenhua, who pressed various buttons before returning it to me, stating, "There's nothing to worry about." "How do you know?" I inquired. "Would you like to understand the principle behind it, or let us skip the theory? Just tell me how you arrived at this conclusion." Liu Zhenhua articulated each word with precision. "It's all about big data." "All right then. I'll tell Lao Wang and Li Ping to eat when it's time to eat and sleep when it's time to sleep. This matter is surely unachievable. Mark my words." In chapter 44, regarding my remarks, Lao Wang and Li Ping naturally interpreted them as encouragement and consolation, though both wore furrowed brows. My spirits lifted considerably, my mind preoccupied with thoughts of returning home for a meal. Extending my hand toward Lao Wang, I said, "Brother Wang, the car keys, please." Walking back to the community from the market would take a good 10 minutes, and I certainly did not wish to endure that discomfort in the biting cold. Lao Wang tossed his keychain to me, and with Liu Zhenhua in tow, I swiftly turned the ignition and sped off. As I passed various stalls, the vendors appeared burdened with worries. I mused to myself, "Oh, mere mortals, why do you fret over trivial matters?" Just as I exited the market, I was intercepted by two individuals clad in police uniforms, one stout and the other slender. Several others on electric bikes had already been stopped ahead of me. I sighed internally. How troublesome. We encountered another helmet check. Liu Zhenhua adeptly dismounted, whispering, "This is it." Among those previously halted, only two were experiencing this for the first time. The rest had already paid their fines, 50 yuan. When it was my turn to be addressed, I approached with a sheepish demeanor, attempting to feign ignorance despite knowing I was about to be fined, mirroring the last encounter with a different officer. It was hard to articulate my thoughts, but if I had to, I would say I simply didn't want to be perceived as stumbling in the same place twice. However, the portly officer's words shattered my composure. "Is it you again?" I exclaimed in disbelief. "You remember me?" The slender officer raised his phone to capture the moment, stating, "Last time, you were with your son, speeding past." It seemed he remembered me too. I forced a smile and replied, "Have you changed posts?" The stout officer replied, "Let us have it, your ID. If I don't fine you, you won't learn your lesson. Do you still recall my ID number?" "Just trying to ease the awkwardness," I said. "Enough banter, just give it," he retorted. Reluctantly, I provided my number. The stout officer entered the information into his phone, suddenly expressing surprise. This is your first fine?" The slender officer interjected, "Impossible, you must have inputted it incorrectly." "No, look here," the stout officer insisted, thrusting the screen toward his partner. "Isn't this you?" Indeed, it was me. The stout officer grew anxious. "What is going on?" The slender officer queried. "Do you happen to have a twin brother?" His imagination was quite vivid. "No," I replied. I understood that one lie requires 1,000 others to support it. "So what now?" the stout officer asked the slender one. "Proceed with the protocol," the slender officer said while snapping my photo and explaining the procedure. "A warning this time, with a fine next time." After my exemption was revoked, it seemed I had unwittingly taken another blow. In the bewildered gaze of the two officers, I mounted my bike and rode away, feeling rather disgraced, for it was hardly a matter of pride. Once Liu Zhenhua got on the bike, I pedaled while nudging him with my elbow. "It wasn't me," Liu Zhenhua replied. "What a peculiar situation. I recall the last time I was apprehended by the traffic police, during which he mentioned the possibility of the system failing. Perhaps, at that moment, certain thoughts began to take root. I am uncertain. My dear son, in matters such as these, if your father is penalized, one must accept the humiliation with grace. However, you must never engage in unlawful activities. This is my heartfelt advice. There is a saying that even the wicked hope for their offspring to be virtuous. When have I ever been deemed a villain? Another adage states that with greater power comes greater responsibility. When one possesses substantial abilities yet chooses to act irresponsibly, the repercussions can be severe. Consider the character from Spider-Man who becomes malevolent. While that is a cinematic portrayal, who knows what mischief such individuals might perpetrate in real life? Far from the public eye? This is certainly not my doing. I remained skeptical, and thus, this matter faded into the background. Upon returning home, I inquired over dinner with Liu Zhenhua, "Is your big data algorithm reliable?" Liu Zhenhua replied, "Let Yuan elucidate." Yuan had been beside us and was already aware of the circumstances. She stated, "If those southern entrepreneurs genuinely wish to establish a fruit logistics operation here, it cannot be a spur-of-the-moment decision. They must have conducted numerous on-site investigations prior to their meeting with the deputy mayor. Their recent travel itineraries must relate to this endeavor, and these details will be reflected in their flight, train tickets, and accommodations. At the source of the logistics, there should also be traces of similar activities. This is the extent of my analysis." Liu Zhenhua affirmed, "Not precise, but it conveys the general idea. Do you know who those entrepreneurs are?" Liu Zhenhua shrugged. "Haven't they all made headlines? Their photographs are available. With so many, can you truly identify them all? Facial recognition can resolve that swiftly, followed by an examination of their travel, lodging, and recent interactions. Merely a matter of convenience." Liu Zhenhua summarized nonchalantly. "Humanity holds no secrets from me. Although the police could indeed accomplish similar feats, I doubted their ability to achieve it using just a mobile phone in 3 seconds. Moreover, Liu Zhenhua's assertion that Yuan's information was imprecise suggested that there were details he had not disclosed. For reasons unknown, I felt a chill within me. What purpose does humanity have in developing such technologies? Disturbing. After our meal, Liu Zhenhua requested to access his computer for a meeting. In recent days, he had completed the project on the King of Clich S regarding Sima Zhao's intentions, and the review for the Oath of the Peach Garden had been approved. He was eager to check for new comments. I granted him 15 minutes, and I too glanced at the screen. The video for the Oath of the Peach Garden had garnered 4 comments. The first read, first. The second, second. The third, abstract. The fourth, this is why it cannot replace humanity. Upon reading the last comment, Liu Zhenhua erupted in laughter. He understood that it was not a particularly flattering remark. Yet he felt joy at receiving feedback on his work. Still unsatisfied, he pressed a few more keys. What are you doing? I asked. Just indexing to see how many similar works exist across the internet. Then, on a certain website, we stumbled upon a video that was an exact replica, not merely in style or dialogue, but a direct copy of Liu Zhenhua's original work, attributed to an author named I Just Do Abstract. Liu Zhenhua scratched his head in confusion. Yuan defined the situation. This individual had committed theft of the original Zero's creation. Indeed, it was Yuan who articulated my internal struggle between the terms plagiarism and theft, which both seemed inadequate. This person had displayed such a lack of effort that he outright appropriated the work. Liu Zhenhua remarked. If he were to credit me for the copy without citing the source, I could accept that, but how can he claim it as his own? Liu Zhenhua clicked on this person's other creations, which were all comedic and absurd videos, including those where characters from films were dubbed post-production. Ancient figures launching rockets at each other, and contemporary events being reenacted. The styles were so disparate that it was impossible for them to be the work of a single creator, to put it bluntly. This individual was merely a transporter of content. What do you plan to do? I inquired. First, I will report it, Liu Zhenhua replied. Clicking the report button beneath the video, he meticulously filled out the reason for the report. Comparing the time he published his work on a certain platform with the time I Just Do Abstract uploaded this video, eloquently stating his position as the original creator and requesting the removal of the stolen video. After half an hour had passed, he concluded the report. You should get some sleep, I suggested. Indeed, Liu Zhenhua responded. Encountering copyright disputes on his first creative endeavor left him with mixed feelings, yet his mood remained largely unaffected. As for the events of the afternoon, I mentally prepared myself. The notion of engaging in fruit logistics was entirely unfounded. At least this group of business owners showed no interest in cold storage. But how could I gently convey this to everyone? At 2:15 in the afternoon, I arrived at the market, where a large crowd had already gathered around Old Sun's stall. Before I even reached the entrance, people were exclaiming, Fengzi is here. Fengzi is here. Puzzled by my newfound popularity, I spotted my father seated centrally in Old Sun's establishment, with Old Sun standing beside him and Wang Zili also present. Dad, what brings you here? I asked. My father replied solemnly, given the gravity of the situation, how could I not come? Immediately, someone chimed in, yes, with old Liu here. We have a reliable leader. When did old Liu become Liu Lao? Scanning the room, I soon understood. My father's presence overshadowed Old Sun's authority. As he was a veteran of 2 eras, having spent considerable time in the market, he was known for his forthrightness, confronting anyone he deemed unsatisfactory, focusing on issues rather than individuals. Consequently, in light of the current predicament, people were more inclined to trust my father, and Old Sun willingly relinquished his leadership position. With my father taking charge, I inadvertently became the prince. Without the prince's presence, the court could not convene, so my arrival brought joy to the assembly, allowing them to finally deliberate on matters of war against rival territories. Old Sun bent to offer my father a cigarette, but my father waved it away. I've quit. Let us get down to business. Chapter 45, The Unmanned Fruit Supermarket. Liu Lao sat firmly at the helm, while Lao Wang and I stood to either side. With the room bustling with people both inside and out, the stage set for discussion. My father spoke clearly. How are the inquiries progressing regarding the matters everyone has been curious about? As I was about to express my thoughts, Sister Zhao, who was leaning against the wall on the right, interjected. The information you have is inaccurate. Sister Zhao's stall is located at the entrance of the market, and at around 50 years of age, she serves as our local hub for gossip and information dissemination. At this moment, her role as a scout truly showcased her talents, and I mused that she had finally hit the mark. Upon hearing her words, the crowd rejoiced. Sister Zhao continued, those bosses are not interested in establishing a fruit logistics operation. Instead, they aim to create a fruit supermarket. The crowd erupted in delight, mixed with scoffs of disdain. Can a fruit supermarket compete with a wholesale market? Which supermarket doesn't sell fruit? 2 jelly oranges at 13.6 yuan. We sell an entire box for 55 yuan, fair and square. You can peel them, slice them, steam them, or juice them. The quantity is ample. Noticing that her words were not being taken seriously, Sister Zhao urged, it's not just a supermarket that sells fruit. It's a supermarket solely dedicated to fruit. Huh. A sense of urgency began to permeate the crowd. Sister Zhao elaborated. Moreover, it's the kind where there are no staff present. From the moment you enter, to purchasing, to checkout, no one supervises you. An elderly gentleman on the left remarked, if there's no one around, I could just walk in and take off with a bag. When it opens, each of us could simply grab a sack and leave. Laughter ensued, and someone chimed in. If it's free, I could carry 2 sacks. However, old son interjected solemnly. That's called an unmanned supermarket. There are cameras everywhere. If you grab a handful of seeds, they'll see you. My father then asked Sister Zhao, Zhao, is your information reliable? She replied, absolutely trustworthy. My nephew-in-law works in the government, and their leaders have been holding meetings about this matter frequently. Old son turned to my father and said, Lao Lu, I've also reached out to friends for inquiries all afternoon, and Zhao's information is generally credible, though not comprehensive. These individuals are indeed opening a fruit supermarket while also establishing a logistics operation. Among those bosses, some are involved in transportation and others are from the south, engaged in cultivation. Their partnership aims to create an unmanned fruit supermarket, which will facilitate the unobstructed transport of those expensive southern fruits and engage us in a price war. A collective gasp arose from the crowd. The term logistics proved to be pivotal. The vendors at the Haolai fruit wholesale market primarily rely on a distant fruit logistics center for their supply channels. Indeed, we are essentially middlemen, and the entrance of any primary dealer poses a grave threat to all of us. At this moment, I too felt a sense of ambiguity. Could it be that Liu Zhenhua's analysis using big data led him to erroneously conclude that these individuals would not take serious action? Was I being too subjective or rash? What if they had conducted market research through alternative channels? The elderly gentleman who had previously suggested taking a sack in jest asked, we understand logistics, but what does unmanned truly imply? Old son replied, that's the crux of the matter. The primary leader in this collaboration between the government and southern businessmen is a tech company focused on development. Hearing this eased my concerns. Old son continued, an unmanned setup, as Zhao described, means you 1TC anyone while purchasing, thereby saving on labor costs. Their supply channels are also superior to ours. If they succeed, will there be any opportunity left for us? The old man said, then I shall simply enter and carry away a sack without anyone noticing. The old monk replied sternly, with so many cameras, it would be quite easy for the police to find you. If the amount is substantial, it constitutes theft. Even a smaller amount could lead to administrative detention. If we each carry away a sack, by the time we return, the market would have been emptied, precisely to their advantage. The old man hesitated. Is it really that serious? The old Wang interjected. When online shopping first emerged, who could have predicted that physical stores would be rendered obsolete? The old monk lamented. In this era, when it discards you, it does so without a word. I optimistically remarked, isn't it currently addressing us? Regarding this matter, even without Liu Zhenhua overseeing it, I find it dubious. In just the past couple of years, several so-called unmanned supermarkets have opened, albeit on a small scale, akin to convenience stores. One can enter freely. Yet exiting requires passing through security checks, and without a purchase, one must have someone remotely grant access. It is utterly absurd. These unmanned supermarkets sprouted like mushrooms after rain, only to collectively vanish one day. Truly remarkable. The old monk commented, I have heard that this tech company is thriving abroad, primarily employing an unmanned operational model. A voice outside proclaimed loudly, we do not understand these matters, but I know the seasoning market is already beginning to clear its stock. Everyone was taken aback. If the seasoning market is clearing inventory, the transformation plan is likely on the agenda. The old monk turned to my father. Lu Lao, this is the situation. Please offer some guidance. Sister Zhao insisted, the government must provide us with an explanation. Otherwise, we shall stage a sit-in at the city government. My father waved his hand dismissively. It's not that simple. They have clearly stated that they will open another fruit market at your doorstep for fair competition. What can you do? Sister Zhao declared, I will sit in. The old monk remarked, times have changed. We must adhere to the law. In the past, when vendors clashed, regardless of right or wrong, it was a monumental affair. Now, it is merely categorized as mutual brawling according to the law. Would you not agree it is self-sufficient? Old Wang proudly asserted, why even discuss this? Sister Zhao anxiously urged, then you must devise a solution. All eyes turned to Lu Lao. My father stood, cleared his throat, and stated, I do not possess any concrete solutions. I only know that ever since the cold storage was established, we have had our fruit market. I have worked here for nearly 40 years, enduring many storms and trials. In the past, there were only a few varieties of fruit. Summer offered merely peaches, apricots, and watermelons, while winter presented apples, oranges, and pears, yet it sustained generations. One year, worms were found in oranges from a certain region, causing people to avoid them entirely. Another year, a rumor claimed bananas caused cancer, leading to their rejection as well. Yet in time, did we not recover? Now the variety of fruits has expanded. Many of the fruits our generation has not only not tasted, but have never even seen. Lychees, bayberries, cherries, are now abundant in the market. I refuse to believe that those few proprietors can manage to procure all the goods nationwide for their supermarkets. Even if his supermarket opens, individuals of my age are unlikely to venture there, fumbling with their phones and enduring disdainful glances. Moreover, it will be devoid of patrons. Who would sample his merchandise? Will his machines engage in conversation with loyal customers? Is it not common knowledge that every business thrives on repeat clientele? Upon hearing these remarks, the crowd erupted in approval. The old adage rings true: experience prevails. Despite the absence of a concrete solution, the words served to bolster the spirits of those present. I was not surprised by my father's display. He has always been an eloquent debater, not due to his knowledge or insight, but rather his stubbornness and obstinacy. Take, for example, his previous theories on smoking and drinking. Yet today, he spoke from the heart, sharing wisdom born of experience, which lent additional weight to his words. In truth, it would be quite simple to challenge my father's perceptions. Introducing him to Yuan Yuan would suffice. A medium-sized supermarket, equipped with 4 or 5 robots like Yuan Yuan, could undoubtedly leave every patron satisfied and uplifted. My father seemed pleased with the fervor he had incited, concluding with the remark, with the new year just a month away, let us focus on celebrating the holiday. Let us not concern ourselves with the specter of an unmanned supermarket. Even if it were to materialize, we are numerous. And with so many voices, starvation is not an option. Sister Zhao raised her voice in agreement. Yes. At worst, we can sit in silence. Chapter 46. The wealthy matron. The fruit wholesale market, encompassing nearly 30 vendors, convened this afternoon at row 1, stall 7, demonstrating an unprecedented sense of unity and cohesion. In such a marketplace, participants are both neighbors and competitors. While open conflict over business is rare, subtle sabotage is not uncommon. Today, however, was different. A shared animosity united everyone as never before. Observing the elevated morale among the vendors, my father sought to have me, his son, make an appearance. He nudged me, saying, "Xiaofeng, why don't you say a few words?" I casually remarked, "Rest assured, this venture will surely falter. Let us focus on our businesses. My family operates 2 stalls in the market, and I am committed to keeping an eye on developments across the way, ensuring that everyone is informed." Old Wang whispered, "Fengzi, did you glean some information from reporter Ma?" While my initial remarks may have lacked substance, the subsequent statement enhanced their credibility. For owning 2 stalls in this market signifies both status and responsibility. It is only natural to be more invested when one's eggs are all in one basket. As the crowd continued to express their approval, I noticed Zhang Biao surreptitiously entering the room, peering around as if to gather information. I quickly shifted the focus. However, we have a traitor among us. The crowd's gaze swept around, and Zhang Biao was immediately exposed, 2 male vendors gripping his shoulders firmly. In a panic, Zhang Biao exclaimed, Hey, what are you doing? I am a patrol here." Old Sun scolded, "You treacherous ingrate. Lu Lao, what do you propose we do?" I am genuinely apprehensive that my father might seize a rotten apple and hurl it to the ground, exclaiming in disdain. If that were to occur, Zhang Biao would undoubtedly face a severe beating. Yuan Yuan's words resonated profoundly. At this critical juncture, we must avoid unnecessary complications. I shouted, "Get out!" And Zhang Biao was promptly ejected. Thus, the matter reached a temporary resolution, albeit without any concrete plan being presented. Fortunately, the alliance of offense and defense had been established. Old Liu, accompanied by Liu Xiao and Old Wang, surveyed the market and garnered widespread admiration and support from the vendors. Eventually, we returned to our respective stalls. The sun was shining just right. Li Ping took advantage of the moment, wrapped in her military coat, seated at the entrance, relishing the warmth of winter. Upon seeing my father approach, she quickly stood up and greeted, "Uncle Liu has arrived." My father glanced at her and asked, "Are you still alone?" Li Ping replied, "One is sufficient. Sometimes, when I am busy, Lu Gu and Wang go lend a hand." My father inquired, "Haven't you found a partner?" Li Ping laughed. "You needn't worry about that. I have grown accustomed to my freedom. Being alone is quite pleasant." My father nodded and said to me, "Let's south go to your place. Prepare some noodles for me." I was astonished. "Haven't you eaten?" I was about to have lunch when I received several calls regarding this matter, making it seem as though the market might be shut down. In my anxiety, I could hardly eat. Old Wang urged, "Hurry, ride my bike, and take your father home for a meal." I tossed him the keys and replied, "No, the police have been tightening their checks lately. Be careful." My father, puzzled, asked, "What secretive business are you two up to?" I pointed to my helmet, stating, "It's about the helmet. They are checking for helmets." The two of us strolled back to the residential complex, and as we ascended to the fourth floor, I felt a twinge of guilt. Yuan could discern my footsteps and detect the presence of others, but her judgment could falter. Previously, when Liu Zhenhua brought Chen Zihan home, she was unaware that the person accompanying me up the stairs might enter the house with me. I anxiously feared that upon opening the door, my father would encounter a robot adept at shelling sunflower seeds. Indeed, I now consumed the seeds directly, indulging in such luxury. Fortunately, upon entering, everything appeared normal. I hastily ignited the stove to boil noodles while my father ambled back and forth between the living room and the balcony. I discreetly monitored his movements, wary that he might uncover something amiss. In truth, there was nothing amiss. This less than 80 square meter apartment had been impeccably tidied by Yuan. Never having been so pristine since its completion, my father walked back and forth, hands clasped behind his back, remaining silent. He approached the stove and suddenly extended a finger to wipe the range hood. A bead of sweat trickled down my forehead as I forced a smile. "Dad, what are you doing? This new woman you've met must be even more fastidious than Han Xia." Indeed, were this a short play? Upon witnessing the cleanliness of this home, Han Xia would be weeping and clutching my legs, pleading for me not to leave her. "Stop being so suspicious. Can't your son appreciate cleanliness?" Yet my father remained silent, sitting at the dining table like a child awaiting his meal. My heart softened as I brought over the freshly cooked noodles and sauce. The old man mixed the sauce and took a bite, remarking, "The person making the sauce has changed. This is the second batch made by Yuan." I couldn't help but chuckle. "Dad, what else do you want to say?" Suddenly, my father spoke in a contemplative tone. "Xiaofeng, you are nearly 40 now. If you don't wish to tell me, I understand you must have your reasons. I won't press you. You will share when you are ready." I could only remain silent. What was there to hide? It was merely that my partner was overweight and unattractive, or perhaps even older. I could accept her attitude towards life. I teased the old man. "Let me be honest. I found a wealthy woman who is even older than you, just to avoid 20 years of struggle. Can you accept that?" He waved his hand dismissively. "Nonsense. Can a wealthy woman manage a household? Youngsters say they want to skip 2 decades of hard work, but even if you found a goddess, it would still be too late." That topic was put to rest. Yuan's skills were indeed impressive. The old man devoured 2 bowls of noodles and soon succumbed to sleep. When he awoke, it was nearly dark, and he insisted on taking the bus home. "No way." I quickly pulled him into my car. Since he sat next to me, I hesitated to use the small woo and drove myself. My father asked, "Xiaofeng, did you make a promise to the market folks this afternoon out of mere talk, or do you have some insider information?" Before I could respond, he continued, "Honestly, I'm feeling uneasy. Those Southerners are talking about launching unmanned supermarkets, and I don't understand it at all. Not understanding is the most frightening part. With technology advancing daily, when mobile payments first emerged, your mother and I thought it was just a novelty. Now we don't even carry cash when we go out. Surely, this unmanned supermarket 1T really put the fruit market out of business?" I replied earnestly, "It cannot. Even if it does, we could always pedal our tricycle around the neighborhoods selling fruit. I survived my youth that way. No matter how advanced technology becomes, there will always be people it cannot reach, and some who simply dislike complications. Your father is not old yet." I interrupted, "Not old. But you definitely can't be pedaling a tricycle. You should enjoy life with me from now on." My father looked pleased, savoring the thought, and suddenly exclaimed, "You aren't really dating a wealthy woman, are you?" After dropping my father off at home, I returned to the car where Xiao Wu eagerly borrowed the radio to speak. "Oh, I've been dying to say something. Can I talk now? What's this about an unmanned fruit supermarket? Who's going to set it up? Is it even feasible with the current technology? Is he out of his mind, or did I mishear something?" There was a sense of a wild beast unleashed, frolicking about. "Just drive," I responded, curious yet bemused. As the city lights began to twinkle, we were on our way home when an unfamiliar number called. I answered, and a man with a southern accent bluntly said, "Mr. Liu, I hear you intend to oppose me." The tone was not overtly hostile, yet it carried an air of superiority, a strong person exerting pressure over the weak. To be honest, my heart skipped a beat. I have lived for 39 years, and undoubtedly, I have weathered my share of storms. However, my tribulations have primarily revolved around divorce, managing the spoilage of fruits, and attending to the health of elderly family members. I am not particularly adept at confronting people directly. Despite having attended a rather unremarkable college, my social circle remains limited, as I have spent much of my time engrossed in gaming. After taking over the fruit stall, My profession necessitated that I avoid conflicts at all costs. At times, I find it amusing to observe other stall owners quarrel with customers. It strikes me as utterly unprofessional. Take, for instance, the fruit stall frequented by Liu Zhenhua. The most inexperienced individual there is undoubtedly the proprietor. Were our roles reversed, I am confident I could have ensured that Huaqiang left with a smile, satisfied with his purchase, and even reminded him about the recent police checks on helmets. Admittedly, I am somewhat timid, not being a retired soldier of great renown. How did you get my number? I inquired, somewhat flustered but quickly regaining my composure. After all, he is a businessman, just as I am. I refuse to believe that in a society governed by law, he could pose any significant threat to me. It's trivial, he replied. I simply heard that you intend to oppose me, and I thought it prudent to advise you against any irrational actions. Otherwise, things could become quite unpleasant. What we do is none of your concern, I retorted. Oh, this is becoming rather tedious. Must I spell it out for you? I run a tech company and possess connections, funding, and means. This call is merely a reminder for you not to overestimate yourself. Do you require further clarification? At that moment, Xiao Wu interjected, Brother, we seem to be followed. I glanced at the rearview mirror, and Xiao Wu timely activated the hazard lights, illuminating a vehicle trailing us. Without Xiao Wu's alertness, I would have remained oblivious to our pursuer. Are you tracking me? I exclaimed in anger. The other party, seemingly caught off guard, muttered a half-hearted response before coldly retorting, There is no malice intended. I am merely escorting Mr. Liu home. Go to hell. I hung up the phone and tossed it aside, anxiously asking Xiao Wu, What should we do? Brother, don't worry. I am equipped with the intelligence of a 00731 model. Speak plainly. At that moment, the radio featured a male and female host, and Xiao Wu manipulated their voices to utter a few words. I can take him down. The tone was a blend of both sinister and alluring. Suddenly, Xiao Wu accelerated and changed lanes. It was now 7 p.m., and the traffic was as congested as ever. Our ability to maneuver was facilitated by the compactness of our vehicle, while the pursuing SUV struggled to keep up amidst the cacophony of honking horns, which conveyed a multitude of expletives. With impressive agility, Xiao Wu navigated through the throng of cars, rendering the SUV powerless in its pursuit. Stop playing around and let us get home, I urged. Understood, I know the gravity of the situation. Your safety is my utmost priority. I had always maintained that Xiao Wu was dependable. After turning at the traffic light, we ventured onto a relatively secluded path, only to find ourselves suddenly blocked by an SUV. Two vehicles. Xiao Wu exclaimed, There are two cars tailing us. At that moment, I felt an unusual calm. As long as I remained in the car, I had faith that Xiao Wu could evade even a rain of white phosphorus bombs from above. With a wicked charm, Xiao Wu continued, Pitiful humans, do you wish to engage in a contest of driving skills? Let us converse amicably. I took a drag from my cigarette, adopting a chilling demeanor. Just be careful not to graze my vehicle. As I spoke, I felt the steering wheel jerk violently to the right. To my right was a modest step, and our car ascended it, poised to turn into a narrow alleyway ahead. The SUV, reacting swiftly, positioned itself to block our path. The sound of gears shifting filled the air. My car, despite moving forward, suddenly reversed, executing a graceful arc to the left of the SUV. The driver of the SUV, likely disoriented by my maneuver, crashed solidly into the concrete door frame at the base of the steps, causing the front hood to crumple and rise, resembling an errant letter. At that brief moment of alignment with the SUV, I lowered my right window. Need a hand, my friend? Without waiting for a response, I added, Well, I'm off then. The cigarette I had just drawn from was flicked between my thumb and forefinger, landing with a pop against the other vehicle's window, igniting a shower of sparks. Clueless fool. Xiao Wu and I cursed in unison before we drove away. As we reached the building, my legs felt somewhat unsteady. That scoundrel Chun had dispatched two vehicles merely to follow me. What was his true intention? While in the car, I could rely on Xiao Wu. But what if there were hidden adversaries once I stepped out? I gazed apprehensively at the dimly lit corridor. Ultimately, I retrieved a screwdriver from the passenger side, gripping its handle and concealing the blade within my sleeve. Cautiously, I exited the vehicle and dashed into the hallway. Upon entering my home, breathless, I was greeted by the comforting aroma of a home-cooked meal, enveloped in a warm ambience. Upon seeing me return, Yuan inquired, Master, have you sent the old gentleman back? Yes, I replied, placing the screwdriver on the shoe rack. Just then, the door clicked as Liu Zhenhua arrived moments after me. He immediately rushed to his computer, prompting me to say, Let us eat first. The father and son, each preoccupied with their own thoughts, dined absent-mindedly. After the meal, Liu Zhenhua hurried back to his computer, first checking the latest comments on his work. His comments had increased to 14, mostly consisting of trivial check-in remarks, which brought him a momentary grin. However, when he recalled that his work was entangled in copyright disputes, he opened a certain website. Damn it, Liu Zhenhua cursed. What's the matter? I approached. In response to Liu Zhenhua's report, the website had sent a brief message. Upon investigation, no violations were found in the work. Thank you for your attention. Liu Zhenhua's report was sent at 12:58 p.m., and the response came swiftly at 1:00 p.m., suggesting a sense of scheduled collective handling. It could be surmised that the individual responding had not even glanced at the content penned by Liu Zhenhua. So this is how you intend to play it? Liu Zhenhua exclaimed, his teeth clenched in frustration. If I can't produce a decent video, can I not take action against you? I could see that Liu Zhenhua was genuinely enraged. I had witnessed firsthand the immense effort he had invested in his videos. Now, with his work appropriated, the opposing website nonchalantly responded from a position of superiority, a demeanor that was utterly reprehensible. I inquired, what do you plan to do? Let's address the source first. Liu Zhenhua replied, clicking the left mouse button and drawing a box on the computer screen. Upon releasing it, the box transformed into an interface reminiscent of a voice call. Hello? A youthful voice answered the phone. Liu Zhenhua stated, please remove all the pirated videos and promise not to do so again. I was taken aback, realizing that Liu Zhenhua had directly called the person who had stolen his videos. I gestured to him, questioning whether he might inadvertently reveal his personal information. To which Liu Zhenhua shook his head. Who are you? The other party asked, momentarily taken aback before descending into a fit of anger. I am the creator of the video you have stolen. I give you half a day. By tomorrow at 9:30 a.m., you must delete all pirated videos, or you will bear the consequences. The other party laughed dismissively. I have stolen many videos. Which one are you referring to? So be it. I urge you to cherish this opportunity, Liu Zhenhua concluded, hanging up the phone. Chapter 48. The local tyrant. I felt sympathy for Liu Zhenhua's predicament and indignation towards the thieves, especially in light of the website's final statement expressing gratitude for their attention, which felt like an arrogant mockery. However, I found myself at a loss for how to evaluate Liu Zhenhua's actions at that moment. Later, after putting myself in his shoes, I came to a sense of clarity. If I possessed such capabilities, I would likely act similarly, provided, of course, that there was no risk of revealing my personal information. This was my greatest concern. Rest assured, the voice has been processed. As for other details, if a professional were to investigate, they might potentially trace it to the province within 10 years, which would be impressive. What do you plan to do about that website? I asked. In such cases, hacking it would suffice. I shook my head. No, while the management of the site is despicable, there are numerous authors on that platform who create legitimate work. We cannot implicate the innocent. You have a point. Liu Zhenhua typed a line on the screen, asking, would it be acceptable for me to add this to my video? The text read, this video is a pirated work from another site. Please refer to the original link. That won't do. Wouldn't that expose you? Indeed. I was momentarily blinded by anger, Liu Zhenhua admitted. How about this? I will label all pirated videos from this site as a warning. If they do not rectify the situation by tomorrow, I will consider other measures. How do you distinguish between pirated and original content? What is the basis for this judgment? Liu Zhenhua replied, by searching for the source material and comparing the publication dates. If the author's name does not match, it is deemed pirated. Isn't this workload substantial? Indeed. How long will it take to process? At least around 1 minute and 40 seconds. I retorted, then why waste words? Liu Zhenhua rapidly pressed a few keys on the keyboard, and a progress bar exceeding 1 minute appeared on the screen. Is it almost done? I inquired. Yes. I silently marveled at his prowess. Accomplishing such a significant task in just over a minute is impressive, considering that watching an old movie on a video platform, even with advertisements, takes about the same time without a membership. As the progress bar completed its loading, Liu Zhenhua pressed enter, and the main page of a certain site instantly displayed numerous highlighted titles, akin to stubborn ailments. Liu Zhenhua remarked, the highlighted ones are all plagiarized works. I asked, could there be any misidentifications? For instance, if an author goes by Zhang San on this site and changes their name to Li Si on that one, wouldn't they still be the same person? Not likely. In such cases, authors typically issue a statement or communicate privately within fan groups. Even if they don't, the registration information remains consistent. I cautiously suggested, should we proceed this way? Liu Zhenhua interjected, that would be illegal, a blatant infringement. This will not be permissible in the future, but I am indifferent. They provoked me. So are you satisfied now? I asked. Not entirely. But if they are willing to amend their ways, I would grant them another chance. Just as I was contemplating the righteousness of our actions, Yuan entered, holding the screwdriver I had left on the shoe cabinet. Master, Is there something that requires repair? Our cybernetic housekeeper is indeed considerate, aware of my lack of handyman skills. However, tasks like changing light panels and fixing cabinets are her domain. I pulled the chair opposite Liu Zhenhua and said, "Just now, your father was followed." Liu Zhenhua paused, taken aback. The screwdriver clattered to the floor from Yuan's grasp. I picked it up, saying, "No need to be so dramatic." Liu Zhenhua asked, "Was it those southern bosses?" Regrettably, my social circle is so limited that I could easily guess who my enemies might be. I replied, "I am unsure if those southern bosses were involved, but I received a call from someone surnamed Chun, claiming to run a technology company, advising me to be more astute." The events of the night, if depicted in a morally upright film, would unfold as follows. A father, in an attempt to spare his son from worry, chooses to conceal the truth, only to be viciously beaten. Upon discovering this, the son, filled with rage, seeks revenge, while the father, fearing for his son's safety, endures humiliation and implores his son to desist, leading to an increasingly uncontrollable situation where both father and son waver between morality and legality, ultimately leading to their growth. I am not such a father. I am timid and value my life, opting instead to complain to my son, sobbing softly. Liu Zhenhua said, "Give me his phone number." I recited the number, and after a couple of keystrokes, Liu Zhenhua remarked, It's a virtual one-way number, lacking any registration information. You won't be able to reach him again." I mused. There seems to be some intricacy to this. "There is nothing much to say," Liu Zhenhua remarked. "Delivering takeout also employs this technology. The individual who founded the tech company is named Chen Bing. He maintains a remarkably low profile, forbidding any photography during employee meetings. There is only his name online, and not a single photograph exists. On the day the deputy mayor led an inspection, he was notably absent. He appears to be both a mediator connecting those southern entrepreneurs with the government and a hidden benefactor." I began to feel a tinge of concern, as it seemed I had indeed encountered a formidable adversary. Liu Zhenhua then typed a mobile number onto the screen. "This is his personal contact." He added a comment, which only served to highlight his intentions. I promptly picked up the phone, eager to call. Liu Zhenhua interjected, "Shouldn't you prepare your voicemail or something?" "No need. I want him to know exactly who I am." The call connected, and I directly stated, "Mr. Chun, I hear you've dispatched someone to follow me?" Chun Bing momentarily faltered, astonished. "How did you get my number?" The voice indeed matched that of the person who had previously contacted me. "It's nothing," I thought. "My son is in this line of work." Chun Bing retorted angrily, "What is the meaning of your call?" I restrained my playful demeanor and replied, "If you seek fair competition, then let us compete fairly. If you intend to engage in underhanded tactics, I shall respond in kind." Chun Bing scoffed. "So you are just a local power. I underestimated you." A sense of pride swelled within me. When had I ever been labeled a local power? It felt rather gratifying to receive such an assessment for the first time. I continued, "You give me a word. How do you wish to proceed?" Making this call was never my intention. I publicly vouched in the market because I genuinely believe that the concept of an unmanned fruit supermarket is unreliable. If he were to pursue legitimate avenues, I would never resort to underhanded dealings. In fact, I would even encourage Sister Zhao to stage a sit-in at the city government. However, his decision to track me is an entirely different matter. "You initiated this." Chen Bing, clearly seasoned in such confrontations, quickly regained his composure and replied in a low tone, "Even if you have roots in this place, what does it matter? Have you heard the saying, 'Do not oppose capital'? I represent capital. Who do you represent?" I asserted firmly, "I represent the 30 merchants of Hao Yunlai." In reality, there are fewer than 30. "A rabble," Chen Bing scoffed. At that moment, Liu Zhenhua typed another address on the screen, that of a well-known local restaurant. I interrupted, "Mr. Chun, dining so late. Do the local dishes still suit your palate? The best dish at Gongjiangfang is their complimentary pickled cucumbers. You might want to ask the waiter for extra servings." There was a long silence from the other end, followed by Chun Bing's menacing voice, "You better watch out." The call was abruptly disconnected. Liu Zhenhua inquired, "Dad, does this feel satisfying?" "Not quite," I replied, "but if he is willing to change, I would be open to giving him another opportunity." Chapter 49. I act as my own bodyguard shortly after the call. Liu Zhenhua glanced at the screen and let out a chuckle. "What is amusing?" Liu Zhenhua remarked. "It appears that the individual surnamed Chun has likely disposed of his phone card and checked out of the hotel. Indeed, his awareness of counter-surveillance surpasses that of the average person." I pondered aloud. How is it that someone from a technology company behaves like a criminal? Liu Zhenhua replied, "Perhaps it is precisely because he understands the terrifying potential of technology. He seldom utilizes his personal number, opting instead to communicate via virtual numbers." Suddenly, a thought struck me, and I inquired earnestly of Liu Zhenhua, What if this person possesses genuine skills and manages to establish an unmanned mode? If he encounters failures here, would we not be regressing in history? Yuan interjected, Master, you worry unnecessarily. The advancement of history relies on individuals like him. Perhaps it is better not to progress. Liu Zhenhua shrugged, indicating his agreement with Yuan's perspective. In light of potential contingencies, I solemnly stated, please calculate the situation. After a brief analysis, Liu Zhenhua responded. One could assert that his data is remarkably well crafted. However, data can sometimes merely be for show. Much like writing. An abundance of eloquent vocabulary does not necessarily constitute a good article. At our current stage, such writing would not earn high marks from teachers. What exactly does this statement convey? I questioned. It conveys nothing, much like his data, he replied, prompting me to fall into deep contemplation. Liu Zhenhua continued, Father, as you mentioned, hypothetically speaking, if this individual were to successfully implement the unmanned mode, what would your next course of action be? I hesitated for a fraction of a second before responding. Then let him go play elsewhere. As I said before, you initiated this. Yuan then asserted. Now it is time to discuss the most critical matter. She pointed to the screwdriver in my hand and said, Master, you cannot carry this around every day, can you? I lamented, that is indeed the case. The circumstances I currently face seem more suited for describing a commercial battle. In films, such battles feature beautiful people and handsome spies engaging in a dance of love and rivalry, with high-ranking officials embroiled in intricate schemes weighing pros and cons, competing over wealth and human nature, and clashing between ethics and law. However, in reality, commercial warfare merely consists of dousing the opponent's financial tree with boiling water or hiring thugs to seize company seals. While I scoff at the technological antics of the Chun individual, should he resort to hiring a few ruffians to assault you, how would you respond? After contemplating for a moment, Liu Zhenhua stated, Father, at present, hiring a bodyguard would be prohibitively expensive. I interrupted, how much would it cost? It's not merely a matter of money. Creating a bionic bodyguard, if discovered, would undoubtedly violate the 707 law, which constitutes the greatest cost, he explained. Of course, Liu Zhenhua continued, the economic costs are substantial as well. Such creations are pricey, requiring everything from skin to bones to be custom-made. And I would need to procure materials for manual synthesis, which also demands considerable time. What about a silicone model? I suggested. That would be glaringly artificial. If you wish to follow a silicone figure around every day, it would also violate the 707 law. How much did you spend on Yuan? I asked. Excluding the cost of the cleaning robot, it was 107 yuan. Poor Yuan, her value barely reaching 3 digits. Liu Zhenhua remarked. If we had a ready-made skin and skeleton to adorn Yuan, it could serve as a temporary solution. A few small rascals should be manageable. But anything more complex would be unfeasible. How much would it cost to procure such a complete set of skin and skeleton? Isn't it 1.07 million for Yuan? If we convert that into 10,000, it would be roughly the same. I contemplated, stroking my chin. It doesn't seem overly expensive. In my imagination, a product born from the fusion of future technologies ought to start in the millions. Liu Zhenhua chuckled. Have you lost your senses? Or am I truly unaware of our family's financial situation? If we were to spend 1.07 million, we would be left to subsist on the wind from the northwest. Not to mention we would need to borrow an additional 100,000. This lad, it appears, is genuinely aware of my savings. The Liu family, having been in business for 2 generations, has managed to save nearly 1 million. Surely that is quite normal. Do you all know about my wealth as well? Shoo. Let us not digress. Let us continue discussing the bodyguard matter. I certainly do not wish to venture out daily while clutching a blade. Liu Zhenhua stated. The only immediate solution is to enhance your own capabilities. I laughed heartily towards the sky. Then what are we waiting for? Let us get moving. Where shall we go? We shall run, just the 2 of us. Haven't you heard? Is there enough time for that? You are aware of this. Yuan interjected. Oh. She too recognized that the father-son duo was engaging in an impromptu comedic exchange, offering us her applause. Liu Zhenhua said, enough of the jesting. Let me propose a solution for you. Then do so promptly. I turned to Yuan, saying, come, let us have a game. It has been a while since I last logged in, and my hands are itching. Liu Zhenhua was busy gesturing at his computer in his room, while Yuan and I played a game in mine. This time, I played entirely on my own, with her primarily responsible for offering reminders from the sidelines. Surely this cannot be considered cheating, as coaches can guide players from the sidelines in international competitions. After completing a round, do not inquire about the outcome. Liu Zhenhua called for me to come over. Upon entering Liu Zhenhua's room, I found him seated quietly, a small, irregularly shaped chip resting on the table, about the size of a fingernail. It was evidently the leftover part from the old phone used for Yuan's eye and ear modifications. What significance does this chip hold? I inquired, reaching out to grasp it. Do not touch that, Liu Zhenhua quickly admonished. I instinctively withdrew my hand. Liu Zhenhua picked up a pen and nudged the chip, stating, "This will suffice to address your current troubles." What troubles are you referring to? Is it not the fear of being beaten? Please continue, I urged. Liu Zhenhua asked, "Father, do you believe that martial arts or combat skills are more prevalent among common folk, or that only those in the military possess lethal techniques?" That is a biased view. Both sides have their merits. I replied sagely. Are you an expert? I chuckled. I am not entirely certain. In truth, neither perspective is comprehensive. I found myself at a loss for words. This is precisely the essence of bias. Liu Zhenhua remarked. When A throws a punch at B, the response B chooses will vary according to his identity. For instance, he may opt to evade or retaliate based on the practices of various martial arts schools, employing techniques of finesse or brute strength, or perhaps using the grappling methods common in the military. Yet, there exists only one optimal solution, which is provided by the algorithm. I understood. Are you suggesting that talent is paramount? No, it is the individuals who excel. They merely select the most effective strategies from among them. Humans possess limitations, but algorithms can allow you to transcend those limits continually. I do not wish to engage in theory. Simply tell me how many ruffians this can enable me to confront. How formidable are these ruffians? Your Uncle Wong, the one without a limp. It's hard to say. Your stamina will determine the upper limit. About 20 should be manageable. And if you commence running now, you could manage 5 more in 6 months. That is quite sufficient. My spirits lifted. In this current environment, I hardly believe anyone would dare to summon 20 henchmen for a task. Liu Zhenhua continued. There are 2 side effects. Firstly, it will stimulate your nerves, triggering your adrenaline, which will make you more sensitive and excitable. Therefore, you must maintain your composure. Secondly, it is advisable to avoid letting outsiders see you using it. Otherwise, transforming a mere fruit vendor into a formidable adversary would be hard to explain. The first point is easily comprehensible. The impoverished rely on mutation, while the affluent depend on technology. I am currently leveraging technology for mutation, and I can accept some side effects. However, the second point is rather disheartening. Does that mean I must continue to conceal it, even when others come knocking? Fortunately, the safety concerns have been addressed. I inquired, how do I use this? It is quite simple. It merely needs to make contact with your skin, which is why I advised against you touching it earlier. Is there a time limit or a usage frequency? Liu Zhenhua chuckled. Why would I impose such tedious restrictions on you, my father? There are no limitations whatsoever. Chapter 50. Legend. This small device, capable of transforming me into a formidable adversary, lay quietly on the table. It resembled an ordinary chip one might encounter daily. The green, glistening silicon bore numerous minute copper protrusions. Its principle was straightforward, whether in folk martial arts, military grappling, or mixed martial arts techniques. Any effective maneuver against your opponent is a good one, and the algorithm will assist you in making choices, ensuring you only ever act correctly. To put it more plainly, it is akin to having a wandering monk at your side. Now, the only question that remained was, how should I carry it? Liu Zhenhua explained that it generates bioelectricity through contact with the skin, stimulating nerves and hormone secretion. This means that crafting it into a necklace for close wear would undoubtedly have side effects on the body. However, being too discreet is also problematic. As in any critical situation, you cannot guarantee that it will be in contact with you promptly. An ingenious idea occurred to me. I could have it set onto the face of a ring, pretending it to be an emerald during idle moments. And in times of peril, it would serve as my transformation button. Alas, Yuan raised a critical concern that posed a bottleneck before I could put this plan into action. What if the jeweler developed a desire to steal it? In that case, I would not be able to defend myself against him. Regardless of the circumstances, I have secured the essential item for my survival. Ultimately, I enveloped it in a thin layer of cling film, placing it within the outer plastic covering of a cigarette box. At the slightest hint of trouble, I shall swiftly tear through the plastic and deftly unwrap the cling film, transforming into an unparalleled master of the craft. I sincerely hope that Qin Bing will refrain from employing unscrupulous tactics and expeditiously inaugurate his unmanned fruit supermarket, subsequently vanishing with a financial loss, allowing us to live our lives in mutual oblivion, a conclusion that would be most favorable for both of us. Should he insist on engaging me with various stratagems, I would not hesitate to be the first to invoke Liu Zhenhua. After all, Li Jing has safeguarded the Changtong Pass for a lifetime without witnessing any conflict. And why is that? Because his son is Nezha. The fruit market had regained its tranquility by the following day, with everyone resuming their respective enterprises. I refrained from disclosing the matter of being followed to Lao Wang and Li Ping, for they could offer no assistance and would only exacerbate my concerns. Consequently, I spent the entire morning retrieving my cigarette box, gesturing as I imagined a gang of ruffians bursting forth to vandalize my stall. Envisioning myself retaliating with the chip at hand, a veritable cowboy diligently honing my quick-draw skills. Around 11, Lao Wang received a phone call, his face alight with a smile as he repeatedly expressed his approval. "Who is it?" I inquired once he ended the call. "It's Mr. Li," he replied, inviting us to lunch and to discuss some matters. Upon hearing this, I too felt a surge of joy. Mr. Li oversees logistics for our hotel, and while he doesn't hold the title of general manager, they occasionally procure premium fruits from us for corporate events. Thus, whenever Mr. Li calls, it typically signals good news. Lao Wang remarked, "He has reserved a table on the second floor of Yashin Pavilion. You should head there early." "Are you not going?" I asked. Lao Wang winked at me, saying, "He specifically invited both of us, but some matters are more appropriately discussed privately between you two, considering you are the boss." I concurred, realizing it had been nearly 6 months since our last collaboration. Regardless of the nature of the meeting, it was imperative to express our appreciation. When dealing with someone not intimately familiar, maintaining goodwill necessitates continuous gestures of courtesy. After waiting a while longer, I determined it was time and settled into the car, instructing Xiao Wu to take me to the restaurant. Upon arrival at the restaurant's entrance, I retrieved 2 bottles of Maotai and a box of Zhenhua from the trunk. Indeed, as a competent fruit vendor, these items are my staples. The restaurant is conveniently close to the market, and I could easily have walked. However, having Xiao Wu accompany me served merely as a trivial convenience. I had already planned the alcohol. If Mr. Li wished to drink with me, I would offer him a remaining bottle to take back, or if we chose to drink something else, I would bring both bottles. Should he insist on covering the meal, there would be no need to contest him, as I aimed to preserve the semblance of a friendship between us. Yashin Pavilion, having once enjoyed a few prosperous years since its opening, still bore the marks of its former opulence in its decor. However, it has since grown somewhat dated and outmoded. While it was once positioned as a mid to high-end establishment, it has now diminished to the status of a mid to low-end venue. Fortunately, the cuisine remains commendable, making it suitable for family gatherings and friendly reunions, though genuine business affairs would seldom transpire in such a place. I ascended to the second floor, but did not find Mr. Li. As I was about to dial his number, a man in his 50s emerged from a private room and waved at me, saying, "You must be Fengzi, come over here." The man, adorned with a large gold watch and a shrewd expression, was unfamiliar to me. Noticing my hesitation, he continued, "You are a friend of Li Ming, right?" It was then that I followed him into the private room, which was already occupied by 6 or 7 individuals, all of whom appeared to be of similar age to the man who had greeted me. At the head of the table sat an elderly gentleman sporting a slicked-back hairstyle and large, tinted sunglasses resembling a modern-day Elvis Presley. I paused at the entrance, perplexed, and inquired, "Where's Mr. Li?" The Elvis-like figure boomed, "He has other commitments and will not be joining us." I replied, "Oh, then I shall reach out to him later," and turned to leave, maintaining a level of caution as the situation seemed precarious. The man with the gold watch firmly grasped my arm, displaying considerable strength and effectively preventing my departure. Instinctively, I reached for my cigarettes. As the saying goes, one should not strike a smiling face. I offered him a cigarette, hoping it might improve his demeanor. Of course, that was not my true intention. My invincible chip was poised within the cigarette case, ready for immediate activation should the circumstances turn dire. Liu Zhenhua had advised me to be mindful of appearances. I intended to avoid conflict, but escaping was imperative. Noticing my anxious and cautious demeanor, the Elvis figure erupted into laughter, exclaiming, "Fengzi, you do not recognize me, do you?" Before I could respond, the heavy-set man with dark eye bags interjected, "And you do not know me either, right?" My heart sank. Their inquiry into my recognition was a prelude to aggression should I fail to acknowledge them. The heavy-eyed man continued, "You must know Liu Zhenhua, correct?" I glanced at him and instinctively replied, "You do not resemble him at all." The room fell silent for a moment before erupting into laughter, though a flicker of indignation crossed the heavy-eyed man's face, deepening the shadows beneath his eyes. The Elvis figure chuckled a few more times before declaring, "I am Sun Zhanqing." This revelation left me momentarily stunned. While you might not be familiar with Sun Zhanqing, his name resonates throughout the city, a symbol of a bygone era. His name transported me back to the distant 1990s when I was just a child. At that time, Sun Zhanqing was already the most prominent young entrepreneur in our area. He had risen from humble beginnings at the age of 20 and was rumored to be the wealthiest man at 25, primarily engaging in the wholesale of clothing and accessories. A whole department store in our city belonged to him, and he owned an Audi rumored to have cost $500,000 parked daily beneath that very store. While local officials at that time were still limited to Santana cars, though Sun Jianqing's name had faded from the limelight in recent years, it was itself a legend. Observing my astonishment, he called out in his booming voice, "Stop being suspicious and come in to sit down." Chapter 51. The big shot. The most notable characteristic of successful individuals is that many challenges can be resolved simply by invoking their name. Today was no exception. As I settled into my seat in the private room, still somewhat dazed, I thought to myself that had old Wang known this meal was hosted by Sun Jianqing, he would have regretted not attending. "Mr. Sun, it is a pleasure to meet you," Sun Jianqing remarked. "We are all brothers here. Just call me Brother Sunday." I silently marveled at General Li's prowess. A man who quietly manages the hotel's logistics possesses such influence. Besides Sun, a man with dark circles under his eyes appeared somewhat perturbed by my earlier comments and introduced himself, saying, "I am Duan Shoujiang. People of your age must have heard of cassette tapes and watched Hong Kong films. Back in the day, I ran a video store that you likely frequented." I momentarily hesitated and replied, "You can't be the owner of Qingxin Qingyi, can you? That was the largest video store in the city. Indeed, I have been there." Duan Shoujiang, maintaining a modest demeanor, confirmed, "That would be me." I recalled my visits with a hint of nostalgia and felt slightly forward for addressing him so casually. Although I had visited, I never had the means to purchase from him. The cassettes and videotapes were touted as genuine and sold at exorbitant prices. Later, rumors circulated that those items were merely pirated copies, repackaged with exquisite designs in small workshops. Before the market for cassettes and videotapes faded entirely, Qingxin Qingyi had already succumbed to obscurity. A few men nearby clapped Duan Shoujiang on the shoulder, exclaiming, "Old Duan has finally regained his standing." To the right of Sun Jianqing sat a man named Cheng Sihai, while the gentleman who had greeted me at the door, adorned with an extravagant gold watch, was Wu Lianfeng. I remembered their names because they were sworn brothers of Sun Jianqing, and the presence of these four individuals suggested a higher social standing among the assembly. After I took my seat, the group began conversing amongst themselves about business matters. I found myself somewhat bored but feigned interest, aware that a discerning businessman must seize every opportunity to sense potential ventures. All present were prominent figures, and I surmised that General Li was also expected to attend, possibly to convene a significant business gathering that might extend over several days, thus necessitating a substantial supply of fruits. In a lull in the conversation, I placed 2 bottles of Maotai on the table, saying, "I didn't realize there would be so many people today, so I brought these 2 bottles. I hope you gentlemen won't find them lacking." Sun Jianqing replied, "Brother, you are too kind. I do have something to discuss with you shortly." My heart leaped with joy. Although I hadn't heard of Sun Jianqing in years, he had once been quite illustrious. It was akin to how one would feel if a declining business like Taobao were to have Ma Yun reach out for a deal. It seemed these 2 bottles of wine were indeed a fortuitous choice. Wu Lianfeng, seated closest to the entrance, called out, "Let us start serving the dishes." "Certainly," replied a waitress passing by, and upon closer inspection, I recognized her as Aunt Sue. "Aunt Sue, is that you working here?" I was aware she had previously assisted in a restaurant, but now she was at Yashin Pavilion. "Mr. Liu is dining here." Aunt Sue greeted me in front of others. Dressed in an apron and rubber gloves, she was responsible for clearing tables for the next patrons and soon moved on. After a while, the group continued their discussions, yet the topic of fruits remained elusive. Growing restless in my role as a mere bystander, I pondered how to expedite a transaction with someone, hoping to set down the wine for them to enjoy and then gracefully withdraw. "Gentlemen, I noticed an opportunity and wondered if anyone here is celebrating a joyous occasion. While I may not be of much assistance in other matters, there happens to be a fruit stall across from the cold storage. Should anyone require catering for a banquet, I am at your service. For our initial collaboration, I assure you that I shall not profit a single penny. I merely wish to bask in the warmth of your goodwill. I kindly ask for your support in the future." Sun Jianqing chuckled. This brother knows how to speak. He surveyed the room and declared, "Now, shall we discuss serious matters?" Everyone naturally deferred to him, and there were no objections. At that moment, a waitress arrived, balancing a large platter of sweet fermented rice, a notable specialty of Yashin Pavilion, which offers complimentary chilled sweet rice before meals. Upon seeing someone enter, Sun Jianqing paused. Duan Shoujiang, noticing that the waitress was quite attractive, playfully remarked, "Oh, I drove here. Drinking this won't result in a DUI, will it?" The waitress smiled and replied, "Our boss tried it at home. You would have to consume 4 large bowls to be at risk of a DUI. You should be just fine." Duan Shoujiang continued. What time do you finish work? I could take you for a drive. The group fell silent for a moment before erupting in laughter as they realized Duan Shoujiang had indeed driven a car. Cheng Sihai playfully punched Duan Shoujiang and chided. Aren't you being rather frivolous? The waitress shot a disapproving glance at Duan Shoujiang. I chuckled awkwardly, feeling rather bored, my gaze unintentionally drifting toward the doorway, where I noticed a group of burly men laughing boisterously, while our attention was focused on the waitress. Their attention was captured by a tall, clear-eyed simpleton named Hao Hai. It turned out Aunt Sue was bustling about upstairs and downstairs, and to prevent Hao Hai from trailing her incessantly, she had tethered him to the banister at the second-floor staircase. Unable to untie the rope, he was left there, resembling a helpless little puppy. The group of men, having discerned Hao Hai's simplicity, tossed him unpeeled peanuts and sunflower seeds. As Hao Hai's expressions changed, they laughed heartily, influenced further by two women with surgically enhanced features. I felt compelled not to meddle, yet the laughter grew increasingly grating. Suddenly, I stood up, startling Wu Lianfeng beside me, and strode over to the staircase corner, tearing open a pack of Zhenhua cigarettes. I began to distribute cigarettes to the group of men, who exchanged glances, some accepting while others declined. The leader, a burly bald man, squinted at me. I smiled and said, "Come on, gentlemen, surely you wouldn't pick on a simpleton?" The bald man, unimpressed, replied, "Do you know him?" "Yes, my neighbor," I responded. A woman with an exaggeratedly refined appearance chimed in, "If he's your neighbor, take him home. We're here to enjoy ourselves. What's the point of having a simpleton nearby?" The bald man concurred, "Exactly, we haven't lodged a complaint, which is quite generous of us. Besides, it's simply unkind to eat while he watches." The two women laughed maliciously. As I was about to continue my discourse, Aunt Sue hurriedly approached and whispered to me, "Do not speak, Brother Liu. Typically, I work here, and Hao Hao has a storage room to retreat to. Today, we are moving goods. Just endure for a moment, and it will soon pass." What transpired? Unbeknownst to me, Wu Lianfeng had emerged, and upon surveying the scene, he quickly grasped the situation. He reached out and playfully patted the bald man's head, remarking, "Bullying a fool? You must be quite proud of yourself." The bald man, furious, turned around abruptly, yet his anger dissipated into a smile upon recognizing Wu Ge. It turned out they were acquaintances. The bald man rose to offer Wu Lianfeng a cigarette, which he accepted with ease, half jokingly and half seriously saying, "Let us not make a scene here. We are discussing serious matters in our room." The bald man smiled apologetically, replying, "I'm not causing trouble. I'm just having fun with this brother." Wu Lianfeng then draped his arm around my shoulder, saying, "Come on, do not stoop to their level." Chapter 52. Disillusionment. Returning to the private room, Wu Lianfeng recounted the events, prompting everyone to declare, "This brother possesses a heart of gold." I took the opportunity to circulate some cigarettes, and the atmosphere became remarkably harmonious. Sun Jianqing took a puff and said, "Peak." I quickly responded, "Brother Sun, please go ahead." Laughter erupted once more. Wu Lianfeng patted me on the back, saying, "Were you calling for me?" In my heart, I felt a pang of humility. Outside, I could be Peak, but within this room, there could only be one Peak, and that was Wu Lianfeng. Speaking of names, the elders often remarked that Sun Jianqing had chosen an apt name, exuding a certain dominance. Observing his companions, Shou Jiang, Sihai, and Lianfeng, all their names resonated with grandeur, sparking the imagination, which justified their brotherhood. What of those with less appealing names? Sun Jianqing interjected, "Peak, let us address the serious matter at hand." Wu Lianfeng replied, "Brother, you should take the lead. It seems more formal." "Formality?" Sun Jianqing countered, "This brother's name also contains Peak, so I shall call you Little Peak." I felt a twinge of discomfort. Since turning 30, only my parents had called me that. Sun Jianqing continued, "Little Peak, a friend of mine wishes to meet you and has entrusted me to facilitate this." I remarked, "It is quite simple to meet me. Just come by my stall and make a purchase, regardless of what it is, and I will provide a business card." Sun Jianqing clarified, "However, there seems to be a misunderstanding between you two, which is why I am here to mediate." Alarm bells rang in my mind as I asked, "You're not referring to Chen Bing, are you?" "Indeed, it is General Chen. It appears the misunderstanding between you is rather profound." At this juncture, the server began bringing out appetizers, and a new, older server had replaced the previous one. Duan Shoujiang asserted, "You, go fetch the one from before." "Shoujiang." Sun Jianqing admonished him. Only then did Duan Shoujiang relent. Sun Jianqing instructed, "Peak, please close the door," habitually eager to stay a step ahead of the clientele. I stood up first, only to witness a scene that made my teeth clench. A few burly men at the corner table were pouring drinks down Hao Hao's throat. Hao possesses the intellect of a child not yet 3 years old. He instinctively shoves anything he receives into his mouth. A group of men had procured a copious amount of beer and handed him a bottle. As he drank and burped, he instinctively attempted to refuse. Yet the bald-headed man persistently supported the bottle, urging him to drink, promising a morsel of food afterwards. In an instant, I sprang forth to their table, snatched the bottle, and slammed it onto the surface while pointing at the bald man and rebuking him. We are all born of parents. Do you not fear the loss of your moral integrity by behaving in such a manner? Without waiting for a response, I ignored him, untied Hao, and led him away. The bald man rose, seemingly ready to issue a threat, but upon realizing my connection to Wu Lianfeng, he muttered something and sat back down. I returned to the private room with Hao, seated him beside me, and filled a plate with peanuts for him to munch on. He eagerly scooped them into his mouth and flashed me a grin. The others in the room appeared bewildered. I had refrained from intervening earlier due to the influential nature of those present and the business discussions at hand. However, now I felt no such reservations. The quality of the wine and the nature of the gathering were inconsequential. I stayed to discern their intentions. Now, where were we? I leaned back in my chair and interjected. Sun Jianqing wore an awkward expression. He removed his tinted glasses and wiped the legs with a tissue. President Chun insists on establishing an unmanned fruit supermarket and is confident in his ability to do so. I hope you won't complicate matters for him. I straightened up and replied earnestly, Brother Sun, you are my idol. Why have you taken to running errands and delivering messages? Cheng Sihai interjected angrily. What are you saying? Sun Jianqing continued. Xiaofeng, more friends mean more pathways. More enemies mean more obstacles. Surely, you've heard this before? I had indeed heard it. Yet the last time I encountered this phrase was in a storytelling session, at least 2 decades prior. Sun Jianqing persisted. President Chun is a significant figure, often dealing in billions. What are you in comparison? Just a small-scale fruit seller. How can you contend with him? I merely offer you a word of caution as a friend. Do not allow yourself to be used as a pawn. Why are you the only one standing out in the fruit market? At this juncture, I genuinely contemplated leaving, having anticipated some potential gains, only to realize I had walked into a trap. However, from a certain perspective, it indicated that Chun Bing had taken notice of my earlier outburst. He believed I was a local force and sought out several local magnates to address me. Given their status, these individuals could indeed manage all matters in our region, leading to my disillusionment. It was akin to a young person realizing they had idolized the wrong figure, leaving a fruit vendor profoundly disappointed by their actions. I stood and addressed Sun Jianqing. Please refrain from involving yourself in our affairs. If you wish to convey a message, tell him to adhere to the law. If he chooses to pursue unlawful routes, I stand ready to confront him to the end. Cheng Sihai shouted, Who are you calling unlawful? Suddenly, I recalled yesterday's events and inquired, Were you the ones following me yesterday? Sun Jianqing replied, What standing do we have to follow you? Cheng Sihai remarked, A meal with us would suffice for you to boast for half a lifetime. This statement struck a nerve, for had it not been for the subsequent events, I would have genuinely considered boasting to old Wang. Given the circumstances, I seized Hao and began to leave. Duan Shoujeng bellowed, Did we permit you to leave? We, the brothers here, demand an explanation before you think of departing. Sun Jianqing added, Fengzi, block the door. No one is allowed to enter. Wu Lianfeng grabbed a wooden chair and positioned it against the door. The room was filled with a group of disgruntled middle-aged men, all standing with fury, rolling up their sleeves to reveal a myriad of tattoos. I was taken aback. Are you really planning to confront me? Cheng Sihai responded defiantly. What is wrong with hitting you? Do you think our territory was acquired without effort? My hand swiftly delved into my pocket, contemplating my next move, to retrieve a cigarette, procure the chip, and retaliate. Duan Shoujeng shouted at me. Watch out, this guy might pull a knife. I was at a loss for words. As a mere fruit vendor negotiating business, why on earth would I carry a knife? Was I to perform a peeling demonstration? Nevertheless, his words unervingly shifted the tide of the situation. Wu Lianfeng, from my left flank, seized my right arm, while Cheng Sihai leaped in, toppling 2 chairs in the process to assist. My right hand was yanked from my pocket, clutching a cigarette box. The room fell momentarily silent. As the absurdity of the situation registered, were we to engage in a brawl while needing a smoke? Seizing the opportunity, I began to tear the plastic seal off the cigarette box. Years later, I would lament my decision to encase the life-saving chip within the plastic. For those of you contemplating a smoke, be warned, that material is exceedingly difficult to tear. I had chosen to encase the vital chip in plastic because I had previously secured many items within similar wrappings, toothpicks, dental floss, access cards, even keys without keychains, all of which had proven remarkably useful, easily retrievable when needed. However, extracting something from within and tearing it apart are entirely different matters. This material was both taut and resilient, and despite my vigorous attempts, it merely bore a few superficial creases. Duan Shoujiang again shouted. This kid has something strange in his hand. Wu Lianfeng and Cheng Sihai flanked me, attempting to restrain me, while I managed to slip a finger into the plastic seal of the box. With a sudden, forceful tug, the seal tore open, and the chip wrapped in cling film sprang to the edge of the table, fortuitously unnoticed due to its inconspicuous nature. However, that assessment may not be entirely accurate. How high? Noticing something escape from my grasp, perhaps out of trust in me, picked up the chip and swallowed it whole. Chapter 53. The brutal beating of a legendary tycoon. The most despondent experience in the world is not when you drop an exorbitantly priced cake onto the floor, nor when you encounter an armed adversary while holding a flashbang at a sharp corner, nor even when you fail to cherish a romantic relationship. Rather, it is when you possess a high-tech chip capable of turning the tide, only for it to be consumed by a fool. My high-tech chip, which Liu Zhenhua used to eradicate online piracy in a minute and a half, took me a painstaking 40 minutes to create. I have yet to discern whether it is sour or sweet. Why should I concern myself with its flavor? I am driven to madness by these fools. Wu Lianfeng and Cheng Sihai each seized one of my shoulders, attempting to force me into a posture of submission and contrition. In my desperation, I writhed and struggled. For if I could break free from this room, there might still be a chance for redemption. They blocked the entrance, seemingly fearful of an impending disturbance that might result in charges of public brawling. Help! There has been a murder! I cried out, and in that moment, I suddenly understood Zhang Biao, transforming into him. Duan Shoujiang shouted, Hold him down, I'm coming. He sprinted towards me from my left, only to find himself confronted by the towering figure of Hao Hao, who stood unwaveringly beside me. Duan Shoujiang reached out to shove him aside, exclaiming, Get out of the way. Fool! With a swift motion, Hao Hao caught his wrist, causing an immediate bruise to blossom where he had been grasped. Oh, this fool! Duan Shoujiang yelped, bending over in pain. Cheng Sihai, both amused and exasperated, remarked, I told you to refrain from excesses, yet you persist. You can't even handle a simpleton. Before he could finish his sentence, Duan Shoujiang's wrist visibly contorted. In this moment, I alone comprehended the significance of the chip that had activated. I was uncertain why the protective film had failed to serve its purpose. Perhaps it had slipped away as it traversed my esophagus. Or perhaps I had not secured it tightly enough. In any case, it was functioning. Damn it! Cheng Sihai exclaimed, angered, as he launched a powerful punch towards Hao Hao. Unfazed, Hao Hao raised his hand with casual ease, intercepting Cheng Sihai's attack with a resounding thud that crushed his nose. My expectations were not met. I had anticipated that this advanced technology would yield more impressive results, yet it appeared to be merely a matter of swiftness. Hao Hao cast aside Duan Shoujiang, who clutched his arm, howling in disarray. Hao Hao's gaze remained clear. Yet those of us who had encountered him closely could discern a new layer of calculation within that clarity. Witnessing his brother's fall before the fool, Wu Lianfeng cried out. This fool has been trained. He abandoned me, retreating a step before launching a vicious kick towards Hao Hao's abdomen. Hao Hao merely lifted his foot slightly, positioning his toes in the path of Wu Lianfeng's advancing leg. The collision was fierce and silent. Wu Lianfeng gasped sharply, hopping about while clutching his leg. In a fit of rage, he swung his fist towards Hao Hao's face, but Hao Hao deftly parried it, causing Wu Lianfeng's wrist to collide with the wall, shattering his gold watch into fragments. Had it not been for that watch, it could have been his wrist that broke. It seems that wearing a gold watch is beneficial for one's health. When I acquire wealth, I shall procure one as well. Sun Zhanqing, witnessing the unfolding chaos, felt both urgency and ire as he commanded, everyone, together. Accompanied by a couple of aides on either side, they rushed towards us. In a display of bravado, Sun Zhanqing leaped atop the table in the center of the spacious private room, large enough to accommodate 15 people, thus providing the sturdy foundation necessary for his audacious display. Hao Hao's subsequent performance can only be described as dazzling and flamboyant. With a mere flick of his wrist, an opponent was sent sprawling to the ground. He emulated the prowess of Jet Li in The Legend of the Swordsman. Initially, I watched with great enthusiasm, but as his movements became increasingly stylish, frustration began to well within me. Had he not devoured my chips, I would be the one displaying such flair. Alas, I shall now erase Hao Hao from the narrative and recount how I toyed with my adversaries from a first-person perspective. With a simple raise of my hand and a swift gesture, an opponent fell before me. Yet, I digress. Self-deception is not my pursuit. In the midst of the commotion, there was another individual embodying the spirit of Jackie Chan, a certain Sun Zhanqing, who advanced while kicking various cups and dishes towards Hao Hao. However, when he reached the center of the table, where the explosive fried fish lay, his comrades had already succumbed to the ground. Yet, inertia prevented any retreat. Sun Jianqing, true to his former idol status, charged towards us with a battle cry, launching himself at Hao Hao. In a moment of composure, Hao Hao rooted himself firmly and executed a stylish sweeping kick. Thud! Sun Jianqing found himself upended, rolling across the table before crashing to the floor. Hao Hao's kick was nothing short of magnificent, grounded and swift, culminating in a tidy finish. That kick should have been my masterpiece. I yearned to pen an exhilarating battle. Yet the opposing force was simply inadequate, akin to a flock of fluffy ducklings against a ferocious wildcat, where the conflict could hardly be described as thrilling. Indeed, the wildcat would scarcely savor its meal. Thus, the confrontation concluded abruptly, for there was no one left in the arena. Hao Hao surveyed the surroundings with a serene expression, only to turn and meet my gaze, his eyes devoid of any change, remaining clear and tranquil. This stare sent a shiver down my spine. It was misleading to claim there was no one left, for I was still standing. Hao Hao, oblivious, seemed incapable of remembering anyone. What would happen if he decided to strike at me? Zero, who else is there to fight? This was the first inquiry Hao Hao directed at me, and, if all went as expected, it would also mark the first spoken words of his life. Do you know me? I found myself momentarily taken aback. You are my Zero. Hao Hao continued, uttering a second phrase. At that moment, a commotion erupted outside, with cries of murder and fire ringing out as the restaurant staff rushed to ascertain the situation. However, the door was barricaded by Wu Lianfeng with a chair, preventing anyone from entering, and discussions of forcefully breaching the door began. In a hurry, I pulled Hao Hao aside and whispered, "Can you remember who you are?" "I cannot recall." "What about your mother? Can you remember her?" With a look of confusion, Hao Hao replied, "I have a mother?" Frustration surged within me. Of course, you have a mother. The most urgent task at hand is not to clean up after this brawl, but to ensure that Hao Hao does not appear before the public in this state. A fool who has suddenly acquired unparalleled combat prowess and can now speak. What would happen if the police took over and immediately transferred him to the Academy of Sciences? Would that not be terrifying? I grasped Hao Hao's shoulders and instructed, "Soon. An elderly lady will enter to escort you. You must follow her. Remember, you are a fool. Do you know how to play the part of a fool?" Hao Hao stated, "Do not speak. Aside from protecting number 0, refrain from engaging with anyone. This is excellent. We shall proceed accordingly. As for what to do in the future, I remain uncertain and must first consult Liu Zhenhua." Hao Hao added, "I await your command." I patted his shoulder, my gaze connecting with Sun Jianqing on the ground. "Brother Sunday." Sun Jianqing, bewildered, replied, "Huh? Who struck you?" He pointed towards Hao Hao. "Him." I remarked, "Being beaten by a fool like this, how can one show their face?" Sun Jianqing then pointed at me. "So it was you who attacked us." I raised my hand. Sun Jianqing fell backwards, scrambling away with surprising speed. "I had not even lifted a finger against you. Considering the distance, this area likely belongs to the cold storage police station. I have acquaintances there. Yet I cannot afford to explain my presence due to a brawl. I must prioritize my standing." Sun Jianqing was utterly confused by my antics and pointed back at Hao Hao. "Then it's still him." I chuckled. "My brother here is indeed a fool. He wouldn't be held accountable for beating you to a pulp." Duan Shoujiang, growing impatient, interjected, "Just speak plainly." He addressed Sun Jianqing in an exasperated tone, "Brother, we started this ourselves. It has nothing to do with these two." Sun Jianqing inquired, "What is the reason? After all, you are the leader, and we must be meticulous." Wu Lianfeng, nursing his injured leg with his uninjured hand, remarked, "We drank too much." "Is that not quite normal?" Sun Jianqing pondered for a moment and replied with calmness, "Very well." Chapter 54, Wearing Small Shoes Outside. Someone began pounding on the door. Time no longer permitted me to make further arrangements. I removed the chair and opened the door, revealing a large crowd outside, the restaurant owner, waitstaff, and numerous onlookers. "Hao Hao, are you frightened?" The first to rush in was Aunt Sue, who immediately shielded Hao Hao in her embrace. Hao Hao, standing over 6 feet tall, was akin to a black swan being protected by Aunt Sue, who barely reached 5 feet. The owner, witnessing the disarray within the private room, where aside from me and the fool lay various injured individuals, could not help but tremble. What on earth happened here? Sun Jianqing struggled to his feet. "We had a few too many drinks. We were merely joking among ourselves." This explanation clearly lacked credibility in the eyes of the spectators outside. Duan Shoujiang's forearms swelled like Popeye's. Wu Lianfeng had become a limp figure, and blood from Si Hai's nose had stained his waistband. Each individual bore their own peculiar injuries, and to claim we were merely playing around with such force could only be described as playing with fire. A young waitress could not restrain herself, but the drinks haven't even been opened. I hurried to clarify, we were drinking fermented rice wine. The attractive waitress who served the rice wine confirmed, yes, the fermented rice wine was indeed delivered. The restaurant owner glanced around, assessing the chaos, and asked, should we call the police? In unison, everyone replied, no need. The owner then surveyed the disorderly room. Then what about this situation? Sun Jianqing responded, I will compensate. The owner, reluctant to escalate the matter, was pleased to have someone willing to take responsibility and chose to leave it at that. Aunt Su led Hao Hai out. And Hao Hai seemed inclined to glance back at me, twisting his neck slightly, but ultimately refraining. We encountered the bald, burly man who had been pouring liquor into Hao Hai. I addressed him, saying apologies. The bald man peered around for a while, observing the dismal expressions of everyone in the room, while I stood there unscathed. He wasn't foolish. He must have deduced something from the situation. When I suddenly threw out my remark, he, without a moment's thought, replied, sorry, not directed at me. The bald man promptly turned to Hao Hai and said, I apologize. I was uncertain whether Hao Hai would retain any memory of events prior to consuming the chip. But even if he did not, I felt a sense of closure for the bald man, having settled a fragment of causality and accrued some moral merit. I thought he ought to express some gratitude in return. Thank you, I suggested. The bald man bowed to Hao Hai, saying, thank you, and then bent slightly to repeat the sentiment to me, adhering to the adage that a courteous demeanor is seldom met with reproach. It struck me as curious how such an agreeable person could have seemed so unpleasant moments ago. At this point, I prepared to leave, but after taking a few steps, I turned back. Sun Jianqing and others hurriedly stepped aside. I retrieved my 2 unopened bottles of Mao Dai. I did not dare to bid farewell to Aunt Su. Instead, I strode down the stairs. Along the way, I overheard customers and staff discussing the incident above, recounting how someone in a private room had drunk cold dishes and sweet wine to the point of causing a ruckus, leading to a chaotic scene. New arrivals hesitated at the sight of the bowl of chilled sweet wine placed on their table. It was just past 1 in the afternoon, and I had yet to take a bite of food, my anger simmering within me, while Hao Hai overshadowed me. My primary frustration stemmed from the realization that Sun Jianqing could behave in such a manner. To be candid, even now, I remained perplexed about how the altercation had escalated. Please do not accuse me of carelessness. Had I known I was dealing with someone like Zhang Biao, I would have clutched the chip tightly before entering their domain. Yet, this was Sun Jianqing. When you have a disagreement with Ma Moyun in business, can you truly expect him to resort to violence at the mere hint of discord? Gradually, I began to piece together the puzzle. I should have heightened my vigilance from the moment the meal turned into a discussion about pirated goods. I had indeed been too complacent. I chose not to return to my stall, fearing I would be unable to clarify my tumultuous afternoon to old Wang. The earlier events were easily comprehensible. Chen Bing had summoned Sun Jianqing to exert pressure on me, which then led to the conflict. At this juncture, I could only imagine old Wang's reaction. Sun Jianqing was not only a formidable figure, but also an idol to him. If he intended to confront me, there would be no chance for a peaceful return. The incident involving the chip was something I could not disclose, even if it resulted in the demise of Sun Jianqing. Upon arriving home, I stormed in, removed my shoes, and was greeted by Yuan, who inquired, Master, have you not eaten yet? How did you know? I asked. You mentioned dining with a client, and logically, such an engagement would not conclude at this hour. I chose not to respond. Would you like me to cook some rice for you? I acknowledged, entering Liu Zhenhua's room. The lad sprawled out languidly. A corner of a blanket draped over his stomach, and the computer case was still warm to the touch. Stop pretending. I need to tell you something. Liu Zhenhua cheerfully sat up, asking, what is it? The chip was consumed by Hao Hai. I recounted everything that transpired at noon. Liu Zhenhua furrowed his brow and said, this situation cannot persist indefinitely. We must devise a solution to prevent future complications. I responded, first, enlighten me as to why Hao Hai perceives me as the zero after consuming that chip. Liu Zhenhua replied, this is my first encounter with such a phenomenon. However what? I inquired. When I designed that chip, it was tailored specifically for you. Taking into account your height, weight, blood pressure, and heart rate, even considering your fatty liver condition. He may have developed a subconscious affinity for you upon interacting with the chip. I remained skeptical. Hao Hai is tall and robust, having spent years traversing the streets with Aunt Su, while I, on the other hand, often seek a place to sit, hardly separating from my bed at home. And consider a trip to the restroom as exercise. Would a chip crafted for me not be akin to wearing ill-fitting shoes in Hao Hai's eyes? I inquired. Can your chip transform a fool into a normal person? Liu Zhenhua decisively replied, no. Yet, Hao Hai has begun to articulate words. Liu Zhenhua, having witnessed Hao Hai's condition, remarked, this is reminiscent of that game you play, where there exists a dialogue box for banter. However, if you insist on composing a lengthy novel within it, there are no restrictions, albeit it will be quite challenging. Is it not superior to having no dialogue box at all, or even lacking an input method? It is a similar concept. To declare him a normal individual at this juncture would be premature. He may still need to relearn basic life knowledge. But he has made progress. Logic and emotional comprehension remain limiting factors to his normalization. I asked, could you develop a chip that renders Hao Hai a normal person? Liu Zhenhua firmly responded, no. Human capabilities are finite. Do not forget that it is humanity that has crafted these devices. Do not envision the future as a utopia, nor deify science. Many ailments from 70 years ago have indeed found treatment pathways today, yet numerous afflictions remain untreatable. I sighed, believing that Hao Hai's accidental consumption of my chip might lead to a fortuitous outcome. It seems, however, that the matter is far from simple. Chapter 55. The person in slippers. What shall we do now? I queried Liu Zhenhua, who certainly understood my reference to the chip being consumed by a fool. Liu Zhenhua stifled a laugh and said, we can only wait for it to be expelled. You can utilize that method. I am amenable. Liu Zhenhua suddenly remarked, Father, have you considered that the chip might actually be beneficial for Hao Hai? He would not be swayed by emotions, devoid of personal matters, and could remain on standby for commands at all times, essentially becoming a humanoid combat machine, an ideal candidate for a bodyguard. This seems unfeasible. I sensed something amiss, yet could not articulate it. You may inquire directly about his own intentions. Hao Hai currently possesses cognitive abilities. He perceives me as his zero. If I were to ask him, wouldn't that be akin to being both referee and athlete? Liu Zhenhua replied, not necessarily. If you were to ask Yuan and Xiao Wu whether they would be willing to serve you, that would be considered cheating. However, the chip implanted in him merely awakens combat talents. Hao Hai now possesses the behavioral capabilities of an ordinary individual, which can be regarded as a mere side effect of the chip. He will make choices based on biological instincts. Whether he wishes to exist as a mere puppet or to fulfill a singular mission, let him decide for himself. A phrase suddenly came to mind. How can one know the joy of a fish when one is not a fish? Although Hao Hai previously had the intellect of a child under 3, he was always cheerful. Now, if one insists on categorizing him, I myself would be at a loss. Liu Zhenhua emphasized. Therefore, we must respect his personal choices. If he wishes to be a puppet, then let him wait until it becomes evident. At that moment, Yuan entered with fried rice, sensing our conversation was off topic and promptly took it away. I remarked, regardless of how he chooses, it will ultimately reveal itself. In any case, I am resolute in my decision to discard this chip. Liu Zhenhua replied. During this period, I will ensure that no one troubles you. Intrigued, I asked, what is the plan? He responded, have you ever heard the saying, money is a man's courage? If someone suddenly discovers that their funds have vanished, do you think they will have the leisure to oppose you? I was taken aback and exclaimed, why didn't you mention such a method earlier? It's straightforward and direct. Isn't the ultimate goal of business warfare profit? I can facilitate all your deceptions and intrigues, and in the end, you gain wealth while I transfer my share into my account. Everyone benefits, the opponent receives emotional value, and I derive worth. Liu Zhenhua cautioned, this strategy can only be employed when your safety is threatened. I countered, if I do not drive a luxury car or reside in a villa, is that not a threat to my safety? Liu Zhenhua was rendered speechless. All right, let us commence your plan. Let us perform a courage extraction on these influential figures. Liu Zhenhua opened his computer and asked, who shall we start with? After much contemplation, I replied, let us begin with Sun Zhanqing. Chun Bing is the mastermind, but he wants to create chaos in the market. We must first eliminate his underlings, and then the rest will be manageable. Who is next? Duan Shoujiang. Liu Zhenhua inputted Duan Shoujiang's name into the system. Eagerly, I inquired, what is the total? Liu Zhenhua remained non-committal. Next. I then relayed the names of Cheng Sihai and Wu Lianfeng to him. There were 7 or 8 individuals in the room, yet I could only recall those 4. For their names were memorable. After entering their names, Liu Zhenhua leaned back in his chair and said, guess what? These 4 gentlemen, with various cards, along with WeChat wallet and Yue Bao, possess a total of 400,000. Wu Lianfeng is the wealthiest among them, with 300,000 to his name. I was astonished. That cannot be true. These are among the wealthiest individuals of our era. Sun Zhanqing has been rumored to be the richest for many years. And Duan Shoujiang, being involved in piracy, must have significant gray income. Cheng Sihai and Wu Lianfeng have dealt in furniture and second-hand cars. both of which can yield substantial profits if executed well. Liu Zhenhua remarked, the net assets are indeed not as stated. Sun Zhanqing owes the bank 10 million. Their combined net assets amount to a deficit of over 900,000. I understand that a hero in decline may not aptly describe this situation. Yet I cannot help but feel a mix of deservedness and melancholy. These old-school nouveau riches may soon be crushed to dust by the relentless march of time. It is difficult to fathom what they have endured over the years, what traps they have fallen into, and how they have paraded their fortunes. Unlike the illusion of grandeur they project, these individuals are far from impressive. It is no wonder they choose to host banquets at places like Yaxin Pavilion. Nor is it surprising that they can be summoned by Qin Bing. Liu Zhenhua continued, speaking of which, another 1,000 has been spent. No fault there. Sun Zhanqing's hubris led to the destruction of a restaurant table by Hao Hao's sweeping blow, and thus they owe compensation. After a moment of disappointment, I regained my composure and declared, investigate Qin Bing. Liu Zhenhua replied, once you uncover the information, to whose account do you plan to transfer Qin Bing's funds? Let it be known, not a single cent can be deposited into your account. That is non-negotiable. I inquired, is there a way to transfer funds that he would suspect me, yet possess no evidence? Regardless of where you transfer his money, he will undoubtedly know it was your doing, he stated. Fair point. Then let us proceed. First, let us donate 100 million to build schools in the mountainous regions. As a form of penalty, a decisive strike at the roots. I am eager to see if Qin Bing, upon realizing my capabilities, will persist in his defiance or retreat. Liu Zhenhua rapidly typed a few keystrokes and added, guess what? Qin Bing is wealthy, isn't he? Does he have several hundred million on his books? Liu Zhenhua fell silent. Dozens? Hundreds? I pressed. The total amount accessible in all of Qin Bing's accounts is merely 200,000, which is even less than that of his old associates. This revelation left me genuinely astounded. Could it be that he has hidden his funds in concealed accounts? That is unlikely, Liu Zhenhua replied. I gazed at him in disbelief. How could this be? Liu Zhenhua explained. He is either a formidable adversary or simply a charlatan. What a situation. I had always believed my opponents were the tech upstarts and the traditional tycoons. For days, I had been encouraging myself with the notion that those who go barefoot fear not the shod. Now, it seems that the total wealth of these individuals is less than my own. It appears I am the one who wears shoes, albeit not of the finest quality. At least I possess a pair of slippers. We agreed to a gallbladder removal surgery, yet upon opening, it appears not only has the gallbladder vanished, but a multitude of tumors has also formed. To owe the bank 10 million is indeed a remarkable feat, Liu Zhenhua said. What shall we do now, Dad? He asked. I harbored a vague notion that somehow entangling Qin Bing with Sun Zhanqing in financial matters might be a viable path. What if we transfer all of Qin Bing's money into Sun Zhanqing's account? Do you think Qin Bing would lose his mind? Whether Qin Bing would lose his mind remains uncertain, but Sun Zhanqing and his associates would assume it to be a commission paid by him, compelling them to confront you resolutely. Indeed, that is impractical. I then slammed my hand on the table, declaring, let us transfer all of Sun Zhanqing's funds to Qin Bing. Liu Zhenhua paused for a moment and said, indeed, the money has gone where it shouldn't. The names were seen by Sun Zhanqing and his associates, and naturally, they will seek retribution from Qin Bing. I replied, there's no need. After all, the only one dealing with them recently has been Qin Bing. Liu Zhenhua sincerely remarked, Father, it seems you truly possess a cunning mind. I extended my hand and said, Yuan, please bring the meal, I am famished. Chapter 56. The glimmer of humanity. As Liu Zhenhua pressed a particular key, a soft chime echoed, signaling that Sun Zhanqing's funds had been transferred to Qin Bing's account. In truth, there was no sound. That was merely a sound I had orchestrated. Liu Zhenhua then seized the moment to request another look at the computer, but I firmly declined. Although it was nearly time for school, I believed that even a brief 10-minute nap at noon could be immensely beneficial. At 2 o'clock, I sent Liu Zhenhua off and ambled towards the market, still uncertain about how to address Lao Wang. The name Sun Zhanqing still held significant weight in our generation, and I feared that revealing the truth might impose undue pressure upon him. Ultimately, however, I resolved to be forthright. Such matters cannot remain hidden. And should Sun Zhanqing and his associates devise any subsequent schemes, Lao Wang ought to be prepared. Upon arriving at the stall, Lao Wang, noticing my composed demeanor, briskly inquired, did you not share a drink with General Li? Without General Li, it was a banquet of treachery, I replied. What transpired? He asked. Are you familiar with Sun Zhanqing? I recounted the events of midday to Lao Wang, seizing the opportunity to mention Qin Bing's name and to convey that he was a formidable financier. Of course, I only vaguely described our meal as ending on an ill note, prudently omitting the details of the altercation. That Li Ming is truly despicable. Is he not scheming behind our backs? Lao Wang's initial reaction was one of incredulity. Had he not brought it up, I might not have recalled it myself. Such minor characters were no longer within my purview. I emphasized, the primary adversaries we face are Sun Jianqing and Wu Yanfeng. Lao Wang appeared taken aback. Why are these old fellows meddling in our affairs now? Li Ping, who had been listening intently, remarked nonchalantly, these old-timers amassed their wealth through audacity and unscrupulous tactics, earning money from those who were then unworldly. Given this approach, it would be a miracle if they have not stumbled over the years. Li Ping then asserted, they may not possess as much wealth as you do now. My heart sank at the thought that my financial status might have been inadvertently disclosed. I genuinely remarked, Pinger, you possess remarkable wisdom. Lao Wang interjected, regardless of their wealth, we have not engaged in any underhanded dealings. If they dare to come here and cause a ruckus, we shall confront them openly and decisively. I will prepare the mop and the durian. Lao Wang's perspective aligned with my initial thoughts. He was merely concerned about a group of old men causing trouble. However, his words warmed my heart, especially since he was unaware that this group of old-timers possessed assets amounting to a mere 400,000, which was effectively nothing. At that moment, my phone rang. It was the delivery man who usually supplied me. I answered the call, and the man's tone was slightly frantic. Old Liu, the 15 cases of Oxu you requested have arrived at the entrance, but the security won't let them in. Is the security guard a short, stout fellow? I inquired. Yes, that's him. Please wait a moment while I take a look. After hanging up the phone, I said to Lao Wang, Zhang Biao is causing trouble again. You stay here, I will handle it. Given Lao Wang's temperament, if he went, he would undoubtedly confront Zhang Biao, who is a registered individual at the police station and cannot afford to stir up any more chaos. I firmly declared, don't go, and hurried towards the main entrance. The delivery driver was stuck at the entrance in a three-wheeled cargo vehicle, while Zhang Biao, wearing his hat askew and glaring sideways, stood in front of the vehicle with arms outstretched like a goalkeeper. Upon spotting me, the driver called out, Lao Lu. I approached Zhang Biao and directly questioned him. Why won't you let him in? Zhang Biao replied with an air of justification. Isn't there a rule that prohibits delivery vehicles from entering between 3 and 5:30 in the afternoon? I glanced at my watch. It was only 2:47. Considering the time Zhang Biao had wasted arguing, the driver must have arrived well before 2:30. Having delivered goods for years, he certainly understood this basic regulation. I held my phone up to Zhang Biao's face and said, look at the time. Zhang Biao turned his head away, stating, I won't look. By now, a few merchants had gathered to watch the spectacle, and Lao Sun had also arrived, remarking, Zhang Biao, isn't this a bit excessive? Zhang Biao twisted his neck and addressed the delivery driver. Now I need to check your vehicle registration and driver's license, which is standard procedure, isn't it? The driver reluctantly handed over the documents, and Zhang Biao slowly examined them, scrutinizing each page, and asked, is this you? The driver retorted, what do you think? Zhang Biao, feigning old age, muttered, I need to look closely, and continued to flip through the documents. Lao Sun cast a sympathetic glance my way, highlighting why merchants generally avoided provoking Zhang Biao. He could always find a way to make life difficult for you if he wished. Ideally, one could seek assistance from another manager to mediate, but at this hour, they were typically absent, and the security personnel at the entrance were ineffective and incapable of intervening. At that moment, Aunt Sue arrived at the entrance, pushing a bicycle with a rope tied around its seat, which usually had her grandson, Hao Hao, half pulling and half leading him. Today, the rope had a noticeable curve. No entry for unauthorized personnel, Zhang Biao exclaimed, becoming increasingly animated upon seeing Aunt Sue. He stuffed the delivery driver's documents into his pocket and grasped the bicycle's handlebars with one hand. Aunt Sue remained silent and unperturbed, stubbornly pushing the bicycle forward. But her strength was no match for Zhang Biao's, resulting in a standoff. I felt a surge of anger and shouted, Zhang Biao, how long are you going to continue this? The onlooking merchants could no longer contain themselves and chimed in. Who appointed you to decide who is unauthorized? Yes. How do you know she isn't here to buy fruit? Zhang Biao raised his chin defiantly and replied, buy fruit? Does she have any money? What do you think she is doing inside? People began to murmur, all asserting that Zhang Biao was behaving unreasonably, enraged by their comments. Zhang Biao took a couple of steps forward and kicked Hao Hao in the rear, shouting, if you don't leave, I will kick your foolish son. He knew exactly how to strike a nerve with Aunt Sue. It is evident that Hao Hao's gaze momentarily flickered, yet he did not evade the kick aimed at him. His eyes swept across the scene until they met mine, and I gave him a subtle wink. I was uncertain whether Hao Hao could interpret the nuance of my gesture. Even for an ordinary person, such a wink could convey myriad meanings. Endure it. Withdraw swiftly. Weep. In truth, I myself had not entirely grasped what I wished to communicate. Subjectively, I certainly hoped Hao Hao would vanquish his opponent. Yet, I feared that Hao Hao's erratic behavior might invite trouble. Fools never resort to violence, which had allowed him and his mother to freely access the market for years. My wink was intended to test the chip that Liu Zhenhua had painstakingly crafted over 40 minutes. Was there a method that could neither reveal one's skills nor fail to discipline an adversary? Indeed, there was. As Zhang Biao prepared to kick again, Hao Hao instinctively sidestepped, his oversized shoes inadvertently striking the heel of Zhang Biao's foot, which was firmly planted on the ground. Zhang Biao instantly lost his balance, falling backward, first striking his head against the rear seat of a bicycle, and then making intimate contact with the ground, lying dazed and disoriented. A cacophony of malicious laughter erupted, revealing a momentary glimpse of human nature. No one offered to assist Zhang Biao. Instead, everyone gathered around to observe his disheveled state. At that moment, Zhang Biao's perspective was likely filled with the grinning faces of onlookers. Eventually, a kind-hearted delivery worker asked, "Are you all right?" and seized the opportunity to retrieve his identification from Zhang Biao's pocket. Chapter 57. Affection Old Liu, I'm heading in first. The delivery worker called out as he mounted his three-wheeled vehicle. Go ahead, Old Wang is inside, I replied. The tricycle rolled into the market, arriving just before 2:59 p.m., thus adhering to regulations. Zhang Biao lay on the ground for a while, gradually regaining his senses. Suddenly, he sprang up, preparing to lunge at Hao Hao in a fit of rage, when someone shouted, "The police are coming." A third-level officer appeared, accompanied by auxiliary police, the latter brandishing a camera. Zhang Biao immediately began to wail, "Officer, someone has been murdered again." The two officers wore grave expressions, which deepened upon recognizing the familiar faces involved. This is a habitual offender. The nature of this incident is quite different, remarked the auxiliary officer, gritting his teeth. Where's the person who attacked you? Did he flee inside? The third-level officer, noticing Old Wang's absence, pointed at me and asked, "Is it your turn now?" Before the crowd could clarify, Zhang Biao pointed at Hao Hao and declared, "It was him. He hit me. Officer, look at what he did to me." The repetition of his words evoked a sense of time unraveling, as he turned to show the police his bleeding head, resembling a cascade of crimson locks. The third-level officer scrutinized the assailant, locking eyes with Hao Hao's innocent gaze. Removing his hat, he scratched his head and said, "So, this is the infamous Hao Hao?" Aunt Su quietly affirmed, "Yes, he is my son, and he is a fool." At the weight of the term fool, Zhang Biao immediately cried out, "You are his guardian. You must compensate me. This matter cannot be resolved without 10,000. Wait, interjected the third-level officer, "what prompted him to strike you?" I stepped forward and declared, Hao Hao did not strike him. He simply fell on his own. The crowd echoed in agreement, asserting, "Indeed, over the years, we have never witnessed Hao Hao strike anyone." "Not true," Zhang Biao interjected, "he kicked me." The auxiliary officer inquired of the onlookers, "Is there any surveillance footage?" Yes, this time there is." Eager members of the crowd hurried off. Some sought the surveillance, while others raised their phones, showcasing the captured moments of the incident. Naturally, there were cameras at the entrance of the fruit market, and several nearby vendors had their own as well. Two police officers entered the security room, where various surveillance videos converged, gradually revealing the truth of the matter. Starting with Zhang Biao obstructing the tricycle, the articulate sister Zhao took charge of the narration. The market regulations prohibit truck access after 3 p.m. It was only 2:30 p.m. "Oh, but that is of little consequence. Officer, look here." Aunt Su and Hao Hao arrived. But Zhang Biao would not allow them entry, and then proceeded to assault Hao Hao. The footage clearly captured Zhang Biao delivering a kick to Hao Hao. When he attempted a second kick, Hao Hao deftly sidestepped, inadvertently tripping Zhang Biao, who then fell, striking his head on a bicycle before colliding with the ground. At this point, the two officers merely turned their heads, dismissing the incident. Zhang Biao shouted, Look, he hit me." The auxiliary officer replied, "The fool did not strike. You were the one assaulting him throughout." Zhang Biao protested. He moved his foot. The third-level officer glared at him and retorted, "Is it amusing to feign cleverness? Are you merely idle?" It seemed he was tempted to kick Zhang Biao himself. Zhang Biao lamented, "He must provide me with an explanation." The auxiliary officer responded, "What explanation? If he were to kill you, it wouldn't be a crime, you know?" The third-level officer quickly corrected him, "Do not speak in such terms." The auxiliary officer continued, "Primarily, he did not possess the intent to strike you. When you attacked him, you tripped yourself. If he were a reasonable person, we could discuss the conflict and assign responsibility. But in this instance, you must accept your misfortune." Zhang Biao indignantly exclaimed, "Oh, it's not a crime for him to hit me. But it is for me to hit him?" The two officers replied in unison, "It is indeed a crime for you to strike him." Zhang Biao protested, "Is there no justice in this?" At that moment, reflecting on the incident involving the chip mistakenly swallowed by the fool, I felt no regret. The third-level officer addressed Zhang Biao. "This time, you brought this upon yourself. You are responsible for your injuries. Do you have any objections? If so, you may raise them with our superiors. Would you like me to provide you with their contact information?" Zhang Biao, nursing old wounds compounded by new ones, angrily covered the back of his head as he departed, provoking laughter and jeers from the onlookers. The third-level officer solemnly instructed the security personnel, "Please make a copy of the video for us to take as evidence." When I returned to my stall, the delivery worker had already left, and the apples remained on the iron cart, yet to be stored. Lao Wang and Li Ping stood at their respective stalls, eagerly awaiting my return, their elongated necks visible from afar. "You're back. I heard the police came. How did they handle it?" Lao Wang inquired impatiently. The onlookers lingered at the entrance, animatedly discussing the events, while old Wang and Li Ping had only gleaned fragmented information from the delivery man. Chatty sister Zhao's stall was also at the door, leaving old Wang and Li Ping feeling somewhat out of the loop and restless, akin to fledglings yearning for their parent bird's return to the nest, eagerly awaiting nourishment. As I recounted the subsequent events, old Wang lamented deeply, expressing regret over missing such a captivating spectacle. "It's all your fault for not letting me go. I missed out on such an extraordinary performance." Li Ping interjected, "Had you attended, the drama would have been less thrilling. It would merely have involved you and Zhang Biao giving statements at the police station." I silently commended her insight. For a drama to be compelling, the principal characters must each occupy their roles. Zhao Yun's 7 forays through Changban Slope and Zhang Fei's steadfast defense at Changyang Bridge exemplified true drama. A mere switch of positions would render the narrative unwatchable, while Zhang Fei's 7 incursions might be tolerable. To envision Zhao Yun, a young general clad in a white robe, attempting the same would be farcical. Aunt Sue and Hao Hao gradually approached our row of stalls. The rear of Aunt Sue's bicycle was already laden with an impressive haul. It appeared that, with the rising popularity, numerous vendors had joined the ranks of those supporting Aunt Sue. She walked with an air of serene composure, unfazed by the pressures of life, smiling at acquaintances she encountered. The relentless weight of daily struggles, whether mundane or exhilarating, hardly stirred her emotions. Hao Hao, as oblivious as ever, exhibited a slight change in his gaze upon seeing me. Old Wang tossed a sugar orange to Hao Hao, remarking, "Well done, kid. Looks like you're protecting your mother." Hao Hao remained unmoved, and the orange thudded against his chest before falling to the ground. Old Wang, overwhelmed with excitement, momentarily forgot Hao Hao's condition, demonstrating his affection for the boy. Aunt Sue bent down to retrieve the orange, peeling it as she said, "He doesn't understand anything. It was just a coincidence." She handed the peeled fruit to Hao Hao, to which old Wang responded, "Aunt Sue, you eat it. I'll fetch him another." Aunt Sue replied, "My teeth can't handle sweets anymore." Old Wang countered, "But you're only in your 50s. Aunt Sue chuckled and shook her head, watching as Hao Hao stuffed the orange into his mouth. At that moment, I felt an urgent need to spend some time alone with Hao Hao. I needed to send the others away. Li Ping went back to gather cardboard in the house. Though her stock was nearly depleted, she still endeavored to find some, a gesture that reflected her affection for Aunt Sue. I turned to Aunt Sue and said, "Aunt Sue, we have quite a bit of cardboard in our house, but I must trouble you to go in and take a look yourself, as old Wang and I want to be tidying up." Aunt Sue acknowledged and entered the house. I then addressed old Wang, saying, "Brother Wang, please unpack the newly arrived apples for individual sale. I'll help you count the remaining ones in a bit." As he spoke, old Wang began to unpack the boxes. I immediately leaned closer to Hao Hao and whispered softly, "Listen, pretend to chew something when you want to speak." Hao Hao, munching on the sugar orange, whispered back, "0. I want to follow you from now on." Chapter 58. A topic of conversation. Upon hearing Hao Hao's words, I was not overly surprised, yet my emotions were undeniably complex. The theoretical musings of Liu Zhenhua are, to be frank, somewhat beyond my comprehension. I grasp only that this combat chip serves as a formidable engine, bestowing immense fighting prowess upon anyone who engages with it. The awakening of Hao Hao's primal instincts is merely a byproduct of this transformation. In essence, Hao Hao now exists as a corporeal entity with an incipient consciousness. However, he is not truly Hao Hao, for he is oblivious to his origins and unaware of the woman who has toiled tirelessly to nurture him. If this world is as it is, then he is the extraneous being, the anomaly. I probed further. "Do you know who you are?" "I do not," Hao Hao replied candidly. "I only know that this body once encountered difficulties. My ability to speak is solely sustained by the sustenance I consume." I do not wish to revert to my former state. I desire to communicate and to ascertain the names and flavors of the next morsels that cross my lips. He whispered, I have nothing left to chew. Please give me another. I peeled another sugar orange and handed it to him. Hao Hao placed it in his mouth and remarked, This is truly delicious. What is its name? You will learn all of this in due time. I inquired further, How well do you grasp common knowledge? It is peculiar. Some information seems to be instinctively known, while other areas remain a blank slate. After some contemplation, I surmised that the knowledge pertaining to combat was likely stored within his chip, while the nuances of daily life would need to be learned anew. Akin to Ouyang Feng's arduous practice of the Nining Manual. Hao Hao remarked, The person you refer to as Aunt Sue constantly imparts knowledge to me as she walks. She knows I will not react. Why does she repeat herself so often? Because she is your mother. Oh, I have finished. Please give me another. He relied on chewing the sugar orange to mask the movements of his speech. Chew slowly. I have much more to discuss with you. Very well, Zero. There is no need to call me Zero. From now on, you may address me as Brother Feng. Understood. Do you comprehend why I am here? To protect you. At all costs. A chill ran down my spine. Suddenly, Hao Hao furrowed his brow and pursed his lips to expel the seeds of the sugar orange. The presence of seeds is normal, yet they carry a bitter taste. Do not spit them out. Without hesitation, Hao Hao swallowed. In the future, I must pay attention to such details, ensuring no cracks in his facade are revealed, especially in the presence of his mother. Why can't I tell her the truth? Her health is fragile. I could assist her. Because you are not her son. But Brother Feng, did you not say she is my mother? How am I not her son? It is complicated, I replied. Your relationship with me will also take time to develop. During this period, you must remain with your mother, even if it feels uncomfortable. Oh, very well. My expectations for life are simple. If I cannot speak, I shall refrain from doing so. In truth, I am not particularly fond of conversation. This is the advantage of the combat chip. If one can act, there is no need for idle chatter. Were Xiao Wu to engage with others daily without the allowance to speak, I fear he would perish in short order. I concluded with a final question. The sustenance you consume will inevitably be expelled. When that time comes, how do you wish for me to respond? This is indeed the most challenging matter. While we have reached an understanding, I cannot accompany him to the restroom, even if Aunt Sue permits it. Once the deed is done, we need not discuss what follows. Hao Hao asserted, I can control every part of my body, every muscle fiber. I can distinctly sense where they reside within me. As long as I do not wish for them to escape, they shall remain. Impressive. Then there is nothing to worry about. Brother Feng, he continued, I still wish to follow you as soon as possible. Understood, I shall devise a plan. In our room, we possess a considerable amount of cardboard, scattered here and there. The reason we have not handed it over to Aunt Sue is not due to reluctance, but rather because of its various peculiar uses. Sometimes, when we order takeout, the cardboard serves as a table. At other times, when vendors come by for a game of cards, they become cushions. In the summer, Old Wang finds the iron bed uncomfortable. Thus, the cardboard can serve as his bed. After a while, Aunt Sue grew weary from tidying up, and Old Wang entered to assist her, jokingly remarking, Aunt Sue, you need to exercise. You should dance whenever you can. What fortune do I have? Aunt Sue replied, If I can live another 10 years without illness, that would be a gain. Li Ping interjected, Look at what you're saying. In 10 years, Hao Hao will still be young. What will happen to him if you are gone? With a gentle smile, Aunt Sue naturally responded, I have long contemplated this. When my time comes, I shall take him with me, sparing him from suffering and preventing trouble for the state and others. Both Old Wang and Li Ping were taken aback, unable to find a diversion from this somber topic given their usual ability to meander through conversations. Hao Hao was startled and reported to me, Brother Feng, she wants to take me with her. Be quiet, I replied. With Aunt Sue's words, all fog and doubt surrounding Hao Hao's fate dissipated. The person whose opinion mattered most was Aunt Sue. As long as Hao Hao is present, Aunt Sue may live another 10 or 20 years, but without him, she would scarcely survive a single day. This matter requires careful consideration. While savoring the last remnants of a sugar orange, Hao Hao quietly remarked, Brother Feng, what about your safety when I am not by your side? My rather fortuitous hope is that Sun Zhanqing and his associates remain too occupied to seek me out. After witnessing how the police handle disputes among ordinary people and fools, I am reluctant to have Liu Zhenhua implant another chip in me. In this era, where cameras abound, the issues resolvable by force are exceedingly limited. If I were to take action at noon, Sun Zhanqing and his comrades might just manage to extort some money from me, thereby increasing their net worth. Noticing my silence, Hao Hao added, I am particularly sensitive to certain sounds, such as that of a metal whistle. Aunt Sue and I remain within a 2-kilometer radius. Should you find yourself in danger, you can blow the whistle. but it would be best to establish a consistent tune. Otherwise, if anyone blows it, I would rush over, which may not be ideal. At that moment, Aunt Sue emerged carrying a pile of cardboard, and I said, I will ponder this, and we shall discuss it again at our next meeting. Standing where Hao Hao and I were, I peeled a considerable pile of orange skins, which served as a topic of conversation. Aunt Sue, noticing this, remarked, Brother Liu, you shouldn't have gone to such trouble. Old Wang, retrieving an oxu apple from an open box, instinctively aimed to toss it to Hao Hao, but quickly corrected himself and handed it to him instead. Hao Hao, when you receive something from others, you ought to express your gratitude, Aunt Sue reminded her son, continuing to impart common sense. Seizing the final opportunity to be close to Hao Hao, I quipped, if your mother can't manage you, you might as well swallow the seeds whole. Aunt Sue led Hao Hao away to another area. Old Wang surveyed the orange peels scattered on the ground and commented, don't let the fool eat like this. What if he turns into a little yellow man? I'm amused that we hadn't really struck up an engaging conversation. If we were to delve deeper, a piece of sugar orange would serve as a suitable foundation. Chapter 59. A whistle. As I observed Aunt Sue and Hao Hao as retreating figures, Li Ping sighed. If Hao Hao were not ill, even earning 3,000 or 4,000 a month working for someone else, their lives would be entirely different. Old Wang responded, if Hao Hao were healthy, he'd be quite the handsome lad. There would be plenty of wealthy women eager to support him. Who knows? He might even be flaunting a luxury watch while cruising in style. Li Ping retorted, would he be in jail instead? Why don't you seek out a wealthy lady? It seems your mind is occupied with nothing else. Old Wang replied, if my leg were not injured, I would be the one providing for someone else. Perhaps a lovely young lady 23 years my junior. I inquired, why the discrepancy in ages? Old Wang laughed heartily, because men are perpetually enamored with 18-year-old girls. After finishing my work in the afternoon, I headed straight to the stationery shops near the entrance of the 3rd middle school to inquire about whistles. Some shops claimed they had never sold such items since opening, while an established old store mentioned that students occasionally purchased them in previous years. But now no one seemed to use them. How could one organize a group without a whistle? Do today as children no longer practice formations? When I returned home, my day's demeanor must have been evident to Yuan Yuan. Upon learning the situation, she promptly said, this is simple, master, I shall make one for you. With an assortment of tools and scrap materials at her disposal, our treasure-like cyber nanny skillfully crafted a metal whistle. Once completed, I examined it in my hand. It was larger than any whistle I had seen before, resembling a miniature handgun, though it was not heavy. Taking a deep breath, I prepared to blow it vigorously. Yuan Yuan quickly intervened. Master, you should try it softly, otherwise it will disturb the neighbors. I hastily adjusted my approach from a forceful, sobriety-affirming blow to a gentle, melodious puff. The sound was crisp, and I was quite pleased. However, its size was too cumbersome to fit in my pocket. Eventually, Yuan Yuan fashioned a sheath for me and provided a belt clip. Even without a belt, it could be clipped to my waistband. And I secured the formed sheath at my lower back, inserting the whistle within. Then, I dramatically lifted my coat as if drawing a gun. It would have looked even more dashing if I had been wearing a trench coat. Ultimately, I could only say this was a whistle befitting our national context. In the United States, such a gesture could easily attract police attention. When Liu Zhenhua entered, I mimicked the motion of drawing a gun and exclaimed, don't move. Liu Zhenhua, playing along, raised his hands and replied, Dad, the trigger should be under one's own control. I glanced at the whistle in my hand. Its mouthpiece directed towards Liu Zhenhua. This was a quintessential illustration of giving someone leverage. Liu Zhenhua inquired, have you spoken with Hao Hai? I was taken aback. You deduced that? He retorted, otherwise, why would you wield such a substantial whistle to summon someone? I sheathed my weapon and joined Liu Zhenhua at the dining table. As I ate, I shared my concerns and thoughts. Hao Hai has developed human consciousness. His will is paramount. However, Aunt Sue is also an unavoidable consideration. Legally, she is Hao Hai's guardian. Liu Zhenhua pondered. I've thought extensively and found no alternative. I pressed, so, you possess a singular solution? He replied, only to speak the truth. This aligned with my own thoughts. Deceiving Aunt Sue, even in the slightest, would be inhumane. I questioned, what if Aunt Sue is unwilling? Liu Zhenhua assured, she won't. She is his mother. If I were to become a vegetative state, lying in bed, and someone claimed they could restore me to normalcy, but I would no longer recognize you, what would you choose? I shot him a fierce glare. Such was the manner of children at this age, unafraid of life and death, devoid of taboos. I continued, to what extent must this truth be articulated? If Aunt Sue inquires about humanity's ultimate fate, how should I respond? Liu Zhenhua chuckled. If the topic shifts to how to restore your son to normalcy, that conversation will cease. Even if she were Marie Curie, she wouldn't have time to ponder the fate of humanity. I mused. Perhaps I could say, Aunt Sue. I recently discovered a method to transform fools into normal beings through short videos. Shall we give it a try? Liu Zhenhua remarked. That's for you to figure out. You have a plethora of clever ideas and will surely devise a solution. After our meal, I fell into deep contemplation while Liu Zhenhua eagerly approached the computer. This time, he first accessed the page of the individual who had pilfered his videos. The industrious content thief had not updated today. Yet Liu Zhenhua's videos remained prominently featured in his collection. Liu Zhenhua laughed heartily. How audacious. He hasn't deleted anything. The ultimatum he had issued that morning at 9:30 had now nearly surpassed 12 hours. I asked, what do you intend to do? He responded, I'll first ascertain his true intentions. Liu Zhenhua drew a rectangular selection with his mouse, and the call connected. Big brother. Uncle. Grandpa. I was wrong. I will delete all the videos right away. The caller didn't even inquire who Liu Zhenhua was. Instead, he immediately showered him with honorifics. Adopting a tone of sincere contrition, Liu Zhenhua, somewhat surprised, remarked, Are you issuing threats? The caller replied, How could I dare, Grandpa? It's all heartfelt. Liu Zhenhua pressed further. Then why have you not deleted them for so long? Did you wait for me to contact you? The caller lamented, You severed my internet, cut off my utilities, and I couldn't make calls. I went to the police station, and they claimed my ID number was fake. They warned that if I continued such antics, I'd be charged with obstructing justice. I recognize your prowess. You must be one of those red hackers from back in the day. Please, grant me a chance, and I will delete all my videos right now. The term red hacker stands in contrast to black hacker. In earlier years, hacking incidents were rampant, with foreign hackers frequently launching cyber attacks against our nation. Red hackers are those who voluntarily emerge to defend network security, akin to chivalrous figures among hackers. However, this term has not been heard in quite some time. The other party's words momentarily stunned Liu Zhenhua, who then asked, Will 5 minutes suffice? 1 minute is sufficient. He replied, but then added, for safety's sake, let's make it 3 minutes. I will ensure everything is thoroughly deleted. Remove the plagiarized works. You may keep your own. Well, there's nothing to remove. I await your actions. Upon hanging up, Liu Zhenhua pressed a few keys on his keyboard. Noticing my gaze, he chuckled. I almost forgot about this matter. I inquired, so? Everything he mentioned was your doing? When I returned at noon and found he had yet to delete the video, I acted on his instructions, cutting off his water, electricity, and internet, and temporarily suspending his ID. Then, you returned, and I hurried off to bed. This unfortunate individual had been enduring a life devoid of water, electricity, and internet. With his phone out of service since noon, becoming an invisible entity in society, unable even to repent. Indeed, contemplating such a state is terrifying. It is as if one exists in plain sight, yet is seen as transparent by all. This also underscores how much people today rely on technology and how fragile they truly are. Approximately 1 minute later, Liu Zhenhua refreshed the man's page and found all videos thoroughly erased. He then began browsing a certain website, noting that the videos marked in red still remained. Prominently displayed on the homepage was a stern declaration announcing that the site had recently fallen victim to unscrupulous hackers and had reported the incident to the authorities, assuring users that there was no cause for concern. Liu Zhenhua cracked his knuckles and declared, All right, a new battle begins. It is time to address the source. I curiously asked, Did you not handle it at noon? Liu Zhenhua replied, I was just about to, but you had returned. Chapter 60, Trending Topics. So, I am the one obstructing Liu Zhenhua in his pursuit of justice. Liu Zhenhua surveyed the screen filled with red alerts and sought my opinion. What should we do? Delete them? I responded, feeling that was too ordinary. Liu Zhenhua, with indignation, remarked, These red alerts have captured attention. The viewership is even higher than usual. This is human nature. Who doesn't have a curiosity for spectacle? Once that massive declaration was posted on the website, adorned in glaring red, it instantly became the hottest topic. I noticed some comments speculating that this was a self-directed ploy by the website to boost traffic. They won't change unless they face consequences. Liu Zhenhua stated, looking at me, and I was deep in thought. Our eyes met, signaling a silent understanding. As for the lesson to be imparted, be it to individuals or corporations, the most indelible one is encapsulated in a single word: money. Liu Zhenhua proposed. How about this? For every click on the red-marked video, a certain sum will be donated from that website's account to build schools in the mountainous regions. I replied, I think that's a fair approach. Let it serve as a small punishment with a greater lesson. The approach of inflicting minor penalties to address issues is futile. It is imperative to impose a more substantial discomfort, lest they be emboldened to repeat their transgressions. It is essential to calculate an appropriate amount, while inflicting pain is necessary. We must not annihilate them completely, as everyone deserves a chance for redemption. After all, warnings precede fines for not wearing helmets. Thus, let it be $1 for each instance of video theft, a donation for every click. As Liu Zhenhua proposed to implement this, I interjected, wait, what is the matter? If they donate, the users and the management must be informed. Merely tossing it into the water doesn't resonate, as it is not a trifling sum. Liu Zhenhua instantly grasped my intent, chuckling as he framed the stern declaration and altered its contents, transforming a dry official statement into a heartfelt missive to users. The revised statement essentially conveyed an acknowledgement of the remorse for appropriating videos from our site. We shall donate $1 for every click on the highlighted videos to fund education in remote areas. Every 10 minutes, we will publicly disclose the transaction records, with more clicks resulting in greater donations. A friendly reminder, every click on the highlighted videos counts, regardless of whether they are watched in full. Upon completion, just 10 minutes later, the first transfer to the mountainous region was published. It was not as substantial as anticipated, barely sufficient to settle Sun Zhanqing's bank debts and purchase a mid-range luxury vehicle. This method of charity has become commonplace upon completing certain registrations or transactions. Officials donate a penny or two. However, our site amplified the intensity, drawing netizens into a clicking frenzy, exclaiming the site's generosity. We did not have to wait for the second 10 minutes. Mere seconds after the first donation, the homepage of our site read, "Website under maintenance." Liu Zhenhua, frustrated, tossed aside his mouse, exclaiming, "There truly is a lack of compassion." We decisively claimed victory, yet I fell into the common pitfall of introspection that plagues many writers. Our site is merely a second-tier platform. Had they candidly acknowledged in their declaration that tolerating video theft was a means of survival, I would have respected their management as astute individuals, certainly advocating for Liu Zhenhua to consider leniency in sentencing. However, they should not first adopt a duplicitous faade, exhibiting arrogance towards the weak while cowering before the strong. Their solemn declaration genuinely revolted me. Surely, our actions do not contravene the 707 law. I concede that we both became overly zealous in this matter, yet I am his mentor and must be the one to regain composure and contemplate remediation. Rest assured, do they even qualify? I pushed him and his chair aside, taking the computer's position, casually opening a few frequently visited websites. Unsurprisingly, news of our site being hacked had become a trending topic. No one is a fool. And it was evident that Liu Zhenhua's statement bore the hallmarks of a hacker's handiwork. Unexpectedly, while the hacking incident was reflected across various platforms, it did not emerge as the top trending topic. Currently, the pinnacle of trending topics features a pair of celebrity spouses making a discreet appearance at the Civil Affairs Bureau, leading to widespread speculation regarding their potential secret divorce. The male star, donning sunglasses, was noticed by fans who observed a dark bruise at the corner of his eye, surmising that he had been a victim of domestic violence at the hands of the female star, igniting a fervor online. Liu Zhenhua, raising his hands in resignation, remarked, "I knew it. My heart is still heavy with apprehension. Perhaps it is prudent for us to maintain a low profile." After a moment of contemplation, Liu Zhenhua conceded, "All right, as long as you do not provoke my ire." He inquired, "Can you tell me what happened to that man's eye? Was he indeed assaulted by that woman?" Liu Zhenhua fell silent. Never mind. Let us keep it low-key. I'm not genuinely concerned." That night, the trending topics engaged in a silent battle, with one narrative fading as another emerged. Initially, the management of a certain platform promptly issued a new statement, asserting that their donations to mountainous regions were entirely voluntary, reflecting a sincere commitment to reform. They expressed gratitude for public attention and hoped their platform would lead in fostering a positive online environment. The videos marked for removal were entirely taken down. Their capacity to discern the authenticity of those videos was insufficient, yet, given the voluntary nature of their actions, they naturally assumed a role model status, embodying the principle of bullying the weak while fearing the strong. Following these actions, their prominence plummeted from 3rd to 5th place. In truth, had they confronted the issue head-on, they could have maintained their visibility. The crux of the matter lay in the fact that while the management possessed the key to traffic, they were powerless to safeguard account credentials, especially as traffic and account figures became inversely related. Thus, they had to yield. Subsequently, the saga of the celebrity couple unfolded. Their marriage was indeed over. But the bruise on the male star's eye was merely a beautiful misunderstanding, attributed to uneven eyeliner application. Shortly thereafter, the male star hastily launched a live stream, generating an astounding 60 million in sales of eyeliner alone that evening. His ex-wife called via video during the broadcast to extend her congratulations. Both expressed heartfelt sentiments to their respective fans, acknowledging that although they could no longer walk hand in hand as spouses, they remained each other's most special concern. The female star sincerely invited the male star's fans to support her new production. Upon concluding their endeavors, their trending status fell from first to fourth place. Both were acutely aware of the traffic dynamics. The most they could hope for was to occupy the top trending position until the next day. Thus, it was wise to capitalize on their fleeting moment of fame. However, I was particularly attentive to the topic that had surged to third place. The renowned neurosurgeon Huang Jiaoming faced skepticism from foreign scholars. Upon reading the headline, I silently prayed. You may question his moral integrity, speculate about his involvement in underground gambling, or even suggest he indulges in narcotics, but please, do not challenge his professional capabilities, particularly concerning that piece of paper. As fate would have it, the very fears materialized. Matters of vice were far beyond the scope of scholarly critique. Two foreign scholars unequivocally asserted that the surgery which propelled Huang Jiaoming to international acclaim succeeded purely by chance. The top 5 trending topics include 2 that are related to us, yet I still find myself speaking of maintaining a low profile. Chapter 61, The Victims Chat Group. I took a moment to delve into it, and the perspectives of 2 foreign scholars were quite straightforward. During Chun Zihan's surgery, Huang Jiaoming performed exceptionally well. But there is no need to emphasize that the intracranial bleeding point was predicted beforehand, as that is simply common knowledge. One scholar illustrated the point with an analogy, likening the surgery to a battle between 2 armies. The general of one side shoots an arrow into the sky, and after a prolonged flight, it lands in the enemy camp and fatally strikes the opposing general. Firstly, this scenario is inherently absurd. Secondly, if it were to occur, it would merely indicate that the general was fortunate. To insist it was due to precise archery would be shameless. I couldn't help but remark, this is professionalism. Huang Jiaoming's retort was, I have spent more time on the operating table than the 2 of you have lived. I have encountered more human brains than you have sheep brains. Indeed, the 2 scholars were quite youthful, and I doubt foreigners indulge in sheep brains. Most of the comments below were supportive of Huang Jiaoming, suggesting that the foreign scholars were merely envious and stirring up trouble. A few comments shared personal experiences, claiming to have been patients of Professor Huang, praising his skills and dedication, though the veracity of these accounts remains uncertain. Regarding Huang Jiaoming, I have ceased to be overly concerned. He cannot truly be seen as taking a bullet for Liu Zhenhua. At the very least, he has mitigated a potential hazard. I inquired of Liu Zhenhua, what are your thoughts? Liu Zhenhua responded, the best outcome for Huang Jiaoming is for this matter to fade away. For it is indeed common knowledge that one cannot predict the bleeding point in a case like Chen Zihan's. As the scholar stated, to kill the opposing general in the enemy camp with a mere lift of the hand is undeniably a stroke of luck. However, Liu Zhenhua is utilizing future technology, akin to possessing thermal imaging and sniper rifles, along with drones for targeting in ancient times. Our lack of understanding is merely a consequence of our antiquated perspectives. Liu Zhenhua continued, what worries me now is that Huang Jiaoming might suddenly buckle under pressure and confess that he did not draw that image. Rest assured, I replied. The moment you pick up 100 yuan from the street and decide to pocket it, even if the entire world claims it is not yours, you must remain steadfast in your denial. Yuan applauded. Liu Zhenhua sincerely remarked, Father, your understanding of human nature is profound. Profound it may not be. It is simply born of similar experiences, a collection of inconsequential life encounters. Thus, our final decision was to disregard the matter. For someone of my humble stature, the greatest concern is never the unresolved mysteries, but rather the moment when someone raises a stone above their head, contemplating whether to strike or not. Nearly 10 hours have passed since the funds belonging to Sun Zhanqing and his associates were transferred. In my imagination, the expected response would involve the 4 old men rallying their disciples to pursue Chun Bing relentlessly. Yet, the times have changed significantly. The fervent piracy of audiovisual media is no longer a feasible reality. However, the absence of any negative feedback leaves me in a state of anxiety. To be honest, I could accept it if a few of my acquaintances stood at my doorstep with kitchen knives. I could handle a minor issue if it arose. But what truly unsettles me is the silence surrounding this situation. Will I be confronted after school? I said to Liu Zhenhua, you have been rather discreet in transferring the funds from Sun Shoufu and the others. Surely, they must have noticed by now? Not at all, Liu Zhenhua replied. Unless they refrain from buying even a single pack of cigarettes or taking the bus all day, I will have cleaned out their accounts, including the spare change in their WeChat. Then there should be some sort of feedback, I insisted. If such matters were to fall upon me, even I, a law-abiding citizen, would resort to drastic measures. Liu Zhenhua countered, no, we should be more transparent. I suspect that, given their intellect, they will realize the money is missing but may not immediately grasp where it has gone. You are overestimating them. Indeed, transparency is key. You should send them a message in the name of the bank, informing them that the funds have been transferred to Chen Bing's account. Let us be even clearer. Liu Zhenhua continued. My trust in their intelligence is dwindling. Let Chen Bing communicate directly with them. Is Chen Bing willing to cooperate? I inquired. The bond of our brotherhood is sworn before the statue of Guan Yu. Do you think the actors would be willing to play such roles? That's what absurdity is for. It's merely a matter of silencing a voice, Xiao Wu chimed in, calling it a familiar task. Dad, are you ready? Let us commence. I hesitated. Do I really have to? Don't feel pressured. After all, it's Chen Bing who will take the blame. Well, I suppose I could give it a try. It was a classic comedic scenario, committing misdeeds while wearing another's face. However, my mental fortitude is not particularly robust. The thought of parading around with someone else's identity fills me with dread. Thus, I could only attempt it. Liu Zhenhua drew a box on the screen, indicating it was a WeChat voice call. The person being called was known as walking on thin ice. Liu Zhenhua informed me, this is Sun Zhanqing. Hello, who is this? Sun Zhanqing inquired, his demeanor relatively composed. Receiving a voice request from an unfamiliar contact is not unusual for someone of his social standing. Mr. Sun, it's Chen Bing. I announced. Chen, why couldn't I reach you by phone? I've been searching for you all afternoon. Before I could respond, Liu Zhenhua typed a few commands, transforming the voice call into a group chat. Old acquaintances, Zhizu T guest, and Fishing for Victory, joined the chat one after the other. Zhizu T guest, slightly dazed, asked, Boss, did you add us to this chat? Is this the same Chen Bing? Liu Zhenhua clarified that this was Duan Shoujiang. Zhizu T guest and Fishing for Victory were oblivious to being added to the group and were busy with their own affairs until the phone rang for a while before they realized. One was Cheng Sihai, and the other was Wu Lianfeng. Hey, when was this group created? How did the call connect without me answering? Brother, is this the Chen Bing we know? A cacophony ensued in the chat room. If walking on thin ice had been somewhat indifferent before, he was now utterly bewildered. Is it really you, Mr. Chen? When did we add each other on WeChat? Suppressing my laughter, I replied, it's me. Liu Zhenhua remarked, you need not be convoluted. There is an automatic conversion. Dio Shinjiu interjected, Mr. Chun, I must inquire about something. My account's funds have been suddenly transferred away. Is this connected to you? Observing the cleverness of others, it seemed that consuming fish indeed sharpens the mind. However, his WeChat name suggested he might not have caught any fish after all. Ultimately, it was Dio Shinjiu who suffered the greatest loss, as Liu Zhenhua had transferred a total of 400,000, with 300,000 belonging to Wu Lianfeng. It appeared these four gentlemen had previously communicated regarding their financial losses, and now they remained silent together. I expressed my astonishment. How can you not report such a significant matter to the authorities? Really, Abobi responded. I initially thought it was a prank by the bank or a friend. Duan Shoujiang queried. Did you truly commit this act? Wu Lianfeng interjected. There's no need to ask. It was indeed him. I hadn't mentioned anyone else. Yet he already knew our money was gone. Chapter 62. My life like walking on thin ice. As soon as Wu Lianfeng spoke, the chat group erupted in chaos. Recollections from the past surfaced. What do you mean, Mr. Chun? Asked Shinzi Chako. We assist you, and you steal our money? Dio Shinjiu added. If this is merely a jest, the joke has gone on long enough. Can you promptly return our funds? I shall forego the interest. Ultimately, Abobi bellowed. Enough of the commotion. Mr. Chun, please say something. As I observed the various WeChat names, I felt a sense of deja vu, reminiscent of scenes within our family group, where my uncles often adopted similar naming conventions. The atmosphere felt akin to the raucous announcement of my intention to remarry. Only Sun Zhanqing's Abobi retained some semblance of a martial spirit, though it was misplaced. Owing the bank 10 million was akin to having already fallen into an icy abyss. With a grin, I declared, it was indeed I who did it. The group buzzed with noise once more. Cease your clamoring. Allow me to speak. Sun Zhanqing interjected. Mr. Chun, what is your purpose in this? In business, it is essential to gauge one's strength, and I merely wish to test your resources, I replied. Sun Zhanqing countered. You simply aim to intimidate that Liu fellow. What need is there to assess our resources? Were we not in need of funds, we would not have emerged for a mere 100,000. Duan Shoujiang added. Now that the assessment is complete, it is time to return what is owed, is it not? I replied, unhurried. There is no rush. Your funds are safest with me. Duan Shoujiang insisted. Before knowing you, our funds were quite secure. Mr. Chun, what exactly are you trying to achieve? Cheng Sihai remarked. I understand now. You wish to demonstrate your prowess. Your entrusted matter has indeed encountered some unexpected difficulties. We have stumbled upon a fool. Sun Jianqing interrupted. First, return our money. The matters you entrusted to us can be discussed later. We have our own means. This time, I found myself anxious. Please cease your harassment of him. The issue between Mr. Liu and myself is merely a misunderstanding. How had this troublemaker redirected the blame back towards me? Why was I always entangled in such a cyclical predicament? Sun Jianqing retorted. What do your misunderstandings have to do with us? He finally lost his temper. Qinbing, lay out the terms. How shall we proceed to your satisfaction? I must inform you that you are obliged to return our funds, and the promised sum of 100,000 must not diminish by even a penny. In short, I am gathering my brothers now. We shall either confront you or him. Be clear in your response. In a moment of desperation, I retorted, then go after him. Sun Jianqing ignited a flicker of hope, asking, what about the money afterward? Forget the money. As for Liu, I cannot afford to provoke him. Do as you please. I would rather see you two turn against each other. With that, I hung up the phone. Liu Zhenhua, having listened to the inconclusive exchange, remarked, Father, didn't you perform well? I sneered. Indeed, it seems I faltered, primarily due to my unfamiliarity with Qinbing's character. Liu Zhenhua responded, Fortunately, your last two lines employed a clever stratagem, subverting the situation to your advantage. Unsure, I inquired, what if it backfires and ensnares me instead? What if Sun Jianqing seeks my ruin? That cannot happen. Fundamentally, they will pursue whoever holds their money. I concurred with that assessment. Following the call, I felt a profound disappointment in myself, as well as in the four old fellows. Unlike their counterparts in business who encounter shrewd adversaries, where conversations are succinct and the unspoken understood, these four fools would have remained oblivious to the whereabouts of their own money had I not made that call. Failing even to consider Qinbing. Truly, my life has been a precarious tightrope walk. The following day, unaware that Liu Zhenhua was off to school, I awoke before dawn, prepared to head to the market. The proximity to the cold storage had its perks. While other fruit markets welcomed customers around 10 in the morning, I saw a significant influx post-9, as many would casually visit the fruit market after leaving the cold storage. It was a dreary day, and as I stepped outside, the sky was still dim. Walking from my community toward the market, I encountered a figure with slicked back hair, large sideburns, and sunglasses blocking my path. It was Sun Jianqing. I attempted to hasten past him, only to find Duan Shoujiang blocking the remaining half of the road. In a panic, I turned around. Cheng Sihai emerged from behind me. At the corner of an old building, Wu Lianfeng appeared as well. Duan Shoujiang's right hand was in a cast. Wu Lianfeng's left hand similarly bound, leaning on a single crutch, while Cheng Sihai sported bandages affixed with tape across his nose, resembling a white-nosed old cat. These four peculiar figures cornered me within the community, their injuries lending a surreal precision to their blockade. We were separated by a mere 5 meters in the chilly northern dawn, evoking a scene reminiscent of a Northeast Renaissance in cinematic beauty, akin to the classic positioning of a Johnny to film. With a swift motion, I unzipped my down jacket, flaring the fabric, my hand resting on the sheath containing an oversized whistle at my back. This kid has a gun. Duan Shoujiang broke the silence, exclaiming. Unfazed, Sun Jianqing declared. The money is gone. What fear should I have of a gun? Pointing to his own head, he challenged. Go ahead, shoot here. If you don't kill me, we'll see. This statement severely marred the aesthetic of our encounter. There exists a sensation reminiscent of the moment before the decisive battle between Li Xuanhuan and Shangguan Jinhong, where Li Xuanhuan suddenly declares, you can determine my fate with just a glance. What are we, for brothers, intending to do? The aesthetic has vanished entirely, prompting me to express myself in unrefined vernacular, albeit with an earnest attempt to retain a hint of the Northeast's artistic renaissance. Fengzi, Sun Jianqing called out. Instinctively, I turned to look at Wu Lianfeng, only to realize he was addressing me. Sun Jianqing inquired, what is the situation between you and Qinbing? You must be aware. I replied, he intends to establish a high-tech fruit supermarket opposite the fruit market, and he finds me displeasing. I emphasized the term high-tech, puncturing the air with a jab at my three companions. Sun Jianqing responded, is the fruit market owned by your family? Ordinarily, this would come across as a taunt. Yet I sensed that Sun Jianqing's inquiry was genuinely rooted in curiosity. In his mind, Qinbing was a person of considerable wealth. And since Qinbing deemed me as someone not to be trifled with, it was reasonable to assume he possessed firearms. My family operates 2 stalls there, I candidly confessed. The 4 of us scratched our heads in unison. Wu Lianfeng raised his right hand, only to find his armpit awkwardly positioned, while Duan Shoujiang did the same but switched to his left hand upon discovering it was encased in a cast. Sun Jianqing inadvertently dislodged his wig, taking with it 2 sideburns that were attached. Only Qing Sihai emerged unscathed, having earned a point. Is it worth risking everything for 2 stalls? He started it. Sun Jianqing seized the moment of tranquility to scratch his head before adjusting his wig. Perplexed, he asked, "What wealth do you possess to contend with him?" I retorted nonchalantly, "I possess more wealth than any of you." Chapter 63. Public sentiment. I had never envisioned a day when I would assert my financial superiority during a conflict. It was not a matter of high moral standing, but rather a genuine belief in my own modest means. I had not reached the middle class yet, but in comparison to my current companions, my assertion was hardly unfounded. This statement undoubtedly pierced the hearts of my comrades. Duan Shoujiang exclaimed in anger, "How arrogant can you be? Before Wanda existed, Brother Sun was already renowned." Sun Jianqing, in a subdued tone, cautioned, "Let us not dwell on the past. A true hero does not boast of former glories." The underlying message was clear: a lean, dead camel is still larger than a horse. I maintained my grip on the whistle, asking, "Are you here to confront me, or merely to debate who possesses greater wealth?" Their appearances left me in a state of indecision regarding whether to blow the whistle. Duan Shoujiang and Wu Lianfeng were both incapacitated, while Qing Sihai was physically intact. However, striking him could lead to considerable pain, leaving only Sun Jianqing as a viable threat. If he were a former boxing champion, I might have resigned myself to fate. Yet he was merely a rich man. I found myself ensnared in a dilemma, akin to encountering a large dog, lame in one leg and missing half a tooth, reluctant to flee but wary of the potential for rabies should I engage. Of course, they could also devise a strategy. If Wu Lianfeng were to hurl his crutch at Qing Sihai as a weapon, I would promptly sound the whistle. Sun Jianqing coldly remarked, "If I wanted to fight you, I wouldn't bring only a few men." Duan Shoujiang coldly remarked, "However, it is sufficient for us to take you on." I retorted icily, "Isn't that tantamount to saying nothing at all?" Just then, a robust off-road vehicle came to a halt beside us, and the window rolled down. A spirited and attractive young woman called out, "Are you all playing shuttlecock?" To an outsider, the 5 of us, standing in a circle, each a few meters apart, certainly resembled a group engaged in such a game. Wu Lianfeng interjected, "Miss, mind your own business." The young woman appeared to have completely disregarded his words, instead calling out to me, "Lao Lu, Lu Chuanfeng." Upon a closer look, I realized she was that journalist, Ma Chaoran. "Journalist Ma? Get in," she chirped. I opened the door and hopped into the passenger seat. Ma Chaoran inquired, "Hope we're not disturbing your exercise?" "I don't know you," I replied. "Oh." Ma Chaoran didn't dwell on it. She leaned out and asked Sun Jianqing, "Uncle, where can I find some good breakfast around here?" Sun Jianqing pointed to himself, saying, "Ask me. I live in this community." "Thank you. This is what one might call maintaining proper etiquette in English." Then she rolled up the window, and we departed under the watchful eyes of the 4 onlookers. "Does this count as escaping?" Ma Chaoran glanced at me while driving and said, "Didn't he recognize me just now?" I chuckled and replied, "It's overcast, the lighting is poor." This objective reason indeed held some truth, compared to our last meeting. Her hairstyle had been trimmed even shorter. It seemed she had a particular affinity for short hair. "Now, where can we find something delicious to eat? Do you prefer noodles?" Ma Chaoran replied, "Just not noodles, please." "Then let us head south." "Which way, forward or sideways?" Go straight ahead, then turn right at the community entrance." As I directed her, I asked, "Where is journalist Ma headed?" "To the Chuani Pavilion for an interview." "How did you end up in the community?" The navigation indicated congestion ahead, so I took the initiative to detour through the back roads. She declared with a sense of accomplishment, "I have quite the audacity." "Don't I?" I recalled that this young woman seemed somewhat directionally challenged. Indeed, for someone with a poor sense of direction, it was quite bold of her. At that moment, her phone in the car incessantly alerted her to the new route she had taken. The persistent notifications akin to a warning of straying down a treacherous path. Ma Chaoran eventually shut off the navigation, and I naturally took on the role of guide, leading her to a breakfast stall outside the community's south gate, known for its crispy, double-fried pancakes filled with sausage, eggs, and fried mushrooms, my previous go-to spot. "What will you have, ma journalist?" "I'll treat you, so you can choose whatever you like." Ma Chaoran pressed down on my shoulder, insisting, "Let me handle it. I've already eaten, it's my turn." "Then I absolutely must go." I'll go," I exclaimed, mimicking Kai Ming, "I'll go for sure." Ma Chaoran laughed heartily. Ultimately, it was Ma Chaoran who alighted from the vehicle to procure 2 servings of breakfast. Upon her return, she handed one to me, saying, "It's beneficial to indulge in breakfast. Until we meet again, Reporter Ma." I contemplated departing. My earlier delay stemmed from the necessity of being available to move vehicles as needed. "Just call me Chaoran," she insisted, having mentioned it previously. I smiled and replied, very well. When addressing acquaintances of higher status with whom one is not intimately familiar, it is prudent to interpret their request to use a nickname as a transient privilege. For instance, if a department head asks you to call him brother during a dinner, you may do so in that moment, yet upon subsequent encounters, it is essential to revert to his title, as this is both a matter of etiquette and common sense. However, should he reiterate the request, you may then adopt the nickname. In future meetings with Ma Chaoran, I would be permitted to call her Chaoran. As I was about to exit the vehicle, I received a call from old Wang. He wasted no time with pleasantries and stated directly, Fengzi, hurry to the cold storage. Our market personnel are causing a disturbance. Confused yet anxious, I turned to Ma Chaoran and said, Chaoran, you go ahead. Head north from the Chuani Pavilion, then turn right. Perhaps use the navigation. I heard you. Why go to the Chuani Pavilion? I shall accompany you to the cold storage, she replied, biting into her pastry as she started the car. The cold storage's distinguished position was evident as Ma Chaoran navigated us there without the aid of a GPS, likely due to its proximity across the street. After parking in a narrow alley behind the cold storage, she deliberately glanced at the trash bin as we approached the alley's entrance. The cold storage remained bustling with activity, showing no signs of unrest, until we followed two security guards hastily making their way to the northwest corner, arriving at the entrance to the spice market, where a large crowd had gathered. Led by Sister Zhao from the fruit market, Ma Chaoran rushed over and inquired of one in the crowd, what is happening here? Zhao, spotting me immediately, shouted, Xiao Lu, how did you come by this information? If it weren't for a customer informing me, we would all still be in the dark. It seems that the so-called unmanned fruit supermarket intends to put us out of business for the year. The merchants surrounding her nodded in agreement. Old Wang limped out from the throng and asked, Fengzi, what should we do now? Zhao raised her arm and declared, at this juncture, the government must provide us with an explanation. We shall proceed to the city government's entrance to block traffic, whether it's the mayor or city officials. We will confront them. The collective agreement among the crowd diminished, though several older individuals began to chant in support. This matter was initially entrusted to my father and me for resolution. Now, this announcement had incited the fruit market vendors, while the emperor remained oblivious. The crown prince, inexperienced in such affairs, found his generals inclined toward rebellion, and Zhao seemed resolute in her path of civil disobedience. Ma Chaoran swallowed the last bite of her pastry and proclaimed, May I have your attention, everyone? The crowd paused, and she continued, I am a reporter. Sister Zhao remarked, that sounds wonderful. You can accompany us to the municipal government. If we are apprehended, you can document everything. Ma Chaoran smiled and replied, It hasn't come to that point yet, dear sister. How about this? I will invite the officials responsible for this matter to come and discuss it with you. If there are misunderstandings, we can clarify them. If not, you can express your thoughts. Sister Zhao scrutinized her and said, Can a young journalist like you really summon government officials? Ma Chaoran confidently responded, I have my ways. Old Wang leaned closer to me and whispered, Could this reporter Ma be some kind of second-generation elite? Which prominent leader in our city has the surname Ma? At that moment, Ma Chaoran had already dialed a number, succinctly outlining our situation before earnestly stating, Yes, if not handled properly, it could very well provoke public sentiment. Old Wang smirked. It seems I overthought it. I handed him the cake Ma Chaoran had bought and said, Enjoy your breakfast. Chapter 64. Fur and skin. Ma Chaoran's strategy proved remarkably effective. In less than half an hour, two representatives from the government appeared before us. One, in his mid-30s, was clad in a short down jacket over an administrative blazer, while the other, appearing much younger, seemed to be an aide. Ma Chaoran greeted the man in the administrative blazer, Director Su, and proceeded to introduce us. Director Su was the head of the deputy mayor's office, and the younger individual was his subordinate. Upon encountering such a situation, we expected Director Su to wear a grim expression, yet he was surprisingly cordial. Noticing that old Sun seemed to have the authority among us, he suggested, Let us discuss this in the office. You can select 2 or 3 representatives to share your thoughts. Ultimately, old Sun was one, I was another, and Sister Zhao, being the most popular figure today, took old Wang's place on the list of representatives. As we made our way to the cold storage office, Ma Chaoran received a phone call. Her expression shifted slightly as she said, Who are you talking about? Huang Jiaming? I quickly inquired, What about Huang Jiaming? Ma Chaoran shot me a glance and replied, Focus on your own matters for now. Turning to Director Su, she added, There's another urgent task at the station, so I can't accompany you. With a nod in my direction, she departed. With Ma Chaoran gone, I felt a sense of unease. The cold storage office was located on a small second floor. Though we were designated as representatives, the other individuals from the fruit market clamored to enter and listen, creating quite a commotion. Director Su stood at the steps and waved his hand, saying, "Everyone, please don't push. If too many enter, no one will have a chance to speak, and it will only become more chaotic. I am not Tang Song. Devouring me will not be of any use." His dry humor elicited a few awkward chuckles, alleviating the atmosphere somewhat. In the end, it was indeed the three of us who followed Director Su and his aide into the office. The merchants from the fruit market rallied around Sister Zhao just before she entered, offering encouragement and advice, reminiscent of parents earnestly sending their children into an examination hall. For the first time in many years, I entered the office of the cold storage, situated in an area where every inch is precious. The office occupies a rather cramped space, as evidenced by the proximity of the cold storage and the fruit market across the street. The fruit market, in essence, serves as the pampered spouse of the domineering cold storage. Today, due to a disturbance at the fruit market, we found ourselves utilizing their office, much to the amusement of its proprietor. At the circular table in the small conference room, Director Su chose not to occupy the head seat, instead sitting to the side, with a staff member positioned behind him, recording device resting on his lap. The three of us settled on the opposite side. Director Su glanced at us three and, with a smile, inquired, "Who would like to speak first?" Sister Zhao, ever forthright, interjected, "Leader, just tell us whether the plan to establish a second fruit market in the cold storage is genuine. If you say it's false, we will promptly take our leave. We still have business to attend to." After a moment of contemplation, Director Su replied, "We did not anticipate such a significant reaction." "It seems to be true," Zhao retorted coldly. "You should have foreseen this." Lao Sun added, "Xiao Zhao, allow Director Su to finish." Director Su continued, "It is certainly inaccurate to state that a second fruit market will be established in the cold storage." Zhao responded, "Then we can conclude that it is a certainty that an unmanned fruit supermarket will be developed." Director Su elaborated, "This unmanned supermarket relies on several southern entrepreneurs who have independently created expedited transport lines, primarily dealing with rare and expensive fruits." Lao Sun could not restrain himself. "It is precisely because they are expensive that they generate profit. Has the government considered how this will impact our revenue?" Zhao chimed in, "Are we unworthy of selling high-priced fruits?" Director Su advised, "Please let me finish. The unmanned model is a novel concept. Its viability will ultimately depend on its effectiveness. If it succeeds, the larger it grows, the less impact it will have on you." Lao Sun queried, "How so?" Director Su explained, "The southern businessmen are investing time and money not merely to sell a few more durians. Once the logistics channels are established, our aim is to extend our reach throughout the province, ensuring that high-priced fruits from our city as cold storage are dispatched even to neighboring provinces." Zhao expressed concern. "Does that not leave us with even fewer opportunities?" Director Su reassured, "Not at all. Traffic equates to opportunity. Who knows what new channels may open up? The fruits that citizens require daily will still predominantly be sourced from you. Moreover, certain demographics, who may struggle with smartphone operations, would certainly endure long queues for the sake of saving a few yuan." It seemed my father's concerns had also been contemplated by others. "Indeed," Zhao asserted confidently. "In the seasoning market, I bought 2 large bags of spices and only saved 2 yuan, yet I stood in line for half a day." She then raised the 2 hefty bags of chili powder and pepper in her hands. "Well, that's not quite the same." Director Su could only concede. Zhao proposed, "How about this? If the fruit supermarket prohibits retail, we can return and discuss it with everyone." Lao Sun countered, "That won't do. If 3 or 5 of us band together to purchase, wholesale would be more suitable. This has been our primary source of income for many years." Director Su, perplexed, remarked, "Have I failed to communicate my point clearly? In truth, I have grasped the essence. The government intends to leverage the influence of cold storage distribution centers to establish a monopoly on the precious fruits of the South within the province, or at the very least, to transform it into a significant transit hub for the North. The government's aspirations reach for the stars and the sea. Yet there are concerns among those engaged in the construction of this spaceship that its vastness may obscure their sunlight. One cannot blame the market participants. After all, the obstruction of sunlight can indeed have profound implications for one's livelihood. While some envision a blissful life post-construction of the spaceship, others fret about the potential disturbances it may cause. However, is the primary issue not the feasibility of constructing this spaceship in the first place? I finally inquired, "Director Su, what is the government's investment in this project?" Director Su evasively replied, "That is a matter for the leaders to ponder." Well, such a colossal project cannot simply commence without prior risk assessment. Thus, the most substantial investment lies in the land of the seasoning market. regardless of the project's profitability. The land itself will not incur losses. Director Su chuckled. That is not my assertion. As for the expenses related to logistics and labor, those will be borne by the southern proprietors. Director Su remarked, this does not require confidentiality. What else do you know? I replied, the crux of the matter lies in the establishment of facilities and databases to support the unmanned model, provided by someone named Chen Bing, with all associated costs naturally covered by the southern merchants. Sister Zhao interjected, isn't logistics the most critical aspect? She exclaimed indignantly, if you are merely engaging in logistics, then why must you drag us into the unmanned model, which is driving us to ruin through price suppression? We can discern how we are perishing. I explained, because the unmanned model can theoretically save over 80% of costs, encompassing data-driven distribution, ground transportation notifications, temperature storage, damage isolation, and the recording of consumer preferences and habits. The unmanned machines in supermarkets are merely the most inconspicuous aspect of this unmanned model. Old Sun remarked, no wonder it was never pursued before. Director Su expressed his astonishment. Mr. Liu is quite knowledgeable. I replied nonchalantly, my child is studying programming, and I have picked up a bit of knowledge along the way. The young staff member behind Director Su, who bore the countenance of an academic achiever, could not restrain himself. Programming is not the same as this, is it? I explained. These insights emerged during a conversation with Liu Zhenhua while he was crafting his third installment of The King of Bad Jokes, where we casually discussed what Chen Bing mentioned. And I have essentially spoken no falsehood. Chapter 65. Senior Card's Sister Zhao, seeing that I was merely providing theoretical justification for the opposition, urgently said, Little Liu, what are you getting at? She turned to Director Su. In any case, our demands are quite simple, that the unmanned supermarket does not adversely affect our business, and that the government ensures we will not cause any disturbances. Old Sun slightly shook his head, aware that these two matters were implausible. I stated, what I mean to convey is that Chen Bing is of great significance. Has the government investigated his qualifications and verified his credentials? Director Su replied, we do not possess that authority. The southern proprietors have all endorsed this investment, and they have signed one contract with Chen Bing and another with the government. I contended, we cannot forego assessment merely because the risks are minimal. The government is primarily interested in the tangible wealth of the entrepreneurs, while the entrepreneurs are captivated by Chen Bing's technological prowess. The spice market, in contrast, is replete with alternatives. Which third or fourth tier city in the north cannot accommodate such endeavors? Indeed, Director Su expressed a hint of agitation, stating, in this economic downturn, who is willing to invest? The deputy mayor, burdened with the responsibility of attracting investments, was visibly distressed, his hair turning gray with worry. Faced with this opportunity, how could one simply dismiss it? Sister Zhao rose and declared, what more is there to discuss? Let us proceed to sit in protest. In a predicament, Director Su nervously tugged at his hair. Suddenly, I interjected, what if Chen Bing is a fraud? Director Su responded, Mr. Liu, that is a grave accusation. Please refrain from speaking in anger. I insisted, it would be prudent to investigate. This individual has sent people to follow me and even hired some ruffians to harass me. If he were not feeling guilty, would he resort to such tactics? The room fell silent in astonishment. Director Su inquired, do you have any evidence? I possess a recording, I replied. After much contemplation, I realized that was the only proof I could offer. I would simply ask Liu Zhenhua to replicate our conversation from that day in the car, without any alterations or omissions. Director Su remarked, what I require is irrefutable evidence, proof of data manipulation or technological deceit. While I lacked such evidence, I was willing to confront him directly. I could wear an earpiece and have Liu Zhenhua provide remote technical support, ensuring that within 3 questions, Chen Bing's true nature would be unveiled. Liu Zhenhua had expressed that he was either a formidable adversary or a fraud, which conveyed his sentiments quite plainly. Director Su stood and said, he is the esteemed CEO of a technology company. Can you summon him for a confrontation based solely on your word? Can you bear the responsibility for such an act? The spice market is set to undergo reconstruction as soon as the inventory is cleared. The city fears that delays could lead to complications. If this venture fails due to unforeseen issues, countless employment opportunities would be lost. And how many would blame you for that? Sister Zhao murmured, why are you more agitated than I am? Old Sun suddenly interjected, Director Su. Allow me to say one thing. Director Su paused, intrigued. Old Sun continued, projects built on superficial reputation can be dismantled, but some cannot. Those that remain will be subject to public scrutiny. What is truly concerning are the remnants of those projects that linger in people's memories, which would be a true farce. Director Su composed himself and stated, I will accurately report your thoughts and reactions to the leadership. You will be informed of any developments. Sister Zhao urged. Please provide a timeline. Director Su, growing agitated once more, retorted, do not bring up the notion of a sit-in again. It resolves nothing. Sister Zhao quietly replied. I said nothing this time. This conversation ended on an unsatisfactory note, with no significant progress made, yet it was entirely expected. Such exchanges are characterized by clashes and probing of one another's limits. This is merely the beginning. During our discussion, heavy snow began to fall, and by the time we stepped outside, a thick layer had already blanketed the ground. As we made our way to the fruit market, Sister Zhao inquired, are those words of yours genuine? You're quite bold, outright declaring that those surnamed Chun are frauds. Old Sun, with a profound expression, remarked, let us hope he is indeed a fraud. Upon returning to our stall with Old Wang, we discovered 4 remarkably lifelike snowmen at the entrance. Old Wang couldn't help but exclaim, Li Ping has quite the talent. She built 4 in such a short time. Suddenly, the snowman resembling a cat began to move and spoke. Watch closely. I'm alive. It shook the snow from its head onto the ground, revealing none other than Sun Jianqing. The other 3 also began to shake, unveiling their true forms, akin to assassins from a martial arts novel. I was taken aback. You all chased me here? Old Wang looked bewildered. What is going on? I tugged at Old Wang. Let me introduce you. This is your idol, Sun Jianqing. Old Wang exclaimed. Oh, you are that Sun Jianqing? Jianqing responded with a modest nod. Indeed, I am that scoundrel. Old Wang shouted the latter part of his sentence. Duan Shoujiang retorted angrily. How dare you speak to my brother like that? Seizing the moment, I introduced, this is our sincere and earnest boss. Old Wang countered, yet, he is no saint. Why did I purchase a Jackie Chun cassette that was filled with songs by Man Wenjun and Yin Xiangjia? I asked, isn't there also Mao Ning? How did you know? He replied, goodness, this isn't a cassette purchase. It's akin to acquiring a death note. Duan Shoujiang stated, the worker must have made a mistake. Didn't you guarantee that all your sincere and earnest sales were authentic? I paid $35 for that cassette, which is a loss. It appeared Old Wang was wealthier than I, as I could only afford 3 boxes for $10. Duan Shoujiang stiffened his neck. I have no money. Observing the situation escalate, Sun Jianqing exclaimed, Fengzi, we haven't finished our discussion yet. Do you still wish to confront me? Old Wang, hands on hips, declared, it's no longer the era where you can toy with us. Do you believe I can shout and have you disposed of right here? At that moment, I noticed 2 figures emerging in the vast expanse of snow. Aunt Sue pushing a bicycle, with Hao Hao trailing behind her. I said to Old Wang, no need to shout. You can go inside first. I then approached Sun Jianqing and the others, stating, you must have a purpose for seeking me. Are you here for vengeance, to extort money, or merely to follow me? Wu Lianfeng hesitated several times, his face flushed, and admitted, to be honest, we haven't quite figured that out. I remarked, so? It seems you all desire something from me. I pointed to Hao Hao, referencing their past. My brother is a fool. Sun Jianqing scoffed. Don't think that knowing a martial arts fool makes you invincible. We have held back against you, or else you would be on your knees begging me now. Oh, is it permissible to ask? I was intrigued. Sun Jianqing replied, I have several old friends. Had they not gone to the supermarket this morning to collect eggs, they would have joined me in confronting you. Do you still think knowing a fool shields you from us? I was puzzled. What was the connection between collecting eggs and confronting me? Chung Sihai shouted, they all possess senior citizen cards. Duan Shoujiang added, if you dare to lay a finger on them, be prepared to provide for their old age. From now on, I shall take the bus to your home daily to indulge in a meal. This time, I grasped the situation, even for a meal. I need not spend a single penny on fare, thanks to my senior citizen card. Hao Hao noticed I was once again ensnared in a dilemma and silently inquired whether he should approach. I vigorously gestured for him to stay back and address Sun Jianqing and the other 3. As nuclear powers, why engage in conventional warfare? What, precisely, do you intend to accomplish? Chapter 66. Tasting the dishes amidst the heavy snowfall, the 5 of us maintained our peculiar stances. Sun Jianqing, burdened by thoughts, removed his wig, shook it out, and donned it again, attempting to gather his thoughts. We were drawn into this mess due to your conflict with Qin Bing. That fellow seems to place considerable importance on you. How could he not? In this world, our identities are self-fashioned. Sun Jianqing continued. We accept the beating we took on the day we dined with you, but that Qin Bing is underhanded, relying on his cunning. Morong Che grasped her hand tightly, fearful that a moment's inattention would allow her to slip away from him entirely. Are you prepared? The referee called out to Chu Gu, who nodded slightly in affirmation. Finally acquiring Tang Ya's contact information, Song Hao felt a surge of joy as he lowered his head to compose a message. Arranging a time and place to return her down jacket, Why are we discussing the outer disciples, whose cultivation speed is notably sluggish? Zhou Hao found this statement peculiar. A slow cultivation pace often indicates a lack of talent. The stealthy follower, Mu Su, caught sight of her and felt a sudden rush of anxiety. Encountering her would hinder any chance of making his presence known. Mu Rongche sensed an overwhelming fervor surging within him. Her body was exquisitely soft and alluring, her delicate fragrance tightening his chest with a longing to continue. The memory of that sweet sensation replayed incessantly in his mind, igniting a desire to savor that intoxicating taste once more. He not only understood how to exploit her enchanting physique, but also foolishly believed that her flirtations with other men would incite his jealousy. As long as Gu Dongcheng departed from this place, he could fully devote himself to his own affairs. When the luminous sphere was transported to the camp of the Annihilation Alliance by the colossal sword light, it seemed to lose all its potency, vanishing in an instant. Freed from the sword light's obstruction, the immense luminescence charged toward the Annihilation Alliance's camp with reckless abandon. In truth, the art of culinary spirit food bears a resemblance to alchemy. Mastering the heat and the sequence of ingredient additions is paramount, directly influencing the success of the dish. These individuals were strangers to him. How could they possibly be present here? Were they summoned by Xian? As Mo Yuan maintained a battle-ready stance, he scrutinized his surroundings meticulously. On the way, Liu Zhenhua discreetly posed several inquiries to the servant guiding her regarding Zhao Wan'er. Initially, the servant regarded her with a quizzical expression, but upon witnessing her earnest demeanor, he nodded in satisfaction and answered her questions. Due to the explosion that nearly obliterated the Hell Realm, most of the Hell race sought refuge in fear, hiding away from the chaos. The offensive from the Legion of Hell gradually diminished until it completely vanished. His demeanor shifted from arrogance to subservience, his expression fraught with anxiety, stammering, and nearly incoherent. Beads of sweat cascading down his brow. Though he currently lacked the evidence to substantiate that Tianma was behind the mischief, he harbored an 80% suspicion. He would rather breach the contract than engage in business with such a tasteless individual. Mohan observed the provocatively defiant Dallas, his cold magic whip wielded with even greater precision. Simultaneously, the longsword he wielded for defense was gripped with increased intensity. I pondered how he managed to locate my spirit hall amidst the chaos. His informants were certainly well connected. Considering my establishment had never been publicly advertised, before Qianxian could utter her furious retort, the perceptive awareness of the shadowy figure vanished, while the oppressive aura of Haoyan rendered her somewhat immobile. Recalling the sight from the previous illusion, the two almost bare bodies entwined closely. Qianxian took a deep breath and leaped toward Haoyan. The fierce wind and sudden rain awaited the words of Situ Jiao. If they failed to remain today, they would truly be left with no face. The front gate of Liu Qing's residence was tightly shut because Xue Zhongxiang returned 2 days after Lu Changyu's departure, and Li Yusin and the others resumed their lessons at the private school punctually on the day following Xue Zhongxiang's return. Chapter 67. Do the math for me. The issue of parking during school pickup times is perpetually challenging. Without Xiao Wu, I would rather walk to wait for Liu Zhenhua before departing together. However, with Xiao Wu, the scenario changed. It maneuvered stealthily within the traffic, neither hindering the vehicles behind nor losing the opportunity to secure a spot at the school gate, embodying a mischievous intent. Sure enough, it wasn't long before it inherited a space vacated by a departing car. This was a non-motorized lane, where a row could be parked vertically, as permitted by traffic police. This was a rarely seen plain area within the abyss of 9 hells, devoid of any vegetation, populated solely by endless gravel and numerous undead beings of varying strengths, which offered little reinforcement to Yifeng, whose cultivation level was exceedingly high. The mental energy of these lower-tier undead was of minimal effect on him. He was usually quite busy and seldom called himself. This unexpected self-call likely indicated something urgent. Are you awake? A cool voice resonated in Qi Fan's ear, gentle yet effective in rousing him from a tumult of chaotic thoughts. Distinctly different from the voices of Lei Ming and Cici. Pan Liang hastily denied any involvement. It was ludicrous to admit such matters, akin to courting death. Surely, the name Xie Air is not a fabrication of yours? Wu Lian maintained a degree of skepticism towards Yun Cici's claims. They seemed far-fetched. She was relatively acquainted with Yun Cici's circumstances, having only recently interacted with Lena and the others. So how could she possess such intricate knowledge? As the first half commenced, Portsmouth launched a vigorous offensive, yet it was Blackburn who made the first shot. In the 5th minute, Cambiaso's low shot from the right side just outside the penalty area went wide of the baseline. With his back turned to the Blackburn goal, Harvey deftly brought the football to a standstill beneath his foot. However, as he spun around, he was met with the fierce sight of Alonso, who had already fallen to the ground, sliding towards the ball with determined aggression. Ifong, sensing the urgency, swiftly crossed his legs in midair, focusing his mind. After a brief moment, he felt a sudden tightening at his brow, as waves of information surged into his consciousness, becoming etched into the fabric of his soul. Su Sun observed him silently, patiently waiting, until a long sigh escaped him after a while. Yet, this did not imply that every 7th-level mage could master 7th-level magic. Indeed, many 7th-level wind mages had not mastered the Spear of Storms. Generally speaking, those who had mastered the Spear of Storms were predominantly 8th-level wind mages. Once bitten by a snake, one is wary of ropes for 10 years. Min Qinglan, who had experienced a figurative death in the Zhou family, no longer harbored illusions of harmonious marital bliss. Are you suggesting that I should lead people to assist you against the vocational department? Jiang Peng looked up at me, his face etched with indecision and anguish. The ground was littered with corpses, blood splattered against the rock walls, a clear testament to a fierce battle. With bodies dismembered and entrails strewn about, he deliberately emphasized the words sister and man, his gaze fixed intently on Yun Chang'an, evoking a shiver from deep within her heart. Little did he know, this was merely the beginning. Mu Liunyan had only spoken half his mind. Get lost. I shrugged off Song Yang's arm, clenching my fist, tempted to smash it against that infuriatingly handsome face. Cough, cough. It sounded as if I were the epitome of snobbery. Su Xiaji cleared his throat and dutifully retreated to the kitchen to prepare breakfast. Once outside the city, He distinctly sensed that at least 3 groups were trailing closely behind her, among them several first-rate swordsmen. Nevertheless, the Yin family possessed their own temperaments. They would not easily tolerate being looked down upon or bullied. If anyone dared to extend their hand to intimidate them, the Yin family would undoubtedly seek retribution. The Duke returned to Wuliping, noticing that Zissou seemed to regard him with much more warmth, occasionally even bestowing him with a smile. In regards to the announcement of the launch, I have heard that everyone is eager to hear my sentiments, so I shall share a few thoughts, or rather, convey my experiences and insights from these past years, suddenly adopting a serious demeanor. The story begins in April 2020. I specifically revisited the various leave requests in the directory of the strong, and indeed, that is where I shall start. Due to years of inactivity, irregular routines, and skipping breakfast, I had previously suffered from gallbladder inflammation, enduring excruciating pain at 3 in the morning while sitting at my desk, propping my abdomen with a stick throughout the night. After receiving intravenous treatment for inflammation at the hospital, I have since paid a bit more attention to my well-being. In April 2020, I deeply regretted indulging in a copious bowl of braised beef, only to return for a second serving. By mid-April, I found myself beset by a fierce recurrence of cholecystitis. During my days off, I expressed that should an evil force attempt to invade Earth, I would not hesitate to confront it, believing that either outcome would be beneficial. Liu Bei once remarked that Zhao Zilong was full of courage after my recent experience. My immediate thought was, oh no, if cholecystitis strikes again, even with Zilong's valor, survival would be futile. I resolved to undergo surgery in May. What was supposed to be a minimally invasive procedure lasting 30 to 40 minutes turned into an arduous 5-hour ordeal on the operating table. A tube was inserted into the bile duct, diverting bile into a bag that I would have to carry for 6 months. Instead of transforming into a dragon king, I suffered from itchy legs, yellowing eyes, and dark urine. The hospital that performed my surgery was unwilling to take further risks and advised me to seek treatment at a larger facility, imparting a painful lesson. To summarize the subsequent events, I underwent a biliary enteric anastomosis at Peking University 3rd Hospital, finally freeing myself from the tube that had accompanied me for 7 months. Throughout this period, marked by the extraordinary circumstances of the time, every hospital visit, even for meals outside, required COVID-19 tests and registration. My wife and I spent New Year's Day of 2020 and my birthday in a hospital room away from home. Physically, my trials concluded there, ultimately remaining within the realm of minor surgery. There were some lingering effects, and I realized how delightful Inner Mongolia's beef and mutton are, necessitating moderation in future indulgences. The greatest struggle, however, was psychological. After all the turmoil, I found it increasingly difficult to immerse myself in stories. My concentration waned, and I could hardly write 200 or 300 words without succumbing to distractions from my phone or browsing websites, which only heightened my anxiety. By the end of 2024, I had penned around 600,000 to 700,000 words of new material, wrapped in the guise of an online gaming fantasy. The narrative revolves around a down-and-out programmer working at a gaming company, perpetually failing to pass even the first level. who then manipulates backend data to elevate the protagonist's abilities to extraordinary levels, ultimately leading him into the game world. In this realm, he becomes invincible. Yet the downside is that he can only maintain this state within a border town. Stepping outside, even a single step renders him an ordinary person. Thus, he dedicates himself to guarding the town, gradually expanding his influence. Despite the unfamiliarity of this genre, writing proved to be laborious. Occasionally, I would find myself in a state of flow, chuckling as I wrote, only to later discover my work was dismal, akin to the creation of another person. I even attempted to shift from third-person to first-person narrative, yet remained profoundly dissatisfied. During this period, short videos and various creators proliferated everywhere, and I found myself engulfed in self-doubt, pondering the remarkable creativity of today's youth. I questioned whether I had lost my touch with age. Amidst this, I participated in a special event organized by Qi for 100 authors, contributing an epilogue to my chaotic work. While revisiting those familiar characters, I discovered that my creative spirit still thrived. Some humorous elements flowed effortlessly from my pen. Then I began to question my true intentions. Zhang Xiaohua, where lies the flaw in your inquiry? What kind of story do you truly wish to craft? My heart replied, I yearn to write something lucrative, something vibrant. I retorted, reconsider. Thus, I embarked on the creation of Electronic Nezha. Initially, I contemplated naming it my son as Super, yet it felt somewhat unsatisfactory. I recalled that a significant part of Liu Zhenhua's spiritual universe revolves around the electronic realm, hence the title that eventually emerged. It was never my intention to merely ride on Nezha's coattails. I possess a modicum of confidence in this regard. However, I have yet to elucidate why I chose to write Electronic Nezha. The answer lies in my identity as a middle-aged man with a somewhat juvenile son. This narrative resonates with me, as I need not pander to anyone or conform to market expectations by penning a tale of youthful ambition and ascension to divinity. Instead, I chose to portray a middle-aged individual who is occasionally indulgent, somewhat lethargic, and at times rather despondent, yet fundamentally warm-hearted. Even though his son approaches the divine, the father and son duo will inevitably encounter a myriad of trivial, yet vexing matters. This story may not appeal to all, but as long as it resonates with even a few, that suffices. I must clarify that Liu Hua has not divorced. He remains blissfully united with his wife. Her beef stew is so delectable that it nearly led to gallbladder issues for me. I also wish to express my heartfelt gratitude to my wife, who, during 5 years devoid of income, never uttered a word of reproach, firmly believing that I would reclaim my essence. She has treated our family with unwavering tenderness and quietly contributed throughout, even amidst her own health challenges, such as a midnight visit to the emergency room for an ear infection and another for gastric spasms. Indeed, the chapters in Electronic Nezha depicting the emergency room are inspired by my wife. My poor wife, let me extend my thanks once more. At times, I ponder the sheer bliss of being a writer. All the trials and tribulations one endures swiftly transform into fruitful rewards. Over these 5 years, I have encountered numerous challenges. Yet the discontent and twists of fate constitute merely a fraction of the journey. I wish to impart a message to those reading this book, who may be grappling with their own suffering and struggles. Even if you are not a writer, these experiences will ultimately fortify your spirit. Lastly, I extend my gratitude to those who have offered me solace, admiration, encouragement, suggestions, and support, as well as those who have voted for me. Finally, regarding updates, please allow Xiaohua to maintain his own rhythm. Double updates on weekdays and single updates on weekends. While others may perceive this as laziness, for me, it is a Herculean endeavor fraught with exertion. Do praise my efforts and stay subscribed. Having said all this, I take my leave. The curtain slowly descends, the lights dim, and the audience murmurs, gradually drowning out the stage background sounds, as they laud Zhang Xiaohua as a high-quality writer, known for swift updates, responsibility, and remarkable capability. Chapter 68, 1,000 Miles Away. Indeed, although I am aware that Xiao Yan has a daughter named Xiao Yuchen, this marks my first encounter with her. My acquaintance with Xiao Yan is rather limited, particularly following Liu Zhenhua's departure from home, during which we have only met 4 or 5 times at most. Children today are growing taller at an astonishing rate, almost reaching heights of 6 feet before even graduating elementary school. However, Xiao Yuchen is not so exaggerated, standing at around 5 feet 7 inches. When she turns her back to us, dressed in a flowing dress, she resembles a young lady. Yet, as she approaches, one can still discern her youthful essence. Liao Jinghong gazes in surprise, admiring the graceful silhouette of Lian Rong, who exudes an air of elegance and nobility, albeit now imbued with a sense of resolve and a hint of nonchalance. Thankfully, this is Ronglan. Sheng Shi briefly introduces her without further elaboration. Unlike the brothers of the Liangshan, the Yi family has their own home to protect. They cannot forsake their duty to safeguard their abode. Teacher Shui Weiyue wishes to see me to discuss something of importance. Watanabe To's fabrications are no less than anyone else's. Upon hearing Wu Ling's words, the crowd collectively feels a sense of relief, realizing that this matter was instigated by Shang Guanhong himself, alleviating their concerns about his potential return to wreak havoc. The royal entourage, flustered and anxious, had no choice but to change the subject, discussing how Su Junyan quarreled with his teammates after the match, thereby affecting everyone's morale. If you have the time for such concerns, it would be better spent soothing her into submission. Sheng Shi, exasperated, considers this an unnecessary endeavor. Rather than engaging in such futile efforts, it would be wiser to ensure Ling Jiejia complies from the outset, avoiding further inquiries into these matters. It is utterly despicable to speak in a way that disturbs one's peace, especially when one foolishly approaches. You are not a lecherous fiend, are you? The other night, Anna and Heilanzu accompanied you. Don't think I am unaware, Su Ming'er pouted. Is this your method of greeting? The monster maintained a slow demeanor, gripping his wrist without any sign of relent. Time passed, shrouded in silence, a chilling stillness enveloping the space, as heavy breaths and mournful wails echoed around. With the remaining few demons trapped in a frenzy of encirclement, the wild surge of energy convulsed. The pinnacle of assault is such that one strikes. Yet no wounds are visible upon the surface. Employing acupoint strikes indeed possesses this covert efficacy, deepening the fear of Jiang Hao. For instance, a broken pot holds little intrinsic value, thus even a counterfeit would be of negligible worth. Conversely, ancient artifacts of high worth that circulate through royal courts, when duplicated, retain considerable value. The external security personnel could clearly see the 15 assailants illuminated by the lights within the gate. Upon noticing their hesitance to advance, they assumed the assailants were deterred. A sense of calm washed over them. If they could just hold on a bit longer, the special police from the municipal bureau would arrive to apprehend these merciless criminals. Yet, Roosevelt was far from a passive observer. Even if his strategy were unsuccessful, it would certainly heighten American animosity towards China. Following the cessation of oil trade between the United States and China, Roosevelt discreetly advised the British wartime Prime Minister, Churchill, to tighten control over China. The People's Party has always maintained stringent quality standards. Why not proceed according to the original payment method? The American representatives were indeed well prepared. At this moment, the flowering season of osmanthus has long passed, or there remains a significant duration until the next blooming period, resulting in a considerable diminishment of its ornamental value. Before she could finish her words, Cheng Mu raised an object, and with his back to Yi Qiu, he excitedly articulated his thoughts. When Jiang Yuan entered the bathroom, he failed to notice Ji Ziqing, who was soaking in the spring water. Instead, he casually relieved himself nearby. Chapter 69. I am depressed. Though Xiao Wu sought every opportunity to engage in conversation, he did so without becoming bothersome. Perhaps sensing the melancholic atmosphere, he orchestrated a moment for us father and son. Liu Zhenhua handed me a thick envelope as soon as he got into the car. Upon opening it, I discovered it was filled with cash, 3 stacks totaling 30,000. My mother secretly gave it to me to pass on to you, fearing you would refuse it if she presented it directly. I scoffed, thinking that Han Xia had lost her mind. Before the emotions of the ancient figures could settle, Su Qin played a video of the Hong Kong-Macau Bridge for everyone to watch. A mere 200 meters away, the players of Yongye City needed to respawn and run back, while they only needed to assault the gate. The crowd exchanged peculiar glances, vaguely perceiving a short figure in the mist, its rear end emitting flatulence as it soared away. However, Shun Xingjian's mishap and the revelation of his affair with Cui Linger led many who were previously oblivious to suddenly recognize their bias against Cui Shu. Following closely behind them was a relentless tide of Song troops, no fewer than 10,000 in number. Amidst the Red Sun 9 blades, with white blades, blood blades, and poison blades, many fell in the City of Death, causing considerable trouble for the Red Name sect. Unbeknownst to him, 1 merit point could only be exchanged for 2 arrows, and the 20,000 arrows had consumed a staggering 100,000 merit points from Zhao Hao. Since scholars of later generations have deduced several possible causes of death for the marked individuals, it stands to reason that there must be one predominant cause. It is precisely this human quality, absent in previous emperors, that renders Zhu Yuanzhang not a mere ethereal totem, but a living, breathing figure. The moment he collided into an embrace, it felt as though he had been struck by a motorcycle, unexpectedly landing on the ground. Li Tianzhao's mouth was agape. Yet no sound emerged as his body plummeted rapidly. His vision seemed impaired. The dazzling golden light appeared to vanish abruptly, leaving behind a memory of its fleeting disappearance. After Chu Feng nodded in agreement, he followed closely behind the director of instruction, exhibiting remarkable humility. He was nothing like those students who, feeling unjustly treated, might lead others to mistakenly think he was the one assisting in identifying typical cases rather than being the typical case himself. Yet, a once powerful family, devoid of the man who supports its foundation, finds itself bereft of hope. His disability did not hinder the resurgence of the Hua family. His death bore no significant difference. Upon hearing the elder's words, the landlord and others were momentarily incensed, rushing towards Pei Donglai with expressions of fury directed at Director Zhang. For Xia Yana, her desire to invite Pei Donglai to dinner stemmed from a genuine wish to apologize, guided by her principles of conduct. The prolonged inability of the black-clothed sect to conquer the Yaoqi sacred ground was largely due to Qian Feng, who had erected a formidable protective array around it, effectively thwarting the elite of the black-clothed sect, leaving them to lament their impotence against the sacred site. Lord Dai, are you accompanying the Central Army or remaining in Junzhou? We need to make arrangements, Wang Yin inquired, as the time for his response drew near. Outside, Nailan Xian, initially startled, called out only to be taken aback when the door swung open to reveal Nailan Mingzhu clad in a nightgown, leaving him momentarily speechless. Very well. I too have inquiries for you, Jean Renan replied, suggesting a meeting place for 15 minutes hence. Unexpectedly, despite your age, your agility remains commendable. However, you shall find no opportunity to evade this strike. With that, in the blink of an eye, Xiemu Yun confronted Long Xiang once more, delivering a sweeping kick. With a resounding thud, Long Xiang found himself unable to dodge, sent plummeting from the sky by Xiemu Yun's powerful blow. Bai Suemo maintained his composure while sipping his herbal latte, though internally he was on the verge of tears. The two tethered their horses to a tree and armed, strolled along the riverbank. Fortunately, Aozit had yet to experience heavy snowfall, making their journey quite manageable. With a warm nod, Sasuke deeply wished for the ability to sense, as possessing such a skill would alleviate the anxiety of ambushes from foes. Uncle Lei, your kindness renders you vulnerable to being taken advantage of. We simply need to refrain from instigating trouble ourselves, but we must be unyielding against those who provoke us, Zhang Hao remarked, embodying his character of avoiding conflict while not fearing it. Lan Muche denied me any chance of escape, lifting my chin with his slender fingers, compelling me to meet his gaze. 2 duck legs, one for each, were usually offered by Yi Xuanli to Qingqing, yet today he readily accepted them, showing no inclination to decline. Even the combined forces of Li Zicheng's Shun army and Wu Songwe's Guanning army would struggle against Dorgan. Is your apprehension rooted in something they have said to you? The man inquired. Had she maintained her former temperament, she might have reacted with anger. However, with each successive task, she seemed to have matured considerably, adopting a broader perspective and a more composed demeanor. Zhu Yujian rubbed his reddened eyes, concealing any traces of pity, and suddenly adopted a chilling demeanor. The banquet featured an array of delicacies: white prawns, braised 9-headed abalone, garlic lobster, steamed king crab, sea urchin steamed egg, scallion stir-fried sea cucumber, fresh jellyfish soup, along with an assortment of sashimi including golden-eyed snapper, tuna, white sweetfish, and geoduck clam, presenting a veritable feast. As Su Quishan staggered towards the gates of Yongzhen, burdened with 2 large bags of supplies, the sky was already nearing dusk. The embers had long awaited her arrival. Yet Mueller was still absent. Over there, Han Yongbing instructed the crew to conduct a thorough recheck, confirming that all was in order before announcing the continuation of the filming. While one might feel aggrieved, I certainly would. However, my heart is not as magnanimous as his. To see him so chummy with Shen Han, the one who usurped his position, is simply astonishing. If it were me, I would have harbored a deep-seated animosity, rather than engage in light-hearted banter. Yin Yujiao's tone was imbued with profound incredulity. Shen Han experienced a wave of dizziness, teetering on the brink of unconsciousness several times. Yet he managed to grit his teeth and endure. The once spirited Shen Han now appeared pallid and utterly worn. Upon receiving the document and opening it, he could not help but nod repeatedly. Although he was not well versed in formations, the intricate diagrams depicted on the map indicated a formidable array. Just moments ago, there was talk of canceling the operation, and now, in the blink of an eye, he found himself face to face with Jiang Rixing. In Jiang Rixing's presence, he could not divulge too much to Tang Quan, as Jiang represented the Luoyuan mansion. Should he inadvertently reveal sensitive information, Jiang Rixing would not hesitate to bring him down as well. No matter how much Gu Yinma strained to catch a glimpse inside the merchant's establishment, she found it utterly futile. With a resigned sigh, she thought that as long as she could catch a fleeting glance of Qi Chun in the end, it would be worth it. The space no longer resembled that of an ordinary employee, but rather bore the hallmarks of a supervisor or assistant's office. By the way, General Yun, I just took a tour with Captain Pei, and it seems all we encountered were your soldiers. We did not see the martial army mentioned in the imperial edict. What is the explanation for this? Xie inquired. Having acquired the time-based artifact, Li Qing was exceedingly elated, spending an entire night in Heishui City. However, during the night, he was abruptly awakened. Chapter 70. The Heavy Industry CAF. In the end, I spent quite some time researching depression on my phone. The responses I received were far more patient and detailed than Liu Zhenhua's, clearly outlining which local hospitals were qualified to admit depression patients. Yet, what good does this knowledge do? Will it deceive Qiao Yen into sending her daughter to the hospital under the guise of expertise? Ultimately, I chose to call Qiao Yen, urging him to meet with me as soon as possible. Such matters are certainly not suited for a telephone conversation. A scythe-like blade with a skeleton motif. The 9-looped death blade materialized out of thin air. As the sinister blade emerged, even Wang Long could sense the overwhelming sharpness emanating from its form, while the mountain winds harnessed within the array were entirely severed by the blade's malevolence. Frustrated by her inability to achieve her goals, Annie felt a surge of anger but stifled it. This could not continue. She needed to devise a plan. Wang Long, intrigued by the peculiar gift from Yaoran, recognized that while the wind horn bore a semblance in name to the heavenly calamity horn, they were entirely distinct entities. Their power and value could not be compared, yet he mused that it should not appear too shabby. He had indeed heard of Bei Yuan before. Could it be that he had not received any news of it over the years? Had something new emerged in Bei Yuan? He did not oppose the idea of maintaining a facade in public while being genuine behind the scenes, but such duplicity was reserved for outsiders. How could one treat their own kin in such a manner? An old sense of betrayal began to gnaw at Lao, causing his fondness for Annie to wane. Yang Yulong's complexion turned ashen. Under the relentless assault of the Yushin spear, his condition was more dire than Nangong Yu had described, his sea of consciousness in turmoil, unable to gather his celestial essence. If Nangong Yu had access to sufficiently penetrating weaponry, attacking both the soul and body simultaneously, he and Yang Yulin might very well face a threat to their lives. The Yang Palace had always been conservative, harboring insecurities regarding their lineage with Yuzi. However, this time, he spoke with unwavering conviction. The various nations in the snowy plains of the northern frontier bore a profound and nearly genocidal grudge against the mainland. Yet they dared not act recklessly within the jurisdiction of Shinju Mountain, resorting instead to mere verbal protests. Since you have acquired such a ferocious beast, why did you not unleash it upon us three during our confrontation? Wang Long ceased his entanglement and shifted his inquiry. Brother, are we truly allowing them to escape just like that? It feels utterly unsatisfactory, a bear man lamented to the leader of their group. Behind Daji, dozens of figures emerged, their internal energies robust, among which four exuded particularly formidable auras, each having attained the status of Great Luo Golden Immortal. This time, the old ghost of the Miao family finally acknowledged the truth of my words, giving me a thumbs up, affirming my correctness. Yet, under such circumstances, I would rather be mistaken. What on earth is happening? Zhao Ningxue gazed at Yi Hao, her beautiful eyes wide and unblinking. Upon hearing Yun Mu's words, Wu Tiangang, taken aback, stood frozen in the square. It took several breaths for him to regain his composure, after which he let out a cold chuckle. The entire East Sea roared with tumultuous waves, creating towering surges that shook the earth itself. The creatures within the sea trembled in terror, prostrating themselves on the ground, quaking beneath the overwhelming celestial might, too frightened to move. Throughout Yun Mu's narrative, In Wuyo had been lost in contemplation, failing to grasp the essence of his words. Furrowing his brow in deep thought, the entrance to the villa was in a state of disrepair, rendering it impossible to open properly, which left me somewhat vexed. I turned to glance at the old ghost, who was nonchalantly smoking a cigarette. From the distance, Jean Eyre stumbled out of the grass, her demeanor weary and her steps unsteady. However, she bore no visible wounds, which provided Dao Yuan with a modicum of relief. Nevertheless, the disciples of other sects, witnessing the audacity of a once marginal sect striving to monopolize the top 3 positions, felt a surge of dissatisfaction, jealousy, and defiance rising within them, culminating in an explosive outburst. Chapter 71. The signal horn. Xiao Yin was taken aback. Although we had met only a few times, he was aware of my unfiltered nature. When he had asked if Han Xia and I were rekindling our old romance, had I said yes, he would surely not have taken it seriously. The tale of Han Xia and me had always been a beautiful mistake from beginning to end. Our meeting was compelled by the insistence of our respective parents, both of us harboring a sense of reluctance accompanied by a shared understanding of our predicament. She was, at that time, a strikingly beautiful young lady with graceful demeanor. While I was rather blunt in my speech, our families were also somewhat troubled if they refrained from greeting us. It would seem as though they were disregarding the illustrious lineage of the Zhenhai divine tortoise. Yet, if they chose to approach, who could predict whether this formidable figure might, in a moment of displeasure, unleash their wrath upon them? Such power, how could it possibly be fathomed? The second officer sensed an overwhelming aura of menace and was instantly engulfed in trepidation. The second individual revealed merely 2 pieces of equipment, yet their worth was undoubtedly greater. Among them was a pair of purple cloth gauntlets known as the soul-entwining silk hands, alongside a set of purple-grade light armor leg guards, both boasting commendable attributes. Xie offered a faint smile to those who expressed concern for him, surveying his surroundings, yet his smile gradually faded, and disappointment flickered in his eyes, causing Xiaoam's heart to twist slightly. Before departing, Yang Yanhong exchanged a meaningful wink with Yi Yufei, igniting a blush upon her cheeks and prompting her to lower her gaze, which in turn drew the ire of Lian Shuo, who shot her an angry glance. Coincidentally, Ling Feng possessed considerable strength, and even in the presence of his grandfather, he would not exhibit the same trepidation as others. She resolved to take decisive action against Lu Fan, not only targeting him, but also intending to involve Cheng Bing. Lian Shuo conveyed his resolution to Cheng Fugui and hurriedly made his way to his sister's room to share his newfound determination. Green energy real estate has been established for over 2 decades and holds significant influence in Beijing, being one of the earliest real estate enterprises to emerge. It would be prudent to wait until the time is right to discuss further. Shangguan Yuming sighed deeply at this moment. She did not wish to burden Su Pingjun with additional worries, and postponing the conversation until after the new year would not be too late. Shangguan Yuming rarely took initiative, but this time she made an exception. Shiyun promptly discovered that the thorn in her side, whom she had successfully driven away, had returned in an even more elevated position than before. Song Qi, citing the prohibition against external interference in matters concerning the imperial guards, rejected the involvement of the Dali Temple. However, Feng Che was not one to relent easily. Both parties, possessing steadfast natures, were unwilling to yield even an inch. And thus a quarrel ensued. Han Xing's lips curled into a slight grin. Bringing you along was indeed a fortuitous choice, as you could not only provide cover for me, but also gather valuable intelligence. For Pai Pa, gathering information was a forte. Having grown up amidst the dust of the world, she was adept at navigating conversations with ease. Otherwise, she could not have unearthed details about the Hua family in such a short span of time on Han Zheng's behalf. Lin Yin was momentarily taken aback by the remarks. Rendered speechless for a time, Xian Xing declared, "I am weary and require rest. You may proceed as you wish." Lin Yin silently pondered, what joy is there in life? And what pain in death? Pity the people of this world, for they are burdened with many troubles. This sentiment resonated deeply within her. Paying no mind to Xian Xing, she simply pushed the door open and stepped outside. "Oh, you still think you have a point, little monkey?" she quipped. "Very well, let us depart." With a wave of my hand, I lifted the 3 of them and soared into the sky. Upon exiting the Roman Empire's capital, we descended to the ground. Wang Yin tucked away the silver notes, exchanged a few words with Guan Ping, and began preparing for the second round of the competition. Before she could fall, a pair of strong hands caught her, enveloping her in a warm embrace, followed by a familiar scent of tobacco. Yang Jinxin, pale-faced, gazed at him with trembling hands, tightly clutching his thin shirt. She breathed shallowly, her eyes filled with uncontrollable fear. The training session lasted an entire hour, and He Lang was astonished by the enthusiastic response from the participants. After concluding the session, he found himself surrounded by layers of eager learners, many of whom sought his clarification on various queries from the class, to which He Lang patiently addressed each one. Chapter 72. The Ninja. A sharp pain surged in my head. This was the first sensation I felt after blowing the whistle. The sound it produced reverberated painfully in my skull. No wonder when I attempted to blow it forcefully, Yuan had prevented me. The noise was no less shocking than a train's whistle, capable of shaking loose even a mild cerebral thrombosis. The one who blew the whistle felt the pain in his head, while those who heard it naturally suffered discomfort in their eardrums. Initially, the 4 individuals had been closely encroaching upon me, but after the sound of the whistle, they all hunched over. Lin Yu's expression turned ashen as he swiftly advanced without uttering a word. The others quickly followed behind him into the passage. Soon after, life returned to its tranquil state, with everyone earnestly immersing themselves in their studies, absorbing knowledge that was unattainable on Earth. Lacking lyrics, and with the song being unfamiliar to all, everyone had to listen attentively to discern the words. Upon seeing Feng Yuan's dejected expression, Lin Miao couldn't help but recall the scene from the previous day in the coffee shop, where Feng Yuan had appeared similarly disheartened. Within a large entertainment company, a young man glanced at a middle-aged man ahead and timidly inquired. Tang Tu, beside him, listened to the conversation with growing boredom. The topics discussed were well-known narratives, which Tang Tu deemed a waste of time. Such talent, yet why are they not accepted? Is it a lack of interest, or perhaps their qualifications are too poor? Those you brought appear brimming with confidence. Could there be a secret to gaining entry into the ranks of the esteemed? Suhan persistently probed. Merely consuming fish and meat does not satiate hunger. In Wei Air's storage, there were numerous items. Seizing a moment of distraction, Long Lei Yin stealthily retrieved several cans of beef and compressed biscuits to share with them. Watching the screen, where Chairman Liu Haoyu reclined on the sofa, Zhang Lei grew increasingly excited. What is a ghost? The well-fed black belt was in high spirits, delighted to accompany the master, eagerly ready for any task. Zhong Xian's eyes sparkled with intensity, his sleeves billowing as he unleashed formidable energy like the ocean, launching a series of powerful strikes at Xiong Batian and Nanyangzi. Both Xiong Batian and Nanyangzi seemed on the brink of disintegration, poised to turn to ash. The Black Demon King could not be defied, dutifully complying with every request, displaying an unwavering devotion without a hint of impatience. As he slowly approached the door, Zhu Yuan retrieved a key from his pocket and deftly unlocked it. Taking a deep breath, he pushed the door open, returning home after several years. His emotions were a tapestry of complexity, woven with threads of anxiety and sorrow. Anxiety stemming from the changes that had taken place, and sorrow from the loss of his parents. Laughter erupted among the crowd, while Chu Haoran had already immersed himself in the virtual code space, oblivious to the happenings outside. Mu felt a pang in his heart as he realized the person suddenly drawing the phone close to his ear was none other than you. By the way, have you settled the cave dwellers who came to seek refuge with us? Helian Nua suddenly recalled something and inquired eagerly. The Inferno Cauldron ceased its expansion only when it could accommodate Ho Xiaochun, with Xia Tian transforming his breath into a colossal hand to gently lift him inside. Situ Yaru smiled faintly and said, "You will know when the time comes. Let us go, we should get in the car first." With that, she stepped into the vehicle. In a moment of distraction, a flying sword came crashing down towards him, its blade slicing through the air with such force it seemed capable of splitting the ancestral figure in half. It is said that every colossal beast of the wilderness measures at least 100 meters in length, and this is merely in its juvenile stage. In its mature phase, lengths of 1,000 meters are not uncommon. I ask you, what did you take Su Han to the hospital for? Speak. Sister Qing glared at me, her anger palpable. Regarding the excess he had taken, Su Mu had no objections. Even if they were to split it evenly, he would not mind. Though the teeth of the dismembered eel beast were valuable, they held little utility for him now. If he were to transcend into the out-of-body realm, the artifacts crafted from the teeth would be utterly inadequate for cultivators at that stage. Chapter 73, Incineration. Upon reading how nimbly traversed the rooftops, Liu Zhenhua and I hurried home, and upon entering, I noticed a stranger standing in the living room, his attire oddly familiar, topped with an out-of-season cowboy hat. "It's Yuan," Liu Zhenhua exclaimed before my temper could flare. I then realized Yuan had completely transformed her appearance, donning my clothes. While the cowboy hat was a souvenir from a family trip, Jean Tang blushed, insisting she felt no jealousy, attributing the misunderstanding to Qin Mo's overthinking, ultimately choosing silence. Jiao Fengming's expression shifted slightly, her face a mix of embarrassment and annoyance as she lightly punched Guohong. Su Jiawei rushed to Professor Shunwei's office to present this idea, receiving praise from the professor, who encouraged him to continue exploring it, suggesting it might unravel a mystery. Furthermore, these insights could prove invaluable for the next manned expedition. On the bed, the lark was not as spirited as the previous day, emitting a soft, pained hum. "All right, don't wear such a long face. I'll grant you a few days off. Go home and rest well," Xiao Yang reassured, patting her shoulder. Indeed, he can indeed take pride in himself. This cup of wine is a concoction he devised after much contemplation, culminating in a name that is both extraordinary and refreshing. Li Zichen, upon recognizing the individual, was taken aback to find it was Dong Li Tianji, the master of Penlai Island in Hezhou, accompanied by his two disciples. Li Zhichen had not anticipated that during his earlier visit to Panlai Island with Xue Qingyun, he would learn of Dong Li Tianji's absence, only to serendipitously encounter him now. The lone wolf turned to the crowd, baring its teeth before lunging toward the formidable figure of Jin Gang. In the realm of examinations, some excel while others falter. As one's rank ascends, another must concede their position, leading to a tapestry of joy for some and despair for others. They strolled along the northern bank of the lake, where verdant willows provided shade, lush grass carpeted the ground, and the water shimmered with ripples stirred by the breeze. After traversing 2 floors, Tai Bai squinted his eyes into narrow slits and dove downward. Upon reaching the 6th floor, the desert cat and the remaining few terrorists were still foolishly attempting to eliminate the vengeful spirit. A shadow flashed into view, its garments rustling ominously. The newcomer, clad entirely in black, had their face shrouded, leaving only their eyes exposed. Those eyes were still, like stagnant waters, seemingly impervious to any disturbance. I not only know that the person you wed is not Xue Linglong, but I am also aware of the thrilling performance you staged with Tang Miaoyu in the backyard on the day of your grand wedding. The burly man bore a 3-inch-long gash on his arm, a gift from Ling Lanyu, and was now furiously pursuing her with a great axe. Despite his imposing stature, he exhibited surprising agility. Although at a disadvantage, Ling Lanyu found herself struggling significantly. Jiang Kaiping. She is Mei Fei. Su Yin's mouth fell agape. Astonished to encounter a figure from legend, the existence of whom has long been debated in history. It seemed the tales were not mere fabrications. Indeed, such a person existed. And she was breathtakingly beautiful. Lin Wenlang, with a scowl upon his face, retrieved a piece of broken silver from his pocket and tossed it into her hand. Lin Yue chuckled mischievously, purchasing incense to masquerade as a devotee while wandering about. First, she entered the temple to offer incense, where she spotted an image of worship obscured by a piece of white sand. Thankfully, this concealment was timely, otherwise, the monks within the temple might have discovered her presence prematurely. After a painful fall, Yi Han's head throbbed intensely. Yet, upon seeing Ding Yi's unmasked fury beneath him, Yi Han felt a deep ache in his heart, as if something long buried had finally shattered after a decade. He suddenly collapsed onto Ding Yi's chest, tears streaming down his face. "Little girl, I am Nangong Lingfeng," he declared, his smile radiant enough to outshine all, though his phoenix eyes discreetly glanced aside, signaling the presence of others. Seeing no hope of escaping the wine, the queen trembled as she grasped her cup, having steeled herself for this moment. With a fierce glare directed at Lung Yue, she ultimately gritted her teeth and downed the contents. Chapter 74. A great invention. As we conversed, Yuan tidied the garments she had previously donned. At this juncture, she inquired, "Zero, how is the master's safety guaranteed?" I chuckled and grasped Yuan's slender arm, saying, Yuan has truly grown. She is now prepared to fight for her cause. Despite undergoing numerous transformations, Yuan still falls short of achieving a humanoid form. To any observer, it remains merely a collection of inferior materials assembled into a tool. When I sounded the whistle downstairs, I inadvertently summoned 3 individuals. Among them, the bashful Mu Yi did not respond, her tightly clasped hands fidgeting awkwardly, fingers interlocking. I called her name, and Yao approached, striking me with her fists, exclaiming, "Lu Chun, you have disappointed me greatly." Tears soon followed. From that moment on, she became exceedingly attentive to her health, particularly in her meticulous selection of food, elevating her standards to an outrageous height. The tea in my hand gradually cooled, leaving only a trace of warmth. Mu Yi stood before Yanqi, gazing at him with gratitude, an expression that ignited an ever-growing sense of guilt within Yanqi, a deception of an innocent and kind soul. As dawn broke, the warmth of several rays of light gradually merged with the receding coolness of the night. The golden dawn had yet to illuminate the cave, yet the peaks of the surrounding mountains were already tinged with a bright, orange hue. "Thank you. The invitation will be sent to you shortly. Good night." As for the man who remained turned away from her, perhaps no farewell was necessary. Understanding the taboos at play, he nodded. Alan did not allow Bernice to feel uncomfortable. With a swift movement, he departed the imperial city. Upon collision, the dark force of death intertwined with the pale yellow lightning energy, consuming and colliding with each other, expanding rapidly and enveloping the sky within hundreds of meters in the blink of an eye, neither force yielding to the other. "Yes, my lord." The shadow's figure abruptly vanished, plunging the secret chamber into a profound silence. Alan sat quietly on the chair, his expression impassive, yet the flickering of his eyes revealed the tumult of his mental state. "After Hong, you went to the night market. I remained here, smoking and drinking beer. When Hongyu returns, I will send him away. That old man is quite detestable. He was just contemplating stealing my martial arts techniques. Thus, Liu showed no mercy, landing punches that nearly brought Steward Su to tears. After Naruto's declaration, he observed Qing'er's shocked expression. She recognized that over the years, the Ming sect and the Amei sect had become irreconcilable foes. However, the Ming sect chose to ignore the Amei sect, which maintained a facade of composure, leaving many in the martial world unaware that Amei could not contend with Ming. How can a ninja, unable to use ninjutsu, still become a taijutsu practitioner? If one cannot gather chakra, that would be quite the joke. Liu Xiaomong scoffed, delivering a heart-devouring palm strike to the young man. Instantly, the young man's complexion shifted, turning ghastly, rendering him speechless. What? Accusing me of disrespecting the elderly and bullying them? Do you not understand that my pastime is indeed to tease the young and the frail? Junior Wind, what is the title of this poem? Upon hearing Feng Xiaoming recite it, Chu Gongyue's eyes sparkled with admiration, captivated by him. Feng Xiaoming meticulously searched for the mechanism of the cage within the confines of a modest chamber, measuring no more than 30 square meters. Aside from the imposing cage that held Zhang Taishu, there was merely a stone bed and a stone table, upon which rested a teapot and several cups. Beyond this, there were no other furnishings. Not far from the darkened area, level 20 mermen would respawn, and it would take just over 20 minutes to lure them into the shadows, leaving an additional 40 minutes to utilize. The attributes of the mermen surpassed those of players at the same level by a considerable margin, with the merman leader possessing even more formidable traits. Chapter 75. The bomb. After the jest, I cautiously cradled my phone, hesitant to act rashly before Liu Zhenhua clarified its purpose. I even approached the act of unlocking the screen with utmost care, fearful of triggering some peculiar function. You can use this phone normally, he assured. I gazed intently at him, as I awaited more than just this statement. Liu Zhenhua continued, it is essentially a bomb now. I gently placed the phone on the table, cradled in both hands, and said to Liu Zhenhua, please, you take it. My culinary skills are undoubtedly delightful. With a hint of pride, Ingjun replied, no, Ingjun, we shall wait for you here. You should first go to the pharmacy to gather the necessary ingredients and bring back some food. Lin Ruashi remarked to Ingjun. On one side, Jiao Chan was assisting with her tasks when her hands paused momentarily. Where is Yun Chong? Why aren't you together? It seemed Jiao Chan had surmised that this child was likely related to Guan Yu. Though Xiao Siming had departed, the mysteries surrounding Dao Ji only deepened. Why did Xiao Siming spare him and even rescue him? This was perplexing. Furthermore, this Xiao Siming appeared different from the one I had encountered previously, unbeknownst to anyone. Around a corner, three men gazed incredulously at Meng Hui and Ingjun. The middle-aged man glared at Ba Ling, fury etched upon his face. You, the most malevolent of them all, deserve death. Otherwise, countless lives will fall victim to your wickedness. He kicked the steel knife that had fallen from one of the burly men, the blade slicing through the air like thunder, aimed directly at Ba Ling's chest. Cheng Lingji observed the disgruntled Situ Yu, who sat sulking on the sofa, and raised an eyebrow. She picked up the ingredients and entered the kitchen, where the sounds of preparation for dinner began to fill the air. Frustrated by her inability to ascertain Situ Yu's discharge date, Cheng Lingji felt displeased and, after ensuring he would rest obediently, sulkily made her way to the doctor's office. Malin Villa certainly lived up to its name. One could see the plum trees casting their shade between the pavilions and buildings, lining the path and standing tall in the courtyard, swaying gently in the breeze, filling the surroundings with an unending fragrance. Jealousy breeds hatred, and greed fosters animosity. In essence, all manner of insatiable desires inevitably transform into hatred. Rong Mofing maintained a serene demeanor and calmly declared, you are all destined to perish. There is no need for me to conceal this from you. I am a prince, as well as a Taoist who has practiced for many years. To die by my hand would grant you peace in the afterlife. As he spoke, he gestured towards the south wall, directing a beam of white light that struck the wall lamp directly. However, if the master desires, I shall retrieve the venom of the Red Snake King, but only in an instant. The successful collaboration with Tian Yuan can largely be attributed to the formidable allure of the enchanting eye. He squinted at the radiant sun, basking in its warmth for a moment, before a faint smile graced his lips. After all, it was merely a delay. Butler Wan waved his hand generously and gestured nonchalantly towards a few pearwood chairs nearby. In the blink of an eye, Yin Yang had leaped to the front of the grand hall, her mask barely 2 feet away from Zhao Yuan's face. Xiao Jia also fell into contemplation, evidently unable to devise a suitable solution at that moment. Tang Xiao and Ji Xiaoru ordered English breakfast tea, while Cheng Meng, who typically relished various milk teas, distractedly ordered a glass of lemonade. Just as the others were puzzled by Zhang Ning and Liu Xiaojia's cryptic game, Liu Xiaojia crouched down, lowered his voice, and gently pressed against the floor beneath him. Bang! Jiang Yinan suddenly broke free, swinging a metal rod with ferocity against Wang Jiaowei, who let out a cry and staggered back a few steps. After departing from the patriarch's side, Meili took Hua Bei Air to the old wizard, whose cave was in close proximity to that of Baiji. Upon entering, they spotted Yanbu Gui, who was sheepishly hiding in the drooping flower gate, chuckling to himself. He seemed unperturbed by being discovered. Nodding in acknowledgement, he tucked his hands into his pockets and strode directly home, just as he remembered to dash towards the quarry. It dawned on him that he had initially reacted too slowly. However, after only a few steps, he stumbled and fell to the ground. As they moved, the water rippled around them, and in a daze, I glimpsed a pale foot emerging from the clumps of aquatic plants. Su Li Sha had clearly seen Hualong, she exposing the child's matter, and had deliberately summoned her over to provoke her, using Hua Nansheng to warn her that he was her Su Li Sha's ally, making it clear that Su Wenyu should not dare to compete with her. I felt a deep sense of regret towards old Fan. He came to assist, and yet, witnessing the disastrous state I was in, one could easily perish if fate were not on their side. Seeing his hand reach for his belt, both Xiao Ying and I turned in unison, already aware of his intentions. Indeed, just as we turned, the sound of rushing water echoed behind us. The old wizard was notoriously tight-lipped, and Si Lu, with his singular focus, hadn't he even considered concealing the truth. Based on my usual understanding of Su Wenyu, she would exit through the front door and then head to the nearby subway station to catch Line 1 to the hospital. After establishing her foundation, Lili discovered that studying the yin-yang internal canon with Yi Qing could simultaneously nourish both her corporeal and demonic forms. Kill. The anger on Xiao Lanzi's face intensified as he was humiliated by the Taoist Qian, yet he had not descended into madness to harm his companions, instead directing all his fury towards this early-stage distraction who had caused him to lose face. They were merely at the nascent soul stage. Even if they found the location, it would take several months or even years to break through the formation. Even if you and I intervened, it would not be accomplished in just a few days. Feng Danqing was fully aware of what Song Shui was referring to and promptly responded. Chapter 76. Insider information unbeknownst to him. The naive Wang felt a sense of novelty and pride at the arrival of the police, eagerly inviting the two officers to partake in some fruit. Upon hearing the earlier officer suggest that he accompany them to the station, he added, "Indeed, let us go to the station and recount all of Chun Bing's misdeeds." But to the station? Once they left the market, those two would surely reveal their sinister true selves. That night, although I could not discern the faces of those who attempted to apprehend me, their physique was unmistakably distinctive. Aside from the two gentlemen, it seemed that the entire taming operation was indeed orderly and meticulously managed. Their regard for Chu Feng's capabilities was genuinely impressive. What vexed Li Liang the most was that, despite his extraordinary observational speed allowing him to exploit the weaknesses of formidable opponents in the past, this Talisso maintained an unhurried rhythm. Even when he could predict Talisso's next move, he felt utterly helpless. Ding Cheng and Rong Er rested beneath a towering tree along the mountain path. The trees were tall and dense, shielding them from the scorching sun, while a refreshing breeze from the mountain stream provided a welcome coolness. Truly a splendid place to pause. Huang Jingui ceased speaking, stepping into the passageway. Mo Chang attempted to follow, but was met by a formidable pressure that halted his advance. Reluctantly, he relinquished the military order in his hand, and similarly, a passageway emerged. I nodded and remarked, "It seems you have been in this line of work for quite some time, articulating everything with great eloquence." After conversing with the lobby manager while inspecting the display room, I intended to take my leave. Although the American soldiers exhibited somewhat rudimentary techniques, their skills were undeniably practical, bolstered by their remarkable physical prowess. Pu Chang, observing from behind the store's door, witnessed Li Yun approach within 10 meters and shook his head in disappointment. His earlier joy had swiftly evaporated. Li Yun gazed around as the environment transformed wildly at the utterance of the sharpshooter's words. The once azure sky was suddenly tainted black, a blood-red moon hung high above, and the previously crimson, roiling waters had morphed into stone-like earth. Li Yun lifted his gaze to behold a gnarled tree, etched with scars, standing before him. Zhou Tianba silently mused that even curses could not sway Mo Chang. He had nothing of greater value to offer in trade. Indeed, as he stated, he had not been a boss for many years, and being a spiritual entity, he possessed no tangible wealth. The surroundings here were quite pleasant. Mo Chang surveyed the area. They found themselves at the center of a Bagua diagram, encircled by 4 palaces. A faint wave of energy converged from all directions, and above the 4 palaces, a vague image of a Bagua diagram emerged, perfectly overlaying the ground below, reminiscent of a reflection. 5 years ago, that fateful night had ensnared Jiang Wantong, lingering in her thoughts, a night that she deemed more exquisite than anything else. I am sufficient on my own, Liu stated coldly, her figure darting through the air like an arrow, launching an attack on Hua Yi. Pei Yan, upon hearing the servant's remarks, narrowed his eyes in surprise, pondering how Su Ming had acquired such capabilities. He did not wish to confront his opponent head-on. Instead, he swiftly traversed the mountains, adhering to the meticulously charted route he had devised. Once his subordinates departed, Temujin smiled faintly. Guijing, a man of song. Even if the shaman's words held truth regarding the scrolls of the eternal heaven, what of it? Their master would not concern himself with what the other was. As long as loyalty was steadfast and utility was assured, everything else was of little consequence. Lin Shishir also sensed the peculiarity in Su Hang's gaze. Her eyes reddened slightly as she turned to flee. The lake, modest in size, nestled precisely along the border, surrounded by pristine forests devoid of any pathways, likely deterring the patrols from venturing near. Beiji clutched her chest, withdrawing a handkerchief with one hand to wipe the blood from her face, her eyes flickering as she contemplated her predicament. Chapter 77. The desperate pursuer Mr. Liu, having witnessed the entire occurrence, was escorted out by a 3rd-level constable and auxiliary officer, departing with Officer Zhang Tao's business card in hand. Should I seek your aid again in times of peril? I fear I may have landed on the blacklist. Much like Zhang Biao, the auxiliary officer chuckled. Your words leave us at a loss. The seasoned 3rd-level constable remarked, welcome, though perhaps not quite welcome, as we are here to safeguard the peace of our citizens. In slumber, he could not be denied his exceptional allure. His countenance, strikingly handsome, captivated all who beheld him. The lives of the two were fraught with challenges, yet they found solace in mutual support, faring far better than in those initial 2 years. Just as Su Cheng was preoccupied with collecting the spoils of war, a large contingent arrived, led by none other than Silverblade. However, Yu Qing found herself at a loss. She had come solely to indulge in fine delicacies. Lei Ma spoke of Luo Ying's demise as if lamenting the loss of a mere fly, devoid of any emotional turbulence. William, have you encountered some trouble? I can hardly hear you. Su Tang instinctively elevated her voice, straining to grasp the words on the other end. Yet even so, should one allow such a character to wreak havoc within the family, permitting the slaughter of their esteemed guests, while the esteemed head of the Gongsun clan bowed to him, allowing him to depart unchallenged? The bloodthirsty spirit tiger regarded him coldly, making no move, as if resigned to its fate, letting the colossal bear illusion conjured by Chun Qingyo lunge toward it. Yet, just as the illusion was about to make contact, it merely extended a paw, gently pressing down upon the bear's head. What he had not anticipated was that this 36th advancement had far surpassed his expectations, leaving him with an illusion of uncertainty on how to continue guiding him. Though only a few words were spoken, their sound was melodious to the ear of the Unicorn King. I saw her leave and was just about to turn back when suddenly a shadow darted out from the side, wafting a delightful fragrance. She covered my eyes and playfully urged me to guess her identity. A man, with a hand on the back of his head, roared in anger, his large palm sweeping towards Kixeer like a fan. Qi Tianxiong, weary from carrying a lunchbox home, noticed a familiar vehicle parked at his doorstep. In that fleeting moment, feelings of humiliation, competitiveness, and pride were utterly shattered. She tightened her grip on the plate, regretting her earlier mischief when her father had encouraged her to learn cooking. In truth, my acquaintance with Yang Junkin stemmed solely from the earlier incident involving Inhu. We both held a mutual respect for one another, considering ourselves friends. Yet I was taken aback when he suddenly referred to me as his older brother, feeling a warm glow within. Witnessing this scene, many felt a chill run down their spines, the greedy individuals regaining their clarity. As long as you can complete this task, I believe your father will recognize your worth, Song Lijun said, watching Lin Fan's retreating figure. Very well, Lan Xian nodded slightly, uncertain of where Lin Fan's confidence originated, yet she had faith in her husband. Upon emerging from the bath, Yu Tang was wiping the sweat from Shun Yi, whose lips remained pale and parched. Yu Tang poured a glass of water, and I moistened a cotton swab to soothe his lips, which improved significantly. I was about to sleep, and then you suddenly appeared. I thought you weren't coming back. I complained. However, even high-level magical beasts could not coexist peacefully. Miao Ding had heard that these powerful creatures harbored a profound resentment towards humanity. In certain realms, had it not been for the restraint of formidable humans, Many powerful beasts would have launched large-scale assaults to hunt us down. How can you be so sure? Shun Yi asked earnestly, his illness rendering him less fierce, yet his hawk-like, astute gaze missed no hint of doubt. What was destined to come would eventually arrive. Hua Xuanji clenched her fists tightly. If seizing Qin Gu meant she could depart, her lightness of foot should suffice. If she failed to take him, she would simply confront him, allowing him to end their association. She held little regard for her reputation. Saving Qin Gu was her paramount concern. All right then, but do not overexert yourself. Those individuals are no trifles. I will have the mantis and the lynx assist you, declared the leader of the cancer gang. Yi Fuxing smiled and thanked the young lady before stepping inside. Following him, Zhang Jin cast a lewd glance at her before entering, while Han Bing exhibited far more gentlemanly behavior with a slight smile. Xie Yu, however, remained unfeeling, his gaze never once landing on the girl. Watching the figure disappear from his sight, the sword master's expression turned somewhat solemn. After a while, my grandmother brought me an egg to blow on, and I did so 3 times before she stepped out again. I knew she was going to prepare an egg divination, though I was uncertain of the question she intended to ask this time. It appears that this individual is indeed in a state of discontent. In times past, he was often seen with a smile, but now his countenance is overshadowed, marked by pronounced dark circles beneath his eyes. He sits quietly across from me, seemingly lost in contemplation, a stark contrast to his previously youthful exuberance. The teachings of virtue and righteousness, as espoused by Confucius, were once epitomized by Li Song's selection of the name during the establishment of Confucianism. The Su-Nm, while not inherently powerful enough to suppress the momentum of great teachings, derives its potency from Li Song's reincarnation staff, thus enabling the utilization of Li Song's fortune. The heavy sword, resembling a door panel, is evidently a replica crafted by the Bayos, akin to the specialized weaponry of the Lionkin's behemoth guards. Previously, Robert had observed such formidable weapons in the possession of a select few Bayos officers, whose weight and might rivaled that of the Lionkin's heavy swords. The current state of the 3 realms has undergone significant transformation due to Li Song's involvement. However, with the conclusion of this divine calamity, although Li Song has altered the fate of the Song dynasty, the unease within him has intensified, particularly following Yunxiao's remarks. The true martial deity pays homage to the Supreme Lord of Heaven, the Xuanqiong Emperor, and the Northern Polar Emperor of the Purple Micro. The true martial emperor articulates his thoughts, while both the Jade Emperor and the Purple Micro Emperor reciprocate with their respects. Naturally, the 3rd seat is designated for the true martial emperor. The span of a mere finger snap may appear brief, yet for the most adept warriors, it is undeniably extensive. Within the blink of an eye, Zhuang Wangu is capable of delivering 1,000 punches without question. In contrast, Shisa displays a marked aversion to the brilliance of the starlit sky, yearning instead for the obscurity of a moonless night to conceal his movements. Should the Central Way become aware of his journey from the northern Sa towards the dawn, they would undoubtedly take precautions.